Chapter 1. Him and the Beauties. The 25-year-old bachelor, Howdah, could scarcely fathom that on his inaugural flight, the plane would plummet from the sky. Even more astonishing was the fact that, despite the crash, he had miraculously survived. Alongside him, four other individuals had also survived, all of whom were strikingly beautiful women. The wreckage of the aircraft lay not far away, and Howdah found himself seated on a sandy beach of a deserted island, gazing at the four beautiful survivors. "Thank goodness we're alive," exclaimed the youngest of the four, appearing around 19 years old, as she sat on the beach, her excitement palpable. Her name was Su Mei, a freshman at a university in the country. "It truly is a relief to be alive," remarked the poised and charismatic woman among them, glancing thoughtfully at the shattered remnants of the plane. Her name was Che Yin, a young businesswoman aged 25. "It seems I am the chosen one. Even after such a crash, I remain unscathed. How incredible I am," declared the young lady who exuded an air of privilege, reveling in her good fortune. Her name was Chi Yingying, the youngest daughter of a wealthy tycoon, aged 21. The fourth beautiful woman remained silent for the moment, taking out her mobile phone only to discover there was no signal. Her name was Lu Yijiao, an attractive secretary to a company owner, aged 23. Howdah, Su Mei, Che Yin, and Chi Yingying quickly retrieved their phones, only to find the same disheartening lack of signal. "What on earth is this place? My high-end satellite phone has no reception," Chi Yingying vented in frustration. "It appears we must await rescue," Che Yin stated, rising to her feet and picking up a small stick from nearby to begin etching an SOS signal in the sand. Howdah, Su Mei, and Lu Yijiao each picked up a stick as well, joining Che Yin in crafting the SOS, which needed to be substantial in size to attract the attention of passing helicopters. Meanwhile, Chi Yingying, the pampered heiress, stood idly by, observing Howdah and the others laboring away without offering any assistance. Once the large SOS was completed, there was little else to do but wait for rescue. Thus, Howdah, Su Mei, Che Yin, and Lu Yijiao returned to their previous spot and sat back down on the beach. "What is your name?" Che Yin asked, breaking the silence and addressing the sole male present. Howdah, he replied. "Che Yin, Su Mei, Lu Yijiao." Chi Yingying burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What a delightful name. Your parents must be quite the characters." Howdah, caught off guard by Chi Yingying's beauty, her words struck him like a blow, leaving him with an urge to retaliate. He couldn't help but glance at the equally stunning Su Mei, Che Yin, and Lu Yijiao, pondering how the disparity among beauties could be so pronounced. 5 individuals sat upon the sandy beach, engaging in a mundane conversation about their circumstances. Amidst the tedium of waiting, an hour slipped by, yet the rescue team remained conspicuously absent. "Damn it! Where on earth is the rescue team?" Chi Yingying could no longer contain her frustration, exclaiming into the air, "The satellite phone has no signal. Could we have possibly entered another dimension?" Upon hearing her words, Howdah, Su Mei, Che Yin, and Lu Yijiao felt an indescribable unease. What if this truly was another realm? The prospect of never returning loomed ominously, and the rescue team would not wait indefinitely. Time travel is merely a construct of films and online novels. It cannot possibly exist in reality. Lu Yijiao consoled herself. "I hope you are correct." Chi Yingying responded with an impassive expression, then wandered towards the shoreline, seemingly on a quest of her own. "I'm feeling a bit hungry and thirsty," Su Mei remarked at that moment. "I'm also somewhat famished. If the plane hadn't encountered any trouble, we would have already arrived at our destination for lunch," Lu Yijiao observed. "I wonder if there are any unbroken suitcases among the wreckage that contain food," Che Yin said, glancing towards the distant plane debris. "There are likely only fragmented remains of people in there." Su Mei hesitated to finish her thought. "We'll go take a look." Howdah suddenly stood up, exuding a sense of bravado. "Oh, what courage! I applaud you." Chi Yingying returned from the shoreline, her tone laced with admiration. "If you do find food, remember to share with me." Howdah regarded her, feeling a peculiar discomfort at her praise. He said little more and strode purposefully towards the wreckage. Upon arriving, he mustered his courage to peer into the remains of the aircraft, only to find no fragmented bodies or suitcases, nothing at all. Just shattered metal shards and rots. Howdah found it perplexing. Where were the other passengers? Had they simply vaporized? The mystery confounded him. Since he was already there, he picked up a metal sheet approximately 1 meter by 1 meter, along with a 1 meter-long metal rod, and returned to his companions. There were no suitcases or remains, only a metal sheet and a rod. Upon his return, Howda explained to Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying. This is truly strange. Could the others have vaporized? Qi Yingying exclaimed, unable to restrain her thoughts. Who knows? I'm so hungry. Su Mei pouted playfully. Damn it, we need to fill our stomachs quickly. Otherwise, before the rescue team arrives, we might starve. Qi Yingying shouted. Where can we find food? Lu Yijiao posed a critical question. I didn't see any fish near the shore, Qi Yingying replied. Perhaps there are wild fruits in the woods, Che Yin suggested, looking towards the tree line at the end of the beach. Who will go in search of wild fruits? Su Mei inquired. Let's play rock, paper, scissors among the four of us. Whoever loses will accompany Howda into the woods to forage for fruit, Qi Yingying proposed swiftly. Why must I go? Howda protested. You are the only man here, so of course you must go. Unless you wish to admit you are a coward. Qi Yingying retorted without reservation. Howda, why did he increasingly feel the urge to teach Qi Yingying a lesson? With a hint of frustration, he observed the four lovely girls Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying engaged in a spirited game of rock, paper, scissors, the outcome of which swiftly determined that Su Mei was the first to be eliminated. Thus, she would accompany Howda into the woods to forage for wild fruits. Although Qi Yingying's earlier remarks were rather harsh, Howda understood that, being the only man present, he indeed had a responsibility to shoulder. Moreover, having the youthful and graceful Su Mei by his side added to his motivation to venture into the woods. With that, he grasped a metal rod about 1 meter in length, while Su Mei wielded a wooden stick of similar length, and together they strode towards the grove at the edge of the beach. Were it not for the dire circumstances of being stranded on a deserted island, Howda might have entertained fanciful thoughts of what might transpire with the stunningly beautiful Su Mei in the woods, fully savoring the joys of manhood. However, given the present situation, having narrowly escaped death and with the rescue team's arrival uncertain, coupled with their hunger and thirst, found little room for such musings. Chapter 2. How to carry Su Mei. Howda, brother, do you think there are poisonous snakes in that grove? As they neared the woods, Su Mei expressed her apprehension. Well, clear the grass ahead with our sticks as we advance. Even if there are snakes, we can scare them away, Howda replied, attempting to sound composed. Though he was a man, he harbored a fear of snakes aside from a few specialists. It seemed everyone was wary of them. However, with the alluring and graceful Su Mei beside him, he felt compelled to mask his fear. After all, it would be quite embarrassing otherwise. Oh, Howda, you even know how to scare snakes away. Your knowledge is impressive. Su Mei teased, lightening the mood. Of course, I am well versed in astronomy and geography, chemistry and human anatomy. It's merely my basic repertoire. Howda responded playfully. Howda, you are such a rogue. You even know about human anatomy. Su Mei scolded playfully. Huh. Howda chuckled triumphantly. Soon, they arrived at the edge of the grove, poised to enter the dense thicket. Before them lay a multitude of trees, with the air filled with the melodies of various birds, while the ground was devoid of any clear path, choked with thick undergrowth that reached at least to their knees. In such an environment, it was hard to believe there would be no poisonous snakes. Both Howda and Su Mei shared this sentiment. Howda, there must be poisonous snakes here. I'm so scared, Su Mei said, her anxiety palpable. We have no way back. The rescue team could arrive at any moment. We must find food and water. If we return empty-handed, we'll simply await our fate together. With a serious expression, Howda declared, All right, I will lead the way, using my stick to clear a path, and you follow closely behind me. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of duty as a man, tasked with protecting the four beautiful girls, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying. Brother Hao, you have worked hard. Su Mei's voice was soft and sweet. With Brother Hao clearing the path ahead, her fear had significantly diminished compared to before. Thus, Brother Hao moved steadily forward, wielding a metal rod to part the grass, while Su Mei cautiously followed closely behind. During this process, Brother Hao distinctly sensed that creatures resembling venomous snakes were startled by his actions, which left him both relieved and somewhat on edge. This unsettling sensation was truly unpleasant. Even more frustrating was the fact that after walking for quite some time, there were no signs of wild fruits or anything edible, not even a trace of wild berries could be found. Let's continue searching, Brother Hao thought, realizing there was no alternative at present. As they pressed on, Sume suddenly let out a sharp gasp. She had spotted a brilliantly colored snake slithering through the grass to her right, between her and Brother Hao. Startled, she shrieked, and in that instant, not only did Brother Hao jump, but the snake was alarmed as well. It lunged forward, baring its menacing fangs towards Sume. The scene was terrifying. In her shock, Sume froze, helplessly awaiting the strike of this venomous serpent. Stranded on this desolate island without any medical supplies, her fate was grim. She would likely succumb to the poison within 30 minutes, or even sooner. Fortunately, Brother Hao's reflexes were swift. With a powerful swing of his metal rod, he struck the snake, sending it flying before it could reach Sume. Though the immediate danger had passed, the shock of the encounter had only just begun to affect Sume. Having been frozen in place, she suddenly snapped back to reality and instinctively jumped, only to land heavily and twist her ankle. "Ah, my foot hurts so much," Sume cried out, collapsing onto the ground. Brother Hao hurried to examine her injured right foot, relieved to find no fractures or dislocations, just a sprain that would mend with a bit of rest. However, it was clear that this was not a suitable place to pause. "I'll carry you. Let's continue searching for wild fruits," Brother Hao resolutely declared. "Yes, thank you, Brother Hao," Sume replied, her cheeks flushed, feeling a bit bashful as she leaned against his sturdy back. Brother Hao had essentially saved her life. Had he not reacted quickly to strike the snake, she would have surely been bitten, most likely leading to a fatal poisoning. The thought sent a shiver of fear through her. Suddenly, she felt the urge to cry. She longed to return to school, to go home, but she held back her tears, not wanting to burden Brother Hao, who was already facing such a challenging situation clearing the path with his rod while carrying her forward. Though she had a slender figure, standing at 1.7 meters with a well-proportioned physique, weighing 91 pounds, she knew Brother Hao's task of carrying her would not be an easy one. Her assumption proved correct. It was indeed a challenge for Brother Hao to carry her, not only due to her weight, but also because of the warmth and softness she radiated, which stirred a slight heat within him. Nonetheless, the overall sensation was delightful, fueling his determination to carry Sume onward. After walking for a while longer, they still had not discovered any edible wild fruits, but they faintly heard the sound of water. "There's a sound of water," Sume exclaimed sweetly from Hao Da's back. Listening to her melodious voice and feeling her warm, delicate presence, Hao Da found himself growing increasingly agitated, and he quickly forced himself to suppress those feelings. "Yes, let us head towards the sound of water. Perhaps there are fish there," Hao Da replied with renewed vigor, feeling hungrier and thirstier than Sume. After a short while, they successfully arrived at the source of the sound, a stream at the foot of a mountain, where water flowed down from the heights and meandered onward. To be precise, it was not merely a small stream, but rather a substantial one, as the water flow was quite considerable. "Fish!" Sume, perched on Hao Da's back, exclaimed with excitement. Hao Da too spotted a sizable fish, but it darted away in an instant, swept downstream, leaving no opportunity to catch it. Yet, at least it confirmed that the stream was indeed home to fish. Hao Da's mind immediately conjured images of fragrant grilled fish and delicious fish soup. Oh, the thought propelled him to prepare for the task of fishing. "Let me down, I'll sit on that large rock while you catch the fish," Sume proposed eagerly. "All right." Reluctantly, Hao Da set the warm and fragrant Sume down on a large stone beside the stream, then fixed his gaze on the clear water, his right hand gripping a metal rod, ready to spear any fish that might pass by. After waiting for a while, another fish finally appeared. Hao Da swiftly thrust the rod into the water. Alas, he missed. Survival was proving to be exceedingly challenging. Seeing Hao Da's failed attempt, Sume, who was watching with both hunger and thirst, felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet she encouraged him, saying, "Go for it, Brother Hao Da." Then she added, "Can we drink the stream water? I'm so thirsty." "We can't drink it directly, it must be boiled first. Although the water appears clear, there are fish in it, and there could be snakes or other creatures swimming around, not to mention the potential for parasites." Hao Da, possessing some knowledge of wilderness survival, explained, "Then what shall we use to collect some water to boil and drink later?" Sume inquired earnestly. Howdah nodded, then furrowed his brow and remarked, "The current is rather swift, and fish only come by infrequently. The success rate for catching them is too low. We need to devise a plan." Chapter 3. Sume's beautiful figure. If only we had a fishing net, Sume remarked wistfully. Indeed, a fishing net would be splendid, Howdah replied with a smile, glancing around, but finding no materials suitable for crafting one. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. The island system has been activated. This system can materialize one item each day. Activate it with your thoughts. After this proclamation, the voice fell silent. Howdah initially thought he might be hallucinating. To discern whether it was indeed a figment of his imagination, he decided to test it. Create a fishing net. He concentrated, and, to his astonishment, something appeared in his right hand. Upon inspection, he exclaimed, "Incredible! A fishing net!" The island system was real. It had manifested the very item he had just wished for. Overwhelmed with joy, he unfurled the net, assessing its quality, which appeared satisfactory. "Howdah, where did you get this fishing net?" Sume inquired, gazing at him in astonishment. "If I were to claim that I suddenly acquired superpowers and conjured this net with them, would you believe me?" Howdah chuckled in response. "Of course not. How could such a thing be possible? You must have found it." Sume giggled. "Having a fishing net is fantastic. Hurry, let us catch some fish. We can feast on roasted fish and enjoy fish soup." As she spoke, she could not help but swallow her saliva in anticipation. Howdah wasted no time, swiftly securing the net along the banks of the stream with sticks, ensuring that any fish that approached would inevitably become ensnared. While preparing the net and awaiting the fish, Howdah pondered what vessel he could use to transport water back. He surveyed the area. There were plenty of trees. If he could fell one and carve out some planks, he could create a wooden bucket. However, the challenge lay in the absence of tools for chopping the tree or shaping the wood. He attempted to conjure a bucket with his thoughts, but this time, there was no response. After several unsuccessful attempts, he realized that the island system could only materialize one item per day. He consoled himself, contentment is key. To be able to manifest something each day, like this fishing net, is already remarkable. "Fish are coming. Fish are coming. We've caught one," Sume suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Howdah turned to the net and indeed saw that it had ensnared a fish, neither too small nor too large. Elated, he extracted the fish from the net and prepared to process it using the sharp end of a metal rod, taking advantage of the nearby stream for convenience. Seated on a large rock, Sume watched intently, unable to suppress her anticipation as she asked, "Howdah, when shall we return to roast the fish?" "Let us wait a little longer. We should aim to catch more, ideally one for each of the 5 of us," Howdah replied with a smile. "Yes, you are so capable, Howdah." Sume praised him sweetly. The term capable can be interpreted in various ways. Howdah teased with a mischievous grin. You rogue." Sume blushed and retorted playfully. "Carrying you is quite enjoyable. Your physique is truly impressive." Howdah seized the moment to flirt with her. "Stop. I want to let you carry me later." Sume playfully scolded him. "Your feet need to rest a little longer. If you walk back on your own, you might end up with a disability," Howdah said, intentionally exaggerating. How annoying. You're such a villain," Sume exclaimed, feeling a bit exasperated. During their playful banter, the fixed fishing net ensnared 4 more fish, finally gathering a total of 5. Howdah swiftly processed the remaining 4 fish, carefully placing them in the precious fishing net, then proceeded to carry the alluring Sume, whose graceful figure was a source of pride, back along the original path. Feeling somewhat awkward due to Howdah's earlier teasing, Sume lay on his broad back, secretly suspecting he was reveling in the allure of her splendid form. This rogue, such a lecher. She felt she had suffered a great loss. Yet, considering her foot had not fully healed, she realized that walking might indeed leave her limping. Thus, she reluctantly allowed Howdah to continue taking advantage of her. Fortunately, Howdah was handsome, robust, and not short. He seemed decent and capable, having caught 5 fish. Sume thought shyly to herself. The journey back was relatively smooth, free from snake attacks or encounters with ferocious beasts. When they finally emerged from the woods onto the sandy beach, both Howdah and Sume exhaled in relief. For now, they were safe. Moreover, they would soon enjoy grilled fish. With these thoughts, Hao energetically continued to carry Su Mei, striding toward the direction of Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying, who were waiting on the beach. Upon spotting the two, the three beautiful women excitedly stood up and waved at them. Among them, the wealthy young lady, Qi Yingying, exclaimed, "Darn, it's been 2 hours. You're finally back. I'm nearly starving." As Hao approached, bearing the 5 fish in the net, Qi Yingying's enchanting eyes glimmered with anticipation. She was truly hungry. Che Yin and Lu Yijiao also exhibited visible excitement, albeit not as dramatically as Qi Yingying. "Hurry, hurry, let's eat the fish," Qi Yingying urged. "To grill the fish, we need a fire. Shall we try friction fire?" Che Yin suggested tentatively, clearly lacking expertise in this area. "I brought some dry grass and wood from the woods earlier. I'll try to create fire by friction," Hao replied with a smile. Thus, Hao prepared to create fire, while the 4 stunning beauties, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying, squatted around, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. With the attention of these 4 enchanting women on him, Hao felt a bit elated. For a man who had been single for 25 years, this was undoubtedly his moment of glory. He needed to maintain his composure and successfully create fire to prove his prowess. He used the tip of a metal rod to diligently drill into a softer piece of wood, tirelessly working for nearly 30 minutes. Just as he was on the verge of collapse, so too were the 4 beautiful women watching. When finally, smoke began to emerge. Sparks appeared. He quickly blew on the sparks, and after a short while, a small flame flickered to life. The flame grew larger as it consumed the dry grass. Success! "Oh, we have fire." The 5 of them cheered in excitement. What an arduous journey it had been. Alda, whose hands were nearly worn out from the arduous task of drilling wood to create fire, was internally screaming in desperation. If the rescue team did not arrive today, he would, at the break of dawn tomorrow, utilize the island's system to conjure a lighter. For the first time, he realized that a lighter was indeed one of humanity's greatest inventions. To hell with the primitive method of friction. He had no intention of attempting it a second time. Before long, a vibrant fire was kindled, and Hao, along with Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying, gathered cheerfully around the flames, each skewering a fish for roasting. The tantalizing aroma of grilled fish soon wafted through the air, accompanied by the gentle sea breeze, at least for this moment. The 5 of them felt utterly content. Chapter 4. The saliva of beauties. The 5 individuals felt quite at ease, naturally inclined to engage in light-hearted banter. Su Mei. It must have been delightful to be carried back by Hao, resting upon his robust back. Qi Yingying teased with a mischievous grin as she roasted her fish. "What are you talking about, Qi Yingying? I only needed Hao Ji's assistance because I twisted my ankle," Su Mei retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Not long after Su Mei and I entered the woods, she nearly fell victim to a venomous snake. It was the sheer fright that caused her to twist her ankle. Hao explained with a grave expression. "There are venomous snakes in those woods." "Goodness!" Qi Yingying exclaimed, her face clearly reflecting her fear. "Indeed, the kind that is vibrantly colorful. One look, and you could tell it is highly poisonous." The snake lunged at me, and I nearly lost my wits. Fortunately, Hao reacted swiftly and sent that serpent flying with a single strike. Su Mei recounted, still shaken, instinctively patting her ample bosom, causing delightful ripples. "You truly are fortunate," Qian replied seriously. "If that poisonous snake had bitten you, the consequences would be dire, especially with no medicine available on this desolate island. It would be wise to avoid those woods as much as possible." Lu Yijiao added her thoughts, feeling grateful that she had not lost the game of rock, paper, scissors earlier. Otherwise, she might have been the one nearly bitten by a snake. "When will the rescue team arrive? This wretched island is unbearable. I do not wish to remain here for another second." Qi Yingying could not contain her frustration. "We must prepare ourselves mentally to wait for a maximum of 7 days," Che Yin remarked, glancing at the sky. 7 days? What are we going to eat and drink?" Qi Yingying cried out in alarm. "We can only take it one step at a time and hope the rescue team arrives swiftly," Hao stated pragmatically. At that moment, the fish they had been roasting were nearly ready, and the hungry group turned their focus to their respective grilled fish, momentarily setting aside their concerns. Despite the lack of salt, each person savored their meal with great satisfaction. However, the fish were small, and soon enough, all five had consumed their fish, leaving nothing but clean, licked bones. If fish bones were edible, they would have devoured them as well. In truth, fish bones can be consumed if roasted until crispy. Yet, given that it was only their first day stranded on this island, they were not yet at the point of such unseemly behavior. Having had a fish, I am no longer as hungry, but I do feel somewhat thirsty, Chi Yingying remarked, glancing at the other four. I feel a bit parched as well, Sume replied. There was a stream near where we caught the fish, but we have no containers to hold the water. I brought some water, though it is not much. Hada indicated toward a long t-shirt that had been soaked in a stream and laid on the metal plate. Using the t-shirt to collect water is an excellent idea. Che Yin praised. The water squeezed from it should be just enough to quench our thirst, but it definitely needs to be boiled first. Yes, that stream water cannot be consumed directly. It must be boiled. Lu Yijiao concurred. But how shall we boil it? Chi Yingying inquired. I will retrieve some metal plates from the aircraft wreckage. With enough plates, I should be able to fashion a square metal pot. Hada stood up and strode toward the remains of the airplane. Thank you for your hard work, Sume exclaimed sweetly. Much appreciated. Che Yin and Lu Yi also called out to Hada's retreating figure. It's no trouble at all. Hada replied with a hearty laugh. Before long, he returned with several relatively large metal plates and began to assemble them, bending and shaping until he had managed to create a somewhat peculiar, yet functional, small square pot that could hold water without leaking. Next, he placed a few stones of similar size into the fire and set the small pot atop them, then wrung out the water absorbed by his long t-shirt into the pot. The four lovely ladies, Sume, Che Yin, Lu Yi, and Chi Yingying, watched with eager eyes, all anticipating the moment when the water would boil and quench their thirst. Given the modest volume of water, comparable to a standard cup, it soon reached a boil. Hada cautiously moved the pot aside with his damp t-shirt to cool it, and once it was no longer scalding, Chi Yingying eagerly took the first sip. She had intended to drink more, but realizing that doing so would deprive others, she restrained herself to just a small taste. As a pampered young lady accustomed to luxury, this meager sip was a bitter reminder of her predicament, prompting her to mentally lament, heaven above, what sin have I committed to deserve this? Even water is so scant. Rescue team, please hurry. I feel as though I might lose my sanity. After Chi Yingying took her sip, Sume, Lu Yi, and Che Yin each followed suit, disregarding any thoughts of hygiene in their desperate need to quench their thirst. After all, dehydration can claim lives more swiftly than hunger. When only a small amount of water remained, Hada, without a hint of disdain and almost relishing the moment, finished it off. After all, it was infused with the sweetness of the four enchanting lady saliva. Hada, why does your expression seem a bit odd? Sume inquired, noticing the peculiar smile that crept across his face after he drank. Because I had the fortune of tasting all four of your delightful essences. Hada replied with a mischievous grin. Pervert! The four beauties exclaimed in unison, their voices laced with playful indignation. Chi Yingying and Sume, seated on either side of him, playfully pinched him several times in mock anger. Laughter erupted among the group, lightening the mood after their earlier discomfort from sharing just a sip of water. Yet, once the laughter subsided, the stark reality of survival loomed large before the five of them. What shall we do next? Sume voiced, concern evident in her tone. I suspect we shall soon be hungry and thirsty again. I will venture to the creek to procure some fish and more water. This time, I will go alone. Hada declared resolutely as he stood up. Hada! Sume looked at him with a touch of emotion, her eyes glistening. Well done. As long as we are rescued, I shall transfer 1 million as a token of my gratitude. Chi Yingying, the wealthy young lady, added with excitement. I too shall express my gratitude with a substantial reward upon our return. Che Yin chimed in appreciatively. And I as well. Upon my return, I shall express my utmost gratitude to you. Lu Yijiao spoke with genuine sincerity. The four enchanting ladies were well aware that Hada was risking his life, braving the peril of venomous snakes to procure fish and water for everyone. If such noble deeds did not warrant gratitude, it would be exceedingly ungrateful. It is not as perilous as you imagine. I shall be back shortly. Observing the fervent reactions of the four beauties, Howdah felt a surge of emotion. He attempted to maintain a light-hearted demeanor as he smiled, before taking the small square pot, the metal rod, and the long wooden stick, and striding confidently towards the woods. Chapter 5. Calmly pretending to be impressive, though Howdah had spoken lightly moments ago, as he stepped once more into the overgrown thicket beneath his feet. Where venomous snakes lurked, a shiver of trepidation coursed through him. Previously, with the vivacious and charming Su Mei by his side, he had felt a surge of courage. Yet now, he faced this peril alone, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of solitude. Nonetheless, this was his own choice. He would rather confront these dangers by himself than have any of the four stunning beauties accompany him into such life-threatening circumstances. Resolutely, he seized his thoughts, fixing his gaze ahead as he wielded a long stick to clear the underbrush, making his way toward the stream he had visited earlier. Along the path, he witnessed a vividly colored venomous snake slither by. Unlike Su Mei, who would have screamed in terror, he remained as composed as possible, standing still to observe the creature, which, after a few swift movements, vanished from sight. Continuing his journey, he eventually arrived at the stream without incident after approximately 30 minutes. The absence of Su Mei's laughter made the atmosphere feel markedly different as he focused intently on preparing his fishing net. While waiting for a catch, he filled a small pot with water. After about an hour, he successfully netted 5 fish, similar in size to those he had previously caught. Just as he secured his catch and readied the pot of water for the return journey, a black bear suddenly appeared above the stream, ambling towards him. A wave of panic washed over Howdah. Instinctively, he considered fleeing into the woods. However, such a frantic escape could lead to a snake bite, and, if startled, the bear might give chase, leaving him with little chance of survival, for a black bear's speed far exceeds that of most humans. If caught, he was uncertain whether he could withstand even a single blow from the bear and survive. Suppressing the urge to flee, Howdah quickly deliberated and resolved to lie flat on the ground and feign death. This decision stemmed from his recollection of a documentary about black bears, which mentioned their poor eyesight, earning them the moniker black blind. Thus, motionless objects generally escaped their notice. With determination, he lay down, pretending to be lifeless. After a while, the bear approached the stream, wading through the water, and drew nearer to Howdah, coming within a meter of his concealed form. He dared not fully commit to his act of death. Instead, he cracked open one eye to observe the massive leg of the bear, realizing that a single paw could easily inflict grave injury upon him. However, he had no alternative. He feigned calm as he watched the bear's leg move slowly, a wave of anxiety causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his back. To make matters worse, it seemed the bear had caught wind of him. It approached, sniffing around him with its powerful nose. Fortunately, he had pressed the 5 fish he had caught against his body. Otherwise, he would have lost not only his catch, but potentially faced dire consequences himself. The bear sniffed around him for what felt like an eternity, about 30 seconds, during which the agonizing seconds stretched on, making him feel as though 30 days had passed. One must concede, Einstein's theory of relativity had once again proven its relevance. After approximately 30 seconds of sniffing, the black bear finally lost interest in the motionless Howdah, who lay feigning death on the ground. The bear ambled away, drifting downstream along the creek. Howdah struggled to rise, filled with a profound sense of rebirth. He dared not linger, swiftly gathering his belongings and retracing his steps into the woods. The journey back was uneventful, and upon finally emerging from the forest onto the sandy beach, a sense of relief washed over him that is truly beyond the capacity of words to convey. This time, due to the bear's delay, his return took longer than before, spanning over 2 hours. Therefore, when he finally appeared at the edge of the woods, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying on the beach all waved frantically, warmly welcoming his safe return. As he strode toward them, Qi Yingying exclaimed, "First, damn! Howdah! You took so long. I thought you were dead." Just now, Su Mei was crying, saying you might have been bitten by a venomous snake. She wanted everyone to search for you, believing that if we found you in time, there might still be hope. If you had delayed any longer, we would have risked our lives to find you. Howdah, upon hearing Qi Yingying's words, glanced at Su Mei and noticed her eyes were slightly red. Clearly she had indeed cried. He couldn't help but feel touched. Rest assured, your brother Hauda is quite resilient. It takes more than that to bring me down. He gently reassured, patting Su Mei's soft shoulder. Brother Hauda, it's a relief you're unharmed. Su Mei's face lit up with a sweet smile upon seeing him safe. Did you encounter any other troubles? Kian inquired, noticing Aoda's deranged shift. Nothing much. I had caught 5 fish and filled the small pot with water, preparing to head back when suddenly a black bear appeared. Hauda replied nonchalantly as he set down the fish and other items. A black bear? Good heavens! Did you manage to kill it? Qi Yingying gasped in astonishment. Su Mei, Che Yin, and Lu Yijiao looked at Hauda in horror. How could I possibly have killed a black bear? I merely feigned death for a moment to escape a dire situation. Hauda chuckled. In truth, the perilous moment had passed, allowing him to appear unfazed, almost nonchalant. Oh, to feign death and evade a bear's attack is quite an impressive feat. Su Mei praised him with sparkling eyes. When you lay there pretending to be dead, did the bear simply walk past you? Lu Yijiao asked curiously. Not quite. It actually stopped beside me, sniffing around for about 30 seconds before it slowly wandered off. Hauda responded. Lu Yijiao, Su Mei, Qi Yingying, Qian. The 4 stunning maidens were left speechless for several moments, before Qi Yingying exclaimed, Hauda, you're truly remarkable. How did you manage to come back alive? If it were me, I would have been scared to death. Once we return, I shall express my gratitude profusely. 1,000,000 wouldn't be too much for you. Brother Hauda. Su Mei gazed at him with glistening eyes. Che Yin and Lu Yijiao regarded Hauda with expressions of deep gratitude. All right, that's the gist of it. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine. I have fish and water. I'll prepare dinner shortly. Hauda chuckled lightly. Ha, I'm hungry again. Let's get started. Qi Yingying responded with a smile. Influenced by the two, Su Mei, Che Yin, and Lu Yijiao, who were initially in a complicated mood, also attempted to relax, and the 5 of them began to prepare dinner amidst laughter and conversation. We have a pot full of water, besides grilling fish. Want to make a fish soup as well? Che Yin suggested with a smile. That's a splendid idea. Hauda agreed, and the others had no objections either. Thus, the 5 of them gathered around the beach bonfire, and soon the air was filled not only with the enticing aroma of grilled fish, but also with the delightful scent of simmering fish soup. Although it was nearing 5 in the afternoon, the sun remained warm in the sky. Hauda and the 4 beautiful women cheerfully prepared dinner, and for that moment, everyone felt quite content. As for what to do after this meal, they decided to leave that for later. Chapter 6. Sleeping at night after enjoying grilled fish and sipping fish soup. Hauda, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying gathered around the campfire on the beach, resting and engaging in conversation. How wonderful it would be if the rescue team suddenly appeared, Qi Yingying exclaimed dreamily. But what if it gets dark and the rescue team doesn't show up? Where will we sleep tonight? Su Mei replied, her tone lacking optimism. Su Mei, you have such a gloomy outlook. The rescue team will definitely arrive before nightfall. Qi Yingying retorted, a hint of madness in her voice. Seeing her demeanor, Su Mei instinctively shifted closer to Hauda, feeling a twinge of fear. While it would be ideal for the rescue team to arrive before dark, we must prepare for contingencies, Che Yin stated more pragmatically. Exactly. So we need to consider where we will sleep tonight. Lu Yijiao concurred with Che Yin. Where else can we sleep? We could just lie here around the campfire for the night. Qi Yingying replied irritably, cursing the situation. Damn it. This is the first time I've endured such suffering. Why did that cursed plane have to crash? The temperature at the seaside can be quite variable, and lying around the campfire at night would likely leave them freezing. Hauda expressed his concern. What should we do? Su Mei asked softly. If we were to build a shelter, we would need wood. There are trees in the forest. But first, there are poisonous snakes. Secondly, we lack tools to chop down trees. Che Yin frowned. What then? Lu Yijiao echoed Su Mei's apprehension. Qi Yingying stared blankly at the campfire, seemingly on the verge of losing her composure. I have a solution, Hauda suddenly announced. What solution? Su Mei, Qian, and Lu Yijiao asked in unison. I once watched a wilderness survival show featuring Bear Grylls. In one episode, he had to sleep in the snow at night. Can you guess how he managed that? How'd tease, drawing them in? How'd he sleep? Sumei, Keyan, and Liu Zhao, who had not seen that episode, inquired with curiosity. Qi Ying, still staring at the fire, couldn't help but perk up her ears, thinking, how on earth does one sleep in the snow? Wouldn't one freeze solid? After whetting their curiosity, Howda elaborated, he dug a pit in the snow, which protected him from the wind and provided some warmth. Oh, I understand. We could dig a pit here on the beach. Sumei exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Che Yin and Lu Yijiao nodded in agreement. Qi Ying, contemplating the simplicity of the solution, chastised herself for not thinking of it earlier, recognizing how her foul mood had clouded her judgment. This beach is by the sea. Digging down shouldn't lead to water, right? Che Yin raised another concern. Let us choose a spot that is as far from the sea as possible, yet close enough to the forest, but not too close, Howda suggested. The implication of staying clear of poisonous snakes was understood by all. If we sleep in the pit at night and a colorful poisonous snake falls in on top of us, that would be disastrous. How would we possibly sleep well? Shall we select a location and dig the pit now? Che Yin looked around at the group. Yes, let's dig the pit now, Howda declared as he stood up decisively. Following Sumei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Ying also rose to their feet. Though Qi Ying was in a foul mood, she recognized the importance of rest at night. This was not the time for her to indulge her spoiled temper. If she remained aloof, the situation would only worsen. The five of them walked toward the woods and chose a spot that was somewhat distant from both the sea and the forest. Howda then used a metal rod to sketch a rough outline on the ground, indicating the dimensions needed for 5 people to lie side by side. He intended to dig a pit that was slightly longer and wider than this outline. How deep should we dig? Sumei inquired. About a meter deep should suffice. It will provide wind protection and some warmth, Howda replied. With this general plan in mind, the 5 of them joined forces to dig the pit. And to everyone's surprise, even the pampered Qi Ying was diligently contributing. Witnessing such a positive team spirit, everyone felt invigorated. After a while, they had excavated a pit approximately 2 meters long, 2 meters wide, and over a meter deep. Howda was the first to lie down inside to test it out and found it satisfactory. Goodness, Howda, you expect to sleep in here with us, 4 beautiful ladies? You won't take the opportunity to misbehave, will you? Qi Ying suddenly voiced her concern. Upon hearing this, Sumei's cheeks flushed slightly, while Che Yin and Lu Yijiao wore expressions that were somewhat complex. We're all stranded on this deserted island, starving and unable to sleep well, covered in dirt. Who has the luxury to think about that? Howda replied, somewhat exasperated. The 4 beauties considered his words and realized the truth. Only when one's hunger and cold are alleviated can one indulge in such thoughts. We are all enduring hunger and haven't bathed in a day. Who has the energy to think about that? They immediately relaxed their guard against Howda, the only male among them. Next, they moved the fire pit to about a meter away from the newly dug pit and sat around the fire, engaging in casual conversation. With no signal or internet on their phones, they had little else to occupy their time aside from warming themselves by the fire and chatting. Qi Ying occasionally glanced at the sky, clearly still holding on to the hope that the rescue team would arrive before nightfall. She could hardly bear to contemplate what would happen if help were delayed or never arrived. How long could the 5 of them survive on this deserted island? Alda, Sumei, Che Yin, and Lu Yijiao were equally burdened by this thought, leading to a heavier atmosphere. Thankfully, they were 5 individuals together, able to huddle for warmth. If there had been only 2 or even 1, they would have faced an indescribable loneliness and panic, having consumed only some grilled fish and fish soup earlier. And after the exertion of digging, each of them felt hungry again. However, no one mentioned their hunger, including the heiress Qi Ying. They all bore it in silence, as they had managed to eat a little earlier and could endure a bit longer. It was out of the question to send Howda, risking his life by traversing the woods to fetch fish from the stream again. He had already gone twice that day, and they were not particularly close. He had done more than enough. The 4 beauties understood this reasoning well. Howda himself did not bring up his hunger either, believing he could endure it, though the day's encounters with venomous snakes and black bears lingered in his mind, filling him with trepidation. He too feared for his life. He could only wish to avoid the forest. As for what tomorrow holds, That can wait until tomorrow. After approximately 2 hours around the campfire, the rescue team had yet to arrive, and darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. The sky was adorned with stars, but the moon was absent, leaving the beach illuminated solely by the flickering flames. From a direction of the woods came the occasional calls of birds. Yet there were no sounds of wild beasts to be heard. It was indeed growing quite chilly. The warmth of the fire was proving ineffective. Sume remarked, wrapping her arms around herself. Why not lie down in the pit now? Suggested Qian. I concur, replied Lu Yijiao. I also agree, chimed in Qi Yingying. I naturally have no objections, Sume added. I have no objections either, declared Howda. Thus, Howda stood beside the pit, holding a burning branch to provide light, while the 4 lovely ladies descended into the pit one by one, forming a line and leaving the leftmost spot open for Howda afterward. He tossed the torch into the fire and, relying on instinct, lowered himself into the pit that was over a meter deep, settling into the spot reserved for him on the far left. As soon as he lay down, a wave of delicate fragrance enveloped him. This was the sensation of sleeping alongside 4 enchanting beauties, and it felt rather delightful. Howda chuckled to himself, finding amusement in the situation despite the discomfort. Chapter 7. Quarreling in the sand pit. If Howda were now well-fed and warmly clothed, lying on a clean bed beneath a cozy quilt, he might indeed be tempted to engage in some mischievous antics with the 4 beautiful ladies beside him, as Qi Yingying had just suggested. After all, the comforts of a full belly often stir desires, and he is no exception. However, in his current predicament, stranded on a desolate island, hungry and sleeping in a sandy pit, Howda found little inclination to indulge in such thoughts. This sand is rather cold. Sume, nestled next to Howda, suddenly piped up. Cold is to be expected, but it's far better than lying on the beach where the sand is cold and the wind blows unrelentingly. Qian, lying to Sume's right, consoled her with a sense of contentment. Honestly, considering that our plane fell from the sky today, it's a stroke of fortune that all 5 of us are still alive. Lu Yijiao, to Cheyan's right, remarked with a hint of nostalgia. We should be grateful to be alive and resting. Indeed, we mustn't be overly demanding. Sume responded sweetly. Should we cover the top of this pit with a board? Qi Yingying, lying at the far right, suddenly suggested. There's no need for that. This way, it allows for ventilation. Otherwise, we might suffocate in our sleep. Che Yin replied. I'm worried about some creature descending upon us at night. Qi Yingying added. Her words conjured visions of vividly colored venomous snakes, sending shivers down everyone's spines. How about we use some metal sheets to create a cover? It would provide some protection while still allowing for airflow, Sume suggested timidly. That sounds perfect. Qi Yingying immediately agreed. I'll take care of it. Howda, ever the proactive one, stood up and swiftly climbed out, retrieving several metal sheets from near the fire. He then ascended back into the pit, positioning the sheets overhead in a manner that left several small gaps for ventilation before reclining once more. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Hao, Sume said sweetly. It's no trouble at all, Howda replied with a smile. After doing this, I do feel a greater sense of security. Now, we won't have any strange creatures causing trouble while we sleep. That's reassuring. Qi Yingying added. Well, it's not too bad. I don't suffer from claustrophobia, Cheyan remarked. It does feel somewhat akin to being buried alive, but thankfully we have 5 of us. There's strength in numbers. Lu Yijiao teased. But I'm not feeling sleepy at all. So Meistatith. It's only just past 7 in the evening. It would be strange to fall asleep now. Chatting for a couple of hours sounds nice. I'm sure we'll doze off afterward, Qi Yingying suggested. What should we talk about? Qian inquired. How about something risky? Qi Yingying replied with a mischievous grin. Given our dire circumstances, do you still have the heart to discuss such things? Lu Yijiao expressed her disbelief. Precisely because it's bleak, we should engage in something stimulating to enliven our spirits. Qi Yingying responded with an even broader smile. Then you take the lead, and we'll interact accordingly. Qian suggested. Ugh, it's no fun chatting alone. I need interaction, you know? Qi Yingying exclaimed. Start us off, and we'll follow your lead. Lu Yijiao said, suppressing her laughter. Qi Yingying pondered for a moment before exclaiming. Howda, are you truly a reflection of your name? Her words elicited joyous laughter from Che Yin and Lu Yijiao. while Su Mei, who sat next to Howda, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, relieved that the dimness concealed her rosy face. You are truly tiresome, Alda replied, so me vat specialis. Yet, the suggestive atmosphere undeniably ignited his senses. Answer me. Look into my eyes. Look my eyes. Qi Yingying playfully insisted. Che Yin and Lu Yijiao erupted into laughter once more. This place is utterly devoid of light. Look, you scoundrel. Alda retorted. Let me pose another question. Here you are, a man among four stunning beauties, with such an opportunity. Wouldn't you want to indulge in some mischief? Qi Yingying continued with a mischievous grin. Che Yin and Lu Yijiao, captivated by her audacity, felt their own cheeks heat up and their slender legs grow weak. If I were to approach you with ill intentions, would you acquiesce? Howda countered with a teasing inquiry. Che Yin and Lu Yijiao could hardly contain their laughter. Meanwhile, Su Mei remained a silent observer, but for some inexplicable reason. When Howda suggested he would approach Qi Yingying inappropriately, a wave of discomfort washed over her. Then come over, Qi Yingying provocatively challenged. Howda surely wouldn't dare. Lu Yijiao added, fanning the flames. To everyone's surprise, Howda indeed stood up and sauntered over to where Qi Yingying lay on the far right. What do you want? Qi Yingying exclaimed, though she felt his presence drawing near despite the absence of light. You invited me to come over for a bit of fun. I shall ask again, are you willing to cooperate? Howda replied with a sly grin. Che Yin and Lu Yijiao erupted into giggles, nearly breathless with laughter. Get lost. I will not cooperate with you. Qi Yingying snapped, now genuinely flustered. If Howda were to touch her even once, she would feel terribly at a loss. I knew you couldn't handle it. Howda scoffed, strutting back to recline triumphantly. What a detestable fellow. One day, when I am in need, I shall force myself upon you. Qi Yingying proclaimed loudly as soon as Howda returned to his spot. Come here. Howda chuckled in response. Scoundrel. Qi Yingying retorted angrily. Che Yin and Lu Yijiao were laughing so hard they could hardly breathe. Suddenly, Su Mei could no longer contain herself and pinched Howda sharply. Why did you pinch me? Howda cried out in pain. Su Mei who fit, had pity de evident. She likes you, you blockhead. Qi Yingying teased further. Really? Howda asked Su Mei, intrigued. Get lost. Su Mei exclaimed in a fluster. Is that even question? Today, you saved her from a venomous snake. You carried her all the way, and she enjoyed every moment of it. So she intends to offer herself to you, you blockhead. Qi Yingying continued her playful mischief. Hearing this, Su Mei's face reddened even more, but fortunately, the darkness shielded her from prying eyes. Today, I took considerable risks to procure fish, and you consumed 2 of them, thereby avoiding starvation. The water I gathered sustained you, preventing you from succumbing to thirst. Qi Yingying, you ought to offer yourself in return. Howda retorted with notable logic. I promise to transfer you 1,000,000 upon my return. Qi Yingying boldly replied. In comparison to 1,000,000, I would much prefer your personal devotion. Howda provocatively continued. Observing their banter was quite entertaining, and Che Yin and Lu Yijiao laughed heartily. Scram, you are neither handsome enough nor tall enough, and your demeanor is rather mediocre. I would never be interested in you. Qi Yingying exclaimed in anger. Yet just moments ago, you claimed you wished to force yourself upon me. You expressed disdain while simultaneously harboring such intentions. Your reasoning is quite paradoxical. Howda continued to counter her claims. Howda, you scoundrel. Cretin. Qi Yingying became visibly exasperated. Thus, this unique exchange of insults concluded with Howda emerging victorious. After a while, the 5 of them began to feel drowsy, and they officially commenced their slumber. It was unclear how long they had been asleep when Howda abruptly awoke to find Su Mei nestled closely against him, her warmth enveloping him as if she were drawing in his body heat. In that moment, he found himself cradling a delicate beauty in his arms. Chapter 8. The soft and fragrant embrace. As a 25-year-old bachelor, Howda found himself enveloped in the warmth and softness of Su Mei's presence, and naturally, his heart was filled with delight. He surmised that Su Mei had likely fallen asleep and, feeling cold, instinctively sought the warmth of his body. Yet, the reason was inconsequential. What mattered most was the exquisite sensation of having a beautiful woman in his arms. Reluctant to succumb to slumber again, he comfortably held Su Mei, allowing his thoughts to meander freely. However, as his mind drifted, the harsh reality loomed before him. It must have passed midnight, heralding the dawn of a new day. Would the rescue team arrive today? If they did, it would be a cause for universal joy. But if they did not, what would he and the four stunning women do? What would they eat? What would they drink? Where would they sleep at night? Would they continue to endure this pit? To be frank, sleeping in this pit was rather frigid, barely tolerable. If such conditions persisted, even if he remained resilient, the four enchanting women would likely succumb to despair. Howdah feared that if the rescue team did not arrive today, he might have to venture to the stream to catch fish and collect water. As long as he could evade venomous snakes and, with a stroke of luck, avoid encountering a black bear, he could likely persist. Yet other concerns nagged at him. For instance, the dry wood on the beach had been entirely gathered, and the remaining fuel was scant. To procure more wood for cooking fish and boiling water, he would need to chop down trees, and currently, he lacked the tools for such an endeavor. Suddenly, Howdah thought of his deserted island system, which allowed him to conjure an item each day. Yesterday, he had produced a precious fishing net capable of ensnaring fish in the stream. Today, he initially intended to create a lighter, but now he altered his focus. The fire pit should still be smoldering, even if extinguished. He could endure half an hour of friction to ignite it anew. However, what he urgently needed was a sharp axe for chopping wood. With an axe in hand, not only would he solve the firewood issue, but he could also construct a shelter or even a small cabin from tree trunks on this beach, providing a place to sleep that shielded them from the elements. With this thought in mind, Howdah was eager to try conjuring a sharp axe. He adjusted his breathing, relishing the warmth and softness of Su Mei in his embrace, and then activated his deserted island system, attempting to manifest a sharp axe. In an instant, he felt an object materialize in his right hand. It was the handle of the axe, crafted from metal. In the darkness, he groped with his right hand and discovered the blade's sharp edge and the weighty metal shaft. Excellent. Now he possessed the tools for chopping wood. Howdah rejoiced inwardly. He, however, harbored a glimmer of hope and attempted to conjure a lighter once more, but this time there was no response. After several attempts, he still achieved nothing. It appeared that the deserted island system could indeed only produce one item per day. Contentment is a virtue, he reassured himself. Having conjured a highly useful fishing net yesterday, and now a very practical axe today, he felt quite accomplished. He could envision the astonishment and delight on the faces of the four beautiful women when they beheld the newly procured axe at dawn. Thus, Kradling Su Mei. Howdah's thoughts wandered, and before he knew it, he drifted off to sleep once again. At dawn, Howdah remained in slumber while Su Mei awoke first. She found herself nestled comfortably in Howdah's embrace, and an involuntary gasp escaped her lips, her charming face instantly flushed with warmth. Fortunately, noticing that Howdah was still asleep, she gently extricated herself from his hold and lay beside him. Casting a glance at the still sleeping Cheyenne, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying, she perceived that they had not realized she had spent the night in Howdah's arms, and she felt a palpable sense of relief. With nothing pressing to occupy her, she continued to lie back with her eyes closed, seeking to rejuvenate her spirit. However, lying there exposed her to the chill of the morning air, and she couldn't help but think how much more comfortable it was to be cuddled up against Howdah. Yet, as this thought crossed her mind, her cheeks flushed once more. She had sensed a certain change in Howdah's demeanor during the night. Truly, he lived up to his name. Humph, that rogue, she scolded inwardly. After a short while, Qi Yingying, Cheyenne, Lu Yijiao, and Howdah all gradually roused from their slumber. Goodness, I nearly froze to death last night, Qi Yingying exclaimed. If the rescue team doesn't arrive today, I'll curse their ancestors. I hope they come soon. I could hardly bear the cold last night. Kiana did. We must remain optimistic and filled with hope. Lu Yijiao encouraged herself. Howdah stood up, moved aside several metal plates above them, and, wielding an axe, was the first to climb out. The four beautiful women followed suit. It's so cold, Su Mei exclaimed as soon as she emerged. Damn it, it's even colder up here than in the pit. Qi Yingying cursed. It looks like it might be a cloudy day, Cheyenne observed, gazing at the heavy clouds above. It might even rain, Lu Yijiao concurred. If it pours, we'll be drenched like drowned rats. Su Mei expressed her concern. Let's worry about the rain when it comes. Right now, I'm starving. Qi Ying remarked, instinctively glancing at Howda, who had been the one to manage their food and water situation yesterday. Upon looking at him, she noticed he was now holding a sharp axe. What the heck? Howda, where did you get that axe? Qi Ying exclaimed in surprise. Her outburst drew the attention of Su Mei, Che Yin, and Lu Yijiao, who also noticed the axe in his hands. I said I have superpowers. This axe appeared from thin air. Do you believe me? Howda replied with a smile. Do you really think we would? Che Yin retorted. If you can conjure something else right here, say a water bucket, then I might believe you, Lu Yijiao added. This ability of mine allows me to create only one item a day. Today I use it to make this axe, so my quota is already spent, Howda explained. Ha! Howda, you make it sound so convincing that I almost believe you. Qi Ying giggled. Everything I said is true. Howda replied with an innocent expression, wondering why no one believed him. Brother Howda, I believe you, Su Mei declared earnestly. Su Mei, you are far too naive. This guy is both a rogue and a trickster. I bet he just picked up that axe. Who would believe he conjured it out of thin air? Qi Ying responded with skepticism. Che Yin and Lu Yijiao clearly shared their disbelief, yet chose to remain silent for the moment. I firmly believe that Brother Hao's axe is a product of transformation. There are grounds for this assertion. Su Mei insisted, arguing her point. What grounds? Qi Ying retorted mockingly. Have you ever considered where Brother Hao obtained the fishing net he used to catch fish yesterday? Su Mei inquired in a delicate tone. Chapter 9. The ambiguity of competence upon Su Mei's inquiry. Qi Ying, Che Yin, and Lu Yijiao were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, where did that fishing net come from? Was it also scavenged? This is a deserted island. After all, one cannot expect to find such treasures lying about. Perhaps Howda is an avid fisherman, and he happened to have a fishing net tucked away in his pocket while flying. Qi Ying ventured to explain. Everything you say is valid. As long as you are content, Howda chuckled, not wishing to engage in further debate. The weather appears to be rather chilly today, and we are running low on dry wood for the fire. I shall go and chop down a tree of moderate size. I will accompany you. I can assist in carrying the tree, Su Mei exclaimed with enthusiasm. She was determined not to be a burden and wished to contribute in any way she could. We should all go. Che Yin and Lu Yijiao exchanged glances before agreeing. Only Qi Ying remained noncommittal. Aren't you afraid of venomous snakes? Well, we can stand at the edge of the woods while you fell the tree, and then we will help drag it back together, Su Mei suggested thoughtfully. Yes, that sounds like a splendid plan. Che Yin and Lu Yijiao applauded. Then I shall also lend a hand. Qi Ying chimed in with a smile. Let us set forth. Howda declared with a sweeping gesture, and thus the five of them marched robustly towards the woods. As the tree they were to fell would serve as firewood for warmth, everyone was imbued with a sense of purpose. The temperature felt approximately 10 degrees colder than the previous day, and without the warmth of a fire, the outdoor chill would be quite unbearable. Upon reaching the forest's edge, the four lovely ladies paused, clearly apprehensive of the potential presence of venomous snakes lurking amidst the tall grass. Howda, however, first used a long stick to probe the nearby foliage, ensuring the area was devoid of any snakes. He then selected a tree of moderate size and began to chop it down with a sharp axe. The choice of a tree neither too large nor too small was deliberate, as larger trees would be cumbersome to transport, while smaller ones would yield insufficient wood. The axe was exceptionally sharp and easy to wield. Before long, Howda had felled the tree. He then dragged it out of the woods, with the four ladies eagerly assisting, and together they transported the tree to the sand pile where the fire was situated. Howda then used the axe to chop the tree into manageable pieces of firewood, facilitating the process of burning. In a short while, the tree had transformed into a substantial pile of firewood, sufficient to last for at least 2 days of continuous burning. After the physical exertion of dragging the tree, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Ying all felt markedly hungrier, yet none dared to voice their discomfort, striving to endure in silence. Meanwhile, the rescue team had yet to make their presence known. After a brief respite, Howda rose and declared, I shall go to the stream to procure some fish and water. Brother Hao, would you like me to accompany you? Su Mei inquired, with Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying looking on. I can manage the venture on my own, Hao replied with a smile, and without further ado, he took up his long stick, axe, and small pot, striding confidently into the woods. Be careful, Brother Hao, the four ladies called after him. Rest assured, he waved his hand without turning back. He is now a person with the deserted island system, firmly believing that he will not perish so easily. Brother Hao is truly kind-hearted, willing to brave the dangers alone to catch fish and collect water, unwilling to let us share in the peril. After Brother Hao walked away, Su Mei Miao, sitting beside the bonfire on the beach, spoke with slightly moist eyes. Then you should offer yourself in return. Qi Yingying teased in response. Su Mei Diman silent, staring blankly at the fire. Feeling a bit bored, Qi Yingying glanced at the sky and remarked, "Look at all these clouds. It seems a heavy rain is imminent. When Brother Hao returns, let us venture into the woods to chop down some trees and drag them back, so we can quickly build a shelter that shields us from the wind and rain and provide a place to sleep," Che Yin suggested, also looking at the sky. How can we build a shelter on this beach? Lu Yijiao humbly inquired. By driving tree trunks deep into the sandy soil with axes. We can create an enclosed space, and then construct a roof with more trunks, laying some on the ground as well. That should suffice, Qi Yingying imagined. That will require quite a few trunks. We will need to fell many trees, Su Mei replied. The enclosed space formed by the trunks should be kept as small as possible, just enough for the 5 of us to perform basic activities, which will reduce the number of trunks needed, Che Yin added. The roof made from trunks will also need some clay to seal the gaps. Otherwise, we won't be able to keep the rain out during a downpour, Qi Yingying remarked. That sounds rather difficult. Su Mei pouted. Regardless of the difficulty, we must persevere. After all, Brother Hao is the main contributor, Che Yin stated. Lu Yijiao remained silent for the moment, contemplating whether, should the rescue team delay, she should seek an opportunity to establish a favorable rapport with Brother Hao, thereby ensuring he prioritizes her needs. Her thoughts of establishing a connection naturally revolved around the affairs between men and women. Having been a beautiful secretary to a company boss, she understood, well, that men have a penchant for such matters. With this thought, her normally strong desires intensified, and her long, delicate legs felt a tinge of heat, prompting her to instinctively press them together. Brother Hao returned rather smoothly this time, within an hour, bringing back 10 fish as large as those from yesterday, along with a small pot of water. Brother Hao, you are amazing, Qi Yingying exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the bounty of fish, nearly starving. Su Mei, Qian, and Lu Yijiao also praised Brother Hao for his remarkable skills. With a mischievous grin, Brother Hao thought to himself that the term remarkable could be interpreted in various ways. However, with all 4 beauties present, rather than just him and Su Mei as on the previous day, he refrained from making any playful remarks about his capabilities. Chapter 10. The advantages of Hao. The 5 individuals gathered around the fire, grilling fish and simmering fish soup. During this process, Che Yin took the initiative to discuss the construction of a shelter. Naturally, Hao supported the idea, suggesting that after they had their fill, they would venture into the forest to gather timber for their abode. Although the grilled fish and soup lacked salt, everyone felt a sense of contentment, given the circumstances. Merely having food and drink was enough. What more could one desire than sustenance? While it was true that prolonged abstinence from salt could lead to health issues, a day or two without it was hardly detrimental. Once they had satisfied their hunger and thirst, the 5 set forth with vigor towards the edge of the woods. The 4 enchanting ladies remained stationary, while Hao, wielding an axe, ventured into the forest to fell trees. He chopped down one tree after another, and amid the laborious exertion, he began to feel a pang of hunger, yet he persevered. Methodically, he dragged each fallen tree out and, with collective effort, they transported them to the beach where the fire pit was situated. Subsequently, Hao chopped each log into 2 or 3 segments, ensuring they were of uniform length and suitable size. He then drove these logs deep into the sandy earth, forming a small enclosure, complete with an entrance. Following this, he and the 4 lovely ladies placed additional logs atop the embedded ones to create a rudimentary shelter roof. Howda then made another trip into the woods, returning with clay and large banana leaves. He used the clay to seal the gaps between the logs and covered the top with the broad banana leaves, resulting in a makeshift roof that appeared quite adequate. Next, Howda, along with Su Mei, Che-yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying, laid down some logs on the floor of their shelter. Thus, the ground was no longer merely sandy but transformed into a wooden floor. Although sleeping on such logs felt somewhat peculiar, it was certainly an improvement over the previous night's slumber in a sandy pit. However, another challenge presented itself. It was difficult to relocate the fire pit into the shelter, rendering it impractical for warmth. To address this issue, Howda devised a plan to remove 2 of the outer logs and shift the fire pit onto the exposed sandy floor of the shelter. Given the thickness of the logs, they were unlikely to catch fire, making this arrangement feasible. Having completed these tasks, the 5 individuals felt utterly exhausted and reclined in a line, resting on the somewhat cramped yet serviceable wooden floor of their shelter. Suddenly, the sound of raindrops echoed from above. The rain had indeed begun to fall. The patter intensified, growing heavier, as a torrential downpour ensued outside. The true test of their shelter's integrity was about to unfold. Howda expressed a hint of anxiety. If it can't withstand the rain, we will surely be drenched. We will be like soaked chickens. Qi Yingying added. Let's hope it endures the test. Su Mei prayed earnestly. So far, it hasn't leaked. We should be fine, Che-yin observed while gazing at the shelter's ceiling. Fortunately, we constructed the shelter in time, or we would have been completely soaked. Lu Yijiao chimed in. Thank goodness for this axe. Without it, such a fine shelter would have been nothing but a dream. Aldahe market. Howda, I am beginning to believe that this axe is indeed conjured by you, exclaimed Qi Yingying. As long as you believe, that is sufficient, Howda replied nonchalantly. Tomorrow, when you transform something else, do it in front of everyone, Che-yin earnestly suggested. Absolutely, Howda readily agreed. What shall we transform tomorrow? Lu Yijiao inquired with keen interest. How about a helicopter? We could fly home in it. Qi Yingying proposed. A helicopter is quite large. It might be impossible to conjure, Howda speculated. Moreover, it must be capable of flying. We wouldn't want it to fall from the sky mid-flight. That would surely be fatal. I can pilot a helicopter, Qi Yingying asserted. Really? Che-yin glanced at her. Of course. I possess a flying license. Qi Yingying replied proudly. Impressive. I don't even have a driver's license for a car, Howda remarked. But you have your own advantages. Qi Yingying complimented. What advantages do I possess? Howda asked with great interest. You are indeed true to your name. Qi Yingying giggled. How do you know that, Howda? Have you experienced it? Lu Yijiao teased with a mischievous smile. I merely guessed, Qi Yingying admitted, also grinning. You two are quite ridiculous for discussing such matters. Qian teased. Meanwhile, Su Mei, her cheeks flushed, remained silent. She was, in fact, the first among the 4 beauties to ascertain that Howda lived up to his name, although she had yet to experience it herself. After all, she had spent an entire night embracing Howda. Howda chose not to dwell on this topic, as it lacked sophistication. Nevertheless, should any of the 4 beauties wish to explore whether he truly lived up to his name, he would undoubtedly be more than willing and find joy in the experience, leading to deepening feelings over time. Chapter 11. Chatting on a rainy day. Howda, what did you do before? After a moment, Qi Yingying sought to strike up a conversation again. Heavy rain poured outside, leaving them with little to do but chat. I worked various jobs, spent some time on an assembly line at a factory, then quit, took a month off, delivered takeout for a while, quit again, rested for another month, and then joined a small company doing sales. In short, I've been like a lowly laborer with no hope in sight. Howda reflected with a sense of melancholy. What level of education do you have? How did you end up in such a dire situation? Qi Yingying exclaimed, astonished. Just a diploma from a technical college. Alda replied, lacking confidência. Goodness, is that even considered an education? That qualification is practically akin to a brick. Most people end up doing manual labor. Qi Yingying chuckled in response. And what about you? What is your educational background? Howda asked, somewhat irked. I am currently pursuing an MBA and a doctoral degree at the prestigious Y Country Jiang University, Qi Yingying answered proudly. Ah, the privilege of a wealthy young lady. Howda retorted, a hint of jealousy in his tone. Oomph, I worked hard to get in, you know. Qi Yingying shot him a disdainful glance. She then turned to Che Yin. Che Yin, before you became a young entrepreneur, what was your educational background? I hold a bachelor's degree from a reputable domestic university. Che Yin replied with a smile. That is quite commendable. Qi Yingying remarked, subtly implying that, while Che Yan's education fell short of hers, it was still vastly superior to Hao Da's diploma. What about you, Lu Yijiao? What was your education before becoming a secretary? Qi Yingying inquired with keen interest. I also possess a bachelor's degree from second-tier university, Lu Yijiao responded with poise. That is acceptable, Qi Yingying commented. She then glanced at Su Mei, saying, Su Mei? Oh, I remember now. During your self-introduction yesterday, you mentioned you were a freshman at that university. I know the place. It's neither a 985 nor a 211 institution. Likely a second-tier school. Indeed, it's a second-tier university, Su Mei replied, maintaining her composure. Seeing that these four beautiful women all had impressive educational backgrounds, how couldn't he help but think, goodness, no wonder beautiful women today are increasingly audacious, and finding a wife is becoming more challenging for men. It seems they either graduated from prestigious foreign institutions or were cultivated by top-tier domestic universities. He contemplated how a young man like him, with merely a diploma, lacking a house or a car, and with little savings, could possibly survive in such circumstances. However, he quickly realized that among the five of them stranded on this deserted island, it was primarily his efforts, risking his life to fish and gather water, that sustained these four highly educated and attractive women. Additionally, his labor in cutting trees and constructing their shelter provided them with protection from the torrential rain. In that moment, Howda felt a surge of self-worth, realizing that his diploma did not diminish his value. He felt as if he had transformed from a mere underachiever into a figure of significance among the others. I believe that in this deserted island, education holds little relevance. If it weren't for Howda risking his life to fish and gather water, we four women would probably have been too weak to move due to hunger, Su Mei remarked, unable to contain her thoughts. Exactly. What does a diploma even matter? Howda is undoubtedly the most adept at survival in the present day, Lu Yijiao remarked objectively. Oh, you flatter me. I consider myself rather ordinary. Overwhelmed by the praise from two stunning beauties, Howda humbly brushed it off. In reality, there are indeed many capable individuals with only a college diploma. I have several in my company. Che Yin smiled as she spoke. I never claimed that a college diploma is inferior. Howda, I've enjoyed several fish you've caught. How could I dare to speak ill of you? It's merely a rainy day, so I thought we might chat. Noticing that Su Mei, Che Yin, and Lu Yijiao were all leaning towards Howda, Qi Yingying explained with a slightly awkward smile. Just don't forget to transfer me $1 million as a token of gratitude when you return. Howda replied grandly. That is a given. Qi Yingying's charming face was illuminated with generosity. For someone with a wealthy father, $1 million is merely pocket money for a month. The rain began to lessen. Lu Yijiao remarked, although we are warming ourselves, it still feels quite cold. Oh, right. Howda, could you transform one blanket? No. 5 down comforter for tomorrow? Would that be all right? Su Mei immediately pondered what would be most beneficial for the next day. If there are 5 down comforters, sleeping at night would undoubtedly be much more comfortable. Che Yin said with a look of yearning. With down comforters, sleeping in the nude would be even more delightful. Lu Yijiao's face beamed with excitement. Lu Yijiao, do you enjoy sleeping in the nude? I share that preference. Qi Yingying giggled. You two are quite audacious. Su Mei could not contain her amusement. I estimate I can only transform 1 down comforter tomorrow, as 5 would count as 5 separate items. However, I will first attempt to transform a helicopter. If I cannot manage that, I will then try for 5 down comforters, and if that fails, I should definitely be able to create 1 down comforter. Howda stated with a sense of planning. Howda, can you really conjure items out of thin air? Qi Yingying, unable to resist, gazed intently at him, seemingly trying to decipher any hint of falsehood in his expression. Of course, this ability suddenly manifested after I failed to spear fish in the creek yesterday. I transformed it into a fishing net, and This morning, I changed it into an axe. I can create one item each day, Howdah replied calmly. Goodness, we will have to rely on you from now on. I wonder when the rescue team of your ancestors will arrive. Until they do, we need to live comfortably, primarily relying on your ability to conjure items. Yes, tomorrow, I will aim for 5 down comforters. If 5 doesn't materialize, 1 will suffice. Chi Ying exclaimed excitedly. But how can 5 people share 1 down comforter? Qian suddenly interjected. We can all snuggle under it together. Lu Yijiao giggled. Ha! Howdah will surely have the time of his life squeezed between us 4 lovely ladies. Chi Ying chimed in with laughter. Then you two won't be able to sleep in the nude. Sumei teased. We could, just like last night, you could sleep next to Howdah, and Lu Yijiao and I could sleep in the nude. Chi Ying boldly suggested. Then I will join in on the nude sleeping. Since there is still a Sumei between me and Howdah, Yin joked. Sumei, you can't sleep in the nude, or else Howdah will. Chi Ying laughed joyously. Chi Ying, could you not be so frivolous? Sumei exclaimed, head anger palpable. We are stranded on this deserted island, on the verge of becoming savages. What is there to be serious about? Have you ever seen a savage dressed in clothes? Chi Ying retorted with an air of defiance. At least others have managed to cover their thighs with leaves. Sumei countered. I merely stated that we aren't wearing clothes, not that we aren't wearing trousers. Chi Ying continued to argue vehemently. As the tension between the two escalated, Yin intentionally interjected, speaking of clothing and trousers. It seems we haven't bathed or changed our clothes for 2 days. Indeed, I must admit, I feel a bit itchy. Lu Yijiao remarked with mild distaste as she sniffed her own skin. Now that you mention it, I am practically losing my mind. I used to bathe daily, sometimes twice a day, and now I haven't showered or washed my hair for 2 whole days. Thank goodness there are no mirrors around, or I wouldn't dare to look at myself. Chi Ying exclaimed in exasperation. Chapter 12. The conditions for upgrading if one wishes to bathe swiftly. There are indeed ways. Howdah suddenly proclaimed. What methods? Sumei, Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Chi Ying gazed at him with sparkling eyes. It must be said that the prospect of a quick bath, bringing them physical relief, was exceedingly tempting. I shall not venture to the stream. The peril of being bitten by a venomous snake or encountering a black bear is too great. I would rather forego bathing. Lu Yijiao quickly added, weighing the risks. And do not, how go, put yourself in danger time and again for our sake by fetching water from the stream. Sumei kaindi interjective. My suggestion is to dig a well at the edge of the forest, Howdah replied with a smile. By heavens, what a splendid idea. Why did I not think of it before? But we lack the tools to dig a well. Chi Ying exclaimed. Yes, tools are essential, such as a hoe. Typically, one must dig at least several meters down to find water, Yin noted. Therefore, after the downy quilt is transformed tomorrow, we shall need to procure a hoe the day after, Howdah responded. With a hoe to dig a well and water available, we will still require buckets to collect the water, Lu Yijiao pointed out. Thus, on the day after that, we must conjure a saw. With a saw, we can cut wood to fashion large and small barrels, Howdah replied. But how shall we heat water for bathing? A cold bath in this frigid weather is unbearable. Sumei remarked, that small pot cannot boil much water at once. Indeed, we also need to manifest a large iron pot capable of boiling a substantial amount of water. Howdah responded. But conjuring the large iron pot must wait until the day after tomorrow. Good heavens! If the rescue team has not arrived by then, our hopes of salvation will grow increasingly dim. Chi Ying could not help but exclaim. Let's not dwell on such thoughts until the rescue team arrives. We shall strive to make the best of each day and maintain our spirits. Yin said with optimism. Exactly. Sumei agreed. Complaining about fate resolves nothing. It is paramount to live in the moment and do our utmost now. Calculating the days until the rescue team arrives, Lu Yijiao frowned. At this rate, the soonest we can bathe in warm water is not until the day after tomorrow. It has already been 2 days since our last wash. Tomorrow will mark 3 days, the day after that 4, and the day after tomorrow 5 days. Goodness, 6 days without a bath. I shall surely become like a salted fish. Chi Ying exclaimed in despair. Speaking of fish, Yin could not help but mention I am feeling quite hungry. Then let us have an early lunch, chatting as we dine. Howda replied cheerfully. This morning, each person received 4 grilled fish to eat, along with a small pot of fish soup containing 1 fish. Now, there were still 5 fish remaining, sufficient to share another 4 grilled fish and a small pot of fish soup with 1 fish. Thus, the 5 of them energetically busied themselves, roasting fish and simmering fish soup by the fire at the edge of their shelter. Although they had already finished the fish soup in the morning and lacked water, the rain continued to fall outside, providing an opportunity to collect rainwater for the soup. Alas, if only we had a large iron pot. We could collect rainwater now to heat for bathing. Qi Ying suddenly realized this predicament. Indeed, if it rains tomorrow, it would be better to transform into a large iron pot first, and then into a down comforter the day after. Hao laughed heartily in response. How? If your ability to transform objects were to advance to the next level, allowing you to change at least 2 items a day, how delightful that would be. Lu Yijiao remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. I too wish to upgrade, but alas, it is not within my control, Hao replied. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a voice echoed in his mind. If 4 stunning beauties kiss you, the deserted island system will upgrade immediately. You will then be able to transform 2 items daily. Today's transformation will not be counted. Upon hearing this voice and its content, Hao was visibly taken aback, internally exclaiming in disbelief at the prospect of an actual upgrade. Yet, the method of upgrading was rather unorthodox. How could he possibly ask the 4 magnificent beauties around him for a kiss, despite his yearning for such an opportunity? How? Why does your expression suddenly seem so strange? Su Mei, who was seated to his right around the campfire, noticed his unusual demeanor and couldn't help but inquire. Could it be that your superpower has transmitted your thoughts aloud? Qi Ying teased with a smile. You guessed correctly. Hao glanced at her. Huh, so what did it say? Qi Ying laughed even more joyfully, clearly believing he was jesting. It revealed the method for an immediate upgrade, allowing me to transform 2 items daily, excluding today's transformation. Hao declared with a delightful expression. Is it truly that wonderful? This means that after the upgrade, today I could still transform 2 items. Both the down comforter and a large iron pot can be acquired. What is the method for the upgrade? Do tell. Lu Yijiao was evidently thrilled. My goodness, Lu Yijiao, do you genuinely believe what Hao just said about the upgrade? Qi Ying cast a peculiar glance at Lu Yijiao. Why not believe? Even if it's false, what harm is there? What if it is true? Lu Yijiao countered. Qi Ying was momentarily at a loss for words. What if it were true? Was that truly a valid rationale? Let us hear Hao describe the conditions for the upgrade, Che Yin suggested. Neither as excited as Lu Yijiao nor as skeptical as Qi Ying, adopting a stance of cautious curiosity. Su Mei, meanwhile, blinked her charming eyes at Hao, feeling that, based on her initial understanding of him, what he was saying now should indeed be true. I'm a bit embarrassed to disclose the method for the upgrade. Hao replied with an awkward smile. Oh my, the condition isn't that we all have to sleep with you, is it? Qi Ying blurted out. Qi Ying, what are you saying? Su Mei retorted, annoyed by her inappropriate suggestion. Che Yin and Lu Yijiao remained silent for the moment, simply observing how to see how he would proceed. The upgrade condition is that I must be kissed by 4 stunning beauties. 1 kiss from each. Hao, seeing that Qi Ying had already guessed, hastily revealed the correct answer. This is outrageous, Qi Ying exclaimed, if it turns out to be false. Wu and Tiwi 4 have suffered a great loss. The conditions I heard in my mind for the upgrade were precisely that, Hao asserted with conviction. Shall we give it a try? Lu Yijiao proposed. I have no objections. After all, I've already enjoyed several fish and water provided by Hao. Even if it means tricking me into kissing him, it would be of little consequence, Che Yin remarked. I have no objections. Brother, Hao has even saved my life. Su Mei exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with heat. My heavens, you all fell for it so quickly. It makes it impossible for me not to kiss him. Qi Ying, visibly agitated, suddenly had a spark of inspiration and said, Brother Hao, first promise me that if, after we all kiss you, your ability to transform does not upgrade, and you fail to conjure anything else today, you will submit to our whims. For instance, We might even resort to castration. Chapter 13. The temptation of a beauty Hao Dai readily acquiesced, buoyed by his confidence in the deserted island system. Moreover, he doubted that Qiang Ying would truly resort to such extreme measures against him. After all, the four exquisite women would still rely on him for fishing and sustenance. With Hao Dai's agreement, Qiang Ying found it difficult to oppose further, yet she turned to Su Mei, Che Yin, and Lu Yijiao, stating, "You go first. I shall be the last." Exchanging glances, Su Mei and Che Yin hesitated, prompting Lu Yijiao to assert, "Then I shall go first." Upon hearing this, Hao Dai thought to himself, "What does this sound like? Am I to be at their mercy?" Lu Yijiao's initiative was indeed thrilling. Lu Yijiao gracefully approached Hao Dai, crouching beside him, and pressed her delicate lips softly against his right cheek. An intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, while the gentle caress of her lips sent delightful shivers through his skin. His imagination wandered. He pondered the bliss of a more intimate kiss, yet recognized that such a tantalizing moment was improbable with everyone present. After the kiss, Lu Yijiao nonchalantly returned to her place, exuding a calm demeanor that spoke to her experience as a stunning secretary. She had previously contemplated the necessity of cultivating a rapport with Hao Dai, should rescue take too long, intending to ensure her safety and well-being by bestowing upon him the utmost joy of manhood. Next, Su Mei, blushing with fervor, leaned closer to Hao Dai, planting her own soft kiss upon another spot on his right cheek. He reveled in the fragrant aura that the youthful and charming Su Mei radiated, and the warmth of her lips brought forth a delightful, tingling sensation. Memories of their shared slumber the previous night, wrapped in her warmth, flooded his mind. Once Su Mei returned to her seat, her face still aflame, she feigned interest in the flickering fire, attempting to divert her thoughts. The recollection of being held by Hao Dai stirred feelings of exhilaration within her, igniting a warmth that coursed through her long, elegant legs, prompting her to focus intently on the flames before her. Now, it was the turn of the poised and captivating Che Yin. Much like Lu Yijiao, she approached with composure, crouching beside Hao Dai's left side. Leaning in, she pressed her own enticing lips against his left cheek. The exquisite fragrance of Che Yin enveloped him, paired with the delightful sensation of her kiss, igniting his imagination once more with thoughts of the pleasures they might share. Finally, it was the turn of the pampered heiress. Qiang Ying, observing the affection exchange between Lu Yijiao, Su Mei, and Che Yin, she felt compelled to partake in the intimate gesture as well. She rose and knelt beside Hao Dai, but instead of immediately kissing him, she gazed at his somewhat handsome profile and said, "Hao Dai, you're actually a bit charming. I like handsome men, so kissing you wouldn't be a loss for me. Consider it my way of flirting with you." After speaking, she leaned closer to his left ear and whispered something softly, then gently bit his ear with her petite, alluring lips. It must be said that her experience abroad infused her kiss with a unique flair. Su Mei observed that Qiang Ying, who had previously been reluctant to kiss Hao Dai, was now playfully kissing his ear, which left her feeling somewhat displeased. Fortunately, she did not hear the sweet, sultry words Qiang Ying had whispered to Hao Dai, or her anger would have intensified. What Qiang Ying had softly murmured was that as long as Hao Dai ensured her safety and comfort before the rescue team arrived, she would allow him to fully enjoy her delight. With a mischievous smile after teasing Hao Dai, Qiang Ying proudly returned to her original spot. Hao Dai was somewhat bewildered that the wealthy young lady, who had previously shunned him, was now uttering such flirtatious remarks. Yet, he also felt a thrilling excitement to fully enjoy her delight. Good heavens, this was beyond his wildest dreams. He suddenly realized that surviving the plane crash and ending up on this deserted island was, in fact, a fortunate turn of events for him. As the kiss concluded, Qiang Ying, who had just spoken so seductively, reverted to her spoiled demeanor and declared, "Now, Hao Dai, hurry and conjure something. If you can't, I'll have you castrated." Meanwhile, Su Mei, Che Yin, and Lu Yijiao regarded Hao Dai with keen interest. Having all kissed him, they naturally hoped he wouldn't deceive them. Furthermore, they all wished for him to conjure something useful immediately. What should I attempt to conjure first? A helicopter? The likelihood of that is slim. Hao Dai maintained a smile as he contemplated. Yes, Let's try that first. If that doesn't work, I'll attempt to conjure a large iron pot for boiling water for a bath. If even that fails, Qi Yingying displayed a fierce expression while speaking. Let us first try to conjure a helicopter, then a large iron pot. I concur. Lu Yijiao chimed in. Su Mei and Che Yin nodded in agreement, expressing their desire for those two items as well. Hao De replied affirmatively, then initiated the island system with his mind, attempting to conjure a helicopter first. With a helicopter, Qi Yingying could pilot it, and everyone could leave this deserted island and return to civilization. However, the island system showed no response to Hao Da's request for a helicopter, which was within his expectations, so he did not feel overly disappointed and instead tried to conjure a large iron pot. This time he succeeded. Suddenly, a sizable iron pot appeared beside the group gathered around the fire. Good heavens! He really conjured a large iron pot. Qi Yingying exclaimed excitedly. She hurried over to the pot, eagerly examining it with a gleeful demeanor. Su Mei, Che Yin, and Lu Yijiao approached the large iron pot with uncontainable excitement, giggling as they exclaimed how incredible it was that Hao De could conjure things out of thin air. The wonder of it all filled Hao De with a profound sense of accomplishment. Oh, with this large iron pot, we can boil water for a warm bath. Qi Yingying eagerly urged. Hao De, hurry up and take the pot outside to collect rainwater. In response to her command, Hao De felt no resentment. After all, she had playfully teased him countless times before, and he had grown accustomed to her affluent, spirited demeanor. Despite the pot's weight, Hao De, being robust and strong, effortlessly carried it to the sandy ground outside their shelter, where it began to collect rainwater at a surprisingly swift pace. Chapter 14. Each has its merits. A remarkably useful large iron pot has been conjured, significantly uplifting the spirits of this small team of 5. Soon, we shall enjoy a hot shower. It feels absolutely wonderful. 2 days without bathing is truly enough. Qi Yingying chuckled. How shall we bathe? Lu Yijiao replied playfully, immersing herself in the scenario. With no shower gel, no shampoo, and no washcloth, we can only stand beside the pot filled with warm water, undress, and pour the water directly over ourselves to wash. Yin added her thoughts. Well, this method of washing is still quite acceptable. Su Mei responded with a contented smile. By the way, Hao De, you previously mentioned that your ability to transform objects has upgraded, allowing you to change 2 items daily. And today's axe does not count. So, you can still transform 1 more item. Qi Yingying exclaimed with excitement. Yes, I should be able to change 1 more item, Hao De replied with a smile. I've tried transforming a helicopter several times, but to no avail. Next, I intend to create the down comforter that everyone has expressed a desire for. Yes, a down comforter. Ideally 5 of them. Sleeping at night will be delightful. Oh, I want to sleep naked, Lu Yijiao said somewhat provocatively. Let us first attempt to create 5 comforters. It's unlikely to succeed, but one should be manageable. Hao De chided Lu Yijiao about the warmth of her desire to sleep naked and objectively suggested, if we fail to create 5 comforters, let us aim for 1 particularly large one. Su Mei, sharp-witted as ever, proposed. Indeed, that is a splendid idea, Hao De praised. Thus, under the keen gazes of the 4 enchanting women, Hao De activated the island system with his thoughts, attempting to conjure 5 down comforters. But as expected, there was no response. After several attempts with no results, he then tried to create 1 especially large comforter. This time he succeeded. An exceptionally large down comforter materialized behind the 5, encircled by the campfire. Just how large was this comforter? It was large enough to not only comfortably cover all 5 individuals, but also, when folded into 2 layers, still provided ample coverage for them all. In other words, this comforter could serve as both a top and bottom layer, accommodating 5 people simultaneously. It was perfectly suited for Hao De and these 4 lovely ladies to snuggle together in warmth at night. Oh, a giant comforter has also appeared. After our bath, we shall wrap ourselves in it and catch up on sleep. Last night was utterly dreadful. I hardly slept at all. Qi Yingying quickly approached the comforter, eagerly exploring its texture. Hao De Ji, you're truly impressive. You've just summoned a large iron pot, and now you've produced such a grand comforter. Su Mei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she caressed the comforter. Tomorrow, we could transform 2 more items. I can hardly wait, Lu Yijiao said with a smile while touching the comforter. What shall we create tomorrow? Yin pondered, intrigued as she examined the comforter. I believe we should transform a hoe and a saw. The hoe could be used to dig a well at the edge of the woods. After all, once the rain stops, we cannot predict when it will rain again, so we must dig a well to ensure a stable supply of fresh water, Hada insightfully remarked. Then she remarked, the saw can be utilized to cut wood for crafting large and small barrels. The large barrel not only serves as a substantial water reservoir, but is also ideal for soaking in a hot bath. The smaller barrel can be used to store water or various other items, such as fish. Indeed, tomorrow, we shall transform into a hoe and a saw. Yin expressed her agreement. I adore the idea of using the saw to craft a large barrel for bathing, Ying said with a dreamy expression. The large iron pot outside should soon be filled with water. Lu Yijiao cast a flirtatious glance at Hada. I shall go and take a look. Hada smiled, rising to open the makeshift shelter's door, then brought in the heavy iron pot, which was nearly full of water, and placed it atop the fire that the ladies had quickly assembled with stones. Once the water warms up, we can bathe. This sizable pot holds enough for the 5 of us. Shu Mai chimed in. How will all 5 of us bathe together? Ying mischievously raised the topic. It is better to wash one by one, Yin suggested, as she was not accustomed to undressing completely in the presence of others, including other women. I'm fine with it, whether we wash one by one or all 4 of us beautiful ladies together. I can accept either option, Lu Yijiao boldly declared. I am open to bathing together with all 5 of us, including Hada, Ying proclaimed, even more boldly. Are you out of your mind, Ying? How could Hada bathe with the 4 of us women? That would be quite improper, Yin replied with a laugh. Let's not forget, Hada is currently a remarkable individual who can conjure 2 useful items from thin air every day, Ying reminded with a cheeky smile. Nonetheless, it would be quite embarrassing for him to bathe with us 4 women. Sume also expressed her opinion. Hada, however, remained silent, enjoying the melodious chatter of the 4 beautiful women discussing him. Given that Hada had previously felled numerous trees and split plenty of wood, there was enough firewood to last 2 days. Under these favorable conditions, the large iron pot of water heated quickly, though not excessively, making it suitable for a warm bath. Hada effortlessly carried the large pot of hot water to one end of the shelter. Although it was referred to as one end, it was not far from the fire, as the shelter itself was rather small. Following this, Ying and Lu Yijiao approached to wash first. Both were rather open-minded and did not mind bathing together, which also saved time. Although Hada stood with his back to Ying and Lu Yijiao, the thought of the young lady Ying and the beautiful secretary Lu Yijiao bathing just behind him stirred his imagination, recalling what Ying had whispered to him about fully experiencing her joy. If the alluring and graceful Lu Yijiao were to offer him a similar experience, he would likely be just as willing to accept. As Ying and Lu Yijiao washed, they occasionally burst into delightful laughter, presenting a greater challenge to the only man present, Hada, in terms of self-control. Eventually, Ying and Lu Yijiao finished their wash, feeling refreshed as they donned their clothes and returned to sit beside the fire like blooming water lilies. Next, it was Yan's turn to wash, as she preferred to bathe alone. Next, Sume continued to wash. She was also accustomed to bathing alone. Chapter 15. The dramatic change in the shelter after Yin and Sume finished their baths. It was naturally Hada's turn to wash up. Yet he did not rise immediately. Hada, why are you still not going to take a shower? After you finish, we can finally get some rest under the duvet, Ying urged. It's inconvenient for Hada to get up right now, Lu Yijiao remarked, as if she had guessed something, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Ah, you rogue, Ying quickly reacted, casting a glance at a certain part of Hada's body while playfully scolding him. It's perfectly normal for him to react, considering we 4 beautiful ladies are undressing behind him for a bath, Yin giggled. Meanwhile, Sume's cheeks flushed slightly. After a while, Hada, who could finally manage to stand, went to wash in the large iron pot, while Sume Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying sat in a row with their backs turned to him by the fire. However, shortly after Hauda had disrobed and begun bathing, Qi Yingying suddenly turned around to take a look. What the hell? Qi Yingying, what are you doing? Hauda exclaimed angrily, having caught her gaze. Oof. It's an honor for you that I peeked. Qi Yingying retorted defiantly. You gone too far, Qi Yingying. Sumei added indignantly. Sumei, you seem rather eager. It appears you genuinely like Hauda. Qi Yingying teased, but I just had a glimpse of him, indeed living up to his name. Seeing Qi Yingying's annoying attitude, Sumei felt an impulse to strike her. Noticing the tension in the air, Lu Yijiao attempted to ease the mood, saying, Qi Yingying is quite bold. To sneak a look at Hauda bathing in public. Get lost. No one is more brazen than you. Qi Yingying shot back with a smile. At least I didn't peek at Hauda while he was bathing. Lu Yijiao countered playfully. Ah, I've thought of a question, Qi Yingying said with a sly grin. What question? Lu Yijiao responded in perfect harmony. I was pondering if that rescue team doesn't arrive, we'll have to live on this deserted island indefinitely, but among us 5, 4 are women, and only Hauda is a man. So, whom will Hauda belong to? Qi Yingying asked with irreverence. That's simple. Each of us can have a day with Hauda every week, and he can rest for the remaining 3 days to regain his strength. Lu Yijiao replied with a laugh, then deliberately inquired of Che Yin and Sumei, what do you both think? I refuse to answer such a question. It's so dull. So maybe believe. Che Yin glanced at Lu Yijiao and then at Qi Yingying before saying something shocking. You two would only get him once a week, which probably isn't sufficient. Ha! Qi Yingying and Lu Yijiao laughed in unison, finding Che Yan's comment rather astute. And it was amidst this flirtatious atmosphere that Hauda completed his bath. Afterward, he took the large iron pot outside the shelter, first washing it with rainwater, then placing it on the ground to collect more rainwater. Seizing such a splendid opportunity to gather fresh water from the heavens was a must. Meanwhile, Sumei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying, who had not slept well in the sandy pit the night before, quickly burrowed into the oversized duvet for a collective nap. Hauda too felt an urge to catch up on sleep, as it was raining outside, making it inconvenient to fish, and there was little else to occupy his time. However, he felt somewhat embarrassed to slip into the warm embrace of the 4 beautiful women who were peacefully slumbering. He noticed that they had cast aside their outer garments and trousers, implying that while none were entirely undraped, they were evidently clad in minimal attire beneath the covers. Had it been night, he might have confidently joined them under the same blanket, especially since it was a down comforter he had conjured himself. Yet in the broad daylight, he lacked the courage to intrude upon their rest. Feeling somewhat drowsy and rather bored, he chose to recline on the wooden floor beside the fire, where he soon drifted into a cozy slumber. After approximately an hour, Hauda awoke, his spirits evidently rejuvenated by the brief respite. Meanwhile, Sumei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying remained ensconced in the down comforter, their delicate faces appearing blissfully serene in their slumber. Hauda pushed open the shelter door to glance outside, discovering that while the rain persisted, it had considerably lessened, now merely a gentle drizzle. Such light rain would hardly impede travel. Thus, he resolved to venture to the stream to procure some fish, lest the 5 of them face a lack of sustenance come evening. Equipped with an axe and a sturdy stick, he secured the shelter door and set off. Upon reaching the stream, he mused that he had ample time, with several hours until dinner, and decided to linger longer to catch more fish, thereby reducing the number of trips required and minimizing the risk of encountering venomous snakes or black bears. Through his diligent efforts, he successfully netted a total of 30 fish, feeling satisfied as he prepared to conclude his task. Unbeknownst to him, a dramatic shift was unfolding back at the shelter. Emerging from the shadows were 2 men and 2 women, who seized control of the shelter, overpowering Sumei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying, who remained blissfully asleep in their warm cocoon. The sudden intrusion of the 2 imposing, fierce-looking men instilled a palpable fear in the women, who speculated that had the men not been accompanied by 2 attractive young women, they might have resorted to violence against the 4 beautiful ladies. They pondered, where could Hauda have gone? Yet, even if he were present, he would likely find himself outmatched by the 2 larger men. The atmosphere grew tense when Che Yin boldly addressed the newcomers, inquiring, "Are you also survivors from that plane crash? I believe I saw you on board." "Indeed, I have a recollection as well," Lu Yijiao chimed in. "Since we are all survivors, why complicate matters further? Spare us your attempts at camaraderie. We are marooned on this deserted island. Strength determines leadership," growled one of the men who sported a buzz cut. He was Sun Quan, in his 30s, a man accustomed to the rough edges of society prior to being stranded. The other man, named Li Longbao, also in his 30s, was a fitness instructor before finding himself on this forsaken isle. The two young women accompanying them were Lu Hui, aged 23, who had been a live streamer, and Hua Jiaoqian, aged 25, a former bank employee. Car Yan's earlier conjecture proved accurate. These four individuals are indeed survivors of the ill-fated aircraft. However, they descended upon this desolate isle in a different location just yesterday, a place not far from here. It is noteworthy that last night, Sun Quan and Li Longbao resorted to violence, assaulting their female companions, El Hui and Hua Jiaoqian, compelling them to remain in their team. One cannot help but remark that individuals like Sun Quan and Li Longbao, whose intrinsic nature is far from virtuous, exhibit their distorted humanity in full display when confronted with dire situations, such as a plane crash leading to stranding on a deserted island. Vailhao da Sumei and others aim to unite in solidarity to endure hardships and await rescue. These two nefarious individuals first perpetrated heinous acts against their attractive female teammates and have now encroached upon this location, seeking to dominate Su Mei and her companions with intentions to seize the makeshift shelter and all its resources, including down blankets, large cooking pots, and firewood. Chapter 16. The battle without retreat. Is there at least one man still here? Where could they have gone? Sun Quan's expression was grim as he gazed at Su Mei. Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Shi Yingying, who had donned their clothing yet remained ensconced beneath the down blanket. Li Longbao also glared at them with malice. Although the beauty of these four women stirred lust within Sun Quan and Li Longbao, it was evident that they wished to deal with the potential presence of one or more men in their midst before indulging themselves with the women. Their suspicion of additional males stemmed from the sheer physical effort required to construct such a shelter. It was implausible that merely these four women could achieve it. "It is just us four," Che Yin replied coolly. "You must be joking. With just the four of you, can you truly have built this shelter?" Sun Quan scoffed. "What of it? Can't women construct a shelter?" Sumedi Tortiv. Observing Che Yin's steadfastness in not betraying Howda, she felt compelled to stand firm as well. "You harlots, hurry and divulge the whereabouts of your male companions, or do not blame me for my rudeness." Li Longbao Shota. "Indeed, it is just the four of us," Shi Yingying asserted. "There are truly no others," Lu Yijiao added. The unwavering resolve of the women brought a sense of comfort to Su Mei and Che Yin. The four enchanting beauties were acutely aware that, in their current predicament, only Howda could potentially rescue them. Their best strategy to assist him was to withhold his existence, rendering the two men unable to ascertain Howda's whereabouts, thus granting him the opportunity to turn the tide and save them. Despite their loyalty to Howda, Sun Quan and Li Longbao remained poised by the shelter's entrance, waiting for the possible return of any men to execute a surprise attack. Though anxious, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Shi Yingying found themselves with little alternative. Meanwhile, Lu Hui and Hua Jiaoqian, who had accompanied Sun Quan and Li Longbao, appeared detached as they warmed themselves by the fire, having been violated by the two men the previous night and now forced to remain with them. They felt a numbing resignation. Howda meticulously handled 30 fish, and it is worth noting that as he cleaned them, a sly smile played upon his lips as he collected all the fish roe, the significance of which was clear to those who understood. He then set off, carrying the 30 fish along with an axe and a long wooden stick, retracing his steps back to the shelter. Although a light rain continued to fall, it barely affected him. Instead, it imparted a refreshing sensation as he walked. Upon emerging from the woods and reaching the beach, Howda spotted the shelter, imagining the four beauties still comfortably nestled in their blankets. A feeling akin to returning home washed over him, as if they were all his beloved wives, and he their shared husband. This thought deepened the mischievous smile on Hao Da's face, unaware that the situation within the shelter had drastically changed. Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying had already been captured, while two brutish men stood on either side of the shack door, each wielding a thick wooden club, poised to launch a vicious ambush upon the return of their prey. Before long, Hao Da approached within approximately 5 meters of the shack. The distant sound of crashing waves masked his footsteps, allowing the 4 exquisite beauties within to remain oblivious to his approach. However, Sun Quan and Li Longbao, the 2 miscreants, had spotted him through the gaps between the trees at their standing positions. Upon realizing that only Hao Da was approaching, malicious grins spread across their faces, as they conspired to eliminate him together. Not only would the shack become their domain, but the lovely Su Mei and her companions would also fall into their hands, ripe for their wicked desires. Hao Da continued toward the shack, completely unaware of the danger lurking. Just as he was about to push the door open, Sun Quan and Li Longbao prepared to strike with their clubs. Suddenly, the 4 beauties shouted in unison, "Be careful!" Hao Da, with 1 foot already inside, reacted swiftly and retreated. Just as he did, the club swung violently at the spot he had just vacated. Had it not been for the timely warning from the 4 ladies and his quick reflexes, he might have suffered a grievous blow to the head, potentially fatal or, at the very least, severely injurious. Realizing their ambush had failed, Sun Quan and Li Longbao rushed forward, each wielding their clubs with malicious intent, surrounding Hao Da from either side. In response, Hao Da decisively discarded his fishing net and long stick, gripping a sharp axe tightly in his right hand, his gaze icy as he faced the 2 menacing figures. Hao Da understood that if he were to lose this battle, it could very well mean his demise, along with a terrible fate for Su Mei and the other beauties. Thus, he could not afford to be defeated. The 2 men, with their snake-like eyes, were slightly taller and stronger than him, and their numerical advantage placed him at a clear disadvantage, especially since he had no prior experience in combat. His only advantage lay in his weapon. While his foes each wielded a club about 1 meter long, he held a formidable axe. It was evident that the axe possessed greater lethality. A blow from a club might only cause pain if it did not strike a vital area, whereas an axe could yield devastating consequences. This realization instilled a measure of confidence in Hao Da, compelling him to remain stationary, fixated on the 2 adversaries who stood a little over 1 meter away from him. Seeing that Hao Da did not initiate an attack, and being somewhat intimidated by the axe in his hand, Sun Quan and Li Longbao hesitated to strike. The standoff persisted until Li Longbao, unable to contain himself any longer, thought of the bliss that awaited him after dispatching Hao Da and suddenly lunged forward, swinging his club at him with fierce intent. Almost simultaneously, Sun Quan struck fiercely at Hao Da from another direction with a stick. It must be said that these 2 avian figures demonstrated a remarkable synergy. Meanwhile, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying, who had hastily donned long trousers in the nest, each picked up a hefty wooden stick and stood outside the nest to observe the unfolding scene. They watched with trepidation as Sun Quan and Li Longbao swung their thick sticks with force toward Hao Da from 2 separate angles, their hearts filled with concern for Hao Da's safety. Chapter 17. El Hui and Hoi Jiao Qian as 2 ferocious blows approached from opposing directions. Hao Da swiftly maneuvered to evade them. Simultaneously, he unleashed a powerful axe swing towards Li Longbao. The explosive force of this strike was unparalleled, reaching the pinnacle of his current speed, and thus it struck true. The axe found its mark on Li Longbao's left shoulder. Ah! Li Longbao let out a piercing cry, his expression contorted in agony. With a fierce determination, Hao Da prepared to withdraw the axe embedded in Li Longbao's shoulder. At that moment, Sun Quan lunged at him from behind, his right arm bulging with veins as he sought to strangle Hao Da. Without hesitation, Hao Da halted his attempt to extract the axe and delivered a powerful elbow strike to Sun Quan's arm. The pain caused Sun Quan to instinctively loosen his grip, allowing Hao Da to break free and engage him in a fierce struggle. Observing that Hao Da had severely injured Li Longbao and was now locked in an intense confrontation with Sun Quan, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao and Qi Ying exchanged glances, each grasping a sturdy wooden stick, ready to assist Hao De in vanquishing their foes. Suddenly, Hui and Hua Jiao Qian surged forward, with Hua Jiao Qian reaching Li Longbao first, who was now seated on the ground, his face twisted in pain. Coldly, she forcefully extracted the axe from his shoulder. The four women initially speculated that Hui and Hua Jiao Qian aimed to seize the axe to attack Hao De. They rushed forward with their wooden clubs, only to witness Hui swinging the axe towards the blood-soaked shoulder of the injured Li Longbao. It was revealed that she sought vengeance for the assault Li Longbao had inflicted upon her the previous night. Realizing Hui's lethal intent, Li Longbao, despite the excruciating pain in his shoulder, scrambled away, crying out in fear as he instinctively tapped into his survival instincts to escape. At that moment, Hua Jiao Qian seized the axe from Hui, intent on avenging the assault she had endured from Sun Quan the night before. Owever, Sumei, Qian, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Ying had already surrounded the two women, each wielding a wooden stick. Although they had witnessed Hui's intention to slay Li Longbao, who had fled in fear, they decided to encircle Hui and Hua Jiao Qian for caution's sake. "I want to slay that scoundrel," Hua Jiao Qian declared, pointing with her left hand at Sun Quan, who was currently overpowering Hao De on the ground. "First, hand over the axe to me," Qi Ying asserted, her tone brooking no argument. She and the others shared the same apprehension. They could not yet ascertain whether Hua Jiao Qian was friend or foe. Trusting her words alone could prove perilous. What if she turned the axe on Hao De instead of Sun Quan? Hua Jiao Qian hesitated for but a moment before reversing the axe, extending the handle towards Qi Ying. Receiving the axe, Qi Ying nodded in acknowledgement. Gripping it firmly in her right hand, she cautiously approached the fray where Sun Quan and Hao De were locked in a fierce struggle. Su Mei and the others held their breath, their hearts racing as they watched Qi Ying inch closer to the battleground. They all understood the gravity of her daring act. Should she fail to strike Sun Quan and allow him to seize the axe, Qi Ying would likely face dire consequences. However, if no one comes to aid Hao De at this moment, his chances of victory are rather slim. Although he temporarily turned the tide and managed to pin Sun Quan beneath him, it wasn't long before Sun Quan retaliated, throwing him back to the ground and unleashing a furious barrage of blows. Qian Ying, with light footsteps, approached just as Sun Quan was straddling the fallen Hao De, hurling curses and raining down punches upon him. Hao De, lying on the ground, desperately defended himself against the relentless onslaught of Sun Quan's fists. At that moment, Sun Quan had his back turned to Qian Ying, consumed by the chaos of their struggle, nearly oblivious to anyone else's presence. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Ying decisively swung her axe towards Sun Quan with a fierce expression. A chilling thud echoed as the axe embedded itself into Sun Quan's back. With a howl of agony, he recoiled, and Qian Ying swiftly withdrew her axe, blood splattering across her. Sun Quan, in a frenzy, sprang to his feet, blood gushing from his back, and fled towards the woods, disappearing from sight in an instant. "Ying, you are quite fierce," Hao De remarked, observing Sun Quan's retreat. The one who had been struck by the axe had vanished as well, prompting him to smile at Qian Ying. "Hao De, your combat prowess leaves much to be desired. How else will you protect so many beautiful ladies?" Qian Ying teased in response. "I shall improve as swiftly as possible," Hao De humbly declared. "Well, it seems we have finally weathered the storm. Are you all right, Hao De?" Su Mei, Che Yin, and Lu Yijiao hurried over, their faces etched with concern. "I'm fine, as long as you are all safe," Hao De replied with a smile. "They just chased away another birdman." Che Yin pointed to Lu Hui and Hua Jiao Qian, who stood nearby. They must have been coerced by those two birdmen. Indeed, Hao De nodded, then approached Lu Hui and Hua Jiao Qian. "We would like to join your team, if that is agreeable." Lu Hui spoke up earnestly. "I have no objections," Hao De replied with a smile, glancing at Qian Ying and the others. "Welcome aboard." Qian Ying beamed. "Welcome, Su Mei, Qian, and Liu Yijiao echoed cheerfully. After witnessing Lu Hui's boldness in fending off Li Longbao with an axe, Hua Jiao Qian unhesitatingly handed her axe to Qian Ying, solidifying their camaraderie in battle. Thus, with a cautious glance around for any lingering threats, Hauda and the group of ladies made their way to the makeshift shelter, gathering around the fire to warm themselves. How'd it go? Do you think those birdmen might return? Perhaps at night? Sume expressed her concern. Each received a blow from an axe. And given the lack of medical supplies on this desolate island, infection is likely to take its toll. Hauda assessed objectively. Even if those birdmen avoid infection, they probably won't dare return in the near future. Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant, Qiang Ying asserted, her voice carrying significant weight after her decisive strike against Sun Quan, which had secured their victory against the external threat. Undoubtedly, the greatest contributor to this battle was Hauda. Had he not severely injured Li Longbao with his axe and subsequently engaged in a stalemate with Sun Quan, Qi Yingying would not even have had the opportunity to strike Sun Quan from behind. Before the rescue team arrives, it is imperative that we take turns keeping watch tonight, suggested Che Yin. Indeed, the idea of watch-keeping is excellent. Su Mei and Lu Yijiao immediately expressed their support. Each night, 2 individuals shall remain vigilant. For instance, one person will keep watch until 2 in the morning, then awaken the other, who will take over until dawn, at which point they will rouse the group. Propose how to 6 enchanting beauties. Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, and Hua Jiao Qian all voiced their approval. Excellent. Now let us prepare dinner. This afternoon, I brought 30 fish. Let us commence with grilling the fish and making fish soup. Hauda declared with great enthusiasm. Oh, dinner preparations are underway. The group of beauties cheered with excitement. The newly joined Lu Hui and Hua Jiaoqian felt immensely fortunate. Witnessing the camaraderie within the team and recognizing the exceptional character of the only male member, Hauda, they rejoiced not only in their escape from the clutches of the 2 beasts, Sun Quan and Li Longbao, but also in their inclusion in such a splendid team. Chapter 18. Further upgrades. After a while, Hauda and the enchanting ladies had each grilled their own fish, and the small pot over the fire had yielded a fragrant fish soup. The air in the shelter was filled with the delightful aromas of roasted fish and savory broth. The group engaged in lively conversation as they savored their meal. If only we had some salt, the flavor of the fish and soup would be enhanced. Hauda remarked. Indeed, there is salt in the sea, but the salt derived from boiling seawater is coarse and carries a bitter taste with impurities, Che Yin explained. Coarse salt can be further refined into fine salt, albeit through a rather cumbersome process, Qi Yingying added. At present, I am content with the roasted fish and soup we have. If it's a little bland, so be it. Su Mei chimed in. How splendid it would be if Hao Da's transformation ability could level up again today. Excluding what has already been transformed, he could instantly change 3 more items. Lu Yijiao mused dreamily. The newly joined LV Hui and Hua Jiaoqian, intrigued by Lu Yijiao's words, inquired about the nature of this transformation ability. Su Mei and the others eagerly provided explanations, leaving them both astonished and somewhat incredulous. I too wish to continue leveling up, but having already leveled up once today, desiring more feels a bit greedy, Hauda chuckled in response. However, just as he finished speaking, a voice echoed in his mind, originating from the deserted island system, informing him that if he were to engage with a beautiful lady, after which he would level up once more, each day, he could transform 3 items, excluding those already transformed today. As the implications of this voice sank in, Hauda appeared bewildered, while internally exclaiming with astonishment. The system's demands had become increasingly outrageous. Previously, the requirement for leveling up was merely a kiss from each of the 4 beauties, and now it directly necessitated an encounter with one. Hauda, why does your expression seem so peculiar? Is your transformation ability once again related to a mental communication for leveling up? Qi Yingying observed keenly. You guessed correctly. Hauda replied. Really? Another chance to level up? 3 items each day. And today, as transformations don't count? Lu Yijiao asked excitedly. Indeed, Hauda answered succinctly. What are the conditions for this upgrade? Qian inquired, maintaining el composure. If I reveal it, I fear you might strike me, Hauda retorted. Oh my. Previously, the condition was a kiss from each of the 4 beauties. This time, it can't possibly mean. All of them must sleep with you, right? Qi Yingying exclaimed, unable to contain herself. Su Mei and the others gazed intently at Howda, for the allure of transforming 3 more items today was immensely compelling. Thus, the specifics of the upgrade conditions held great significance. It's not all. It simply requires one beautiful lady too, and my transformation ability will immediately ascend another level. Each day, I can transform 3 items, excluding those already transformed today. Howda replied objectively. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Qi Ying exclaimed repeatedly, unable to restrain her shock. Howda, your transformation ability is quite the rogue talent. Conclusion drawn. Lu Yijiao giggled. Su Mei, however, remained silent, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Che Yin appeared deep in thought, as if pondering whether any beauty would indeed be willing to engage with Howda, thereby enhancing his transformation abilities. Lu Hui and Hua Jiao Qian bore expressions of complexity on their delicate faces, both contemplating how they had initially perceived Howda as a good person, only to discover his rather frivolous nature. It was rather audacious of him to suggest that the condition for upgrading his transformation capabilities hinged upon the presence of a beauty with him. Clearly, they remained skeptical of Howda's previous assertion. If the conditions for upgrading were as stated, those who believed in them would certainly find it advantageous, while those who did not might be reluctant to see 3 new items manifested today. Nonetheless, it was understandable. I would not compel anyone. After all, I had already conjured a hatchet, a large iron pot, and an oversized down comforter, which left me feeling rather content, Howda stated earnestly. Then who shall take the lead this time? Lu Yijiao inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Wow, Lu Yijiao, you genuinely wish to participate? Qi Ying teased playfully. If the rescue team does not arrive soon, the 6 of us stunning beauties will inevitably succumb to the temptation of sharing a bed with Howda. If we can still manifest 3 splendid items, why not seize the opportunity? Lu Yijiao retorted with a mischievous grin. Su Mei, Qi Ying, Yan, Lu Hui, Hua Jiao Qian. Let's first discuss what 3 items we each wish Howda to create, and then we can assess whether the allure is compelling enough, Qi Ying suggested, shifting her focus. Noticing that both Lu Yijiao and Qi Ying evidently harbored intentions of sharing a bed with Howda, while Su Mei and Che Yin showed no overt dissent, Lu Hui and Hua Jiaoqian were unable to suppress their astonishment. Did they truly believe in the rogue's claims of upgrading? This team was utterly wild. I wished for Howda to conjure a large mirror, a substantial bottle of body wash, and a new set of undergarments. Then I shall enjoy a hot bath with the body wash and admire myself in the grand mirror. Lu Yijiao exclaimed, her face alight with longing. It must be said, Lu Yijiao vividly showcased the innate vanity of a beautiful woman. Have you all actually taken hot baths here? Lu Hui and Hua Jiao Qian asked in disbelief. Indeed, this morning, Howda's transformation abilities reached a new level, allowing him to create a large iron pot and that oversized down comforter. We collected rainwater in the pot to heat it, thus enjoying our hot baths. Qi Ying replied with a smile. Can we also indulge in a hot bath? Lu Hui and Hua Jiao Qian eagerly glanced at Qi Ying and the other beauties, then turned their gaze to Howda. It's pouring outside again, and we have ample fresh water. You may certainly enjoy a hot bath. We can simply heat more water in the large iron pot. Howda replied readily, rising to place the pot filled with rainwater over the fire to boil. Thank you, Howda. Lu Hui and Hua Jiao Qian expressed their heartfelt gratitude. They were exceedingly eager to cleanse themselves. Seeing Howda's enthusiastic agreement, they immediately softened their stance regarding his rather audacious conditions for upgrading his transformation abilities. Following Lu Hui and Hua Jiao Qian's brief intermission concerning their desire for hot baths, the discussion regarding which 3 items they wished Howda to create resumed. I wish to transform a hoe suitable for digging wells, a saw capable of cutting wood for barrels and beds, and a luxuriously oversized down comforter. Su Mei expressed her practical ideas. Su Mei's thoughts mirror my own. Howda smiled faintly in response. Su Mei, her cheeks flushed, glanced at him without further comment. Goodness, you two are exchanging glances, sharing similar thoughts on transformation. Why not just retire to bed together and upgrade? Qi Yingying couldn't help but exclaim. Absolutely. Howda eagerly agreed, turning his gaze towards Su Mei. For the sake of upgrading, I have no objections, Su Mei coyly replied. Oh, you two scandalous lovers. Qi Yingying, noticing the instant rapport between Howda and Su Mei, feigned irritation. No, I must compete, Lu Yijiao suddenly declared, a hint of urgency in her voice. Chapter 19. The Joy of Being a Man. Rock, paper, scissors. A single round to determine the victor. Su Mei retorted, unwilling to concede. All right. With Su Mei's agreement to engage in this competition, Lu Yijiao felt a surge of delight. In her eyes, this game, primarily reliant on luck, afforded her a 50% chance of triumph. El Hui and Hua Jiao Qian observed in bewilderment, pondering the absurdity of two stunning beauties competing for the attention of the only male present. How were they truly that desperate? Che Yin maintained a calm demeanor, watching the contest unfold as if she had anticipated this scenario. Meanwhile, Qi Yingying's expression was one of complexity. She had initially intended to join the fray immediately, but reconsidered, deciding it wiser to wait until Su Mei and Lu Yijiao settled their contest before making her move. As Howda assumed the role of judge, he announced 3, 2, 1, begin. At once, Lu Yijiao and Su Mei revealed their hands from behind their backs. Lu Yijiao presented a fist, while Su Mei displayed a sheet of paper. Su Mei emerged victorious. Though Lu Yijiao felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon losing, she refrained from voicing her discontent, striving to maintain her composure as she sat down. Su Mei cast a flirtatious glance at Howda, suggesting they could retreat to the warmth of the down comforter. Howda, suppressing his excitement, returned her smile. And just as they were about to make their way to the comforter, Qi Yingying interjected, I wish to compete as well. Howda, somewhat taken aback by his newfound desirability, was surprised. Su Mei regarded Qi Yingying and replied with a smile. Let us stick with rock, paper, scissors. 1 round to determine the winner. Agreed. Qi Yingying concurred, feeling she too possessed a 50% chance of victory. However, unbeknownst to both her and Lu Yijiao, their chances were non-existent. For earlier, when Howda had mentioned the rather audacious conditions for the next round, a voice had echoed in Su Mei's mind, revealing that she had acquired prophetic abilities, granting her insight into the outcome of events 5 seconds in advance. Thus, when she and Lu Yijiao engaged in their game, even as the referee had counted down, she had already foreseen Lu Yijiao's choice of fist, leading her to opt for paper. Consequently, her foresight ensured her victory. With this newfound ability, when Qi Yingying stood to challenge her, Su Mei readily accepted. Again, Howda officiated, calling out 3, 2, 1, begin. Both Su Mei and Qi Yingying simultaneously revealed their choices. Qi Yingying chose scissors, while Su Mei opted for a fist. Once more, Su Mei triumphed. Qi Yingying, naturally displeased with her defeat, remained silent as she returned to her seat, her expression devoid of emotion. Su Mei then glanced at Yan, Lui, and Hua Jiao Qian, who had yet to challenge her. Noticing no further intentions to compete, she and Howda proceeded to the cozy sanctum of the down comforter. Enveloped in warmth and relative privacy. Outside, the rain continued to pour, leaving Che Yin and the others unable to venture out, thus confining Howda and Su Mei to the same space with them. Fortunately, the comforter provided a modicum of concealment. Otherwise, one could only rely on Che Yin and the others, who were turned away, basking in the warmth of the fire, while Howda and Su Mei remained exposed to the elements. The two of them might not necessarily engage in such activities, and even if they did, their focus would be significantly impaired, rendering the experience less enjoyable. El Hui and Hua Jiao Qian, having been victimized by the two brutes, Sun Kuang and Li Longbao, the previous night, were now solely preoccupied with the thought of taking a hot shower after Howda and Su Mei finished, desperately wishing to cleanse themselves. After a considerable time, the soft gasps of Su Mei beneath the down comforter finally ceased. Howda quickly composed himself, donned his clothing, and approached, settling beside the fire. Su Mei, having exhausted herself, succumbed to slumber within the comforter to recuperate. Lu Yijiao and Qi Yingying exchanged glances with Howda, their expressions tinged with complexity, as if he had betrayed them. Howda endeavored to maintain a facade of calmness while relishing the profound pleasure of manhood evoked by the youthful and alluring Sumei. Howda, could you assist us in bringing that large pot of hot water over here? We wish to bathe, El Hui and Hua Jiao Qian implored earnestly. It's a mere trifle, Howda replied with a smile, pulling his thoughts back to the present. He then rose and transported the large pot of water from the fire to a spot somewhat distant from Sumei's slumbering form. He returned to the fire, turning his back to facilitate El Hui and Hua Jiao Qian as they disrobed for their bath. Howda, have you leveled up yet? Che, Ian inquired suddenly. I have. I can now transform objects, Howda replied. Transform into what? Qi Ying, momentarily diverting her thoughts from Howda and Sumei, asked. Into what I mentioned before, a hoe for digging wells, a saw for crafting wooden barrels and beds, and an extra large down comforter, Howda answered. Wait, regarding the hoe, could you perhaps transform a drilling machine instead? It would be far more efficient for well excavation, Lu Yijiao suggested. Her attention diverted from Howda and Sumei. A drilling machine? That's a splendid idea. But even if we could create one, it wouldn't operate without power. Che Yin interjected. Then let us attempt to create a drilling machine equipped with a nuclear-powered, high-capacity energy source. Qi Ying added, letting her imagination flourish. I'll give it a try, Howda replied objectively. Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Ying gazed at him intently. Meanwhile, El Hui and Hua Jiao Qian had already disrobed not far behind Howda, bathing in the hot water by the large pot. Sumei lay nestled in the warm down comforter, radiating an aura of exquisite satisfaction as she joyfully reminisced about the splendid experience she had just shared with Howda, gradually succumbing to sleep. Chapter 20. Beautiful and flirtatious Howda initiated the transformation of the upgraded island system, attempting to create a powerful drilling machine equipped with nuclear energy. Initially, he held little hope for this endeavor, considering the complexity of the desired object. However, to his astonishment, upon his attempt, a new item materialized beside him. The stunning beauties, including Che Yin, also witnessed this miraculous occurrence. Wow, it actually worked, Qi Ying exclaimed in excitement, eagerly approaching the newly formed object for a closer inspection. Howda and the others gazed at the creation. Is this truly a nuclear-powered drilling machine? It doesn't seem particularly large. Can it really bore a water well? Lu Yijiao questioned, her brow furrowed in doubt. Either it wouldn't manifest at all, or since Howda has successfully created it, I believe it should be capable of drilling a well, Che Yin asserted. It's still raining outside. We'll know for certain once the rain stops. Howda replied with a smile. Not only was it raining, but two other enchanting beauties, Lu Hui and Hua Jiao Qian, were not far behind him, bathing in the open. Thus, it was inconvenient for him to turn around and step outside. Having just savored the exquisite taste of companionship with Sumei, Howda's thoughts drifted to the alluring figures of Lu Hui and Hua Jiao Qian, igniting a flicker of desire within him, which he promptly suppressed. Let us shift our focus to transforming something else today, Howda suggested. Since we successfully created a nuclear-powered drilling machine, why not attempt to manifest a helicopter? Qi Ying proposed excitedly. With a helicopter, we won't have to endure a 2-day wait for the rescue team, who have yet to make their presence known. We could simply fly home with her piloting us. Che Yin and Lu Yijiao also expressed their enthusiasm. Howda, however, remained relatively composed, feeling that the complexity of a helicopter might be beyond his reach. He activated the island system once more, yet, as anticipated, there was no response to his attempt at transformation. After several futile efforts, he concluded, it appears that I cannot create a helicopter. Qi Ying replied, her disappointment evident, yet her composure intact. Then let us transform a nuclear-powered chainsaw instead. Upon hearing this, Howda's eyes lit up. This chainsaw would undoubtedly be far more efficient than a manual saw. Not only could it effortlessly cut wood for barrels and beds, but it would also excel at felling trees, proving to be significantly more effective than an axe. Moreover, the structure of the chainsaw was simpler than that of the drilling machine, thus increasing the likelihood of a successful transformation. Howda activated the island system once again, and, as if by magic, A nuclear-powered chainsaw appeared beside him. The group marveled at this new creation. Howda, your ability to create objects is truly impressive. Qi Yingying praised. Though, it seems your upgrades are a bit mischievous. I bet you had quite the thrill with Su Mei just now. Lu Yijiao remarked with a teasing grin. Indeed, I'll reply succinctly. Next time it will be my turn. Lu Yijiao's smile grew more alluring. You're quite the flirt. Qi Yingying couldn't help but comment. Weren't you just eager to compete? Lu Yijiao cast a disdainful glance at her. You're not exactly alluring. Qi Yingying also looked down on her. Perhaps Howda prefers women who are both beautiful and enticing. Did you not hear how Su Meijiao was moaning just now? It was utterly captivating. Lu Yijiao exclaimed with increasing excitement. Howda truly lives up to his name. Qi Yingying added, stoking the flames of the conversation. Qian stifled that off, struggling to maintain her composure. Observing Lu Yijiao and Qi Yingying teasing him and Su Meijiao so openly, Howda mused that if it were only he and these two stunningly seductive women present, he would undoubtedly indulge them one by one, ensuring their utmost satisfaction. Shall we test the chainsaw first? Yin interjected, attempting to shift the topic. We could try it later, Howda replied with a smile. Su Meijiao, already his woman, was comfortably nestled under the down blanket, and he certainly wished to spare her the disturbance, as the noise from the chainsaw would be quite substantial. Oh, so you've learned to cherish your woman. Lu Yijiao quickly surmised his reason for postponing the chainsaw's activation and couldn't resist adding, once you become Howda's woman, he will cherish you too. Qi Yingying chuckled softly. Then let us see who makes a move on Howda first, Lu Yijiao replied with a laugh. Their banter stirred a sense of warmth within Howda. What should the third item be? A gigantic down blanket? Yin remarked, some out of place. Wait, let me think about what could be more significant than another enormous down blanket. Qi Yingying exclaimed playfully. I want to ponder that too, Lu Yijiao chimed in. Yin also began to contemplate. At that moment, the refreshed Lu Hui and Hui Jiaoqian returned from their showers and joined them by the fire. Upon noticing the addition of a well and a chainsaw, they were once again astonished, finally ceasing to doubt Howda's remarkable ability to conjure items from thin air. As for the rather dubious conditions under which his powers could be upgraded, they remained skeptical, considering it might be mere pretext for him to engage with one of the beautiful women present. Now, it appeared he had indeed achieved his desires, wearing a distinctly satisfied expression, while Su Meijiao remained nestled under the down blanket, recuperating. Upon learning that Qi Yingying and the others were pondering the third item to be conjured, whether it should be another oversized down blanket or something of greater significance, Lu Hui and Hui Jiaoqian joined in the contemplation with keen interest. They had become part of this group, and what would be conjured was of great relevance to them as well. Reflecting on this, Howda concluded that producing yet another gigantic down blanket was not of utmost importance, as the one they already had was sufficient for him and the 6 enchanting women to snuggle together, which would only enhance his delightful experiences. I believe it would be better to conjure a large bag of fine salt first. This way, our grilled fish and fish soup will have a delightful flavor. It's been 2 days since we've had salt, and without it, we might feel weak even when walking. Qi Yingying quickly suggested. I believe it would be prudent to transform a large bag of women's underwear now, and then make further alterations tomorrow morning. After all, how do we be able to change 3 items again? Given that, it would be wise to prioritize the transformation of a substantial quantity of women's undergarments. Although I have taken a hot shower, I have yet to change my underwear, which leaves me feeling somewhat uncomfortable, said Lu Yijiao. Upon hearing this, Yin, El Hui, and Hui Jiaoqian also deemed it more important to first transform a large bag of women's underwear. Even Qi Yingying, who previously held a differing opinion, appeared to waver. Transform a large bag of women's underwear? What should I change into then? Howda replied, somewhat at a loss for words. You could also switch to women's underwear. Huh? Lu Yijiao laughed heartily. Don't worry, if you wear women's underwear, we won't label you as a pervert. Qi Yingying chimed in with a playful laugh. Chapter 21. The Transformation of Delicate Undergarments. Oh, this is impossible. Howda is so robust, and he truly lives up to his name. Ordinary women's undergarments surely won't fit. Lu Yijiao chuckled in response. Huh? Qi Yingying burst into even more joyous laughter. Che Yin, El Hui, and Hua Jiaoqian struggled to stifle their laughter, finding it increasingly challenging. Let us transform into a large bundle of men's undergarments instead. They could be worn by both genders. Howda stated with a serious expression. My current concern is whether we can transform a large bundle or if we can only manage a single piece. What on earth is the use of transforming just one piece? There are 7 of us. It would be better to first transform a large bag of laundry detergent. We can forego the undergarments for now and wash them instead, Qi Yingying exclaimed, imagining all the beauties sleeping without undergarments, crammed together under an enormous down comforter for the night. A peculiar grin appeared on Hao Da's face. How will we dry the washed undergarments? Lu Yijiao posed another question. Indeed, we don't even have a clothes rack or a drying line. Qi Yingying suddenly felt a bit frantic. We can simply hold them by hand and dry them by the fire, Che Yin suggested. Right? Both Qi Yingying and Lu Yijiao exclaimed simultaneously. Let us first attempt to transform a large bundle of men's undergarments. If that fails, we can then transform a large bag of laundry detergent, Howda proposed. The others, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, El Hui, and Hua Jiaoqian, agreed wholeheartedly. Thus, Howda activated the deserted island system once more, attempting to conjure a large bundle of men's undergarments, and to his delight, it materialized immediately. It seems that the deserted island system has indeed leveled up. Not only can it transform items 3 times a day, but the complexity of the items it can produce has also increased. Had this been yesterday, it likely would have only been able to transform a single piece of undergarment at a time. Reflecting on the upgrade, Howda was reminded of the exquisite scene earlier with the beautiful and graceful Su Mei nestled within the down comforter, her expression one of utter enchantment. Oh, the undergarments are here. Qi Yingying was the first to seize the large bundle of men's undergarments that Howda had conjured, tearing open the packaging to reveal a total of 19 pieces, allowing each person to take 2 while still leaving 5 behind. All 19 pieces were of the same design, differing only in color. There were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and so forth. Qi Yingying selected 3 brightly colored pieces, and the other beauties followed suit, opting for vibrant hues, indicating a shared aesthetic among them. Howda had no particular preferences regarding the colors of the undergarments. For him, simply having some to exchange was sufficient, and he felt grateful to have 2 pieces to swap. I'm turning around. I need to change my undergarments, Lu Yijiao said teasingly. Are you all going to change right here? Howda replied, feeling a bit flustered. He had already been sufficiently overwhelmed by the allure of the beauties throughout the day. With Su Mei sleeping under the comforter, they had no choice but to change here. Howda quickly turned his back, warning, no peeking. Otherwise, I will immediately take advantage of you. Qi Yingying teased in return. I'll go by the door to admire the rain scenery, Howda decisively declared, rising to open the door slightly, feigning interest in the view outside. Though it was already past 5 in the afternoon, the daylight still lingered. He gazed at the rain-soaked scene on the deserted island beach outside the makeshift shelter, and memories of his hometown, his parents, siblings, and friends flooded his mind, evoking a sense of melancholy. The rescue team's arrival was uncertain. If it had not come soon, he and Su Mei might never return. He was grateful, however, for the mysterious island system that allowed him to transform objects. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Howda could hardly suppress a chuckle. Howda, we have finished changing. You can come over now, Lu Yijiao playfully called out. Howda shut the door and returned to the warmth of the fire. Ah, pervert, Qi Yingying exclaimed in a moment of frustration. Relieved she hadn't entrusted her belongings to Howda. The playful banter between Howda and Qi Yingying brought laughter from Lu Yijiao, Che Yin, LV Hui, and Hua Jiaoqian, who were all slightly breathless with amusement. Suddenly, there was a loud knocking at the door. Someone's here, Lu Yijiao joked instinctively. However, her expression changed abruptly, mirrored by the others, who had come to visit on a deserted island beach. If it were the rescue team, they would first hear the sound of helicopters, but there was no such noise. The 2 had fled from the Axe, Sun Kuang and Li Longbao, were unlikely to return for vengeance so soon after sustaining injuries. Eliminating these possibilities, they pondered what could be knocking at the door. It was likely something sinister. As this realization dawned, the beautiful women grew pale with fear. Suddenly, the makeshift door was yanked open. Standing outside was a powerful black bear. Lu Yijiao and the others were momentarily paralyzed with terror. Hao was stunned for a brief second, but quickly regained his composure. He immediately seized a chainsaw equipped with a potent nuclear-powered battery and flicked the switch. The chainsaw buzzed to life, vibrating intensely. With a steely gaze, he approached the bear, which loomed just outside the door. Lu Yijiao and Qi Yingying, now alert, watched with bated breath as Hao prepared to confront the creature. The bear seemed to sense the danger posed by the chainsaw, hesitating momentarily, issuing a series of chilling roars as if to warn Hao to stand down and allow it to feast upon him. In response to the bear's raucous growls, Hao brandished the chainsaw defiantly. Provoked, the bear charged through the door, unleashing a ferocious roar and swiping its massive paw at Hao. If struck, he would certainly face dire consequences, either immediate death or severe injury, perhaps resulting in a permanent loss of faculties. Chapter 22. Comfortably enduring in this life-and-death moment. Hao swiftly wielded the chainsaw to intercept the ferocious paw of the black bear that struck with great force. A chilling howl erupted from the bear, for its paw was severed in an instant, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. The violent pain sent the creature into a frenzy. Yet Hao did not allow it a moment to recover. Seizing the opportunity amidst its agonizing cries, he gripped the chainsaw firmly and delivered a swift, deep cut across the bear's body, nearly cleaving it in two. The power of the chainsaw was undeniably formidable, a testament to the reason behind the infamous film series Chainsaw Massacre. The black bear, succumbing to such a brutal assault, collapsed with a tremendous thud, shaking the entire shelter. After a few convulsions, it lay still, lifeless. The bear, with a force equivalent to approximately 1 ton, a formidable contender in the animal kingdom, ultimately fell to the superior technology of humanity embodied in the chainsaw. Of course, Hao Da's swift and precise action played a crucial role in his victory. The commotion roused Su Mei from her deep slumber, as she was both astonished and delighted to witness the entire scene of Hao Da vanquishing the bear. Nearby, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, and Huo Jiao Qian also bore witness to Hao Da, the chainsaw buzzing in his grasp, effortlessly toppling the nearly 1-ton creature in mere moments. "Oh, Hao Da, you are incredible. You have slain such a massive bear." Liu Yiao exclaimed it, coming to her senses first. "Does this mean we have narrowly escaped another disaster?" Che Yin added, her voice tinged with apprehension. The faces of the beautiful women reflected their fears. Had Hao Da failed to intercept the bear, it could have easily dispatched them with a single swipe. "Hao Da, are you all right?" Su Mei, still nestled in her down comforter, inquired with concern. "I'm fine," Hao Da replied with a smile, switching off the chainsaw and setting it aside. He then picked up a bag containing several men's undergarments and approached Su Mei, saying, "We have 3 new items. Would you like to exchange for a pair?" "Yes," Su Mei nodded, her beauty radiant. "Do you wish to sleep more?" he asked affectionately. "No more sleeping. Or, I'll turn into a pig." Su Mei giggled in response. Thus, she dressed and joined Hao Da by the fire. "Su Mei, you look so radiant. It seems Hao Da has pampered you well." Qi Ying teased. "Indeed, Hao Da is remarkable. I feel utterly rejuvenated." Su Mei replied with pride and exuberance. "Such a beautiful college freshman has transformed into a stunning woman. It's quite the transformation. Even her speech has become so bold." Lu Yijiao remarked, unable to contain her playful jibe. "The experience of becoming a woman is simply delightful." Su Mei retorted with a playful laugh. Seeing her so self-satisfied, Qi Yingying and Lu Yijiao felt a playful urge to tease her further. "What about the black bear?" Che Yin abruptly shifted the topic, her voice tinged with concern. "Shortly, I shall attend to the rainwater outside, preparing for a delightful evening of barbecued bear meat and a hearty stew of bear broth." How to smile back, oh. Barbecued bear meat, stewed bear broth. How delightful. Qi Yingying exclaimed with a playful giggle, momentarily forgetting the displeasure brought on by Su Mei's arrogance. Being with Hao Da means feasting on meat, sipping on broth, and enjoying the company of handsome fellows. Lu Yijiao chimed in cheerfully. Are you referring to Howda as the handsome fellow? Qi Yingying provocatively inquired, casting a mischievous glance at Su Mei. Yes, Lu Yijiao replied with a subtle smile, her expression enigmatic. Guessing is futile. How does the only man here? Who else could it be? Qi Yingying retorted, her tone deliberately teasing. Naturally, Su Mei recognized Qi Yingying's intent to provoke her and chose to ignore it. She had, after all, developed a prophetic ability, broadening her perspective. In truth, when the black bear had startled her awake by clawing at the shelter door, she had already activated her foresight, envisioning how to wielding a chainsaw to slay the creature. After a brief moment of contemplation, Howda rose and dragged the bear outside the shelter. Using the rainwater, he commenced the task of butchering the bear, employing the chainsaw to efficiently cut through the flesh and bones. The processed bear meat and bones were then cast into a large pot filled with rainwater for cleansing. It must be noted that the chainsaw proved far more effective than a cleaver, truly embodying the essence of cutting through iron like mud. Thankfully, the chainsaw was powered by a nuclear energy source. Otherwise, Howda would have fretted over its battery life. At this juncture, the lovely ladies could offer no assistance, leaving Howda to manage the butchering alone at the entrance. The bear, nearly a ton in weight, had its skin removed and the undesirable entrails discarded. The remaining meat and bones amounted to several hundred pounds, sufficient to sustain Howda and the others for several days, alleviating the need for risky fishing expeditions through the woods. If a method for preserving the bear meat could be devised, Howda mused, there was a possibility that such a bounty could last for 2 weeks. After all, one could only consume so much meat in a day. With both fish and bear meat at his disposal, Howda was nearing the point of saturation. A sudden longing for rice, steamed buns, or even potatoes surged within him. He contemplated transforming 3 items the following day, and a large bag of rice was at the forefront of his thoughts. Accustomed to a diet of rice, 2 days of solely fish left him feeling as though something vital was missing. He was confident that transforming a large bag of rice would pose no challenge. Moreover, once the rain subsided, he planned to venture into the woods with the chainsaw to retrieve some logs, intending to craft planks for a bed, barrels, and tables. While processing the bear meat and bones, Howda's mind brimmed with various plans. Before long, he efficiently finished butchering the entire bear, cleansing the meat and bones in the pot of rainwater. He then transported this substantial pot of bear meat and bones to the fire pit, setting it to boil into a savory broth. For the barbecue, the others could select small chunks of bear meat from the still-warm pot to grill. With an abundance of exquisite ingredients at hand, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, and Hu Jiao Qian joyfully embarked on a barbecue. In such a desolate island where recreational activities are scarce, the opportunity to indulge in a barbecue was indeed a delightful occasion. Howda meticulously washed the entire fluffy bear pelt with rainwater, subsequently placing it near the fire to dry. This splendid, furry bear skin, once dried, could easily serve as a cozy blanket for 2. Howda couldn't help but let his imagination wander as he sat vigilantly at night beneath this plush bear skin. He mused on the enchanting possibility of a beautiful maiden emerging from her warm nest to seek refuge within the bear pelt, surrendering herself to his embrace, an enticing thought that filled him with a sense of pleasant anticipation. Chapter 23. The performance of the well drilling machine. After a while, the aroma of roasted bear meat began to waft through the air as Howda and the lovely ladies grilled their respective portions. Simultaneously, the rich scent of bear meat and bone broth simmering in the large iron pot filled the surroundings. Initially, everyone savored their grilled bear meat, but as the enticing fragrance of the broth permeated the air, they naturally yearned to partake in the soup as well. However, there was only a single small square pot available to serve the broth, which felt rather inadequate for 7 individuals. I shall craft a wooden bowl for each of you, Howda declared with a smile. The ladies, including Su Mei and others, were eager to have their own bowls, but the question loomed. How could they create wooden bowls? There was indeed a rough tree trunk lying idle, yet without a knife, it seemed implausible to fashion bowls from it using only an axe. Curiosity filled the air as everyone turned their attention to Howda, pondering how he would accomplish this task. He retrieved the idle tree trunk and activated a chainsaw, slicing the trunk into 7 segments, each approximately the height of a large bowl. The 6 beautiful ladies watched in astonishment, realizing that the next challenge was to carve out the center of these segments to form 7 wooden bowls. To their surprise, this seemingly daunting task was effortlessly solved by Howdah. He positioned the 7 segments upright and used the rapidly vibrating end of the chainsaw to pivot against one segment, swiftly rotating it. With just that motion, he removed a significant portion from the center of the segment, thus creating a large wooden bowl. It became clear that the end of the chainsaw possessed a unique capability. In this manner, Howdah continued to pivot the chainsaw against each upright segment, producing a large wooden bowl each time. After several repetitions of this process, he successfully crafted 7 splendid wooden bowls. The lovely ladies, brimming with excitement, each took a bowl and proceeded to the shelter's entrance, where they washed their bowls under the rainwater. However, they soon encountered another dilemma: the absence of soup spoons. Howdah swiftly contemplated the situation for a moment before cutting another segment of the tree trunk. He then employed the same technique with the chainsaw, creating yet another large wooden bowl, which would serve as a makeshift soup spoon. Given the current tools at their disposal, crafting an actual spoon would have been quite a challenge. This large wooden bowl, however, adequately fulfilled the function of a spoon. Thus, Howdah, along with Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Ying, Lu Hui, and Hou Jiao Qian, each ladled a bowl of fragrant, steaming bear meat and bone broth, sharing laughter and conversation as they enjoyed their meal. As for the absence of chopsticks, everyone had already washed their hands, so upon finishing the hot soup, they simply used their hands to grasp the bear meat and gnaw on the bones. This sumptuous gathering left everyone thoroughly satisfied. To have such a meal on this deserted island was indeed a remarkable feat. Surviving an encounter with a bear weighing nearly a ton without being harmed, and then transforming it into a delightful broth, was a blessing that warranted gratitude and contentment. Satiated and basking in comfort, Su Mei and the other lovely ladies felt a sense of languor. Howdah rose and pushed open the door of their makeshift shelter to glance outside, discovering that the rain had considerably diminished. He planned to take a brief respite and then, before dusk fell, venture to the edge of the woods to drill a well, ensuring a stable source of fresh water that would not require the perilous passage through the forest, even on dry days. Furthermore, he intended to fell at least 5 substantial trees with a chainsaw and bring them back, subsequently crafting wooden planks to construct a bed, a tub, and a table. Upon learning of Howdah's plan, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Ying, Lu Hui, and Hou Jiao Qian eagerly expressed their desire to assist, to which Howdah readily acquiesced. With more hands on deck, the tasks would be lighter, and it would provide everyone with a sense of engagement, alleviating their boredom. After all, one could not simply eat and then sleep. It was only just past 5 in the afternoon, and even the impoverished villagers of the mountains would not retire so early. Once darkness enveloped the land, there would be ample time for slumber. Thus, the group sat for a brief moment of rest before setting forth in grand procession towards the edge of the woods. Howdah, this drilling machine appears rather unremarkable. Is it truly capable of boring a well? Su Mei inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as they walked. It should pose no problem, Howdah replied with a smile. Despite his own skepticism regarding the seemingly ordinary machine, he reassured himself that it had materialized from his island system, making it unlikely to be a substandard product. Considering the remarkable performance of the power-driven chainsaw, his confidence in this equally potent drilling machine grew significantly. As they arrived at the edge of the woods, the truth would soon reveal itself. Howdah selected a suitable spot for the well, positioned the machine, and pressed the power button, prompting the group to step back. They eagerly awaited the machine's demonstration. Standing there with an air of calm, Howdah observed as Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Ying, Lu Hui, and Hou Jiao Qian watched the machine with wide, curious eyes. Suddenly, the drilling machine extended a rod, rotating as it inscribed a circle approximately 2 meters in diameter upon the ground, before momentarily ceasing its motion. "What on earth? Is it even functional?" exclaimed the impatient Qi Ying. Almost as if in response to her exclamation, the machine emitted a resonant hum, unexpectedly expanding into a cylindrical shape of similar diameter. It then began to spin rapidly, and with its vigorous rotation, the earth began to splatter as it plunged downward. In no time, it had excavated a hole nearly 1 meter deep and continued its descent with remarkable speed. My goodness, it appears to be exceedingly capable. Qi Yingying, who had previously doubted the machine, now exclaimed in admiration. The drilling machine, seemingly imbued with vitality, was proving its prowess, silencing her earlier skepticism. Meanwhile, Su Mei and the other ladies were now convinced that this drilling machine was not merely functional, but indeed exceptionally effective. The drilling machine operates at a staggering pace, penetrating 1 meter in approximately 5 seconds. Within less than a minute, it has successfully bored a well with a diameter of about 2 meters and a depth of roughly 10 meters. However, at this point, no water has yet emerged. Nevertheless, the drilling machine shows no sign of discouragement. It resolutely persists, continuing its remarkable descent at the same astonishing rate of 1 meter every 5 seconds. The endeavor to reach the aquifer continues unabated. Chapter 24. The Grand Bathtub. In less than a minute, the powerful drilling machine descended approximately 9 meters, and then water gushed forth. The liquid surged upward swiftly, halting its ascent about 5 meters from the well's mouth. The drilling machine, displaying remarkable intelligence, then ascended and positioned itself gracefully beside the well, exuding an air of mastery. Well done! Hao laughed heartily, offering his commendation. A trivial matter. The drilling machine responded unexpectedly with an intelligent remark. What the heck? It could talk. Qi Yingying exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. Is it so difficult to converse? The machine retorted. Hey, you seem rather arrogant, don't you? Qi Yingying replied, slightly annoyed. I earn my keep through skill. What is wrong with being a bit haughty? The machine countered. Buffed. You're just a machine. What do you even eat? Qi Yingying shot back. When I mentioned eating, it was merely a metaphor. If you can't comprehend that, I have no desire to converse with someone of such low intelligence. The machine's ruthless rebuttal rendered Qi Yingying speechless. Can you believe it? It just insulted my intelligence. I am a distinguished MBA student at the renowned Jiang University. She fumed, her anger boiling over. Seeing Qi Yingying embroiled in a verbal duel with a machine, Su Mei and Lu Yijiao erupted in laughter, while Che Yan, Lv Hui, and Huijiao Qian wore broad smiles, though they stifled their laughter. Hao remained remarkably composed. Damn machine, you better talk to me, Qi Yingying shouted, her frustration mounting as the machine continued to ignore her, as though it deemed her unworthy of its attention. Infuriated, she advanced towards it, poised to deliver a forceful kick. Stop, Hao suddenly cautioned. Given its ability to drill approximately 19 meters in under 2 minutes, if it retaliates, you could easily be sent flying. Hearing this, Qi Yingying halted in her tracks, retreating in alarm. Afraid to provoke the machine now, Lu Yijiao teased mischievously, reveling in the chaos. Oomph. I refuse to stoop to the level of a mere machine, Qi Yingying declared firmly. If you wish to challenge it, be my guest. Ha! Not a chance. Lu Yijiao clearly shared her apprehension of being kicked away by the machine. After this amusing interlude, Hao and the beautiful women gathered at the well's edge, admiring the water within. As the well had just been dug, the water was somewhat murky due to the sediment, yet it had already cleared significantly. With time, it would undoubtedly become even more pristine. The water level rested about 5 meters below the well, necessitating a wooden bucket and a vine over 5 meters long to facilitate drawing water, as Che Yin suggested. Indeed, we should saw down a few thick trees with a chainsaw and use the logs to construct a wooden bucket, bed, table, and more. Hao smiled in agreement. Brother Hao, venturing into the woods to saw trees carries the risk of snake bites. Instead, let us toss a torch in to burn the tall weeds surrounding this area. Su Mei astutely proposed. Excellent idea. I'll fetch a torch from the shed. You all stay put. Hao humbly accepted the valuable suggestion. Su Mei and the others nodded in agreement. On this desolate island, danger could lurk at every corner, and they dared not wander aimlessly. Hao quickly he made his way back to the shelter, retrieving a burning stick. At the edge of the forest, he used the flaming branch to ignite the surrounding underbrush. The dry grass caught fire swiftly, rapidly spreading until a small inferno engulfed the edge of the woods. Within this fiery tumult, vibrant poisonous snakes could be seen fleeing into the depths of the forest. Such an abundance of venomous snakes, Sume remarked, a shiver running down her spine. In truth, we are the intruders here. They had thrived in this environment until we drove them away with fire. A snake's bite is merely a defense mechanism, and the malice some humans exhibit is far more terrifying than that of a serpent. Howdah reflected with a hint of melancholy, seeing how the fire has driven away so many snakes. I now deeply appreciate how effortless it must have been for you to traverse the woods to fetch us fish and water, Cheyenne said, her eyes glistening with emotion. Previously, I was focused on securing food and water for myself. Assisting you is merely an extension of that effort. Now that we find ourselves stranded on this island, I must learn to survive, Howdah replied with a smile. With the underbrush nearly burned away and the snakes largely gone, I shall proceed to saw down some trees. You all should wait here, he instructed, picking up the chainsaw and venturing into the edge of the forest. The group of women remained behind, observing his industrious efforts. Though they felt powerless at the moment, they anticipated contributing their share when it came time to haul the trees, thus proving their worth. No one wished to be deemed useless. Initially, Howdah planned to fell 5 trees, each approximately 1 meter in diameter. However, upon spotting a tree with a diameter of nearly 2 meters, he quickly revised his plan, deciding that felling this single tree would suffice for now. He activated the chainsaw, and in no time, the towering tree was brought down. When felling a tree, the direction in which it falls requires careful consideration. Firstly, one must ensure that the tree does not fall toward oneself. Failing to heed this could lead to fatal consequences, a classic case of being eliminated by evolution due to a lack of common sense. Furthermore, it was imperative that the tree did not topple toward any nearby individuals. For instance, Su Mei and the other 6 women stood close by, and it was essential that the massive tree did not fall in their direction. Once Howdah successfully directed the tree to fall into the woods, he sawed it into 9 segments of roughly equal length, then dragged each segment to the edge of the forest. Together, Howdah, Su Mei, Qian, Liu Yizhao, Qi Yingying, El Hui, and Hou Jiaoqian pooled their strength to transport one of the hefty logs toward the shelter. After making 9 trips, they finally had all 7 segments of the thick logs positioned outside the shelter. This log is so robust, with a diameter of at least 2 meters. If we take one segment and cut it down to a height of over a meter, we can easily create a large wooden tub suitable for soaking. Qi Yingying exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Indeed, that was also my thought. Howdah nodded in agreement. Following this approach, he swiftly fashioned a wooden tub over a meter in height and with a diameter exceeding a meter. The large wooden tub is evidently perfect for indulging in a hot bath, accommodating 2 to 3 individuals at once. As soon as the tub took shape, 6 enchanting beauties, Su Mei, Cheyenne, Liu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, and Hou Jiaoqian, each illuminated with delight. Soaking in the wooden tub is far more pleasurable than standing beside a large iron pot to douse oneself with hot water. Brother Hao, if you could transform a large bottle of shower gel tomorrow, bathing in this wooden tub would be even more delightful. Su Mei exclaimed joyfully. Transforming it into a big bottle is nothing compared to turning it into a large barrel. Qi Yingying playfully retorted. Of course, it would be even better if it could become a large barrel. Su Mei smiled. Using fragrant shower gel makes one smell delightful, which certainly enhances Brother Hao's experience with you. Liu Yijiao teased mischievously. Indeed, Brother Hao enjoys our moments together, Su Mei replied with a hint of pride. Observing the lovely ladies audaciously discussing his and Su Mei's intimate affairs, Brother Hao felt a slight heat rising within him, yet maintained a calm exterior. Redirecting his attention, he employed the method he had used earlier with the chainsaw to create several large wooden tubs, each about 1 meter high and over a meter in diameter. These tubs could be used for holding fresh water or storing various items, such as the substantial bag of rice he planned to transform tomorrow. Chapter 25. Public Seduction How to crafted a large wooden bathtub using a chainsaw, along with several smaller barrels. He then set out to fetch water from the well. However, he encountered a predicament. None of the barrels had handles, and the water level was approximately 5 meters below the well's opening, necessitating the barrels to be lowered in order to draw water. Lacking handles or means to tie a long vine, he was at a loss for how to suspend the barrels 5 meters down to fill them with water. Upon discussing this issue with Su Mei and the other beauties, they fell into contemplation. Suddenly, Qi Yingying, the quickest to react, suggested drill 2 holes near the top sides of the barrels with the chainsaw, and then tie them with long vines. Indeed, everyone immediately agreed that this solution was feasible, though the method appeared straightforward. It had eluded Hao until Qi Yingying's insight illuminated the way. Thus, how to use the chainsaw to drill holes into the sides of each barrel. And together with the beauties, they made their way to the well. Hao ventured into the bordering woods with the chainsaw and retrieved several sturdy vines. He tied each barrel with vines measuring over 5 meters, allowing them to reach the water below. Additionally, these vines served as handles, enabling the group to transport the water back. Apart from Hao, who carried the largest barrel filled with water, the 6 beauties paired up to lift a barrel using the vine handles. With this endeavor, the 7 of them gathered enough water for approximately a day's worth of consumption. Tonight, we can wash our faces, brush our teeth, and wash our feet, Su Mei exclaimed joyfully. And tomorrow, we'll conjure up a large supply of toothpaste and toothbrushes for an even more perfect experience. Che Yin chimed in with a laugh. Hao, have you decided what 3 items to transform tomorrow? Qi Yingying inquired with keen interest. My first thought isn't toothpaste, but rather a large bag of rice. Hao replied with a smile. Rice sounds delightful. It's been 2 days since we had any. I crave it. Lu Yijiao immediately concurred. But if we conjure a large bag of rice, what will we use to cook it? A big iron pot? LV Hui actively joined the discussion. We can temporarily use the big iron pot, and later, we can consider transforming a larger, nuclear-powered smart pressure cooker, Hao replied, exhibiting a sense of planning. Damn the rescue team and their ancestors. It's been 2 days, and there is still no sign of them. Qi Yingying couldn't help but curse the rescue team, observing Hao's forward-thinking attitude. Is it possible that we have truly entered another dimension? Our phones have had no signal whatsoever. Su Mei expressed her frustration. If this is indeed another dimension, then the rescue team may never arrive. Hui Jiaoqian revealed a glimmer of despair. It's only the 2nd day. We must maintain our composure. The lack of signal could simply be due to our remote location. The concept of time travel is exceedingly improbable. One could board a plane and crash, only to find themselves traversing time. The likelihood seems too slim. Above all, we must remain hopeful. How to endeavor to uplift their spirits. Yes, we cannot lose hope. We must remain optimistic. Su Mei was instantly invigorated. At least we have a shelter to reside in, fish and bear meat to enjoy, and well water to boil and drink. At night, we are also enveloped in the warmth of a substantial down blanket. Che Yin remarked contentedly. And we have an impressive drilling machine, Qi Yingying added with a hint of pride. And Hao possesses the remarkable ability to transform things, Lu Yijing said with admiration. So, what shall we transform tomorrow, aside from a large bag of rice? Su Mei, momentarily dismissing the thought of returning home, inquired with renewed enthusiasm. Do you have any good ideas? Hao smiled in response. How about a gigantic tube of toothpaste? Brushing my teeth with just water feels rather odd. Che Yin brought up the subject of toothpaste again. A substantial bag of salt would be splendid. It would enhance the flavor of roasted bear meat and bear soup significantly. Qi Yingying exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. We should also transform a large refrigerator or freezer, otherwise with so much bear meat. It will spoil within days if left unattended. Lu Yijiao added, we have a large supply of undergarments, but I still need a replacement. Let us transform a hefty bag of lingerie. Lu said while unable to resist sniffing her own undergarments. After washing the lingerie, I could just wear an outer coat over it. Qi Yingying suggested with a mischievous grin. Wouldn't tea that exposed too much. Hao would be quite fortunate. Lu Yijiao chimed in with a teasing smile. Hao has already enjoyed a glimpse of Su Mei, What does a mere glimpse of a beauty's upper half matter? Chi Yingying teased further. Brother Howda is currently with me. You're just filled with envy and jealousy. Sumedi Tortif. Howda often sneaks glances at me. He has long coveted my beauty. He will soon be. Chi Yingying boldly countered. Well, have I ever sneaked a glance at you? Howda replied, exasperated. You subconsciously steal glances at me all the time. You don't even realize it. Chi Yingying asserted confidently. Howda also frequently indulges in fantasies about me. Such a rogue. Lu Yijiao added, fanning the flames. Who do you think I fantasize about? Howda replied, even more perplexed. Of course I know. My intuition is quite sharp. Lu Yijiao insisted proudly. Intuition, my foot. Howda replied, somewhat irritated. You all hear that? Even his foot has come into play. Howda is truly a lecher. Lu Yijiao giggled. You two are quite the flirtatious pair. Sume couldn't help but interject. No one is as bold as you, who is already. With Howda, Chi Yingying immediately shot back. Previously, when you and Howda were beneath the down blanket, your sultry moans lasted a full 30 minutes. TSK. Such lewdness. Lu Yijiao swiftly retaliated. You're just filled with envy and jealousy. I have already indulged in pleasure, while you can only stare with wide eyes, engaging in verbal sparring. Sume countered defiantly. Tonight, I shall keep watch with Howda. Chi Yingying pivoted her thoughts for a rebuttal. Tonight, I shall keep watch with Howda. Lu Yijiao echoed. Then you two should have a little sparring match first. Sume responded with a playful laugh, sensing a tendency for internal conflict. It would be fine for the three of us, Howda, Lu Yijiao, and myself, to keep watch together. Chi Yingying said somewhat provocatively. What a splendid idea. That would surely be much more entertaining. Howda would be in for quite the treat. Lu Yijiao's charming face was imbued with a sense of boldness. I am utterly exhausted after a long day. I must indulge in a good night's sleep. Alda decisively declined. Your attempts to entice brother Hao have evidently failed. Sume remarked with a sense of pride, glancing at Chi Yingying and Lu Yijiao. Yet, Howda only refrained from publicly agreeing. He was in truth quite enamored with both me and Chi Yingying. Lu Yijiao provocatively interjected. Moreover, as the sole male member of this team, he was essential among the 2 or 3 individuals keeping watch. Otherwise, should a ferocious beast like a black bear appear, who could possibly contend with it? Chi Yingying logically added. Chapter 26. In decorous punishment, it was time for the night watch, but let us not create chaos. The decision of who would keep watch tonight would be made before bedtime. Howda replied with a serious expression and promptly shifted the topic. Next, I intend to saw some wooden planks to construct beds and tables. In constructing a bed, aside from the bedboard, a bed frame is also necessary. While it appears straightforward, I suspect it may be quite challenging to make, Che Yen remarked. Similarly, in crafting a table, the tabletop is not the only concern. The table frame also poses its own difficulties, Jiao Qian added. There is no need for elaborate frames. Simply sawing the wooden planks will suffice. We can place a log, roughly 2 meters in diameter and not too tall, beneath the bedboard, and a log about 2 meters in diameter and 1 meter in height beneath the tabletop. That will work splendidly. Chi Yingying proposed with keen insight. Excellent idea. Truly deserving of praise. Our academic prodigy from Sword Q University. Lu Yijiao commended. Oh, it's nothing. Offering such constructive suggestions only calls for a mere fraction of my capabilities. Chi Yingying cheerfully accepted the compliment, feigning modesty. This time, Sume refrained from verbally attacking her, recognizing that the suggestion of using logs was indeed commendable. All right, let us proceed with it. Howda concurred, wielding the electric saw to cut the wooden planks from the tree trunk. With so many sections of tree trunks, each approximately 2 meters in diameter, sawing the planks proved to be quite effortless. All that was required was to position a trunk vertically and, with a consistent thickness, saw off a layer to create a large wooden plank of approximately 2 meters in diameter, which could serve as a substantial round tabletop. As for the bedboard, cutting out a circular wooden plank of the same diameter would suffice. After all, with a diameter of 2 meters, it could comfortably accommodate 7 individuals lying side by side. Next, Howda sawed a log, about 2 meters in diameter and half a meter in height, to support the bedboard, thus forming a simple circular bed. He then crafted another log, 2 meters in diameter and 1 meter in height, to serve as support for the table board, completing a rudimentary round table as well. Subsequently, the group transported the bedboard, bed supports, table board, and table supports into the shelter. Although the shelter was not particularly spacious, the 2 pieces of simple furniture fit within it. However, after placing them, the remaining space in the shelter was quite limited. With a large round bed and table in place, the 6 beautiful ladies, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, and Hua Jiaoqian, were noticeably more excited. It was now past 7 in the evening, with at least 2 hours until bedtime. The long night stretched ahead. What should they do next? Lu Yijiao asked with a giggle. We have 7 people. Playing poker would be quite enjoyable, but alas, we have no cards. Su Mei lamented. How about playing dice instead? Qi Yingying suggested enthusiastically. But we don't have dice either. Che Yin replied. I do. Qi Yingying proudly pulled 3 dice from her pocket. Qi Yingying, you carry 3 dice with you even on a plane. That is quite the gambler's habit. Su Mei couldn't help but tease. Oomph. A little gambling is harmless. What is the big deal? Qi Yingying retorted nonchalantly. I've been to Las Vegas numerous times. The famous gambling city is just that. Lu Yijiao said with a mixture of envy and admiration. Enough chatter. Let's play dice together. Qi skillfully tossed 3 dice onto the wooden table, rolling a 2, 6, and 6, which were relatively high numbers. How do we play? Chairine inquired with interest. We are 7 participants. In each round, everyone rolls the dice once. The one with the highest sum receives a reward, while the one with the lowest faces a penalty. Qi said with a mischievous grin. Huh, this sounds fun. What are the rewards and penalties? Lu Yijiao replied with a laugh. If one of us 6 beauties wins, the reward will be for the only man here, Howda, to do whatever he desires in public. Conversely, if Howda wins, the reward will be the same for him with each of us 6 beauties. Qi said irreverently. What the heck? Doesn't that mean I'll be quite busy? Howda couldn't help but retort. Huh, you're enjoying the perks while pretending to be innocent. The 6 beauties collectively looked down upon him. I would gladly be the only man. Lu Yijiao said dreamily, as long as I win, I could indulge in the company of 6 magnificent beauties. What a delightful experience. You sound quite lewd. Get lost, you pervert. Lu Yijiao laughed as she scolded him. And what about the penalties for the losers? Chairine asked with a smile. If Howda loses, he must do 100 push-ups. If any of us 6 beauties lose, we only have to do 5 push-ups, Lu Yijiao quickly answered. 100 push-ups for me if I lose. Well, you'll only do 5. Is that fair? Howda protested. Have you considered how enjoyable it would be for you regardless of who wins? Qi disdainfully remarked. Each of us is a stunning beauty. Doing 5 push-ups is already generous. Do you expect us to do more? That's utterly outrageous. Lu Yijiao also looked down upon him. I mean, if I lose, doing 100 push-ups is excessive. Do you all think it's easy to do 100 push-ups? If anyone can do 30 in one go, I'll be impressed. Then you can either run 5 laps around the shelter or choose one of these 2 tasks. Qi teased. No bargaining allowed. Otherwise, you'll no longer be considered a man. After saying this, she immediately exclaimed, Let us play dice. Let's get started. And tossed the 3 dice onto the table once more. The dice settled on 1, 3, 5. Damn, I didn't roll well this time. Qi cried out. That's what you get for trying to mess with me. Howda rejoiced. Get lost. My 9 points, while not high, should keep me in the game. Qi said proudly. Let's see what you roll. Howda, noticing her smugness, confidently grabbed the 3 dice from the table and tossed them casually. The dice landed on 2, 3, 5. Huh, I rolled 1 point higher than you. No need to run or do 100 push-ups. Howda laughed triumphantly. Let me try. Lu Yijiao eagerly snatched the 3 dice from the table, shaking them in her delicate hands while making a gesture of prayer. She then released the dice onto the table. The dice came to a stop, showing 6, 6, 5. Ah, I won. Lu Yijiao exclaimed with delight. Huh, how do you know that no one will roll a 6? 6, 6? Qi Yingying shot her a disdainful glance. My chances of winning are already at 99. 9. Lu Yijiao retorted mercilessly. You, a novice who has just rolled a 1, 3, and 5 should refrain from chattering. Damn, how boastful. Qi Yingying was instantly infuriated, feeling an urge to strike. Next, Sumei rolled the dice, achieving a 3, 4, 5. Then, Cheyenne rolled, landing a 1, 2, 3. Ha! Cheyenne is only 6 points. I cannot possibly lose. Qi Yingying laughed wildly. Cheyenne, realizing she might be losing, remained unperturbed. After all, it would only require 5 push-ups, and she wouldn't have to run naked. However, at that moment, Howda found himself lost in a reverie, contemplating how splendid it would be to see the graceful and long-legged Cheyenne running naked. Just as he entertained such thoughts, Qi Yingying declared, for the sake of fairness, the beautiful ones who lose must either do 100 push-ups or run naked back and forth 5 times. Chapter 27. The alluring Lu Yijiao. No way. At least not in this round. Cheyenne promptly objected to Qi Yingying's latest proposal. You didn't mention this when your score was the lowest. Now that mine is the lowest, do you think I would agree? All right, let us implement this new punishment in the next round. Qi Yingying conceded, aware that her suggestion was rather excessive. Next, Hui Jiaoqian rolled the dice, achieving a score of 2, 3, and 5, not particularly high, yet not low either. Following her, Elhui rolled and obtained 1, 6, and 6, which was a decent score but still fell short of Lu Yijiao's 5, 6, and 6. By the end, all 7 players had cast their dice, with Lu Yijiao's 5, 6, and 6 boasting the highest total, while Cheyenne's 1, 2, and 3 held the lowest. Cheyenne readily accepted her punishment, prostrating herself on the ground of the makeshift shelter and performing 5 push-ups at a leisurely pace. Upon completion, she was clearly a bit breathless. It seemed that for most beauties, even 5 push-ups could be quite a challenge. Ha! The punishment is done. Now, as the winner of this round, I shall relish my reward, indulging in whatever I desire from the only male present. Lu Yijiao exclaimed with excitement. What do you intend to do? Howda observed her beautiful, alluring legs gazing at him with such eagerness, feigning a look of mock terror. Ha! Seeing Lu Yijiao and Howda acting so playfully, Cheyenne, Qi Yingying, Elhui, and Hui Jiaoqian couldn't help but laugh heartily, while Sumei, although joining in the laughter, felt a tinge of discomfort, as she was the first woman Howda had encountered since his arrival on this deserted island. Humph. With my stunning figure, what do you think I am prepared to do to you? You're about to be overwhelmed with pleasure, you know. Upon noticing Howda's pretended fear, Lu Yijiao scolded playfully as she gracefully approached him. Howda attempted to maintain his composure as everyone, including Sumei, Cheyenne, Qi Yingying, Elhui, and Hui Jiaoqian, turned to gaze at Lu Yijiao. She flashed a mischievous smile, her eyes sparkling invitingly at Howda. Witnessing Lu Yijiao's combination of innocence and seduction, her captivating figure, and feeling the warmth of her presence, Howda naturally felt a surge of heat. Had it not been for his earlier encounter with Sumei, he would have certainly succumbed to temptation. Lu Yijiao, what are you doing? Sumei suddenly exclaimed in anger. I am relishing the reward of winning this round of dice. Lu Yijiao retorted, her face flushed with delight. You don't seriously believe that because you and Howda, he belongs solely to you, do you? The reward cannot last more than 5 seconds. Sumei snapped back, her irritation escalating. Get up. The 5 seconds are up. Who says it can't exceed 5 seconds? Lu Yijiao countered, continuing to savor the moment. I am setting the rule now. Without a time limit, wouldn't we all be endlessly waiting here? Sumei answered defiantly. Fine, you're so annoying. Faced with Sumei's incessant verbal provocation, Lu Yijiao reluctantly rose from Howda's side, still craving more. However, she had already resolved to seize the opportunity for a spirited confrontation with Howda during tonight's vigil. Lu Yijiao, you are truly audacious. After Lu Yijiao returned to her seat, Qi Yingying could not resist teasing her. Audacious, you say? I won this round of dice. This is my rightful reward. Lu Yijiao retorted with righteous indignation. Even if it is a deserved reward. TSK. Qi Yingying continued her playful jests. There was no time limit before. Why can't I enjoy myself a little longer? Lu Yijiao said with a smug expression. You are simply envious and resentful. How brazen you are. Qi Yingying shot back succinctly. You are even more audacious. Lu Yijiao retorted without hesitation. Well, how about we commence the second round immediately? Seeing the potential for conflict between the two, Che Yin interjected decisively. The second round begins. Watch me dominate this time. Qi Yingying exclaimed passionately. Oomph. A defeated foe, spouting bravado. Lu Yijiao, the victor of the last round, proclaimed with pride. Let us see the true skills of the participants. Lu Yijiao, your incessant chatter is tiresome. Qi Yingying scolded while dramatically rolling the 3 dice with her elegant right hand, allowing them to tumble freely. Once the dice settled, they displayed a 3, a 6, and another 6. This performance is barely satisfactory, yet it grants me a victory chance of approximately 99. Qi Yingying declared, rather pretentiously. Your score is 2 points less than my previous roll of 5, 6, and 6. What is there to boast about? Lu Yijiao scoffed disdainfully. Last round is last round. Now it's your turn to roll. Qi Yingying exclaimed angrily. I need a rest first. As a seated player, I shall roll only after everyone else is finished. Lu Yijiao countered provocatively. I see you are merely afraid. What excuse are you making? Qi Yingying challenged. Say what you will. I simply wish to rest. Lu Yijiao replied with a look that said she would not roll, daring Qi Yingying to react. Qi Yingying huffed in annoyance, glancing at the others present. Noticing the atmosphere growing tense, Che Yin picked up the 3 dice and tossed them onto the table with a bit of force. The dice landed showing 3, 5, and 5. Though her total was 2 points lower than Qi Yingying's, Che Yin was quite pleased, considering that in the previous round she had rolled the lowest with 1, 2, 3, and had been penalized with 5 push-ups. She estimated that she would not finish last this time. 3, 5, and 5 were respectable scores. Next, how to roll the dice. And despite his distracted state, fate smiled upon him unexpectedly as he rolled a 5, 6, and 6, mirroring Lu Yijiao's previous score. Suddenly, Qi Yingying's 3, 6, and 6 was overshadowed. Oh my, how does on fire? Seeing her chance at victory slip away, Qi Yingying could not help but exclaim, Lu Yijiao, you must be feeling quite pleased. Soon enough, you shall roll the lowest score and be publicly humiliated by having to run 5 laps. Qi Yingying retorted, visibly displeased. I am a seated player. Even if I falter, I shall not finish last. You can indulge in your self-congratulatory daydreams. Lu Yijiao responded with arrogance. Then, Sume took her turn to roll the dice, and to everyone's surprise, she performed even more impressively. She rolled a 6, 6, 6. Haha, victory is mine. Brother Hao belongs to me. Sume laughed joyfully. My goodness, Sume seems to have unleashed her hidden potential. Lu Yijiao, your chances of coming in last are growing increasingly slim. Qi Yingying added fuel to the fire. Qi Yingying is a daydreamer. She never ceases her fanciful thoughts whenever she has a moment. Lu Yijiao retorted once more. Next, Lu Yi took her turn to roll the dice. And with a casual toss, she also rolled a 6, 6, 6. Chapter 28. Is it stimulating? Alas, Lu Yi has also rolled 6s, 6s, 6s. Have you all been injected with adrenaline? Qi Yingying exclaimed. Fortunately, I have 2 points more than Che Yin. Otherwise, my 3, 6, 6 might have left me at the bottom. Upon witnessing the high scores thrown by Hao, Sume, and Lu Hui, both Lu Yijiao and Hoi Jiaoqian, who had yet to roll, felt a twinge of anxiety. Even Che Yin, currently at the bottom, began to feel uneasy. She could not contain her exasperation. In the previous round, her scores were a mere 1, 2, and 3, leading to her punishment without complaint. Yet in this round, she had rolled a 3, 5, 5, which were relatively higher, yet she still found herself at the bottom. How absurd! She now hoped that either Lu Yijiao or Hoi Jiaoqian would roll a lower score than hers. Otherwise, she would have to face the public humiliation of stripping down and walking 5 laps. Next, Hoi Jiaoqian took her turn. As the 3 dice settled, they revealed scores of 4, 4, and 5. The sum of her points matched Che Yin's 3, 5, 5. Both Che Yin and Hoi Jiaoqian felt a surge of tension, as they were now tied for last place. Naturally, Lu Yijiao was also anxious, eagerly awaiting her turn to roll the dice. With both hands, she gracefully picked up the 3 dice, cradling them in her delicate palms and giving them a gentle shake. followed by a silent prayer for about a second. Then, she released her hands, allowing the dice to tumble onto the table. As they came to rest, the scores revealed were 3, 4, and 5, just shy of the total of Che Yin and Hua Jiaoqian. Lu Yijiao is at the bottom. The punishment of stripping down and walking 5 laps awaits her. Qi Yingying burst into laughter. How outrageous! 3, 4, 5, and yet she is at the bottom. Lu Yijiao struggled to accept that she had gone from first place in the last round to last place in this one. Quick, quick, quick! Strip down and walk. Qi Yingying urged joyfully. All the way naked? Lu Yijiao inquired with a perplexed expression. Of course. How else can it be called stripping naked? Qi Yingying replied, her tone leaving no room for doubt. The thought of Lu Yijiao being so smug at the beginning of this round, only to find herself facing the humiliation of stripping down, filled Qi Yingying with indescribable joy. If it must be done, so be it. What is the big deal? However, Lu Yijiao quickly adjusted her mindset, elegantly shedding her garments one by one, casting glances toward Hao De as if the entire scene existed solely between them, a man and a woman, as she excitedly showcased her exquisite form. Hao De stole but 2 glances at her, yet was overwhelmed by a powerful visual stimulus. He averted his gaze, pretending to focus on the table. Yet, the image of Lu Yijiao's alluring and stunning figure lingered in his mind, unshakable. His body reacted uncontrollably. If it were just he and Lu Yijiao present, he would likely rush to her side immediately. Lu Yijiao noticed Hao Da's fleeting glances and quickly averted her own gaze. Yet she felt exhilarated and satisfied, knowing that those 2 glances would ensure he could not forget her. As she gracefully strode with her long, elegant legs, the attention of Su Mei, Che Yin, Qi Yingying, El Hui, and Hua Jiaoqian was firmly upon her as she confidently walked back and forth in the modest confines of the shelter. Upon returning to her seat to don her clothing, Qi Yingying mischievously exclaimed, "Ha ha, Lu Yijiao, you've been seen by everyone." Lu Yijiao retorted with a hint of pride. "Being seen by Hao De excites me, but being observed by you 5 women is of no consequence to me. Thus my bare walk is merely an experience." Qi Yingying provocatively replied, excited by Hao De, "You are truly shameless. Qi Yingying, perhaps you should contemplate the next round and consider whether you have the audacity to walk bare if you come in last." Lu Yijiao countered fiercely. "How could I possibly come in last? You overestimate yourself." Qi Yingying responded with confidence. "As long as no one rolls 1,000, the probability of anyone coming in last is equal. Your supposed academic prowess seems quite overrated." Lu Yijiao continued her rebuttal. "Playing dice involves not only probability, but also other influencing factors, such as one's tactile sensitivity. Lu Yijiao, you don't even grasp this. Your intellect is quite concerning." Qi Yingying shot back. Amidst their spirited exchange, the victors of the round, Su Mei and El Hui, who tied for first place, received their rewards. The youthful and charming Su Mei approached Hao De with her long, graceful legs, and then, quite comfortably, she sat face to face atop him, embracing him tightly to relish the moment. Hao De reciprocated her embrace, feeling no embarrassment despite the watchful eyes of the other 5 beauties. As they shared a blissful hug for about 5 seconds until Lu Yijiao playfully called out, "Su Mei, 5 seconds are up. What are you still doing on Hao De?" The 5-second rule was one set by Su Mei herself, making it inappropriate to violate it publicly. Thus, under Lu Yijiao's playful urging, she reluctantly descended from Hao Da's lap and returned to her seat. Following her, El Hui, who was just as newly arrived, also approached and sat face to face atop Hao De for approximately 5 seconds. Initially feeling shy about such an act, she realized that since Lu Yijiao and Su Mei had both done so, abstaining would mark her as an outsider. Additionally, she was eager to engage, as building rapport with Hao De, the sole male in their group endowed with remarkable survival skills and transformative abilities, was essential. She believed that Hao De, through the thin fabric of her attire, would savor the softness of her form and admire her delicate beauty, making her unforgettable and consequently ensuring her well-being in the future. "I too have my struggles," Hao De replied innocently. "Haha, how convenient for you. The group of beauties chimed in unison with laughter. In such a delightful atmosphere, the dice games continued, and over the next 3 hours, while Qi Yingying, Che Yin, and Huo Jiaoqian had yet to secure a first-place win, Hao had achieved that feat at least once. He emerged victorious in that round, having merely touched the delicate hands of the 6 enchanting beauties for a mere 5 seconds each, exhibiting a commendable restraint by refraining from any indiscriminate actions. Conversely, in the round where Hao ended up in last place, he opted against a nude exit and instead performed 100 push-ups on the spot. Witnessing his remarkable strength, the beauties seemed to derive even greater excitement from this display than they would have from his naked departure. As the clock approached 11 in the evening, fatigue began to set in, and the evening's delightful dice game, filled with rewards and penalties, drew to a satisfying conclusion. The group decided that Hao and Lu Yijiao would take turns keeping watch for the night, while Hao remained on guard. The 6 lovely ladies nestled into the warmth of a grand down comforter, drifting off to a comfortable slumber. Chapter 29. Cherishing Lu Yijiao. Hao, wrapped in the freshly cleaned and dried pelt of a fluffy bear, sat beside the fire in the shelter, occasionally glancing at the door and the surroundings within, vigilantly keeping watch while allowing his thoughts to wander. He was somewhat fatigued, having spent the day fishing, contending with Sun Kuang and Li Longbao, chopping wood to construct the shelter, and engaging in a fierce confrontation with a black bear that intruded upon their haven. He had also enjoyed a delightful 3-hour session of dice games with 6 enchanting ladies. Despite his weariness, sleep was not an option. As the night watchman, he felt a profound sense of duty. He could not afford to doze off and risk the safety of Su Mei and the others, should a ferocious beast invade during his lapse in vigilance. Thus, he deliberately recalled the exquisite moments spent with Su Mei, as well as the joyous atmosphere of the dice games, where the 6 captivating ladies had successively claimed their rewards from him, filling him with immense pleasure. The ladies who fell behind in the game faced delightful penalties, parading around the shelter in a state of undress, and he found himself appreciating their beauty with an artistic eye, which stirred his senses. This reminiscence invigorated him, alleviating his fatigue. He then mused about the morrow, contemplating the 3 items he should transform using his deserted island system after midnight. Previously, discussions with Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, and Huo Jiaoqian had led them to prioritize 3 essentials: a large bag of rice, a substantial sack of salt, and a giant tube of toothpaste. The alternatives considered included a large refrigerator or freezer to preserve the bear meat and a significant package of undergarments. How to deem the first 3 items vital, while the alternatives were of lesser importance, allowing for a later transformation. With that thought, he allowed his mind to drift further, pondering how to ensure a comfortable existence for himself and the 6 stunning ladies on this deserted island until rescue arrived. He concluded that it would be prudent to construct a 2-story wooden house adjacent to the shelter, as their current location by the seaside was susceptible to rising tides. Should a tide come in, the shelter would be flooded. A 2-story wooden abode would provide a significantly safer refuge for him and the lovely ladies on the upper floor, where they could enjoy the comfort of windows. Of course, building a 2-story structure would require a considerable number of tree trunks. Fortunately, with the powerful chainsaw at his disposal, cutting down trees was a manageable task. The challenge lay in transporting the timber back to the site, which would undoubtedly demand some effort from him and the ladies. Additionally, constructing a 2-story house would be more complex than building the shelter, yet still within a controllable range of difficulty. As Hao indulged in these daydreams, he lost track of time, and before he knew it, it was past midnight, approaching 1 o'clock in the morning. He was to keep watch until 3, when he would awaken Lu Yijiao, who would take over the vigil, allowing him to finally rest. However, fatigue surged over him once more, and even the enchanting visions of the ladies in their natural state could not stave off his drowsiness. In a desperate attempt to remain alert, he pinched himself sharply, which revived his spirits considerably. At that moment, he could not help but ponder the idea of constructing a 2-story wooden cabin beside him. However, he concluded that it would be far more prudent to build a 2-story villa made of reinforced concrete. This way, he could securely close the doors and windows at night. allowing for a peaceful slumber without the need for vigilant watch. The guardianship of the night was indeed a burdensome endeavor. Nevertheless, he would first need to procure a substantial amount of steel and concrete before he could embark on the construction of such a villa, thereby postponing this aspiration for at least 2 to 3 days. As Gauda was lost in thought, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of someone rising from beneath the down comforter. Turning his head, he beheld a faint glimmer in the firelight, revealing Lu Yijiao emerging from her cocoon, her bare feet whispering lightly against the ground as she approached him. As she drew nearer, Gauda could clearly discern that it was indeed Lu Yijiao, who, as it turned out, had been practicing her earlier declaration of sleeping in a nude. Noticing that Lu Yijiao had approximately 2 hours left of her watch, she boldly approached him in such an alluring manner while the other 5 beauties remained in slumber. Gauda easily surmised her intentions, recalling the numerous times she had provocatively flirted with him throughout the day. Lu Yijiao gracefully strode over to him, a mischievous smile adorning her face, before she slipped into the plush fur blanket he was draped in. Gauda remained silent, occasionally glancing towards the comforter to ensure no one was paying attention to their rendezvous, while he relished the delightful freedom of Lu Yijiao's captivating form. After a short while, he found it necessary to gently remind Lu Yijiao to lower her voice due to her uninhibited state. "How annoying! You big bad guy," Lu Yijiao retorted playfully, though she complied and moderated her volume. Eventually, she lay languidly atop him, a picture of exquisite satisfaction. Gauda Imbranjit hervarmt, his thoughts wandering deeply as he savored the moment. "You are truly remarkable," Lu Yijiao exclaimed after a while, her voice a sultry whisper. "I'm utterly blissful." "Such is a necessity," Gauda replied nonchalantly, maintaining an air of calm. "Indeed, you live up to your name," Lu Yijiao giggled softly. Too kind," Gauda modestly responded. "I am now your woman. You must cherish and protect me," she said, her expression one of sheer ecstasy as she nestled closer to him. "Of course," Gauda replied, feeling a sense of responsibility weigh upon him. With both Su Mei and Lu Yijiao now his, he felt the gravity of his obligations. "Then I shall sleep in your embrace. If I'm still comfortably asleep at 3 o'clock, please do not wake me. Help me keep watch for a while." Lu Yijiao purred affectionately. "Very well," Gauda assented readily. He felt invigorated rather than fatigued by their earlier encounter, and the warmth of Lu Yijiao in his arms made him eager to fulfill her modest request. Thus, after experiencing the profound joy of manhood, Gauda willingly extended his watch throughout the night. He reasoned that a long slumber the following morning would suffice to restore his energy. As he continued to sit, enveloped by the soft, furry bare skin while embracing the alluring and graceful legs of Lu Yijiao during the night watch, he allowed his thoughts to wander freely. Around 3 in the morning, Gauda sensed an unsettling presence surrounding the makeshift shelter, as if multiple entities were scratching at the tree trunks. Each side of the shelter was besieged by something clawing at the wood. One particular creature was scratching just outside where he sat. Struggling to suppress the tingling sensation at the nape of his neck, he turned to peer through the gaps between the tree trunks, and was met with a pair of glowing green eyes staring back at him. Chapter 30. Qi Yingying arrives the moment Gauda laid eyes upon the creature clawing at the cabin's wooden supports. He instantly recognized it for what it was, a wolf. A single wolf was not particularly terrifying. After all, he had effortlessly felled a nearly 1-ton black bear with just 2 strikes of a chainsaw. However, the current predicament was far more daunting, for there were creatures assailing the cabin from all sides, indicating the presence of no fewer than 4 wolves. Slaying at least 4 wolves was significantly more challenging than dispatching a solitary bear, as he would have to contend with lethal attacks coming from multiple directions. In a flash, Gauda resolved to remain still, opting for a strategy of patience in the face of uncertainty. The cabin's timber was unlikely to yield to the wolves' relentless scratching, and the door was securely propped shut by a hefty tree stump, preventing any ingress. With no immediate danger of intrusion, he felt a sense of reassurance. Nevertheless, the chainsaw lay within arm's reach, and he was poised to seize it should the need arise. Thus, he continued to recline against the soft warmth of Lu Yijiao, wrapped in a plush bear skin, while maintaining a vigilant watch over the movements of the at least 4 wolves lurking outside. As he had anticipated, the wolves soon ceased their futile attempts to breach the cabin's defenses, but did not leave. Instead, he could faintly hear their soft growls and the sound of their footsteps circling around the structure. Howdah pondered that if they were still prowling about come dawn, he would be compelled to confront them. After all, it was inconceivable for him and the enchanting beauties to remain holed up within the cabin indefinitely. He recognized that 3 aspects of his original plan would need to undergo considerable alteration that day, with the most pressing change being the acquisition of a fully loaded submachine gun. He dismissed the notion of a handgun, machine gun, or even a rocket launcher or cannon. The handgun lacked the capacity for rapid fire, whereas the submachine gun excelled in that regard. In a confrontation with at least 4 wolves, sustained fire would be imperative. Although a machine gun could deliver continuous firepower, its cumbersome weight made it less practical. The submachine gun, often referred to as a compact machine gun, offered greater portability and could be wielded single-handedly for sweeping fire. As for the rocket launcher or cannon, they were both impractical in terms of transport and suited only for inflicting heavy damage on a specific area, rather than dealing with multiple wolves attacking from various angles. With these considerations in mind, Howdah swiftly initiated the activation of the deserted island system, endeavoring to conjure multiple submachine guns brimming with ammunition. However, his attempts yielded no results. Undeterred, he attempted to summon 2 fully loaded submachine guns, yet still no response. Finally, he tried to manifest a single submachine gun equipped with as much ammunition as possible, and this time he succeeded. To his right, atop the wooden floor, a submachine gun materialized. He swiftly extracted the magazine, discovering it to be a high-capacity spiral magazine, filled to the brim with an estimated 100 rounds, an impressive limit for a submachine gun. With his formidable weapon in hand, even facing a pack of 30 wolves, as long as his marksmanship remained steady, he could unleash a relentless barrage upon the pack, potentially vanquishing them. The submachine gun would fire approximately 2 rounds per second during sustained fire. It is easy to imagine that before the pack of wolves had the chance to approach, Howdah was swiftly met with a hail of bullets. Armed with this submachine gun, he felt a newfound confidence in his ability to fight. However, he recognized that it was still not the opportune moment for battle. He resolved to wait until dawn. In this state of perpetual readiness for combat, sleep eluded him, and before he realized it, the clock struck 3 in the morning. Yet at that moment, an exhilarating occurrence unfolded. From beneath the down comforter, someone rose again. Howdah calmly turned his head to observe that it appeared to be Chi Yingying. Emerging from the comforter, Chi Yingying made her way to the wooden stump in the corner where the bowls were kept. She picked up her wooden bowl, rinsed her mouth with water, and took a sip of cool boiled water. After that, she turned to glance in Howdah's direction and, with an impish smile, sauntered toward him, her long, graceful legs on display. Although she wore a pair of men's briefs, she was otherwise unclad. As Howdah watched her approach, captivated by the visual allure, he pondered what her intentions might be. What would happen when she discovered that he was cradling the soft and fragrant Lu Yijiao, fast asleep beside him? In no time, Chi Yingying elegantly reached Howdah's side and quickly noticed Lu Yijiao nestled comfortably against him under the bear skin. "Oh, how do you, rogue?" Secretly indulging in mischief with Lu Yijiao, she exclaimed in a playful whisper. "What brings you here, Chi Yingying?" Howdah responded, maintaining his composure with a soft murmur. "Bring her into the comforter. I wish to join you." Chi Yingying replied with a mischievous grin that was both startling and bold. Though Howdah found her audacity rather daring, he recognized the potential for mischief. He gently lifted the peacefully slumbering Lu Yijiao and walked to the down comforter, carefully placing her within. Throughout this delicate process, he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Lu Yijiao might awaken suddenly, or that any of the other beauties, particularly Su Mei, might be disturbed by the commotion and witness him placing the unclad Lu Yijiao beneath the covers. Fortunately, neither scenario unfolded. Having settled Lu Yijiao snugly into the comforter, he observed her serene expression as she continued to sleep, before quietly returning to the warmth of the bare skin by the fire. "Very well, you naughty one." Chi Yingying chuckled softly, endeavoring to keep her voice down. After a considerable time, Howdah sat in contemplative silence, gazing into the void as he strategized on how to confront the wolves that lingered around the shelter come dawn. Chi Yingying, in stark contrast, radiated satisfaction. Nestled against him in the plush bear skin, Howdah mused to himself, despite possessing a submachine gun and having some experience with target practice. Charging out of shelter with the weapon drawn was fraught with danger. He might not even have the chance to fire before being ambushed by the wolves lurking on either side, potentially leading to a fatal encounter. This was a risk he could not afford to take. Thus, he continued to embrace the warmth of the lovely young lady beside him while deliberating the most prudent strategy to deal with the wolves wandering outside. Chapter 31. How wonderful, Howdah! I'm going to sleep over there, Chi Yingying said playfully after enjoying a moment of comfort nestled against Howdah. Howdah gazed at her with affectionate indulgence. I want you to carry me over, Chi Yingying continued, teasingly blowing softly into his right ear. It would be better if you went by yourself, Howdah gently declined, aware of the potential risk of being discovered by other beauties if he carried her. Howdah, you don't love me enough, Chi Yingying provocatively remarked. I'll carry you over. Howdah decided to take the risk. You are so beautiful. Chi Yingying giggled softly, then boldly caressed him once more before reluctantly retreating from the plush bear skin, her long, delicate legs slightly trembling as she made her way back to the down comforter, snuggling under the blankets to continue her slumber. Howdah reveled in the lingering fragrances of Chi Yingying and Lu Yijiao that permeated the bear skin, alongside the enchanting scent of yet another beauty, Su Mei. Enveloped in this amalgamation of alluring aromas, he reflected on how all three captivating women were now his, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. Of course, with such fortune came greater responsibility. If the wolves outside lingered until dawn, he must eradicate them. He could not allow even the slightest harm to befall his enchanting companions. An idea struck him suddenly. He would employ a chainsaw to create small openings on each side of the shelter, just large enough to extend the barrel and sights of his submachine gun, thereby shooting down the wolves that posed a threat outside, one by one. However, he would wait until daylight to execute this plan. As he continued to cover himself with the bear skin, keeping vigil through the night, he found himself indulging in the delightful comparison of the immense pleasure each of the beauties, Su Mei, Lu Yijiao, and Chi Yingying, brought him. Su Mei embodied youthful charm, and their intimate moments intensified his possessive desires. Lu Yijiao exuded striking allure, and while he found great pleasure in her company, her stunning figure was equally captivating. Chi Yingying, on the other hand, represented a wild, spirited heiress, and his interactions with her brought both a delightful sense of achievement and an exhilarating feeling of conquest. Lost in these pleasurable musings, time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, it was past 6 a.m, with the sky beginning to brighten. Howdah intended to wait for everyone to awaken comfortably before using the chainsaw to create openings and eliminate the wolves still lurking outside. However, plans often change unexpectedly, suddenly. A wolf howled loudly from outside, startling all 6 beautiful women, who had been sleeping soundly beneath the down comforter. Damn, there are wolves. Chi Yingying was the first to scream. In truth, wolves had been lurking outside the shelter while she and Howdah were engaged in their activities. But she had been oblivious. Howdah, however, had been acutely aware of the wolves' movements, not wanting to be caught off guard in the midst of his joy by a wolf bursting through the door to attack him. Howdah, brother. Upon hearing the chilling howl of the wolves, Su Mei turned her gaze towards Howdah and called out in a delicate voice. Qian, Lu Yijiao, and other enchanting beauties also collectively sought his presence, yearning for a sense of security. Fear not, for I have conjured a submachine gun, Howdah proclaimed with an air of confidence, swiftly wielding a chainsaw to carve an aperture on each side of the shelter, allowing the gun barrel and sights to protrude. He then aimed the submachine gun to eliminate the wolves lurking outside. With the emergence of such formidable weaponry, the lovely maidens visibly relaxed, rising from their slumber to wash up and gather behind Howdah, intrigued as they observed him drill holes with the chainsaw. In no time, Howdah had created shooting apertures on all sides of the shelter, extending the gun barrel through one of the openings. His eye fixated on the sight, aimed at a nearby wolf. Su Mei, Qian, Liu Yizhao, Qi Yingying, Lui, and Hua Jiao Qin stood at that side of the shelter, peering through the gaps between the tree trunks to observe the wolf. Suddenly, a resounding gunshot echoed through the air. The wolf collapsed in an instant. "Oh, Howda, brother, you're magnificent," the beauties exclaimed in excitement, thrilled by the exhilarating sight of Hao Da's sharpshooting prowess. "Too much praise," Howda humbly replied, his joy evident. "Ha, Howda, my dear, let me take the next shot." Qi Yingying giggled. "Qi Yingying, have you become brazen? Calling him my dear?" Liu Yijiao teased, her thoughts wandering to the delightful evening she shared with Howda, realizing that indeed, he was her husband. "Oomph, I simply enjoy calling him my dear." Liu Yijiao, care to challenge me? Qi Yingying retorted playfully, taking the submachine gun from Howda and aiming it through the small opening towards another wolf in the distance. Noticing Qi Yingying's radiant beauty, Liu Yijiao couldn't help but wonder if she had, after Liu Yijiao had fallen asleep, enticed Howda herself. After all, with her privileged background, how could she so easily call him my dear? The more Liu Yijiao pondered, the more convinced she became that Qi Yingying had indeed been drawn to Howda. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Qi Yingying had also felled the wolf with remarkable accuracy. This, however, was anticipated by Howda, considering Qi Yingying's affluent lifestyle. Having frequented the renowned casinos of Las Vegas, engaging in thrilling shooting practice at the range, her intelligence and experience undoubtedly contributed to her skill. "The next wolf is mine," Liu Yijiao declared, unwilling to be outdone by Qi Yingying's impressive display. "No, it is mine," Su Mei chimed in as well. Meanwhile, Qian, Lui, and Hua Jiao Qian continued to watch with keen interest, akin to spectators at a lively event. It was remarkable how the beauties, once startled by the wolves' howls, were now either eagerly seizing the opportunity to shoot or excitedly observing from the sidelines. With a man as formidable as Howda at the helm, they all felt an inexplicable sense of security and assurance. Upon beholding the exquisite beauty of each maiden, their pure and enchanting allure accentuated by their long, delicate legs, Hao couldn't help but indulge in a rather mischievous daydream. He pondered how utterly sublime it would be to experience the company of all 6 enchanting beauties in succession. Such an encounter would undoubtedly be an unparalleled delight. Chapter 32. The favor of many concubines. Rock, paper, scissors to determine the victor. Whoever wins shall take the shot. So may declare. Rock, paper, scissors it is. Liu Yijiao retorted defiantly. It was Liu Yijiao's loss in the previous round of rock, paper, scissors that had deprived her of becoming the first woman for Hao Da on this deserted island, a fact that still weighed heavily on her mind. Now, presented with another chance to challenge Su Mei, her determination to triumph was fervent. Yet again, Liu Yijiao faced defeat. Unbeknownst to her, Su Mei had acquired a prophetic ability, foreseeing her choice 5 seconds in advance. With ease, Su Mei opted for paper, leaving Liu Yijiao with no possibility of victory. Though frustrated, Liu Yijiao had to concede her loss and watch as Su Mei accepted the assault rifle handed over by Hao Da. Having had prior experience at a shooting range, Su Mei possessed a degree of confidence. However, when she aimed at a distant wolf through a gap in the third wall of their makeshift shelter and fired, she missed entirely. The startled wolf dashed into the woods, disappearing from sight. "Ha, Su Mei, your marksmanship leaves much to be desired." Liu Yijiao laughed heartily upon witnessing Su Mei's failed shot through the gaps in the tree trunk. "Just a hair's breadth off," Su Mei retorted, unwilling to accept defeat as she brought the rifle back inside, preparing to take another shot through the opening in the fourth wall of the shelter. "Now it's my turn to shoot," Liu Yijiao exclaimed. Seeing her determination, Su Mei refrained from another round of rock, paper, scissors, which would reveal her prophetic ability. With a slight smile, she handed the rifle to Liu Yijiao. Hao Da and the other beauties peered through the gaps between the tree trunks, eagerly observing Liu Yijiao's performance. Bang! With a sudden shot, Liu Yijiao also missed her target, the wolf fleeing in terror. "You both have terrible aim. It's time for my husband Hao Da and me to show you how it's done," Qi Yingying proclaimed proudly. Though Liu Yijiao felt a surge of anger at being mocked by Qi Yingying, she acknowledged that missing was a reality that could not be changed. Qi Yingying seized a rifle from Lu Yijiao and, with no contention from Che Yin, Lu Hui, and Hua Jiaoqian, who had yet to take their shots, she found a direction where wolves were still present. Extending the rifle through the gap in the tree trunk, she fired once more. Bang! Another wolf fell. Huh. I'm simply phenomenal. One shot, one kill. That makes two, for me. Soon, we shall feast on barbecued wolf meat and savor wolf soup. Qi Yingying cackled with delight. Both Su Mei and Lu Yijiao felt a surge of irritation at her boastfulness. Meanwhile, How to maintain a facade of calm. His thoughts drifting back to the exquisite experiences he had shared with the stunningly alluring Qi Yingying beneath the cozy embrace of a bear pelt. And her utterly entranced expression. With a spring in her step, Qi Yingying brandished the rifle, glancing towards the other three directions of the shelter, soon spotting another wolf. Excitedly, she aimed once more, decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! However, this time she missed, and the wolf escaped. Damn, I actually missed. Qi Yingying exclaimed with some irritation. Ha! Qi Yingying, your marksmanship isn't that impressive. Lu Yijiao seized the opportunity to laugh heartily. At least I'm better than you. I shot down 2 wolves with 3 shots. You didn't even manage to get a single wolf hair with your shot. Qi Yingying retorted haughtily. I only fired once. Perhaps if I had taken 2 more shots, they would all hit. Lu Yijiao countered hypothetically. There are no wolves left, so you won't have the chance to shoot. Qi Yingying glanced around and sarcastically remarked, Oh, it's such a pity there are no wolves. Otherwise, I would have taken 2 more shots, and they would all hit. Lu Yijiao cheerfully added, Another one has appeared. How to suddenly made a discovery. Here's the gun for you. Qi Yingying chuckled as she handed the gun to Lu Yijiao, eager to witness her folly. Aoda, Su Mei, Qian, Lui, and Hua Jiaoqian watched with keen interest, though none showed favoritism. They were merely spectators. Lu Yijiao had missed her previous shot, so she felt somewhat insecure, but with the barrel already aimed, she had no choice but to fire. Gritting her teeth, she encouraged herself internally. Holding her breath, she aimed at the distant wolf and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the wolf fell to the ground. Oh, I'm so amazing! Lu Yijiao exclaimed with excitement, observing her exuberance and proud figure. How to recalled last night when she appeared vibrant and joyous. Qi Yingying, witnessing Lu Yijiao's triumph, felt a twinge of displeasure but refrained from commenting, considering she had just missed a shot while Lu Yijiao had succeeded. With no wolves in sight for the moment, how to continue to survey the surroundings of the shelter. We killed 4 wolves. 4 wolves mean we have plenty of food. Why not observe a little longer to see if any wolves or other beasts approach? It's somewhat risky to venture out now. Su Mei expressed concern. Let us observe for about 30 more minutes, How to replied with a smile. Thus, for the next half hour, the team divided tasks. Some kept watch outside the shelter, while others grilled bear meat and prepared bear soup for breakfast, working harmoniously together. However, How to still couldn't sleep. He planned to wait for about 30 minutes to see if any wolves or other beasts appeared. If not, he intended to head out with an assault rifle to retrieve the 4 wolves before resting. How to turn a large bag of fine salt. Lu Yijiao, who was grilling bear meat, playfully called out to her husband. Turning a large bag of fine salt is nothing compared to turning a large barrel of fine salt. Qi Yingying interjected teasingly. Today, brother Hao can transform 3 items. He has already created a bullet-loaded assault rifle and can still transform 2 more items. We desperately need salt. We haven't had any for 2 days and feel something is missing. Su Mei chimed in, giggling. I'll first try to transform a large barrel of salt. If that fails, I'll attempt to create a large bag of salt. How to replied with a pragmatic approach. Qi Yingying beamed with pride upon hearing him consider her suggestion, while Lu Yijiao felt somewhat disgruntled, thinking she should have suggested a large barrel of salt instead of just a bag. How to activated his island system with his thoughts and instantly produced a large barrel of salt. Not only did he conjure this much salt, a large plastic barrel filled with an abundance of salt has materialized. Oh, so much salt. This sizable barrel is quite impressive, equipped with a handle. The lovely maidens exclaimed with delight. With the presence of salt, the The roasted bear meat and simmered bear soup they were preparing have undoubtedly become more delectable. How da? Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, El Hui, and Huo Jiaoqian savored the salted barbecued bear meat while sipping the salted bear soup, all the while remaining vigilant to any movements in the four directions outside the makeshift shelter. Thus far, however, no wolves or other fierce beasts have made their appearance. Sated and invigorated, Hao Da relished the feast, his spirits buoyed, and he began to indulge in daydreams of a night enveloped in the warmth of a grand down comforter, imagining the exquisite experience of lavishing attention upon each of the 6 enchanting maidens, one by one, like an emperor. Chapter 33, The Fallen Beauty, approximately 30 minutes later. Hao Da once again confirmed that there were no wolves or other ferocious beasts in the vicinity of the shelter. He then emerged from the makeshift abode, carrying his submachine gun, and retrieved the 4 wolves he had previously slain. Oh, more wolf meat for us. Éclamet soumis, her excitement palpable. Wolves and dogs belong to the same species. Barbecued wolf meat and wolf soup should be quite delectable, Qi Yingying remarked, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Hao Da, my dear husband, you must quickly transform something into a large freezer or refrigerator. Otherwise, all this wolf meat, along with the leftover bear meat, will spoil before the day is over. Lu Yijiao cautioned. Indeed, I shall take a nap until around lunchtime, and then I will construct a 2-story wooden cabin beside us, followed by transforming it into a powerful nuclear-powered freezer or refrigerator, thus eliminating the need for further transportation. Hao Da replied with a sense of planning. Hao Da, you have worked hard. You've stayed awake all night keeping watch. Please get some rest. Su Mei expressed her concern. Qian, Liu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, and Livui, and Huo Jiaoqian also gazed at him with worry. Yes, I shall sleep immediately. Hao Da responded warmly to the lovely ladies. He then removed his clothing and nestled into the warm down blanket, still imbued with the lingering fragrances of the beauties, and soon drifted into a comfortable slumber. Before long, he was fast asleep. Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, LV Hui, and Huo Jiaoqian secured the shelter door and propped it with a heavy wooden stump, then gathered around the fire pit, roasting themselves and engaging in hushed conversation. With little else to occupy their time, they focused on warming themselves and exchanging words. Outside, wolves or other predators could appear at any moment, making their stay within the shelter the safest option. Blast those rescue teams. Where are they? This is the 3rd day. Qi Yingying muttered under her breath. Patience is all we can afford at this point, Che Yin replied. This is so dull. There are no entertainment activities. Lu Yijiao whispered. Talking will alleviate the boredom, Su Mei suggested softly. Hao Da can transform something today, perhaps a large freezer or refrigerator. What else would you like him to change tomorrow? LV Hui posed a question. There is still a large bag of rice, an enormous tube of toothpaste, and a big pack of undergarments we discussed transforming yesterday. Huo Jiaoqian mentioned quietly. I believe we should quickly transform a lot of sanitary napkins. My period is approaching, Qi Yingying declared. We also need a substantial amount of toilet paper. Otherwise, we'll be in a predicament. Qiana did. Now that you mention it, I feel the urge to go. Lu Yijiao admitted. We should hastily construct a makeshift toilet. LV suggested. I need to relieve myself. So may statif. Then hurry and go. Qi Yingying replied with a mischievous grin. You can manage without a toilet. I'm a bit frightened to go out alone. Su Mei looked at the group. Who will accompany me? Ah, seeing you so pitiful. I will take my submachine gun and accompany you. Qi Yingying chuckled softly. Thus, Qi Yingying and Su Mei exited the shelter. Su Mei squatted a short distance away to relieve herself, while Qi Yingying stood guard with her submachine gun, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Su Mei hastily completed her business, and, on the way back with Qi Yingying, the latter provocatively remarked, Su Mei, your alluring curves are so fair and enticing. No wonder my husband, Hao Da, was utterly captivated by you yesterday. What are you talking about? Why would a woman like you pay attention to that? Su Mei retorted, somewhat flustered. Seeing you flustered brings me such delight. Qi Yingying chuckled. Upon returning to their shelter, they secured the door and settled by the fire with the others, engaging in quiet conversation. Unbeknownst to them, As the clock approached 9 in the morning, Hao Da lay comfortably ensconced in his duvet, surrounded by the fragrance of beautiful women. At that very moment, another small group, 2 men and 3 women, emerged somewhat disheveled from the woods near the well. Their eyes sparkled with excitement upon spotting a shelter on the beach. This group consisted of survivors from the same plane crash as Hao Da and his companions. They had landed on another side of the deserted island. Having endured a challenging 3 days, their appearances reflected their arduous survival. Among the men, one named Qian Fu, age 35, had been a high-ranking executive before becoming stranded. The other, Zhang Haohen, aged 30, had been the owner of a small company. The 3 women were Ren Qian, Zhao Ai, and Lu Qianqian. 19-year-old Lu Qianqian was a sophomore at a domestic university. 21-year-old Zhao Ai had just joined a foreign enterprise a month prior. 25-year-old Ren Qian was a small internet celebrity. Despite their weakened state from hunger and dehydration, their innate beauty shone through, each a striking figure in her own right. Upon spotting the shelter, the 5 felt a surge of determination and strode purposefully toward it. The shelter symbolized a safe haven for rest. After 3 days without a stable place to sleep, they had been plagued by fear of wild beasts or venomous snakes lurking in the night. They harbored a vague suspicion that the shelter might be occupied, as such a structure would not appear spontaneously on a deserted beach. Each pondered whether the occupants were fellow survivors, wondering if they would approach with goodwill or ill intent. In the harsh reality of the island, anything was possible for survival. Meanwhile, within the shelter, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, El Hui, and Hui Jiaoqian were gathered around the fire, when the ever-vigilant Qi Yingying suddenly exclaimed, "I think I hear footsteps." At her words, Su Mei and the others immediately tensed, rising to peer through the trees surrounding the shelter. They soon spotted 2 men and 3 women approaching briskly. Qi Yingying swiftly grabbed a submachine gun, while Lu Yijiao wielded a chainsaw, and the others picked up sturdy wooden sticks, for the intentions of the approaching 5 remained uncertain. And caution was paramount. Considering that Hao Da was in a deep slumber, the beautiful women chose not to disturb him for the time being. Shortly thereafter, Qianfu, Zhang Haohen, Lu Qianqian, Zhao An, and Ren Qian approached the tightly shut wooden door of the makeshift shelter. The 5 felt a tinge of nervousness, mirrored by the anxiety of Su Mei and the others inside the shelter. "Is anyone inside? We are survivors of a plane crash. Are you survivors as well?" Qian Fu was the first to speak. The occupants within the shelter exchanged glances, and then Che Yin, acting as their representative, replied from behind the closed door, "Yes, we too are survivors. What is it that you seek? We just emerged from the woods and have hardly eaten anything in the past 3 days. As fellow survivors, could you possibly provide us with some food?" Lu Qianqian said, her voice tinged with fragility. If Hao Da were to peer through the gaps in the tree trunks, observing the plight of this delicate beauty outside the door, it is likely that his feelings of compassion for her would flow as ceaselessly as a mighty river. Chapter 34. The specialized room. Although Hao Da was still nestled under the down comforter and not present, the women in the room, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, and Hui Jiaoqian, were all strikingly beautiful and kind-hearted, which stirred their compassion. Given that they had a surplus of food, the women exchanged knowing glances and swiftly reached a decision. They opened the door of the makeshift shelter, but to be cautious. Qi Yingying tightly gripped her submachine gun, while Lu Yijiao wielded a chainsaw. Upon opening the door, Su Mei and her companions beheld 3 disheveled women, Lu Qianqian, Zhao An, and Ren Qian, as well as 2 equally unfortunate men, Qian Fu and Zhang Haohen. Lu Qianqian and the others recognized Su Mei and her group, recalling their encounter at the makeshift waiting area prior to the disaster. However, as fellow survivors of the plane crash, Su Mei and her companions clearly fared better than Lu Qianqian and her group. "We have limited provisions, but we can offer you a small pot of bear meat and some fresh water. Additionally, we have firewood for cooking and a burning log to ignite the flames," Che Yin said sincerely, her face adorned with a warm smile. "Thank you so much. We really appreciate it." Li Qianqian, Cao An, Ren Qian, Qianfu, and Zhang Haoan expressed their heartfelt gratitude in unison. Thus, Lu Qianqian and her companions took the small pot of bear meat, fresh water, firewood, and the burning log. Then set up a fire pit on the nearby sandy beach to roast the bear meat and prepare a soup. Su Mei and her group secured the shelter door, propping it shut with a heavy stump, and settled around the fire for a quiet conversation. They looked so pitiful. It's evident they haven't eaten properly in 3 days, Su Mei remarked. We provided them with some bear meat, a small pot of fresh water, and firewood with a flame. We've done our utmost in kindness, yet we must remain vigilant. In this desolate island, where food is scarce, human nature is often put to the test, and desperation can lead to unspeakable actions. We all remember the 2 unscrupulous men who coerced Lu Hui and Hua Jiaoqin yesterday, don't we? Qi Yingying said with a serious expression. Everyone recalled Sun Kuang and Li Longbao, and had it not been for Hao the injuring one and engaging in a fierce struggle with the other. While Qi Yingying seized the opportunity to deliver a heavy blow from behind, the outcome could have been dire. If they request to join our group today or tomorrow, Lu Hui hesitated. My stance is to refuse outright. They are capable individuals, both men and women, and they too are stranded on this beach. Why can't they establish their own team? Lu Yijiao asserted. I share Lu Yijiao's view. A direct refusal is the best course of action. Qi Yingying's tone was equally resolute. Su Mei and Che Yin remained silent. While they believed that a direct refusal would simplify matters, they recognized that the other group lacked even the tools to confront wild beasts, making the procurement of food a significant challenge. Let us wait until Hao wakes up and then decide, they concluded. As Lu Qianqian and 4 others gathered around their fire, roasting bear meat and simmering bear soup, they engaged in quiet conversation. How impressive they are! A few young women managed to construct a shelter and procure bear meat. Li Qianqian whispered in admiration. I suspect there must be at least one man in their team, though he hasn't shown himself yet, Zhang Haoan remarked. What puzzles me is that they possess submachine guns and a chainsaw. Qianfu responded doubtfully. Perhaps they were fortunate enough to find them on this deserted island, Zhao Wan suggested. With a submachine gun and a chainsaw, it becomes explicable how they could slay a bear for meat and saw trees to build a shelter, Ren Qian added. What shall we do next? After this meal? It won't be long before we are hungry again. Le Qianqian posed a sérieuse question. There is a well at the edge of the forest, covered by wooden planks, but the opening is about 5 meters above the water surface. We need to find a long vine in the woods to lower our pot for water. With enough fresh water, we can survive for 7 days without food while waiting for rescue, Qin Fu explained. Though that may be so, surviving on just water for 7 days will surely be a challenge. Zhao Wan interjected. We lack submachine guns, chainsaws, and even knives. Hunting for food would be tantamount to courting death. We all know the dangers that lurk within the forest after narrowly escaping from it, Zhang Haoan expressed, a shiver running down his spine. His words evoked memories of the vividly colored venomous snakes that haunted the woods. I wonder if there are fish in the shallow waters near the beach. If there are fish, we could spear them with sticks, Zhao Wan suggested, exploring a new idea. Let's take a look shortly, though I doubt the prospects, Qin Fu replied. If there are no fish, crabs or shellfish would suffice, roasted or boiled. They could alleviate our hunger. Ren Qian maintained hope for the shallow waters. Regardless of each individual's circumstances, time marched on. Unbeknownst to them, approximately 3 hours had passed. It was now lunchtime. Hao enjoyed a comfortable nap beneath a duvet, exuding the fragrance of the lovely women, and awoke revitalized. After a brief wash, he joined the gathering around the fire, receiving a warm welcome from the 6 beautiful women, 3 of whom were already his companions, while the other 3 were likely to follow suit. Did you sleep well, my husband? The alluring and playful Lu Yijiao asked with a mischievous grin. Indeed, the duvet was filled with the delightful scent of all 6 of you. It was utterly blissful. Hao responded with a peculiar smile. Rogue, scoundrel, the lovely women laughed, playfully chiding him, as they jovially shared roasted bear meat and savored the bear soup. The addition of salt from the large barrel they had found earlier enhanced the flavor significantly. Brother Hao, 5 more survivors have arrived. They came seeking food, and we offered them some sustenance, water, and firewood, even giving them our small pot, Su Mei announced. as long as they are not malicious individuals. We should assist them as best we can, Howdah replied. Howdah smiled as he replied, then rose to peer through the gaps in the branches of the hut before returning to his seat. When do you think they will propose to join our team? Cherai inquired, casting a keen glance at Howdah. It is better for them to be self-sufficient. We should offer them appropriate assistance. Howdah articulated his stance. Given that Howdah had expressed his opinion, Su Mei and the others naturally adhered to his judgment, for he was indeed the leader of the team. After everyone had their fill, Howdah chuckled. This hut is still a bit small. Next, we shall venture into the woods to saw some timber and construct a 2-story wooden house nearby. Excellent. I adore the idea of living in a wooden house. I want to reside on the 2nd floor. It will be spacious, well-ventilated, and offer a splendid view. Su Mei exclaimed with enthusiasm. The 2nd floor should have at least 2 rooms, one specifically for my husband Howdah, and me. Qi Yingying remarked rather provocatively. Qi Yingying, you are quite audacious. A room reserved for my husband Howdah and me would be more appropriate. Lu Yijiao retorted with a similarly bold tone. Chapter 35, with legs as graceful as jade. None could match Lu Yijiao's lasciviousness. Qi Yingying decisively retaliated. Qi Yingying, you are the most provocative. Lu Yijiao swiftly countered. Time to chop some trees. Howdah promptly shifted the topic to avert a confrontation between Qi Yingying and Lu Yijiao. Thus, armed with a submachine gun, Howdah led the way as Qi Yingying wielded a chainsaw and Lu Yijiao brandished an axe. This team of 7 emerged from their shelter, marching robustly towards the bordering woods. Meanwhile, the team of 5, including Lu Qianqian, had just returned from the shallow waters of the nearby sea, having spent nearly 3 hours without catching a single fish, only managing to collect a pitiful few small crabs and shells. They were now simmering these meager finds into a broth, which would barely suffice to alleviate their gnawing hunger. Upon seeing Howdah and his group emerge from the shelter, Zhang Haohan mused inwardly, as expected. There was indeed a man in their ranks, and he appeared formidable. Hello, are you off to hunt? Lu Qianqian stood up, greeting them with enthusiasm as they approached. Zhao Man and the other 4 also stood, smiling at Howdah and his companions. We're not hunting. We're heading to the woods to saw some trees and build a 2-story wooden cabin, Su Mei replied with a smile. Lu Qianqian, a sophomore at a domestic university, and Su Mei, a freshman at another, shared a certain kinship in demeanor, fostering an innate sense of camaraderie between them. You're building a cabin? We can help. For instance, lifting logs. Qianfu quickly seized the opportunity, smiling broadly. Sure, let's do it together. Al-Dahiajidi agreed. Your assistance will be rewarded with bear meat and timber. He had noticed their meager cooking pots simmering with only a few small crabs and shells, aware of their struggle for sustenance. Since they had offered to help, he gladly provided them with the chance to exchange labor for food and resources. It was a win-win situation, with 5 additional people to assist in lifting logs. Howdah would save considerable effort. Wonderful. Lu Qianqian and the others responded joyfully. Let us set off together. Thus, the original 7-member team expanded to a formidable 12. With laughter and chatter, they made their way towards the edge of the woods. Despite the apparent harmony in this newly formed alliance, Howdah and Qi Yingying remained wary. For one must always be cautious. With the submachine gun in Howdah's possession, he planned to entrust it to Qi Yingying, who was quite proficient with firearms. When they began sawing trees, should Qianfu, Zhang Haohan, or anyone else from the opposing team attempt a sudden ambush to seize the weapon, a decisive strike would be the wisest course of action. For if any of them were to resort to treachery, it would mean either their demise or Howdah's, a harsh and stark reality. When a person contemplates murder, they can sometimes be more perilous than ferocious beasts or venomous snakes. Of course, this was merely a precaution. For the time being, exchanging labor for food and timber rendered it unnecessary for Qianfu or Zhang Haohan to risk their lives for the submachine gun. Thus, the 2 teams collaborated quite harmoniously. Howdah was busy sawing trees while Qi Yingying, armed with a submachine gun, stood by his side as a close bodyguard. Once a tree fell, 10 others joined forces to drag it out of the forest and bring it back to the shelter. After repeating this process numerous times, with ample timber accumulated, Howda ceased his work and returned to the shelter with Qi, Ying, and the others. True to his word, he generously provided Lu Qianqian and the others with a substantial amount of bear meat, sufficient to last them until the following evening, along with plenty of firewood to keep them warm until then. With their provisions and firewood secured before the morning of the day after tomorrow, Lu Qianqian and her companions were naturally elated, in stark contrast to the previous 3 days spent deep within the forest, where they faced hunger and the ever-looming threat from venomous snakes and fierce beasts. Their current situation felt like a paradise compared to hell. Notably, the 3 disheartened beauties, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Yan, and Ren Qian, were not only grateful to Howda for supplying their team with food and wood, but also found themselves secretly enamored by his impressive strength, perceiving him as a savior sent from above. Had it not been for the fact that Hao Da's team already included 6 stunning beauties, they would have eagerly sought an opportunity to express their desire to join his ranks. However, for now, they chose to suppress their feelings and observe the situation. On Hao Da's end, having secured enough logs, the time had come to construct a 2-story wooden house. Although more complex than the shelter, the principle remained similar, essentially building a structure 3 times larger in length, width, and height. Despite having already compensated Lu Qianqian's team with bear meat and wood, the 5 of them voluntarily came to assist in the construction of the wooden house. Witnessing their gratitude, Howda graciously promised that once the wooden house was completed, he would help them build 2 shelters, ensuring they had a place to sleep that night. Delighted by Hao Da's generosity, Lu Qianqian felt a surge of happiness. The noble spirit of mutual assistance among brethren was vividly manifested at that moment. Although later on, the 2 teams would become adversaries for various reasons. For now, harmony prevailed between them. With the strength of numbers, they completed the construction of the 2-story wooden house for Hao Da's team and 2 shelters for Lu Qianqian's team within just one afternoon. The decision to build 2 shelters instead of one stemmed from the fact that Lu Qianqian's team comprised 3 women and 2 men, making separate accommodations more suitable. In contrast, Hao Da's team, consisting of 1 man and 6 women, shared a single shelter due to the unique dynamic of 1 man amidst multiple women. Furthermore, Hao Da's daring venture through the woods to catch fish and procure water had firmly captivated the hearts of the beautiful women. Additionally, his robust physique, remarkable stamina, and extraordinary abilities had endeared him to the youthful and graceful Su Mei, the stunning and alluring Lu Yijiao, and the innocent yet spirited Qi Yingying. He was poised to win the hearts of the other charming women, Che Yin, El Hui, and Hua Jiaoqian, who each possessed their own enchanting allure. What Howda was unaware of was that the newly arrived team, consisting of the stunningly beautiful and pure-legged Lu Qianqian, Zhao, and Ren Qian, had secretly developed an interest in him. This very intrigue ultimately led to the bitter rivalry between the 2 teams. Chapter 36. The demands of the beauties. Hao Da's team resided in a 2-story wooden cabin. The first floor housed a spacious room designated for storing various items, while the second floor comprised 7 small chambers, 1 for each of the ladies, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, and Hua Jiaoqian, thus providing each with their own private sanctuary. Additionally, the second floor featured a large communal room, which served as a sleeping area for everyone, equipped with an exceptionally large down comforter. This room also facilitated group activities, such as the previous dice game for rewards and penalties. Each small room on the second floor boasted a small window, ensuring ventilation and a glimpse of the surrounding scenery, which could be sealed with wooden boards to shield against rain. The large room similarly had a grand window for air circulation and scenic views, also capable of being blocked off with wood as needed. Once the 2-story cabin was completed, Howda conjured a 3rd item, a colossal freezer powered by a nuclear energy source, and placed it on the first floor. He stored the meticulously processed wolf meat from 4 wolves, along with a substantial amount of leftover bear meat, in this freezer. Whenever it was time to prepare a meal, he could simply retrieve some meat for thawing. Howda estimated that the plethora of bear and wolf meat would suffice for at least 9 days. However, since his deserted island system allowed him to conjure 3 items daily, relying solely on bear and wolf meat seemed rather monotonous. He He planned to create a large bag of rice the following day, envisioning delightful meals of rice paired with roasted bear and wolf meat, alongside bear and wolf soup. Currently, he could only use a large iron pot for steaming rice, but he intended to summon a smart pressure cooker powered by nuclear energy, capable of cooking rice and simmering bear and wolf soups. Moreover, he envisioned conjuring a large sack of potatoes, a substantial bag of cabbage, another freezer with nuclear power, a large sack of white radishes, and a bag of chili peppers, among other items. Ultimately, before the rescue team arrived, he aspired to ensure that he and the beautiful ladies enjoyed a life of comfort. Though he understood the value of contentment, he simultaneously yearned for improvement, contemplating that upgrading his deserted island system would be beneficial. The prospect of transforming not merely 3 items a day, but 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or even more, was undeniably enticing. As he pondered this, a voice resonated in his mind from the deserted island system. Satisfy the demands of 9 beauties, and the system shall level up. You will be able to conjure 4 items a day. Furthermore, the 3 items already created today shall not count towards this total. Upon hearing such delightful news, Howda's heart soared with joy. An opportunity for advancement had presented itself. With the upgrade, he could conjure 4 items today. How exhilarating! However, the requirement for this upgrade, fulfilling the requests of 9 beauties, seemed a daunting challenge. It implied that he needed to satisfy each of the 6 ladies in his team and also address the demands of the 3 newcomers. What mischief are you concocting now, my husband? Why the peculiar grin? Lu Yijiao inquired, noticing Howda sitting on a wooden stool in the large room of the cabin, wearing an odd smile. She sauntered over and playfully perched herself on his lap. In the grand chamber, Su Mei and the other enchanting ladies were gathered by the large window, engaged in lively conversation while admiring the picturesque beach scenery outside. The arrival of their new residents filled the beauties with excitement. Suddenly, Qi Yingying glanced back and noticed Lu Yijiao perched atop Howda, prompting her to exclaim, Lu Yijiao, are you being flirtatious again? What are you doing sitting on my husband Howda in broad daylight? At her outburst, Su Mei and the others turned to gaze at the sight of Lu Yijiao on Howda's lap. My husband Howda has generously built us this splendid 2-story wooden house, so I shall reward him by sitting on him for a while. Lu Yijiao replied with a playful laugh, rising from her seat. You are truly brazen, clearly taking advantage of my husband. Qi Yingying retorted. Not as brazen as you. Howda is our shared husband among the 6 of us, not just yours alone. Lu Yijiao shot back defiantly. Ah, my ability to transform things can be upgraded now. Howda interjected suddenly, diverting attention to prevent a potential squabble between Qi Yingying and Lu Yijiao. An upgrade means I could transform 4 items in a day. Not counting the 3 I've already changed today, Lu Yijiao exclaimed with excitement. What are the conditions for this upgrade? Qi Yingying inquired with keen interest. Will the conditions be rather outrageous? Su Mei chimed in with a giggle. Though Che Yin, Lu Hui, and Hua Jiao Qian had remained silent for the moment, their curiosity was evident as they observed Howda. The conditions this time require satisfying 1 request from each of the 9 beauties. Howda answered matter-of-factly. This condition sounds amusing. Qi Yingying laughed heartily. We have 6 beauties here, and the team has 3, making the perfect 9, Che Yin noted. Make sure to consider your requests carefully. If anyone proposes something I cannot fulfill, then the upgrade will be off the table. Indeed, each of us must think this through seriously, Lu Hui agreed. Thus, the 6 illustrious beauties pondered their individual requests for Howda. I've made up my mind. My request is quite simple. I want to sit on my husband Howda for 5 minutes. I was interrupted earlier and only managed to sit for 5 seconds. I didn't get to enjoy it at all. Lu Yijiao declared first. Lu Yijiao, you wish to take advantage of my husband Howda again. How shameless. Qi Yingying couldn't help but retort. Yet at that moment, the other 5 beauties were watching, so although Howda felt immensely pleased internally, he maintained a facade of seriousness, allowing Lu Yijiao to sit freely on his lap without making any inappropriate movements. Howda's also my husband. What is wrong with me sitting on him while asking for a 5-minute embrace? That is a perfectly reasonable request, Qi Yingying asserted confidently. gracefully approaching to sit comfortably on Hao Da's lap, declaring with delight, "Oh, husband, you make it so comfortable for me to sit. Hold me tightly." In order to fulfill Qi Yingying's request and thus complete the second part of the ninth requirement for the island system's upgrade, Hao Da naturally embraced the beautiful and spoiled young lady seated on him. The expressions of Lu Yijiao and the other beauties were curious, each seemingly blushing even more than Qi Yingying. Chapter 37. Silent communication. While Hao Da maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, the atmosphere was anything but tranquil. Subsequently, Su Mei, El Hui, and Hua Jiaoqian each made their request to sit on Hao Da's lap for 5 minutes, and their wishes were swiftly realized. It must be said that Hao Da faced considerable challenges in fulfilling the requirements of this upgrade to the deserted island system, yet the experience was undeniably pleasurable. Among the 6 enchanting women, only Che Yin had yet to voice her desire, and all eyes turned to her. "I wish to spend 30 minutes alone with Hao Da in my small room," Che Yin declared, startling everyone. "What on earth do you intend to do?" Che Yin. Qi Ying exclaimed. "Guess," Che Yin replied with a mischievous grin. "What else could it be? I want to be with Hao Da." Liu Yiao giggled. Had it not been for the previous night's escapades with Hao Da, she too would have made a similar request as Che Yin. In truth, Shu Mei, Qi Yingying, and Lu Yijiao were in a similar state, needing a brief respite. As for El Hui and Hua Jiaoqian, who had not yet been with Hao Da, they were keen but too shy to express their desires in public. Thus, Hao Da and Che Yin exited the room, entering her secluded quarters on the second floor, and closed the door behind them. Initially, Qi Yingying and Lu Yijiao eavesdropped at the door, soon joined by Su Mei, El Hui, and Hua Jiaoqian. It was evident that Hao Da and Che Yin were aware of their clandestine listeners. They refrained from idle chatter and proceeded directly to the matter at hand. After some time had passed, Hao Da embraced the exquisitely satisfied Che Yin, glancing at the clock. With approximately 5 minutes remaining of the 30 he had promised, he relished the moment and allowed himself to rejuvenate. As the 30 minutes elapsed, Qi Yingying and Lu Yijiao simultaneously called out from outside the door, "Time's up." Having composed themselves, Hao Da and Lu Yijiao exchanged knowing smiles before he opened the door, and they stepped out with an air of nonchalance. "My goodness, you two are utterly outrageous." In broad daylight, Qi Yingying exclaimed in disbelief. The door was closed. "How do you know what Hao Da and I were up to?" Che Yin replied with a smile. "Uft, what else could it be? You two are quite the scandalous pair." Qi Yingying scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at them, then shot an incredulous look at Hao Da. Hao Da remained even more composed than Che Yin. He had long since resolved that as long as the rescue team had not arrived, all 6 enchanting women present would inevitably become his. After all, he and they shared mutual desires. He was no monk, and they were not nuns. Thus, he had to grow accustomed to the playful banter arising from their competition for his affection. "Che Yin, your complexion is noticeably more radiant, rivaling my own." Liu Yiao said, "We are both quite beautiful." Che Yin replied with pride. Su Mei cast a somewhat resentful glance at Hao Da, as if he had forsaken her for a new flame. In response, Hao Da playfully squeezed her rear, eliciting a surprised squeal from her. Following this outburst, she playfully pinched him in mock anger, and after this release of frustration, her mood lightened. She leaned close to Hao Da's ear and whispered, "I wish to be with you tonight as well." Hao Da readily nodded in agreement. Su Mei then softly breathed into his ear. "Hao Da, can you handle it?" Hao Da softly whispered into her ear, "Rest assured, I will certainly satisfy you." Su Mei playfully scolded him in return, "You naughty rascal." Lu Yijiao and Qi Yingying, observing the intimacy between the two, couldn't help but chime in, "What secret whispers are you exchanging?" "Umph, this is a secret between me and Brother Hao." Su Mei replied with a touch of pride. "You are quite the temptress, Su Mei." Qi Yingying teased. "Not as much as you," Su Mei retorted decisively. The group found themselves in a large room on the second floor, with only the requests of the 3 beauties from that team remaining to be fulfilled. Hao Da adopted a serious expression, stating, "Now, we just need to satisfy each of their requests." "You scoundrel," Qi Yingying replied playfully. "What have I done? All the feigned innocence." "Umph, are you thinking of Lu Yijiao chimed in with a teasing admonition. Everything is for the sake of transforming into something greater. Howda responded with righteous conviction. I want to smack you. Qi Yingying shot him a playful glare. I want to hit you. Lu Yijiao echoed, also giving Howda a fierce look. They're just below us, Che Yin remarked, glancing out the window. The group gathered at the window and indeed spotted the three stunning beauties, Lu Qianqian, Zhao An, and Ren Qian, down on the beach. Are you talking about us? Lu Qianqian seemed to have heard something, smiling up at them. Indeed, Howda replied with a smile. We were just chatting and mentioned that if each of you propose a request that I could fulfill, I would certainly grant it. Really? Lu Qianqian, Zhao An, and Ren Qian appeared visibly thrilled. It turned out they had approached the wooden cabin with a specific request in mind. After encountering Su Mei and the others, they deduced that the beauties must have enjoyed hot showers since arriving on this deserted island, while they, being equally fastidious about cleanliness, had not bathed for 3 days and yearned for a hot shower themselves. However, their team lacked even the means to heat water for bathing, prompting them to see if Howda and the others would be willing to assist. Just as they were contemplating how to voice their request, Howda had already proactively offered to fulfill one request from each of them. How could they not be overjoyed? We would like to take a hot shower. Lu Qianqian, Zhao An, and Ren Qian eagerly expressed, gazing expectantly at Howda and the others through the window. No problem, Howda readily replied. This request was exceedingly simple for him. The upgrade of the deserted island system was on the brink of success. Su Mei and the other beauties were all equally exhilarated, contemplating what 4 new items Howda might conjure once his transformation abilities leveled up. Howda swiftly carried a large wooden barrel to the edge of the forest where the well was located, filled it with water, and then set a large iron pot over the fire beside the wooden cabin to boil the water. Once the water reached the desired temperature, he poured a large pot of hot water into the wooden barrel. Subsequently, Lu Qianqian, Zhao An, and Ren Qian would be able to enjoy a simultaneous hot bath in the spacious barrel. Certainly, it is preferable to pour hot water into the large barrel. As Howda stepped out of the hut, being a man of exceptional character, he found it inappropriate to gaze upon their youthful, graceful legs as they undressed and immersed themselves in a warm bath before they had become his women. Chapter 38. Delivering Beauty having fulfilled the request for a warm bath from Lu Qianqian, Zhao An, and Ren Qian, Howda returned to the second floor of the wooden cabin after observing them securely close the door of their shelter. How is it, my dear Howda? Qi Yingying, who had been eagerly watching him bustle about from the second floor window, inquired impatiently. Thoughts raced through his mind, revealing that his transformative abilities had successfully leveled up. He could now transform 4 items each day, excluding the 3 he had already transformed today. Howda replied with a smile, Haha. Let's hasten to discuss which 4 items to transform next. Lu Yijiao exclaimed excitedly. Let us transform a large sack of sanitary pads. My menstrual period is approaching. With your period coming, does that mean you won't be able to, with my dear Howda for at least 7 days? Lu Yijiao teased. Oof. It's approaching, not here yet. I should still be able to, with Howda these next couple of days, Qi Yingying retorted proudly. You two are truly scandalous. Openly discussing your activities with Brother Hao, Su Mei remarked with mild irritation. What's wrong with that? Su Mei, don't pretend. Qi Yingying shot back. Su Mei is just shy. Lu Yijiao laughed. You both are quite brazen. Su Mei countered. We should also transform a large sack of toilet paper. There is a small outhouse built nearby, and with it, we certainly need ample toilet paper, Howda said decisively, steering the conversation away from the brewing tension between Su Mei and the others. And let us transform a large sack of toothpaste and toothbrushes. We've been brushing our teeth with just water these past few days. Our teeth won't hold up to that. Che Yin chimed in with a smile, casting a flirtatious glance at Howda. In her small room earlier, Howda had brought her immense joy, and just gazing at him now filled her with delight. A large sack of toothpaste and toothbrushes should count as 2 items. That makes 4 items already with the large sack of sanitary pads and the toilet paper. Elle lui suggested, why not think of a few more? Let's prioritize the more essential items first, and we can transform the less critical ones tomorrow or the day after, Howda replied with a smile. I would like to transform a large sack of rice. a large sack of cabbage, and a large bottle of shower gel, he continued. We also need a large sack of rubber slippers. When we go out, we wear our original shoes, but when we're indoors, we're barefoot. If we had rubber slippers, we could wear them indoors, Hu Jiao Qian chimed in sweetly. Let us transform a large sack of socks too. Each person has just one pair, and if they aren't dried immediately after washing, we're left with nothing to wear. Qi Yingying added. The shoes we wear outdoors will wear out over time. We need to transform a large sack of both men's and women's leather shoes or sneakers, Sume suggested. Just having cabbage isn't sufficient. We should also transform a large sack of potatoes, peppers, radishes, carrots, cucumbers, ginger, garlic, and so on. Additionally, let us transform a large sack of snacks like sunflower seeds, dried tofu, and chocolate for some leisurely munching. Lu Yijiao revealed her foodie nature. Then let us transform a large sack of playing cards and mahjong. We can enjoy snacks while playing cards or mahjong during our downtime. Qi Yingying added with a sense of leisure. It hardly feels like a survival on a desert island. Rather, it resembles a vacation retreat. Hao chuckled mockingly. Since the rescue team hasn't arrived yet, we shouldn't deprive ourselves. Let us make the most of it. Of course, we should indulge ourselves. Qi Yingying responded assertively. Indeed, Yingying, you're absolutely right. Hao grinned mischievously and nodded, then stood up to fetch a large bag of men's undergarments, saying, Lu Qianqian and the others have assisted us in upgrading our supplies, and their contribution is not insignificant. They should be finishing their hot bath soon. I'll go deliver them something. With that, he took the substantial bag of men's undergarments and headed downstairs. Is Hao delivering undergarments to the other three beauties? Lu Yijiao remarked with a somewhat peculiar expression. It seems so, Sume replied, her own expression mirroring a hint of strangeness. What the heck? Are we just going to stand by and watch Hao deliver undergarments to other beautiful women? Qi Yingying exclaimed angrily. Let us take a look from the window. As long as Hao doesn't enter that hut to engage in any mischief, we'll be fine. Che Yin stood up and walked to the window to peer down, speaking with a grand air. The other beauties crowded around the window, eager to catch a glimpse. Hao approached the door of the hut and smiled, inquiring, Have you all finished your baths? Just finished, Zhaoan replied with a smile from inside. We're getting dressed. What is up, brother Hao? Lu Qianqian's delicate voice chimed in. I brought some new undergarments. Although they are all for men, they are entirely new. And each of you shall have one, Hao stated with a serious facade, though internally he felt a thrill. Oh, thank you, brother Hao. Ren Xian blushed in response. Despite having just fretted over the lack of undergarments to change into, Hao's timely gift felt like a stroke of good fortune. Yet they couldn't shake off the odd sensation. Brother Hao, please wait. I'll open the door right away, Lu Qianqian said, her cheeks noticeably flushed. Soon, the door opened, revealing the enchanting Lu Qianqian, Zhao En, and Ren Xian, all looking as radiant as lotus flowers after their baths. Hao, while pleased, maintained his composure as he selected from the bag of pristine men's undergarments. Lu Qianqian quickly picked one, followed by Zhao En and Ren Xian, each choosing one in haste. Observing their charming and bashful demeanor, Hao couldn't help but indulge in fanciful thoughts about the delightful experiences that awaited them. Brother Hao, we should go in. To change into the undergarments, Zhao En playfully chided, noticing Hao's gaze upon them. Oh, you all go ahead and change. I'll head upstairs. Hao quickly halted his daydreaming, smiled, and then returned to the second floor of the wooden cabin. It is worth mentioning that while Hao was delivering the new undergarments to Lu Qianqian and the other beauties, Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan were sitting nearby, leaning against their hut, casting displeased glances in Hao's direction. That guy seems to be courting our team's three beauties, Qian Fu muttered under his breath, visibly displeased. He already has 6 beautiful women on his side and still isn't satisfied. He is trying to make a play for our lovely team members. Zhang Haohan replied in a hushed tone, his expression somewhat somber. The discontent on the faces of the two was unmistakably evident. Although Hao had provided them with considerable food and timber, they believed that most of it was earned through their labor in hauling logs, and thus did not feel indebted to him. Should we not take some action? Qian Fu suggested slyly in a low voice. Indeed, we must act. Zhang Haohan whispered back, his gaze sharp as a blade fixed on Hao Da's direction. We cannot remain idle like monks until the rescue team arrives, which may be at an uncertain time. Instead, let us take advantage of the night and spend it with our 3 beautiful women from the team. It is better to strike first. Chapter 39. The Shameless Conspiracy. What a splendid idea. Qian fu chuckled softly in response. However, with 3 beautiful female teammates on our side, how shall we divide them? Tonight, let us stealthily infiltrate their quarters and each select one at random. The one who finishes first and still retains interest can then proceed to the 3rd beauty. The one who finishes later, if still inclined, may continue with the remaining beauty. Zhang Haohan shamelessly schemed. Then we must take a bath first. Qian Fu remarked with a lewd grin. That could be easily arranged. Once Lu Qianqian and the others emerge, we shall utilize the warm water they have just bathed in. Zhang Haohan replied with confidence, showing no embarrassment about using the large tub provided by Hao Da for Lu Qianqian and her companions. Let us proceed with this plan. Qian Fu immediately agreed. Just as Lu Qianqian, Zhao Ai, and Ren Qian emerged from their quarters, feeling refreshed in their new undergarments and dressed in long pants and jackets, Qian Fu and Zhang Haohan swiftly approached them, cheerfully offering to help dispose of the heavy tub of warm water, though they insisted on bathing first. Seeing the 2 male teammates make such a proposal, the 3 women glanced at the nearby wooden cabin, where they could not see Hao Da through the window, and thus did not oppose Qian Fu and Zhang Haohan using the large tub for their bath. They nodded in agreement and returned to their quarters to wash the undergarments and socks they had just changed out of, eager to dry them quickly. Meanwhile, upon returning to the 2nd floor of the wooden cabin, Hao Da was immediately set upon by Qi Yingying and Lu Yijiao, who began to pinch him fervently. What are you doing? Hao Da asked with a look of innocence. Sending undergarments to those 3 beautiful women without considering my feelings. Qi Yingying retorted angrily. While you feast from one bowl, you gaze longingly at the pot. If not you, then who? Lu Yijiao added, equally indignant. Though Su Mei and Che Yan were also displeased about Hao Da gifting new undergarments to Lu Qianqian and the others. They chose to observe as Qi Yingying and Lu Yijiao took the lead in expressing their frustration. El Hui and He Jiaoqian, despite not having been intimate with Hao Da yet, had also shared moments of closeness with him on multiple occasions. Thus, they too felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding his recent actions and chose to spectate as a form of venting. Hao Da, realizing that gifting Lu Qianqian and the others new undergarments in front of them was rather inappropriate, bore the brunt of Qi Yingying and Lu Yijiao's outbursts while reflecting on matter. He resolved that next time he would discreetly bestow gifts upon Lu Qianqian and her companions. As a man with grand ambitions, he had already devised plans to win the hearts of Lu Qianqian, Zhao Ai, and Ren Qian, ensuring they willingly became his women. He mused that in the event the rescue team did not arrive, he could at least enjoy a lavish existence on this deserted island with the 9 exquisite beauties, including Su Mei and Lu Qianqian. He envisioned himself as the king of the island, lavishing affection upon Su Mei, Lu Qianqian, and the other concubines each night, a truly delightful prospect. Naturally, with the island system providing a steady stream of wonderful items, this would serve as a robust guarantee for his blissful life with the beautiful women here. After Qi Yingying and Lu Yijiao had sufficiently vented their frustrations through their playful pinching, Hao Da decisively shifted his focus and began to transform 4 items that were still available for change that day. He thoughtfully conjured a large sack filled with sanitary napkins, each containing numerous packages. Oh, how considerate of Hao Da! Qi Yingying gazed at the substantial sack brimming with napkins, her joy evident. This was precisely what she desired, anticipating her imminent arrival of that time. When is your period? Hao Da inquired with a mischievous grin directed at Lu Yijiao. I won't tell you, you naughty rascal, Lu Yijiao retorted playfully. And you Mei? Hao Da turned his attention to Su Mei. I have a few days left, Su Mei replied, her cheeks flushed. What about you? Yan? Hao Da asked, now looking at Che Yan. How annoying. You rogue. Yan playfully scolded. Ha! Hao Da chuckled proudly, then glanced at LV Hui and He Jiaoqian, who deliberately ignored him, their cheeks flushed. Next, Howda conjured another large sack of toilet paper. Oh, now we have paper for the restroom, Louis Jiao remarked with a laugh. Currently, that outhouse is merely a makeshift latrine. Once I can conjure more items, I will consider creating a more modern restroom, Howda replied with foresight. Perhaps a flushing toilet, Che Yin suggested. A flushing toilet would still require a septic tank. As for the water supply, we could initially forego that and pour water directly into the toilet's reservoir, Qi Yingying analyzed. Excavating a pit is precisely what the intelligent drilling machine excels at. Howda observed with amusement. Indeed, I almost forgot about that clever drilling machine. So Meigith, that pesky drilling machine. Qi Yingying expressed her irritation, recalling her previous encounter where she had been unable to retort against the machine's barbs, leading to an unpleasant experience. Ha! Lu Yijiao reminisced about that incident, unable to contain her laughter, which only further annoyed Qi Yingying. If we can conjure 2 more items, we should immediately manifest a flushing toilet, Hua Jiao Qian suddenly remarked. I once spent time in the countryside, and that outhouse experience is quite indescribable. LVB, having grown up in the city, inquired curiously, what do you mean by indescribable? Imagine waste accumulating there. First, someone enters, then it ferments, and flies lay their eggs, resulting in a multitude of maggots. Furthermore, as one squats, enormous mosquitoes attack your delicate skin. Qi Yingying elaborated with vivid imagination. Stop. That's so disgusting. Sume interjected, unable to bear it any longer. Indeed, we should hurry and conjure a flushing toilet to create a rudimentary modern washroom. Che Yin and the other beauties echoed, equally horrified. Well then, let us head to the outhouse, conjure a flushing toilet, and use the drilling machine to dig a septic tank, connecting it to the toilet with a large water pipe. Perfect. We can conjure 1 more item and create a large sack of PVC pipes. Alda responde gallantly. Thus, Howda and the lovely ladies, accompanied by the drilling machine and a submachine gun, departed the wooden cabin to construct a rudimentary modern restroom at the outhouse. With the drilling machine efficiently excavating, a basic modern restroom began to take shape before nightfall. The so-called modern restroom is merely a rudimentary latrine constructed from a tree trunk. Within this makeshift facility lies a toilet, ingeniously fashioned by Howda, connected to a PVC pipe that leads to a meticulously excavated septic tank, which is covered with large wooden planks and topped with a generous layer of sand. The toilet's cistern can be easily accessed by lifting the lid, allowing water to be poured in from a bucket, thereby enabling the flushing mechanism at the push of a button. After the enchanting ladies excitedly experienced this simplified version of a modern lavatory, they returned to the wooden cabin with Howda to commence preparations for the evening's meal. Meanwhile, not far away, Lu Qianqian and her companions were also busying themselves with dinner preparations, unbeknownst to the trio of beauties, Lu Qianqian, Zhao, and Ren Qian, that 2 male team members, Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, were scheming to spend the night with them. Chapter 40. The Roar of the Night Tiger After Dinner. Lu Qianqian, Zhao Ai, and Ren Qian ventured into the wooden cabin of Hao Da's group to engage in some merriment. Goodness, surely they don't sense anything? Zhang Haohan furrowed his brow. They shouldn't. To avoid any prolonged complications, we must act as soon as they return tonight. Qian Fu remarked with a sinister expression. Damn it, where's the rescue team? This wretched deserted island offers no entertainment. Zhang Haohan cursed. Have you ever considered that if the rescue team fails to arrive? Qian Fu replied with an unusual expression. Then we would be doomed. Zhang Haohan exclaimed. Surrounded by an endless sea, even if we crafted a bamboo raft, we would be devoured by sharks before making it far. If the rescue team never comes, we will have to find a way to eliminate that Hao fellow. Once he's out of the picture, all 9 beauties will be ours. Just imagine spending the rest of our lives on this deserted island with 9 stunning women. Qian Fu smirked maliciously. That guy has both a submachine gun and a chainsaw. It won't be easy to take him down, Zhang Haohan cautioned. At least he likely hasn't suspected our intentions yet. He is in the light while we remain in the shadows. We merely need to await an opportune moment to strike unexpectedly and deal him a decisive blow. Qian Fu's gaze turned cold and serpentine as he spoke. When Lu Qianqian, Zhao Ai, and Ren Qian ascended to the 2nd floor of Hao Da's wooden cabin, they encountered Su Mei and the other 6 beauties, who might have been expected to exhibit hostility towards them, considering that the 6 had already claimed Hauda as their own. Perhaps Hauda could endure their presence, but with 3 additional women, it would certainly be overwhelming. However, Lu Qianqian and her companions behaved with utmost courtesy, and since they were there merely for amusement, they did not outwardly attempt to usurp Hao Da's attention. Thus, Su Mei and the others felt it inappropriate to display any animosity. "Are you playing dice?" Lu Qianqian inquired with keen interest. "To be precise, it's a game of dice with rewards and punishments." Qi Yingying responded with a smile. "What are the rules of this reward and punishment?" Zhao Ai asked curiously. "The player with the lowest score must either perform 100 push-ups or walk around the room completely nude 5 times. Lu Yijiao answered with a mischievous grin. "Oh, you certainly know how to have fun." Ren Xian giggled, glancing at Hao Da, thinking that whether it be the beauties or him stripping, he was the one benefiting from it all. "Ha! We shall not participate. We prefer to observe." Le Qianqian chuckled. Du, Le Qianqian, Zhao and Ren Xian became mere spectators for the dice game that night with Hao Da's group. After a while, the results of the round were revealed. Jiao Qian rolled the highest score and emerged victorious, while Hao Da's roll was the lowest, subjecting him to the punishment. To everyone's surprise, Hao Da chose not to perform 100 push-ups, but instead opted to stride around the room completely nude 5 times. It must be said, he indeed possesses a certain wickedness. With but a single action, he not only revealed himself to the unsuspecting El Huai and Hoi Jiaoqian, but also exposed his formidable prowess to the onlookers Lu Qianqian, Zhao and Ren Xian. Despite the fact that the trio hastily averted their gaze after a fleeting glance at his naked form. Yet, that brief sight was sufficient to make an impact. "Oh, you exhibitionist, how?" Qi Yingying and Lu Yijiao chided in unison as he donned his clothes and resumed his seat. Their ire stemmed primarily from the presence of Lu Qianqian and her companions. How could Hao, their husband, choose to bear himself rather than perform 100 push-ups? They felt a profound sense of loss at the thought of other beautiful women having glimpsed what belonged to them. "Am I not undergoing punishment?" Hao replied innocently, only to be sharply pinched by Su Mei, who sat closely beside him. Lu Qianqian, Zhao and Ren Xian were once again left dumbfounded. If one were to articulate it more eloquently, one might refer to this as a game of dice with rewards and penalties, while a more audacious interpretation would label it as a raucous gathering. Yet, it had yet to escalate to anything truly dire. Lu Qianqian and her companions felt a slight flush creeping onto their cheeks, yet none wished to depart. The thrill of the spectacle was undeniable, and returning home promised nothing of interest. As the next round commenced, a sudden roar echoed from outside, a fearsome tiger's growl. "Goodness, there's a tiger!" Qi Yingying exclaimed in alarm. The other beauties were clearly shaken, for the ferocity contained within that roar was palpable. Not far from the wooden cabin, within one of the 2 nearby huts, Qianfu and Zhang Haohan were gathered around a fire, chatting, when they too heard the menacing growl. They nearly lost control in fright. "Damn it! There's a tiger!" Zhang Haohan exclaimed in a hushed, furious tone. "Silence!" Qianfu gestured for quiet, then bravely peered through the gaps in the hut's wooden structure. Although darkness enveloped the outside world, devoid of moonlight, he discerned 2 pairs of glowing eyes not far away, radiating a fierce light. In that moment, both men sensed the chilling breath of death. In their humble shelter, a tiger could easily bring them to ruin with a mere swipe of its paw. Meanwhile, in the upper level of the wooden cabin, Hao remained remarkably composed. He swiftly grabbed an assault rifle and positioned himself at the window to take aim. The ladies gathered around, their eyes fixed on the darkness outside, where 2 pairs of glimmering eyes were vaguely visible. "I see them. The eyes are glowing green." Whispered the Qian. Bang! A gunshot rang out suddenly. Hao had fired a shot. The tiger's roar resounded once more, but this time it was laced with agony. Hao's shot had found its mark. The tiger lay on the ground. It was not yet lifeless. Bang! Without hesitation, Hao fired again. The tiger let out another cry, sounding even more tormented than before. Several of the ladies, including Su Mei, felt a pang of sympathy. However, Hao remained resolute. He understood that if he did not eliminate the tiger, it might spring forth from the shadows and strike down any unsuspecting soul on the beach. Bang! He expressionlessly fired another shot. The tiger seemed to emit a faint whimper. Bang! Hao Chao fired once more from his position. This time, there was not even a whimper in that direction. The tiger was surely lifeless. I'll go out and drag that dead tiger back, Hao said. A tiger weighs at least several hundred pounds. It would be too arduous for you to drag it alone. Furthermore, there may be other dangers lurking nearby. I will accompany you. You take the submachine gun, and I will wield the chainsaw, Che Yin declared. I will join as well, armed with an axe. Qi Ying added. I shall bring a sturdy wooden club. Shu Mai chimed in. I too will carry a wooden club. Of course, I will join, Lu Yijiao insisted. Well, with so many of us, it should suffice. The rest of you stay here and do not move, Hao replied. Subsequently, Along Witsume, Keyan, Liu Yijiao, and Qi Ying descended to the second floor, exited the wooden cabin, and secured the door. Hao, gripping the submachine gun with both hands, led the way, while Qi Ying, holding a torch in one hand and an axe in the other, followed closely behind. Su Mei and the others trailed right behind them, all the while remaining vigilant of their surroundings as they cautiously made their way toward the location where the tiger should have already met its demise. Chapter 41. The desire to keep the beauty after a while. Hao and the group of beautiful women approached the lifeless tiger. While keeping an eye on their surroundings, they collaboratively dragged the deceased beast back. Inside the shed, Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, having witnessed how to dispatch the tiger with several bursts from his submachine gun, sighed in relief. However, once Hao and his companions departed, Zhang Haoan could not contain himself and whispered, "That guy is so deranged. He can kill a tiger from a distance without any light. We must eliminate him." At this point, his face twitched involuntarily. "We'll quietly seize that submachine gun first, then make our move," Qian Fu insisted, maintaining his composure. After Hao and his companions dragged the tiger into the wooden house, he promptly secured the door and propped it shut with a heavy tree stump. Due to the intense exertion earlier, the youthful and graceful Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Ying were slightly breathless. The other 5 beauties, El Hui, Jiao Qian, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Ai, and Rin Qian, also descended from the upper floor. Upon seeing the enormous tiger, estimated to weigh around 500 pounds, felled by Hao Da's long-range gunfire, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Ai, and Rin Qian were astonished, their eyes shining with admiration for Hao Da. "We shall have barbecued tiger meat and a savory tiger bone soup for supper," Hao Da proclaimed with a grin. "Huh, I've never tasted tiger meat." Lu Yijiao giggled in response. "But tigers are protected species. Eating them must be illegal, right?" Su Mei innocently inquired. "On this deserted island, who cares about protection? Let us eat," Qi Ying asserted confidently, playfully patting her impressive physique, which elicited delightful reactions from the others. "If it wishes to consume us, it must accept its fate." Subsequently, Hao Da efficiently prepared the tiger with a chainsaw, while the beautiful women assisted in cleaning the meat. Placing some in a large iron pot to simmer for tiger bone soup, grilling others over the fire, and storing the majority in a large freezer. "Where did your large freezer come from? And what powers it?" Lu Qianqian could not resist asking. She had assumed that the submachine gun and chainsaw were items the group had salvaged on the island, but the presence of a large freezer seemed utterly implausible. "My husband. Hao Da conjured it," Qi Ying exclaimed proudly. "But how could that be possible?" Zhao Ai and Rin Qian responded, clearly skeptical. "It's scavenged," Hao Da chuckled, finding the notion more believable. "That sounds more plausible," Zhao Ai replied. Qi Ying felt somewhat at a loss, wondering why they would trust a fabrication over the truth. However, she chose to remain silent this time in an attempt to rectify her earlier slip of information. To find a submachine gun, a chainsaw, and a large freezer. It seems this island was once inhabited. Hein Qian spéculated. And what about the electricity? Le Qianqian curiously probed. This freezer is powered by a nuclear energy source, self-sufficient. Hao Da replied with a smile. "Oh, I see." Lu Qianqian exclaimed with newfound clarity. To discover such treasures, one must possess remarkable fortune. Indeed, Luck is of great significance. Hao chuckled heartily. Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, and Hua Jiaoqin stifled their laughter, finding it somewhat arduous. After a while, the enormous tiger, weighing around 500 pounds, was finally processed. This tiger skin shall become my cloak or cushion, symbolizing my sovereign might. Hao declared with an air of grandeur as he cleaned the pelt. Hao, you are quite boastful. So Meigigl, I almost want to hit you. Qi Yingying playfully pinched Hao a few times. Qi Yingying, if you keep this up, I might just toss you into the roasted, furry tiger skin. Hao replied with a mischievous grin. Oomph, bring it on. Let us see who dominates whom. Qi Yingying retorted boldly. Qi Yingying, how scandalous of you. Lu Yijiao teased with a laugh. And what of it? We are stranded on a deserted island. Why should we hold back? Qi Yingying responded defiantly. I wish to be a seductress. Laughter erupted among the beautiful women. In this joyous atmosphere, the late-night feast commenced in earnest. Gathered around the fire pit in the wooden cabin, they savored roasted tiger meat and drank tiger rib soup. It must be said, the tiger meat was invigorating. After only a short while, Hao felt a warm glow enveloping him. He could not help but indulge in delightful fantasies about snuggling into a grand, warm-down comforter with the 6 exquisite beauties, one by one. Of course, if Lu Qianqian, Zhao An, and Rin Qian wished to join him under the expansive comforter, he would be more than capable of accommodating all 9 enchanting ladies. What are you thinking about now? Your smile seems rather peculiar, Su Mei, accustomed to sitting close to Hao, remarked as she observed his handsome face illuminated by the firelight. My dear Hao, you are probably plotting mischief. Lu Yijiao chimed in playfully. After consuming such fortifying tiger meat, it's only natural for my Hao to feel a bit heated. Qi Yingying added, fanning the flames of their jest. Lu Qianqian, Zhao An, and Rin Qian felt a growing warmth themselves, pondering the exceedingly flirtatious atmosphere of the group. It seemed that most of the beauties here had some sort of connection with Hao. They could hardly bear it. They, too, yearned to be part of this gathering. They found themselves quite enamored with such a robust man as Hao. However, proposing to join this team seemed rather indiscreet. Moreover, Qi Yingying and her fellow beauties might not readily agree. Thus Lu Qianqian and her companions remained hesitant. They mused that the key lay with Hao. As long as they could find an opportunity to seduce him, joining this splendid island team would likely pose no insurmountable challenge. Hours passed, and the delightful late-night feast came to a satisfying conclusion, with the clock striking 11. Su Mei and the other beauties felt fatigued and quickly freshened up before heading upstairs to prepare for bed. Only Hao, Lu Qianqian, Zhao An, and Rin Qian remained on the first floor. We, too, must return to our shelter, Lu Qianqian said, her beauty radiant. Although Su Mei and the others had ascended the stairs, it was evidently not an opportune moment to entice the esteemed Hao. I shall gift each of you a large wolf pelt, freshly cleaned and dried. Tonight, you may use this soft, furry pelt as a blanket, Hao said, handing over 3 wolf pelts with a smile. Thank you, brother Hao. Lei Qianqian and her companions exchanged flirtatious glances at him. Hao, in turn, beheld them with delight. Were it not for the consideration of the 6 beauties above, he would have eagerly kept Lei Qianqian and her friends with him for the night. Chapter 42. The Distortion of Humanity. These 3 simple daggers are also a gift for you. Take them for self-defense. Hao smiled as he handed over 3 makeshift weapons crafted from metal sheets. Thank you, brother Hao. Lu Qianqian, Zhao Yi, and Rin Qian each received a dagger-like metal piece, their hearts warmed by the gesture. I will escort you there, Hao stated, holding a torch in one hand and a submachine gun in the other. All right. The 3 women exchanged glances filled with unspoken emotions. Thus, Hao guided the 3 enchanting beauties to one of the nearby shanties. Once he ensured they had safely entered the shelter, secured the door, and propped it shut with a hefty tree stump, Hao cast a meaningful glance towards the adjacent shanty before returning to the wooden cabin. Torch in hand and submachine gun slung over his shoulder, he closed the door to the first floor of the cabin, barricaded it with a substantial tree stump, and then settled beside the fire, draped in a plush bear skin against the wooden wall. He officially began his night watch. Although their living quarters had progressed from the shanty to this 2-story wooden cabin, Hao deemed it essential to maintain vigilance through the night. However, Unlike the previous evening, he resolved to vigil alone until dawn, dismissing the need for a beauty to take over during the latter half of the night. Thus, he sat back comfortably, enveloped in the bear's skin, allowing his thoughts to wander as he kept watch. Naturally, he yearned to ascend to the second floor and immerse himself in the oversized down comforter, relishing the warm welcome from Su Mei and the other 5 beauties, indulging in the unparalleled joys of manhood. Yet, he restrained himself, recognizing the importance of his duty. Should he indulge in pleasure, allowing danger to stealthily infiltrate from the first floor, it would spell disaster. He would not allow such a calamity to unfold. Approximately 30 minutes later, in the adjacent shanty, the unscrupulous Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, who had purposely refrained from sleep, sat up with lewd grins, intent on executing their plan to invade the dreams of Lu Qianqian, Zhao Ai, and Ren Qian. They cautiously pushed aside the tree stump blocking their shanty door, opening it to survey the surroundings with their torch. Satisfied there was no immediate threat, they stealthily approached the door of the neighboring shelter and, with combined effort, gently pushed open the door to where Lu Qianqian and the others lay asleep. Upon entering, torch in hand, Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan beheld the 3 beauties, each wrapped in wolf pelts, sleeping soundly and appearing utterly exquisite. Their desires surged even stronger. However, they refrained from rushing in. Instead, they secured the door and propped it shut with a heavy stump, ensuring no unforeseen interruptions would arise, particularly from any lurking predators. A fire burned in the corner of the shanty, casting a warm glow, and Qian Fu placed his torch into the flames before amorously inching towards the youthful and alluring Lu Qianqian, while Zhang Haoan approached the enchanting Zhao Ai with similarly lascivious intent. As for the equally beautiful and innocent Ren Qian, who lay to the far right, they resolved to deal with her after indulging in their desires for Lu Qianqian and Zhao Ai. In a mere moment, Lu Qianqian and Zhao Yin awoke abruptly, upon witnessing the grotesque visages of Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan looming above them. The 2 beautiful women emitted piercing screams. This outcry only served to incite Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan further, and Qian Fu violently flung aside the wolfskin blanket enveloping Lu Qianqian, advancing upon her with malicious intent. Simultaneously, Zhang Haoan ripped away the covering from Zhao Yin, lunging towards her long, delicate legs. Naturally, Lu Qianqian and Zhao Yin struggled fiercely, but their petite frames were no match for the strength of the burly men. Consequently, they found themselves pinned down and unable to move. Just as Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan reveled in their imminent victory, a simultaneous, anguished scream erupted in a desperate bid for survival. Both women seized the metal daggers gifted to them by Hauda, lying nearby. Lu Qianqian thrust her dagger into Qian Fu with all her might, while Zhao Yin did the same to Zhang Haoan. However, the limited lethality of the metal pieces resulted in merely causing Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan to wail in pain before they furiously resumed tearing at the women's clothing, disregarding their shallow wounds. As Lu Qianqian and Zhao Yin made their final attempts to resist, just as Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan were on the brink of overpowering them, a loud thud resonated through the air. Qian Fu was suddenly kicked aside, while Zhang Haoan was also sent sprawling by a swift kick. To their astonishment, Lu Qianqian and Zhao Yin beheld Hauda, armed with a submachine gun, entering the makeshift shelter. It was he who had intervened to thwart Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan's vile intentions. The sight of their assailants being forcefully shoved aside ignited a furious response from the 2 men. Yet, upon noticing Hauda brandishing the firearm menacingly, they froze in terror, afraid to make a move. Given Hauda's remarkable marksmanship, capable of taking down a tiger from a distance in the darkness, Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan understood that any attempt to assault him would only culminate in their immediate demise by gunfire. Hauda gestured to Lei Yanyan, Zhao Yin, and the still-dazed Ren Qian, who promptly grasped his intent. The 3 women hastily donned their clothing, secured their belongings, and positioned themselves behind Hauda. With the submachine gun trained on the immobilized Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, Hauda maintained a cold, penetrating gaze, contemplating whether to eliminate the 2 men entirely to prevent future threats. Ultimately, he refrained, reasoning that attempted assault did not warrant a death sentence. He cast a chilling glance at both men, noting their abject fear, before he, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Yin, and Ren Qian exited the shelter and returned to the wooden cabin's first floor. How to secure the door, propping it shut with a heavy stump. Just as he completed this task, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Yin, and Ren Qian enveloped him in a collective embrace. One on his left, one on his right, and one behind him. "Brother Hao, if it weren't for you just now, sob," Lu Qianqian murmured through her tears. Zhao Yin and Ren Qian remained silent, clinging to him as they too began to weep softly. Although Ren Qian had not yet faced violence, she was acutely aware that once Qianfu, along with Zhang Haoan, successfully imposed themselves on Lu Qianqian and Zhao Haoan, she would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. For the moment, all seemed well. The presence of three alluring beauties naturally rendered Hao somewhat restless. He endeavored to maintain a composed smile in response. However, the three stunning women clung to him, seeking solace, prompting Hao to remain still, providing them with a sense of security while he savored their exquisite warmth and delicate beauty. Chapter 43. Extraordinary abilities. After a while, as their emotions stabilized somewhat, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Yuan, and Ren Qian reluctantly released Hao. "From now on, you will reside here, waiting for the rescue team alongside me and Su Mei," Hao reassured them. "Rest assured, this place is quite safe. I will keep watch every night. Do you wish to sleep on the second floor or the first tonight? Where will you be keeping watch, Brother Hao?" Le Qianqian inquired. "I will be on the first floor," Hao replied with a smile. "Then I shall sleep on the first floor," Lu Qianqian declared sweetly. "I will also sleep on the first floor," Zhao Yuan and Ren Qian echoed in unison. "Very well, you may wrap yourselves in wolf pelts by the fire. It will be warmer," Hao said thoughtfully. Thus, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Yuan, and Ren Qian lay side by the fire on the first floor, wrapped in their respective wolf pelts. Hao sat nearby, maintaining a vigilant stance against the tree trunk, continuing his watch. With such close protection from Hao, the three beauties felt secure and soon drifted back to sleep in a nearby makeshift shelter after a considerable time had passed since Hao and his companions had departed. The frightened Qianfu and Zhang Haoan finally dared to move. "Damn meddler! You bastard!" Zhang Haoan hissed under his breath. "That wretched Lu Qianqian! She even stabbed me." Qianfu grimaced as he examined his wounds. "Fortunately, it wasn't too deep. I can't believe it. I was mere moments away from success." Zhang Haoan exclaimed in frustration. "The beauty I had in my grasp has slipped away." That Hao seemed ready to shoot, but hesitated. Qianfu remarked with a hint of dread. "I will not rest until I repay this grudge. I will make that country bumpkin pay." Zhang Haoan's eyes glinted with a venomous glare. "Revenge must be planned meticulously. If we strike, we must ensure that we take his life." Qianfu's expression darkened with malice. It is worth noting that before their stranding on the deserted island, one was an executive at a corporation and the other owned a small business. They appeared to be successful individuals, yet their true, malevolent natures had been unleashed. Meanwhile, Hao sat comfortably by the fire on the first floor of the wooden cabin, observing the three beauties, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Yuan, and Ren Qian, wrapped in their wolf pelts, sleeping soundly. He felt a sense of accomplishment. He knew that it was only a matter of time before they willingly accepted him as their protector. As for Qianfu and Zhang Haoan, although he had spared their lives, there was no doubt they had become bitter enemies. He had to remain vigilant against the two men who were capable of anything, including attempting to force themselves upon Lu Qianqian and the others. Hao thought to himself that while he had not killed them this time, he would only grant them this single opportunity. Should they attempt any further vile acts, he would not hesitate to strike. One bullet for each, and they would be done for. Just then, he heard faint footsteps from above, and a smile crept across his face. Suspecting one of the beauties might be sneaking down to join him, he pleasantly speculated whether it was Su Mei, Qi Yingying, or perhaps Lu Yijiao, Lu Hui, or Hui Jiaoqian who was descending the stairs. The reason he did not consider Che Yin was that, after fulfilling the desires of the 6 enchanting beauties that afternoon, she had reached the pinnacle of ecstasy and now required time to recuperate. The sound of light footsteps began to echo as someone descended the stairs. With the flickering light from the fire, Hao glimpsed two slender, jade-like legs and surmised that the visitor was none other than the beautiful and willful young lady. Qi Yingying. As she descended another flight of stairs, he could vaguely discern her charming face, confirming his assumption. Upon seeing the three lovely women, Lu Qianqian, Zhao An, and Ren Qian, lying beside Hao De, Qi Yingying paused momentarily, then playfully inquired, "What are they doing here? Haven't they left?" "They have returned, but due to Qian Fu and Zhang Haoen's intentions to harm them, I brought them back," Hao De replied softly. "I always suspected those two were up to no good, and my suspicions have proven correct. Did you eliminate them with your submachine gun?" Qi Yingying whispered as she nestled into the furry bear skin that Hao De was covering himself with. After a while, Hao De gazed thoughtfully into the air, contemplating a significant issue. Each of the beautiful women had their own desires, and they were considerable. It was as if Qi Yingying, who had been with him the previous night, was now ardently seeking his company once more. He needed to ensure that he could keep up with their demands. He glanced at Qi Yingying, who was comfortably resting against him, and mused that if his deserted island system could grant him one or more special abilities, particularly one of remarkable strength, it would be perfect. He would no longer have to worry about whether he could meet their needs. After some time, Qi Yingying, clearly satisfied, flirted playfully with him before emerging from the warmth of the bear skin and, with her slightly weak but graceful legs, ascended the stairs to continue her slumber. Hao De joyfully watched her long, exquisite legs, which had just bestowed upon him immense pleasure, disappear into the staircase. Suddenly, the voice of the deserted island system resonated in his mind. Random reward, boundless power. Overwhelmed with joy, Hao De immediately felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. As for the extent of this power, he was uncertain. After all, the system had granted him this ability randomly, emphasizing boundless strength akin to infinite endurance, though not necessarily limitless power. Nevertheless, his strength had undoubtedly been significantly enhanced. Feeling gratitude for the system's generosity, he pondered how delightful it would be if the system could manifest as a beautiful woman. He would ensure her every day was filled with joy and fulfillment and appreciation for her gifts. Chapter 44. The diversity of beauty endowed with this boundless power. Hao De felt an invigorating surge of energy that rendered him completely alert, even during his night watch. Thus, he reclined against the great bear pelt, allowing his thoughts to wander freely. A question had been lingering in his mind for several days, one he hesitated to pursue. Why had the rescue team not yet arrived? Initially, when the satellite phone had no signal, Qi Yingying had speculated that this deserted island might exist in a different space-time continuum. However, such notions typically reside only within the realms of films or online literature, leading everyone to dismiss the possibility. Yet, Hao De harbored a contrary belief that this seemingly improbable possibility might, in fact, be the truth. Of course, this was merely his intuition, lacking any evidence to substantiate it. Should he ever devise a device capable of transcending time and space, enabling him to communicate with individuals on Earth, it would serve as irrefutable proof. He resolved that before attempting to transform into anything else, he would first endeavor to create a device for interdimensional communication. As he indulged in these musings, faint footsteps echoed from above. A mischievous smile crept across his face as he pondered who might be stealthily approaching him this time. Su Mei, Louis Jiao, Ed Vivi, or perhaps Hu Jiaoqian. When another pair of long, elegant legs emerged at the top of the stairs, Hao De swiftly deduced that the visitor was none other than the enchanting freshman, Su Mei. Indeed, the slender legs gracefully descended the staircase, revealing Su Mei's youthful and radiant visage. As she approached, her eyes widened in surprise upon noticing the three beautiful women, Lu Qianqian, Zhao En, and Ren Qian, wrapped in wolf pelts, peacefully sleeping beside Hao De. With an air of elegance, she slipped under the bear pelt that Hao De was covering himself with and playfully inquired, "The Haven tea returned?" "They did, but those two men had malicious intentions toward them, so I brought them back," Hao De replied with a gentle smile. "Oh, I see. Then let us include them in our team to prevent them from being bullied by the bird people," Su Mei said with genuine kindness. "Mei, you are truly benevolent." "All the prize it, brother," Hao De, Su Mei said, her voice imbued with emotion as she began to express herself freely. Howda once again reveled in the boundless power, relishing the exquisite sensations that accompanied it. After a while, Howda gazed deeply into the air before him, contemplating the extraordinary nature of this limitless power. "Brother Howda, do you think we might never return?" Sume murmured softly, nestled closely against him. "What makes you think so?" Howda replied tenderly, enveloping her in his embrace. "I suspect we are in another time and space," Sume confessed. "Even if that were the case, one day I shall conjure a spaceship capable of traversing time and space and bring everyone back." Howda reassured her with whimsical optimism. "Is that truly possible?" Sume giggled softly. "Of course, I am quite remarkable." Howda chuckled lightly. "You were quite mischievous just now." "I hardly feel like moving," Sume exclaimed, her expression one of blissful surrender. "Then let us simply remain as we are," Howda replied with a sense of satisfaction. "After resting for a while, I will regain some energy before heading upstairs to sleep. I enjoy secretly sharing moments with you, not wanting anyone else to discover it," Sume remarked thoughtfully. "Indeed, I relish our clandestine rendezvous," Howda responded with a peculiar grin. "How annoying." Sume giggled softly. After some time, Sume, evidently satisfied, rose reluctantly from Howda's side, smiled coyly at him, and with her somewhat unsteady yet elegant legs, ascended the stairs to continue her slumber. Meanwhile, Howda, brimming with vitality, remained enveloped in the delightful sense of Qi, Yingying, and Sume, lost in a multitude of fanciful thoughts while keeping watch. Around 1 in the morning, faint footsteps echoed from upstairs, revealing the presence of the alluring and flirtatious Lu Yijiao. This time, Lu Yijiao was quite audacious. Seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of waking Lu Qianqian, Zhao Ai, and Ren Qian, who lay sleeping beside her, Howda had no choice but to cocoon himself and Lu Yijiao beneath a bare skin to muffle the sounds, and mused within himself about the diverse personalities of beautiful women, a testament to the theory of evolution. After a moment, Lu Yijiao cooed, "You naughty boy. Let us remain like this until dawn. Aren't you going to sleep upstairs?" Howda replied softly, Just trying to shoo me away." "You scoundrel," Lu Yijiao playfully chided. "Is it more comfortable lying under the duvet upstairs?" Howda explained quietly. "It's far more pleasant to sleep like this on you," Lu Yijiao insisted, clearly unwilling to budge. Howda discerned the stark contrast between her and Sume. While Sume preferred their secretive encounters, Lu Yijiao was unabashedly possessive, seemingly eager to declare to everyone that she was his woman. It was no wonder that some claimed women's thoughts are so intricate that many men could hardly fathom them. For the vast majority of men, managing a single woman is a commendable feat, and juggling two could lead to utter chaos. Fortunately, Howda belonged to the rare breed of men who thrived amidst such complexities. He was determined to win over all 9 beauties in this wooden cabin, and thus found amusement in Lu Yijiao's audacity and whims. "Very well, I shall hold you until dawn," Howda replied indulgently. Though he possessed a thick skin, a hint of embarrassment washed over him at that moment. Fortunately, only his head was exposed, while Lu Yijiao, lying atop him, was mostly concealed beneath the bare skin. Noticing Howda's slight awkwardness, Lu Qianqian mischievously winked before closing her eyes again, pretending to be asleep. Chapter 45. The emergence of many wild beings. Seeing Lu Qianqian with her eyes closed, pretending to sleep, Howda felt less awkward than before. This honest man felt a sense of his character crumbling when Lu Qianqian discovered his clandestine affair with Lu Yijiao. After a while, Lu Yijiao playfully said, "Husband, carry me upstairs. Weren't you planning to lie here and sleep until dawn?" Howda smiled in response. "I've changed my mind. I wish to snuggle under the down comforter and sleep. Carry me upstairs, please." Lu Yijiao's voice was sweet and tantalizing. "All right," Howda wisely agreed without hesitation. Possessing boundless strength, he effortlessly lifted the slender Lu Yijiao, who stood about 170 centimeters tall and weighed roughly 90 pounds, to the second floor, gently placing her into the vast down comforter shared with other beauties. Although he was still cautious in his movements, he was no longer concerned about being seen carrying the unclothed Lu Yijiao, as he was now widely acknowledged as the shared husband of these enchanting women. After ensuring Lu Yijiao was settled, he returned to the first floor, continuing his vigil while allowing his thoughts to wander. As the night wore on, no one sought him out. Howda felt quite content, having already experienced an abundance of pleasure. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped by, and soon it was 6 in the morning, with the dawn light beginning to filter through. By 7 o'clock, the sky had brightened considerably, and the beauties gradually arose from their slumber. Having rested well, there was little point in lingering in bed. Howda resolved to transform some items before retreating to his small room on the second floor for a brief nap. Despite his immense power, he felt a bit out of sorts from staying awake all night and decided that a short rest would be beneficial. Howda, transform a large sack of toothpaste and toothbrushes, Qi Yingying suggested playfully, her laughter bright and cheerful. Having been thoroughly satisfied the previous night, she radiated vitality. Indeed, we are in urgent need of toothpaste and toothbrushes. Su Mei chimed in, equally vibrant and alluring from her delightful experience with Howda. Can we really transform a large sack of both toothpaste and toothbrushes at once? Che Yin questioned skeptically. Let's give it a try. If we cannot produce a large sack of both, we can first transform a sack of toothpaste and then a sack of toothbrushes, Lu Yijiao wisely proposed, her face aglow with joy from the previous night's fulfillment. Wait, why not attempt to transform a large sack of toothpaste, toothbrushes, facial towels, facial cleansers, shower gels, bath towels, rubber slippers, and cotton slippers all at once? Qi Yingying suggested, her imagination running wild. Do you truly believe it is feasible to transform so many items at once? Lu Yijiao countered. What if it works? Qi Yingying retorted confidently. Meanwhile, Lu Qiongqiong, Zhao Yi, and Zhao Qian, who had just joined the group, were utterly baffled by the conversation, appearing somewhat dazed as mere spectators. Let us give it a try. Though I agree that the probability of transforming so many items at once seems rather slim. Hao chuckled softly and then activated the deserted island system with his thoughts, attempting to conjure a large bag filled with toothpaste, toothbrushes, face towels, facial cleanser, shower gel, bath towels, rubber slippers, and cotton slippers. Initially, he harbored little hope. Yet, to his astonishment, the large bag materialized before him. It contained an abundance of toothpaste, toothbrushes, face towels, facial cleanser, shower gel, bath towels, rubber slippers, and cotton slippers. He truly managed to summon such a multitude of items at once. Qi Yingying laughed wildly. Su Mei, Qian, Liu Yijiao, and Liu and Hui Jiaoqian were all equally surprised. Lu Qianqian, Zhao An, and Rin Qian were utterly stunned, scarcely believing their eyes. Howda had indeed conjured an entire bag filled with so many items out of thin air. Oh, I shall take 2 tubes of toothpaste, 2 toothbrushes, 2 face towels, 2 bottles of facial cleanser, 2 bottles of shower gel, 2 bath towels, 2 pairs of rubber slippers, and 2 pairs of cotton slippers. Qi Yingying exclaimed, giggling as she rushed to claim her share first. Qi Yingying, why are you being so greedy? There's a large bag of items. Each person can easily have at least 9 portions. Lu Yijiao retorted playfully. I'm simply taking what I fancy in terms of color. Do you have an issue with that? Lu Yijiao? Qi Yingying countered. I do have an issue. Lu Yijiao shot back. Well, I've already gotten my hands on them first. What does it matter to you if you have an issue? Qi Yingying declared triumphantly. You're a woman. Do you even have any say? Lu Yijiao retorted. I have my husband, Howda. Qi Yingying replied with a laugh. Qi Yingying, you are quite lewd. Lu Yijiao remarked. Not as lewd as you, Lu Yijiao. Qi Yingying fired back. Thus, amidst jests and laughter, each member of the team took 2 items like toothpaste, toothbrushes, and face towels from the large bag. With so many delightful items at their disposal, the beautiful women happily washed up outside the wooden cabin, as they had a large wooden barrel of fresh water stored. There was no immediate need to fetch water from the well. Howda, having given a few instructions to the lovely ladies, took his submachine gun and bare skin up to his small private room on the second floor for a nap. The earlier summoning of such a vast assortment of items counted as 1 transformation. He was prepared to conjure 3 more after his rest. Once the beautiful women had finished washing up, they secured the cabin's first floor door and propped it shut with a heavy tree stump for safety. They then gathered around the fire to grill wolf meat and prepare wolf soup for breakfast. What shall we do after breakfast? Damn it, The rescue team hasn't arrived yet. Chi, Ying exclaimed. My husband Hauda is napping. Playing the dice game for rewards and penalties is only fun with the 9 of us ladies. It's rather dull, Lu Yijiao replied. If we could add playing cards or mahjong to the mix, we could enjoy a game after summoning all those items. Sumei chimed in with a laugh. We can only wait for Hauda to finish his nap before we can conjure more. Che Yin smiled in agreement. As they were discussing this, a strange sound echoed faintly in the distance. What the heck? What is that noise? Chi Ying's expression shifted noticeably. It sounds like the voice of wild men, Sumei exclaimed, her face suddenly filled with fear. The beautiful women hurriedly dashed upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, they rushed to the window to peer outside, where they beheld a multitude of wild men, bare-chested and clad only in branches and leaves, emerging from the edge of the woods. With keen hearing, Hauda dashed out of his humble abode, brandishing a submachine gun, and swiftly approached the window. Hauda, there's so many savages over there. Lu Yijiao's voice quivered slightly. Fear not, they possess only bows and spears, while we wield submachine guns. Hauda reassured her, casting a glance toward the wild men at the edge of the forest. His calm demeanor quickly alleviated the fears of Sumei and the other beauties. Brother Hao, how many rounds of ammunition do we have left for the submachine gun? Lu Qianqian inquired, posing a crucial question. Her query piqued the interest of the other ladies. For if the ammunition were to run out, the submachine gun would merely become a decorative piece, rendering them vulnerable against the numerous wild men armed with bows and spears. Before Hauda could respond, the wild men at the forest's edge began to stride purposefully toward them. Chapter 46. Equipping weapons, a total of 100 rounds of ammunition remained, with only 89 left. Hauda aimed his submachine gun at approximately 30 approaching savages while responding. The abundance of ammunition compared to the number of savages instilled a greater sense of security among the beautiful women, yet a palpable tension lingered. After all, the battle had yet to commence, and the outcome remained uncertain. Che Yin, Lu Hui, and Lu Qian took the precaution of surveying the other 3 directions of the wooden cabin, confirming that no savages or other dangers lurked nearby. Hauda, for safety's sake, why not transform into a submachine gun with even more ammunition? I will assist you in firing. Chi Ying suggested. Why not transform into a large sack of submachine guns and ammunition? Each of us should have a gun. We will fight alongside you. Hauda, Lu Yijiao chimed in. Or perhaps a hefty supply of submachine guns, handguns, machine guns, ammunition, grenades, and rocket launchers. Sumei added enthusiastically. Seeing that the savages were now less than 30 meters from Qian Fu and Zhang Hao's shelter, Hauda continued to aim his submachine gun at the gathering savages while mentally activating the deserted island system, attempting to conjure a large supply of submachine guns, handguns, machine guns, ammunition, grenades, and rocket launchers. Success! An abundant array of weapons materialized. Within the hall were 9 submachine guns, 10 handguns, 1 machine gun, numerous rounds of ammunition, several grenades, and even a rocket launcher. Oh! Chi Ying, Lu Yijiao, and Sumei cheered as they each seized a submachine gun loaded with 100 rounds. They quickly crouched by the window alongside Hauda, their weapons aimed at the advancing savages. Previously, during the wolf encounter, Chi Ying had fired 3 shots, successfully killing 2 wolves. Lu Yijiao had fired twice, slaying 1 wolf, proving their marksmanship to be quite commendable. Sumei, though she had only managed a single shot that missed, at least knew how to fire a weapon. Che Yin, Lu Hui, Jia Qian, and Ren Qian, unable to operate firearms, crouched beside the window, peering through the gaps in the wooden cabin to observe the situation outside. Lu Qian and Zhao Ma, having practiced shooting in the past, each selected a handgun from the bounty, positioning themselves at the far ends of the window, their pistols aimed at the direction of the savages, ready to contribute their share. The savages were utterly oblivious to the nature of submachine guns and handguns, unaware that their approach was a direct path to their demise. However, upon reaching the vicinity of the wooden cabin, they halted near 2 shelters. 2 of the savages easily pushed open the door of the left shelter, only to find it empty. Meanwhile, another pair attempted to force the door of the right shelter open, but it resisted, seemingly obstructed by something heavy, indicating that someone was inside. The two savages immediately emitted a cacophony of guttural sounds, summoning several others to assist. Together, they succeeded in prying the door open. Upon entry, they were met with the terrified faces of Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, each brandishing a sturdy wooden stick, shouting feebly, "Stay back." Yet, the savages surged forward. In no time, they overpowered Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, bringing them to the ground. One savage thrust a sharp spear into them repeatedly, and they were subsequently dragged out of the shelter like lifeless dogs, barely clinging to life. In the eyes of these savages, Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan were not considered their kind, but merely prey captured during their hunting expedition. From the second-floor window of the wooden cabin, Hao De and the beautiful women observed as the savages dragged Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan out like lifeless dogs. There was little emotional turmoil among them. After all, everyone was aware of the prior night's failed attempt by Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan to force themselves upon Lu Qianqian and Zhaoan. Recognizing that those two were not virtuous individuals, no one entertained the thought of rescuing them. Hao De and the lovely women were now focused on the impending actions of the savages. The savages glanced over towards the cabin and began to approach. Qi Yingying, unable to contain herself, fired the first shot, striking down one of the foremost savages and issuing a warning to deter their advance. In response, approximately 30 savages erupted into a cacophony of roars, hastily grabbing their bows to shoot at the second floor of the cabin. However, just as they initiated their attack, Hao De, along with Su Mei, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying simultaneously unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The sound of rapid gunfire echoed, and Lu Qianqian and Zhaoan swiftly joined in with their handguns. Under such a formidable display of firepower, the 30 savages had scarcely the opportunity to retaliate before a number of them fell to the ground. The remaining savages, not lacking in intelligence, promptly turned and fled, disappearing into the distant woods, abandoning even their battered prey, Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, with the gunfire successfully driving away the potential man-eaters. The beautiful women erupted into joyous cheers, while Hao De wore an air of nonchalance, sporting a smug smile. "Ha! That was exhilarating. I must have taken down at least 5 savages," exclaimed Qi Yingying with a laugh. "I took down at least 6. Lu Yijiao playfully challenged. "I downed at least 9. Su Mei chimed in, grinning with pride. "Puffed. You're all exaggerating. There are hardly 20 savages lying below." Qi Yingying scoffed at Lu Yijiao and Su Mei. "Perhaps you didn't even hit a single one." Lu Yijiao retorted cheerfully. "It's unlikely Qi Yingying missed entirely. I wager she hit at least 1. Su Mei teased further. "Roll on. You all probably hit just 1. Qi Yingying shot back in frustration. "What shall we do with the savages below?" Lu Qianqian, who had also downed at least 1 with her handgun, shifted the conversation. "We should take our guns and the drilling machine down to inspect each savage. Finish off any that are still alive, and have the drilling machine dig a large pit to bury the dead ones right here," Hao De replied calmly. Though he felt a twinge of discomfort at having killed so many savages, he understood that had he and the lovely women refrained from shooting, the savages would have targeted them with their arrows. It was a matter of survival. Either the savages would perish, or they would. After proposing this plan, Hao De descended with the beautiful women, armed and accompanied by the drilling machine, which they used to excavate a large pit where they buried the fallen savages. As for Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, who lay nearby, Hao De noticed they were still breathing and decided to leave them to their fate. After finishing their tasks, Hao De and the lovely ladies returned to the wooden cabin and securely closed the door. With an ample supply of firearms, ammunition, grenades, and rocket launchers, they naturally felt a surge of confidence. However, the proper storage of these weapons, especially the grenades, remained crucial to avoid self-inflicted harm. "My dear Hao De, why not transform 2 more items while you still have time?" Lu Yijiao suggested with a playful smile before Hao De could take a nap. "What would you like to transform?" Hao De inquired indulgently. "A large sack filled with playing cards, mahjong, chess, novels, magazines, and all sorts of writing materials." Qi Yingying exclaimed excitedly in one breath. Chapter 47. Lu Qianqian took the initiative. "I adore novels, magazines, and various books." Su Mei exclaimed cheerfully. "I enjoy poker and mahjong." Lu Yi added with a laugh. I cherish brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, Che Yin said joyfully. Let us also conjure a large sack filled with rice, potatoes, cabbage, white radishes, carrots, bamboo shoots, green beans, cucumbers, chili peppers, scallions, ginger, and garlic. Lu Hui suggested excitedly. And we must include a frying pan, a high-powered electromagnetic stove with nuclear energy, as well as barrels of oil, soy sauce, chicken essence, chili powder, and pepper. Hua Jiaoqian added contentedly. Howda smiled at the lovely ladies, observing that no one had anything more to add. He initiated his island system. But his initial attempts to create a time-travel communication device yielded no results after several tries. He then attempted to manifest a large sack of poker, mahjong, chess, novels, magazines, and other various books, as well as brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. This time he succeeded. A large sack materialized before them, filled with numerous decks of cards, mahjong tiles, chess sets, and a plethora of novels, magazines, and writing supplies. The ladies burst into laughter as they eagerly retrieved the treasures from the sack. Undoubtedly, these items would significantly enrich their leisure activities on the island. Subsequently, Howda conjured another large sack filled with rice, potatoes, cabbage, white radishes, carrots, bamboo shoots, green beans, cucumbers, chili peppers, scallions, ginger, and garlic, along with a frying pan and a nuclear-powered electromagnetic stove, plus barrels of oil, soy sauce, chicken essence, chili powder, and pepper. Oh, we can have stir-fried dishes for lunch today, Lu Hui exclaimed with sparkling eyes, her face brimming with anticipation. I'm gonna make spicy wolf meat stir-fry. Add plenty of soy sauce. Sume expressed her craving for stir-fried delicacies. Qi Yingying and the other beauties joyfully shared their own culinary desires, such as potato stir-fry with tiger meat and white radish stir-fry with bear meat, among others. Seeing that his task was accomplished, Howda retreated to his small room for a nap. Qi Yingying, Lu Yijing, Lu Hui, and Zhao Man gathered around a table to play mahjong. Sume, Hua Jiaoqian, Lu Qianqian, and Rin Qian formed another table to engage in a game of poker. Che Yin retreated to her own room to practice calligraphy with her brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones. The second floor of the wooden house had evidently transformed into a vibrant entertainment hub for the beauties. Howda, having only napped for about an hour, emerged rejuvenated and full of vigor, experiencing the boundless strength of his unique ability. He felt a sense of delight, knowing he could restore himself completely with just a brief rest after a sleepless night. This was equivalent to gaining an extra 7 hours of wakefulness each day compared to others. Feeling exuberant, he stepped out of his room, and the ladies were astonished to see him so energized after only a short slumber. However, engrossed in their games of mahjong and poker, they paid him no mind. Therefore, he took some novels and magazines back to his small room, preparing to read and pass the time. After all, having nothing to occupy oneself can become quite tedious, akin to how many in modern society enjoy scrolling through videos to fill their leisure hours. Howda first immersed himself in a magazine of literary excerpts, indulging in the elevation of wisdom and thought. Suddenly, the slightly ajar door was gently pushed open, and in walked the enchanting sophomore, Lu Qianqian, with her long, graceful legs. She flashed a coy smile at Howda before gently closing the door and securing the latch. Observing her flirtatious action, Howda felt a sudden rush of warmth. Among the 9 beauties of their team, he had already shared moments with Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Qi Yingying, but Lu Qianqian remained an unexplored allure, igniting his anticipation for a uniquely delightful experience with her. At that moment, Howda, with his freshly washed feet bare, was comfortably nestled under a soft bearskin blanket on the small wooden bed, perusing the magazine. Lu Qianqian, her feet clad in pristine cotton slippers, after securing the door, gracefully joined him on the bed, slipping under the bear's skin and pressing against him. Have you stopped playing cards? Howda teased, embracing her delicate form with a mischievous grin. We've switched to Do Di Zhu. We temporarily have an extra player, Lu Qianqian replied, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Without further ado, Howda leaned closer to her lovely, innocent face. Lu Qianqian initially showed a hint of modesty, but soon surrendered to the moment, pleasantly acquiescing. After some time, Yiju lay back, his gaze deeply fixed on the air above the small room, contemplating how, despite being marooned on this desolate island, fortune seemed to favor him, as Lu Qianqian had willingly thrown herself into his embrace. What if they need to switch players for poker and can't find me? Lu Qianqian asked in a soft voice. If someone knocks and asks for you, I'll simply say you're here with me. Chatting, Howda replied. Who would believe it's just chatting? She retorted, her charming face flushing again. Let them guess. Eventually, you will be mine, he declared confidently, pulling her closer. Brother Hao, can you handle so many women? Lu Qianqian inquired with concern, recalling how he had been with Qi Yingying, Su Mei, and Lu Yijiao the previous night. Don't worry, your husband is quite capable, he boasted. Did you not just experience it firsthand? You're terrible, a rogue, she playfully chided, her radiant demeanor suggesting the encounter had been quite enjoyable. As their playful banter continued, a sudden knock interrupted them. Is there something you need? Howda responded with a calm smile. Brother Hao, have you seen Qianqian? Came the sweet voice of Ren Qian from outside. Qianqian is chatting with me. Howda replied nonchalantly. Oh, Ren Qian said. Brother Hao, could you accompany me to the restroom outside? Sure, just a moment, he responded, finding it hard to refuse another beauty's request. You go ahead, Brother Hao. It's definitely not safe for Ren Qian to go to the restroom alone. Lu Qianqian said thoughtfully. After you leave, I'll quietly exit this room. It's fine if someone finds out, she reassured him. But what if they feel embarrassed? Lu Qianqian teased softly. He mused, contemplating their playful secrecy. Howda tenderly caressed her alluringly radiant face, then swiftly rose to don his attire, slightly ajar the door, and stepped outside. Chapter 48. Ren Qian takes the initiative. Howda, armed with a submachine gun, accompanied Ren Qian downstairs from the two-story wooden cabin. After securing the door behind them, he escorted her to a rudimentary modern restroom, resembling a shed, not far away. Upon entering, Ren Qian hesitated to close the door immediately and sweetly called out to Howda, who was vigilantly observing their surroundings. Brother Hao, you can come in too. Howda glanced at her, his eyes sparkling with mischief, before stepping inside and locking the door from within. After a considerable time had passed, Howda and the visibly satisfied Ren Qian emerged from the makeshift restroom. Although her long, graceful legs felt weak, she managed to walk. Once back in the two-story cabin, Howda retreated to his small room on the second floor to enjoy magazines and novels, while Ren Qian returned to the second-floor entertainment center where the beautiful women gathered. This time, she joined the table to replace Lu Yijiao in a game of mahjong, as Lu had grown weary and required a break. As soon as Ren Qian sat down, Qi Yingying, seated opposite her, teased, Ren Qian, you had my Howda escort you to the restroom, and he took about 30 minutes to return. You weren't in that shed with him, were you? Brother Hao is our shared husband, not just yours. With a composed smile, Ren Qian replied, Oh, how could you think that? Wow, Ren Qian, you are quite daring. So, you really took advantage of that moment in the restroom with my Howda. Qi Yingying continued, You were just jealous. My Howda treated me so well. I nearly lost myself in pleasure. Ren Qian laughed lightly in response. You are quite the temptress, exclaimed Lu Yijiao, who was resting by the window while admiring the scenery outside. Ha! Ren Qian chuckled with pride. Meanwhile, Lu Qianqian, engaged in a game of poker at another table, felt a twinge of complexity upon hearing about Howda, her emotions a mix of impulse and frustration towards him. Su Mei, also playing cards, shared similar sentiments. It must be noted that managing the affections of 9 beautiful women was no small feat for Howda. Suddenly, Lu Yijiao shouted, Oh no, 10 people are approaching, and 2 of them look like the troublemakers from before. Her exclamation carried significant weight, prompting Su Mei, Qi Yingying, and the others to abandon their games and rush to the window to look outside. There, at the edge of the forest, 10 individuals were indeed making their way toward them. Leading the group were 2 men, Li Longbao, who had previously been struck by Howda's axe, and Sun Quan, who had suffered a similar fate at Qi Yingying's hands. They are not here for a friendly visit, Qi Yingying remarked, swiftly retrieving her submachine gun. They probably don't know we are armed yet, but they will soon find out. Howda, now at the window with his submachine gun in hand, added while Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Lu Qianqian, and the other women all armed themselves with various firearms, bracing for the impending confrontation. As Sun Quan and Li Longbao, along with 10 others, drew nearer to the wooden cabin, Hao De discerned that among the group were 5 men and 5 women. Each of the 5 women was youthful, strikingly beautiful, with slender and alluring figures. However, the expressions on their delicate faces bore a hint of coldness, suggesting they had endured harsh trials for survival in the woods. The 5 men, including Sun Quan and Li Long, wore grim visages, while the other 3 exuded a fierce demeanor. None appeared to be easily intimidated. Yet for Hao De and the enchanting women, this posed no concern. Should they seek their demise, the firearms in their possession would certainly fulfill that wish. Upon reaching the vicinity of 2 makeshift shelters in front of the cabin, Sun Quan and Li Longbao caught sight of Hao De and the others on the second floor, armed and poised before the window. Their expressions shifted slightly, but they did not retreat. Sun Quan glanced at Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, who lay on the ground but had opened their eyes. Suddenly, he crouched down and placed his right hand upon Qian Fu's forehead. Qian Fu's face contorted into a peculiar expression, and with an almost electrifying jolt, he sat upright. Sun Quan then placed his hand on Zhang Haoan's forehead, eliciting a similar reaction as Zhang sprang up, revitalized. Unaware of the method employed to restore the seemingly lifeless Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, Sun Quan spoke to them with an expression devoid of emotion. "Join us." The tone brooked no refusal. To deny would mean death. "All right." Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan readily agreed, having been granted a second chance at life. Sun Quan and Li Longbao then cast another glance at Hao De and the others, who were still aiming their weapons from the cabin's second floor. Subsequently, they turned back and made their way towards the edge of the woods, with the 8 others, including the newly joined Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, following suit. "Did those 2 cowardly birds flee?" Qi Yingying inquired. "It appears so," Che Yin replied thoughtfully. "Alda, could you teach us how to shoot? We need to eliminate those 2. El Hui and Hua Jiao Qian suddenly declared. Having been previously victimized by Sun Quan and Li Longbao, their pent-up resentment could no longer be contained. "Shall I assist you in exacting your revenge now?" Hao De responded, glancing at Sun Quan and Li Longbao, who were still within range. "We wish to avenge ourselves." El Hui and Hua Jiao Qian asserted with unwavering resolve. "Very well. I will teach you to shoot at once." Alda responde reagire. "My dear Hao De, that birdman who I struck with an axe earlier seemed to have merely touched the foreheads of the previously incapacitated Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, and they appeared to recover. I suspect he possesses some extraordinary ability," Qi Yingying remarked, her expression grave. "Moreover, the wound on his back from your axe seems to have healed as well." Su Mei added, "I noticed that too. In any case, we must remain vigilant. From now on, at least 2 individuals must always be armed with submachine guns or pistols, alert to any movements around us. If anything arises, we must all be on high alert." Hao De replied, his expression serious. "Understood." The beautiful women responded with spirited resolve. Chapter 49. The old foes re-emerged subsequently. Hao De instructed Lu Hui and Hua Jiao Qian in marksmanship from the window of the second floor. Meanwhile, Su Mei and the other lovely ladies engaged in leisurely activities such as mahjong and poker in the spacious room above. Although the recent reappearance of their adversaries had cast a slight shadow over their spirits, the enemies had been temporarily deterred by the display of firepower. Thus, the group resolved to indulge in merriment, for mealtime would soon arrive, and they ought to savor their food. Life, after all, should be lived joyously in every fleeting moment, irrespective of whether one finds oneself on a deserted island. On the second floor, Hao De began by teaching the youthful and graceful Lu Hui the proper stance for handling a firearm. Positioned behind her, he guided her hands as she prepared to shoot. This close instruction inevitably resulted in physical contact, and as Hao De had yet to cultivate a deeper relationship with Lu Hui, he found himself stirred by the proximity. Additionally, due to her loose-fitting t-shirt, a mere glance downward revealed the alluring contours of her form. "How to go you are here?" Lu Hui exclaimed softly, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Oh, just a natural reaction. Do not overthink it. Focus on gripping the gun and aiming," Hao De replied with a serious expression. Noticing his innocent demeanor and fueled by her desire for revenge, Lu Hui endeavored to cast aside distractions and concentrate on her practice. Meanwhile, Hao Da's mind wandered into fanciful territory, contemplating how much more direct their interaction could be if the beautiful and innocent Lu Hui were clad in a daring miniskirt. Beside them, the equally lovely and graceful Hua Jiao Qian practiced her shooting, easily catching glimpses of Hao Da's guidance with Lu Hui. He dismissed any concern, thinking that once he and Lu Hui had progressed further, he could extend his instruction to Hua Jiao Qian, thus maintaining a balance in their dynamics. As Hao Da continued to instruct and indulge in his daydreams, Lu Hui made remarkable progress, firing 5 rounds at a nearby shelter and successfully hitting the intended tree trunk 3 times. Encouraged by her success, he allowed her to practice independently and turned his attention to Hua Jiao Qian. Standing behind her, he taught her the nuances of grip and aim, as well as breathing techniques. Though they had yet to deepen their relationship, the physical contact felt pleasantly comfortable, especially as Hua Jiao Qian, clad in a snug t-shirt, provided him with a striking visual stimulus. "How good you are here," Hua Jiao Qian playfully chided. "That is a normal response. Do not dwell on it. Concentrate on your grip and aim," he replied with an air of authority. "You are quite mischievous. How good," she teased, her tone laced with playful sweetness. "I am a serious person," he retorted with a straight face. "Ha!" Hua Jiao Qian chuckled softly, her laughter infectious. Despite her flirtatious demeanor, her marksmanship improved swiftly, as she too struck 3 out of 5 shots at the same tree trunk. Witnessing the rapid advancement of both lovely ladies, Hao Da continued to guide them closely for a while longer before allowing them to practice independently, reassured by the ample supply of ammunition available. Hao Da ascended to his private chamber on the 2nd floor, indulging himself in the pages of novels and magazines. Unbeknownst to him, time slipped away, and soon it was 11 in the morning. Hao Da and the enchanting maidens diligently prepared a sumptuous lunch. Some were cooking, others washing vegetables, chopping ingredients, stir-frying dishes, arranging wooden bowls, and vigilantly surveying the surroundings of the wooden cabin for any lurking dangers. Each person was thoroughly engrossed in their tasks. Before long, an array of fragrant, steaming dishes graced the table. Spicy stir-fried wolf meat, potatoes sautéed with tiger meat, winter bamboo shoots cooked with bear meat, stir-fried cabbage, stir-fried cucumber, and delectable soups made from wolf, tiger, and bear meat. Naturally, there was also fragrant steamed rice. One could not help but marvel. Had it not been for the bountiful provisions Hao Da had acquired that very morning, feasting on such a lavish spread on this deserted island would have been utterly inconceivable. Seated around the table, Hao Da and the lovely maidens engaged in lively banter while savoring their meal. "Oh, it has been days since I last enjoyed stir-fried dishes. These are simply delightful," Sume exclaimed with delight. With such an expression of ecstasy while eating, "You are quite the flirt, Sume," Qi Yingying teased playfully. "Oh, hush," Sume retorted with a laugh. "Among our 9 beautiful maidens, Qi Yingying is the most flirtatious." "I concur," Lu Yi chimed in with a smile of agreement. "Umph. No matter how flirtatious I may be, I cannot compare to Lu Yi," Qi Yingying shot back confidently. "I certainly do not claim the title of the most flirtatious. I find Lu Qianqian quite bold as well. I saw her sneak into my husband Hao Da's room." Lu Yi quickly shifted her target of jest. "Hey, why am I being dragged into this? I am quite innocent, you know." Lu Qianqian replied with an air of innocence. "Innocent, you say? You accompanied Hao Da to the restroom for 30 minutes. Don't pretend you were up to nothing." Ren Qian chimed in mischievously. "Umph. You two were in the restroom with Hao Da for quite a while. Don't act so surprised." Lu Qianqian countered swiftly. "I am innocent, truly," Ren Qian said with a playful grin. "Oh, I see now. It seems my husband Hao Da is the most flirtatious of all," Qi Yingying exclaimed with newfound clarity. "I am but an honest man," Hao Da replied with a smile. "Honest, my foot. You are a notorious lecher." The maidens collectively chided him. "If I am indeed a lecher, then you must beware. One of these nights when you all lie in a row to sleep, I might indulge my whims," Hao Da said with an expression of longing. "Then we shall give you a good thrashing," the maidens replied in laughter. Being ravaged by 9 delicate hands would be quite an exquisite experience. Alda muzit driamili. Ah, pervert, masochist. The maidens exclaimed in mock exasperation. Ha! Ouch! Howda laughed triumphantly, only to suddenly cry out in surprise. It turned out that Su Mei and Qi Yingying, seated beside him, had pinched him sharply on the thigh. Laughter erupted among the maidens at this turn of events. They've returned, Che Yin announced, gazing toward the window. At her words, everyone rose and moved to the window to peer outside. There, near the edge of the woods, they spotted several figures transporting logs. Though the sight was unclear, they could surmise it was the group led by Sun Quan and Li Longbao. It appears they are also preparing to construct a wooden cabin, Howda analyzed. Brother Hao, our marksmanship has become quite proficient. We seek vengeance. El Hui and Hua Jiao Qian declared once more with unwavering resolve. Very well. After we finish our meal, I shall take you there. Let's eat first. With that, Howda led the way back to the table, sitting down to dine. The lovely ladies all gathered around, resuming their meal. Given that they would soon be entering into battle, the atmosphere turned serious. Each person ate in silence, their expressions solemn. Meanwhile, El Hui and Hua Jiaoqian, anticipating the moment when they could direct their weapons at the notorious Sun Quan and Li Longbao, exhibited a noticeably fierce demeanor on their delicate faces. Chapter 50. The gunfire can endure. I shall take the submachine gun and lead A Hui and Jiaoqian to exact our vengeance. Who among you wishes to join us? Howda proclaimed as he regarded the enchanting ladies after their sumptuous luncheon. We wish to accompany you. We too desire retribution. Lu Qianqian and Zhao exchanged glances, declaring in unison. Just last night, they had been part of a team with Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, who had attempted to assault them. Though Howda had arrived just in time to save them, the trauma inflicted by those two miscreants still lingered. The two scoundrels had now allied themselves with Sun Quan and Li Longbao. Liu Hui and Hua Jiao Qian sought to confront Sun Quan and Li Longbao, and they were eager to join forces in confronting Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan as well. While they did not intend to kill them outright, they were determined to inflict at least one shot to vent their frustrations. Indeed, I shall set forth with A Hui, Jiaoqian, Qianqian, and an heir. The other shall remain here to guard our home. Howda resolved. For safety's sake, I too must join. Should the enemy of 12 launch a sudden counterattack, we must have at least one proficient marksman alongside me, aside from my husband. Qi Yingying asserted suddenly. Very well, you shall accompany us. Howda nodded in agreement. Thus, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, and Rin Qian remained behind to safeguard their abode, while Howda, Qi Yingying, Liu Hui, Jiao Qian, Lu Qianqian, and Zhao each armed themselves with submachine guns loaded with 100 rounds and 2 pistols strapped to their waists. As they ventured forth from the wooden cabin toward the edge of the forest where Sun Quan and Li Longbao's group awaited, the 12 individuals, busy preparing logs to construct their own wooden shelter, soon noticed Howda and his companions approaching with their submachine guns. Bosses, that scoundrel Hao is advancing toward us with a submachine gun. They bear ill intent. Should we not take cover? Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, recognizing Lu Qianqian and Zhao, who had nearly fallen victim to their vile intentions the previous night, urgently conveyed their concerns to Sun Quan and Li Longbao. One may hide for a moment, but cannot evade forever. Let us observe their intentions, Sun Quan replied impassively. The enmity harbored by Liu Hui and Hua Jiao Qian toward them far surpassed that of Lu Qianqian and Zhao and toward Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, for the former two had suffered a prior assault. Sun Quan and Li Longbao remained unperturbed due to their newfound abilities. Though Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan felt trepidation and guilt, they refrained from voicing further objections, fearing to flee into the woods, where venomous snakes could spell their doom. The other 3 men and 5 strikingly beautiful and slender women in their group maintained a calm demeanor. They had neither grievances nor conflicts of interest with Howda and his companions. Furthermore, they had endured 3 days of brutal survival in the wilderness, fortifying their mental resilience to an admirable degree. After a while, Howda, Qi Yingying, El Hui, Hua Jiaoqian, Lu Qianqian, and Zhao Ai approached the edge of the forest, armed with submachine guns and poised to fire. What do you intend to do? Sun Quan glared at Howda and the others, his voice icy. We haven't provoked you. Do not disturb us, Li Longbao added, his expression impassive. It must be said that these two, as the leaders of the group, exuded an air of intimidation. You seem to have forgotten some things, but we certainly have not. El Hui and Hua Jiaoqian replied coldly, their guns trained on Li Longbao and Sun Quan. Li Longbao and Sun Quan met their gaze with a bravado that betrayed no hint of remorse. Bang! Bang! Seeing their arrogance persist, El Hui and Hua Jiaoqian's expressions hardened as they pulled the triggers. El Hui's shot struck Li Longbao in the left shoulder, while Hua Jiaoqian hit Sun Quan in the right shoulder. Strangely, neither of the wounded men uttered a sound. More astonishingly, the bullet wounds exhibited no blood, and the holes began to visibly heal at an extraordinary pace. Witnessing the spectacle, Qi Yingying could not help but exclaim internally, what kind of monsters are these? El Hui and Hua Jiaoqian were equally taken aback and, in a frenzy, opened fire once more on Li Longbao and Sun Quan. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Bullets from the submachine guns rained down upon Li Longbao and Sun Quan. Yet apart from being pushed back a few steps by the impact, their bullet wounds rapidly mended themselves. Observing this terrifying scene, how to remain composed and decisively fired a shot that struck Sun Quan in the forehead, causing him to collapse instantly. El Hui, understanding Hao Da's intent, followed suit and shot Li Longbao in the forehead, who also fell to the ground. Hua Jiaoqian then fired another shot into Sun Quan's forehead, venting her frustrations. However, Qi Yingying noticed that, like before, the wounds on Sun Quan and Li Longbao showed no signs of bleeding and were healing, albeit not as swiftly as before, leaving them motionless on the ground. At that moment, a thought crossed Hao Da's mind. What would happen if he were to sever their heads? Yet, he refrained from doing so, lacking a knife and needing to consider the opinions of El Hui and Hua Jiaoqian. He glanced at them, and they indicated that even if the two on the ground were to awaken, their vendetta would be settled. Respecting their wishes, Hao Da then looked at Lu Qianqian and Zhao Ai, who nodded in agreement. In unison, they fired their weapons. Qian Fu, struck by Lu Qianqian's bullet, and Zhang Haohan, hit by Zhao Ai's shot, both let out anguished cries as blood gushed from their wounds. Clearly, these two lacked the ability for rapid self-repair. Yet, at that moment, Sun Quan and Li Longbao suddenly opened their eyes, their forehead wounds healing completely. The two individuals swiftly rose to their feet, standing approximately 3 meters apart, casting a cold gaze upon Lu Hui and Hua Jiaoqian, seemingly conveying a silent message. Even if they had overpowered them, their prior transgressions had been absolved. Lu Hui and Hua Jiaoqian met their icy stares for about 5 seconds, and indeed, their animosity had significantly diminished. The fact that they could resurrect from gunshot wounds was merely a testament to their capabilities. They had already fired at them several times, and their vendetta had been avenged. Lu Qianqian and Zhao Man's animosity towards Qian Fu and Zhang Haohan had also been addressed through the singular shots they had exchanged. Although the injuries sustained by these two individuals might be swiftly healed by Sun Quan and Li Longbao, Hao Da surveyed the group opposite him, then glanced at Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, Hua Jiaoqian, Lu Qianqian, and Zhao Man, before gradually retreating back into the wooden cabin, accompanied by the beautiful women. Darling Hao, those two individuals possess formidable self-repairing abilities. This poses a significant risk, Qi Yingying remarked. However, we have identified the flaws of those two creatures. A bullet to the forehead will bring them down. Their self-repair is not instantaneous. We should take the opportunity to sever their heads. That should ensure their demise. Therefore, should they dare to provoke us again, we shall strike with lethal intent next time. Hao Da replied with analysis. Upon hearing Hao Da's words, Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, Hua Jiaoqian, Lu Qianqian, and Zhao Man felt considerably reassured. Chapter 51. Zhaoan's allure at that moment. In the company of Sun Quan and his team of 12, as anticipated by Hao Da and others, Sun Quan placed his hand upon the gunshot wound of Qian Fu, swiftly mending the injury. Similarly, Li Longbao laid his hand on the gunshot wound of Zhang Haohan, effectively healing him as well. Despite the remarkable abilities possessed by Sun Quan and Zhang Haohan, they were acutely aware that sustaining a gunshot wound to the forehead, while capable of self-repair, was a significant flaw, preventing them from launching a direct assault on Hao Da and his companions in the cabin. Had they eliminated that vulnerability, it was likely they would have acted against Howdah earlier that morning. After all, vanquishing Howdah would mean that the 9 enchanting beauties in the cabin, along with the abundant provisions, would belong to them. They would no longer need to toil in the woods for sustenance. Yet, for now, they could only exercise restraint. Meanwhile, Howdah and Qi Yingying ascended to the second floor of the cabin, reaching a temporary conclusion in their quest for vengeance. They resumed their activities, engaging in a game of mahjong, playing several rounds of landlord, and enjoying a game of chess. Subsequently, Howdah retreated to his private room, reclining comfortably as he perused magazines and novels. In this languid afternoon, he found life to be quite delightful. As the slightly ajar door was pushed open once more, it was none other than the alluring Zhao, and her long, graceful legs captivating. Howdah felt an added touch of romance in the air. Zhao gently closed the door behind her and secured it, casting him a charming smile as she climbed into the bed, snuggling beneath the bearskin he had draped over himself and playfully enticing him with her delicate hands. You must have felt quite exhilarated after shooting that scoundrel earlier, right? Howdah inquired with a smile, relishing the warmth and softness of Zhao En's embrace. The scoundrel he referred to was, of course, Zhang Haoen, who had attempted to assault Zhao on the previous night and had just been shot by her with a submachine gun. Revenge was indeed satisfying. Thus, to express my gratitude, I am willing to offer myself to you, Zhao En responded coyly. Your allure goes beyond mere gratitude. Surely there are other motives at play, such as my unparalleled charm, striking presence, and formidable aura. Howdah boasted with self-satisfaction. One must live up to their name. Zhao En giggled softly, indulging in her desires. You are quite the temptress. Howdah teased with a mischievous grin. How intolerable, taking advantage and then pretending to be innocent. Zhao En playfully retorted, her expression one of deep enchantment. As Howdah continued to engage with her, he delighted in comparing her to other beauties. Suddenly, a soft knock interrupted the moment. Brother Hao, may I come in? Came the sultry voice of Hua Jiao Qian from outside. I'm occupied at the moment, Jiao Qian. Could you please wait a bit? Howdah replied with a smile. I just saw Zhao En enter your room. Big bad wolf. Hua Jiao Qian exclaimed in mock anger before storming off. It seems she is genuinely upset, Zhao En remarked, slightly breathless. Not to worry. Once I finish with you, I shall attend to her, Howdah replied with a sly grin. You scoundrel, Zhao En retorted, feigning anger. Here I am with you, and you're thinking of other beautiful women. I shall deal with you. After a considerable time, Howdah gazed deeply at the air above the room, allowing his thoughts to wander freely. He mused about the peculiar abilities of Sun Quan and Li Longbao, monsters who could withstand even gunfire. Their prowess not only allowed them to rapidly heal their own wounds, but also enabled them to mend others' injuries through mere touch. It must be said, their capabilities were indeed formidable. Fortunately, he had discovered a significant flaw in their abilities. When shot in the forehead, their healing speed was insufficient, leaving them vulnerable for at least 5 seconds after collapsing, a critical opening for attack. Moreover, Howdah possessed a rocket launcher and an array of grenades. Even if those two could endure the explosions of grenades, they would likely not withstand the onslaught of a rocket launcher. Darling, what are you thinking about? Zhao Jiao, nestled closely against him, inquired in a soft voice, exuding charm and satisfaction. I was contemplating how captivating you are. How to compliment it. Darling. You make me feel so comfortable too, Zhao Jiao replied with passion. At that moment, a soft knock echoed through the room. Brother Hao, are you finished yet? Came the sultry voice of Hua Jiao Qian. Just a little longer, Howdah responded with a smile. It's been 30 minutes. I don't care. I'm coming in, Hua Jiao Qian declared, her tone petulant. Howdah glanced at the fragrant and delicate Zhao Jiao in his embrace. If she wants to come in, let her. I don't mind, Zhao Jiao replied graciously. With that, Howdah stood up and cracked the door open, allowing Hua Jiao Qian to enter before gently closing and securing it behind her. Hua Jiao Qian promptly dove into the cozy bearskin quilt, and Howdah followed suit without hesitation. The youthful and alluring Hua Jiao Qian, with her enviable figure, ignored Zhao Jiao entirely and approached Howdah with bold intent. Howda observed the wildness of Hua Jiaoqian with a peculiar expression, glancing at the content Zhao Jiao, who seemed to be enjoying the spectacle. He internally lamented how difficult it was to articulate the scene unfolding before him. After a while, Howda again found himself gazing at the air above the room, relaxed and lost in thought. He contemplated the need to plan the construction of a concrete beach villa nearby. As the two-story wooden house had its limitations, it lacked sturdiness and offered insufficient heat resistance in the summer and cold resistance in the winter. A villa made of reinforced concrete would be quite different. It would provide the comforts of modern living, keeping the heat at bay during scorching days and the cold at bay during frigid nights. With securely locked doors and windows, venomous snakes, wild beasts, or strangers would be unlikely to intrude, making night watch considerably easier. Darling. After a while, Hua Jiaoqian purred from her position at his left. What is wrong? Howda affectionately inquired, captivated by her vibrant satisfaction. Being with you is truly delightful, Hua Jiaoqian exclaimed with a playful laugh. Hua Jiaoqian, you are so lewd. Zhao couldn't help but tease from the side. Zhao Jiao, you were enjoying it just as much as I was. You're the lewd one, Hua Jiaoqian retorted decisively. Chapter 52. 5 more beauties. Howda comfortably nestled between the enchanting Zhao and the alluring Hua Jiaoqian, was engaged in a light-hearted banter, allowing his thoughts to drift freely. He recalled the moment when he had sought vengeance alongside Hua Jiaoqian and the other beauties. Observing the 5 female members of that team, though their expressions were somewhat frosty, they were undeniably striking, their pure beauty complemented by their slender and graceful figures. He mused that if they wished to become his women, he would wholeheartedly acquiesce to such a notion. With boundless power at his disposal, satisfying his 9 existing partners, including Su Mei, alongside an additional 5, thus totaling 14, posed no insurmountable challenge. Fortunately, the youthful and delicate Zhao and Hua Jiaoqian, ensconced in his embrace, remained blissfully unaware of his recent contemplations. Otherwise, they might have been inclined to deliver a scathing reprimand. Ironically, as Howda pondered the 5 exquisite women, those very women were engrossed in thoughts of him, despite having encountered him only twice and not yet exchanging a word. Their names were Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Baiyu, Mi Kai, and Yao Yao. The reason these 5 beauties were preoccupied with Howda was due to their team's recent endeavor in constructing a wooden shelter near the forest's edge. Their 2 leaders, Sun Kuang and Li Long Bao, had insisted they hastily cleanse themselves using the well water, followed by a night in their quarters. Faced with little choice, Miao Rong and her companions might have to acquiesce, for survival on this desolate island proved exceedingly challenging for just the 5 of them, with the daily quest for sustenance being a formidable dilemma. The team's provisions primarily relied on the audacious hunting efforts of Sun Kuang and Li Long Bao. Moreover, should they resist, it was certain that Sun Kuang and Li Long Bao would not let them escape unscathed. Where could they possibly flee? If this region housed only their team, Miao Rong and her 4 companions had little alternative but to comply with the unwelcome demands of Sun Kuang and Li Long Bao. Yielding to their advances might afford them a precarious chance at survival until rescue arrived. Yet, this area also harbored Howda and his group, armed with several submachine guns. They had just witnessed the suppression of Sun Kuang and Li Long Bao by Howda and his companions, who wielded their firearms with authority. Although Sun Kuang and Li Long Bao had sustained multiple shots, they had miraculously recovered, yet it was evident they were at a disadvantage. Thus, within the confines of their room on the first floor of the wooden shelter, Miao Rong and her 4 companions sat in a large wooden tub, soaking and quietly deliberating their impending choices. I believe we should hasten towards that Team's wooden shelter as soon as we finish bathing and get dressed, Miao Rong whispered. What, they do not accept us? Kong Jing replied softly. And what if we don't manage to get far before Sun Kuang and Li Long Bao catch up with us? Qin Baiyu added anxiously. Even if we are not welcomed there or are captured shortly after fleeing, the outcome would still lead to sharing their bed. At least for the time being. They are unlikely to kill us, but future food shortages could present a grave concern, Mikai analyzed quietly. However, if we successfully reach that side and they accept us, it would be akin to being reborn. Yao Yao chimed in. Indeed, it is worth the gamble, Miao Rong affirmed softly. 5 individuals were leisurely soaking in a bath while quietly discussing matters, swiftly reaching a consensus. Meanwhile, in a room on the 2nd floor of the wooden cabin, the 2 leaders of the group, Sun Kuang and Li Longbao, were also indulging in a bath while conversing. Just think about it. 5 beautiful ladies, it's quite thrilling, Sun Kuang said with a smug grin. Earlier, when we mentioned sleeping arrangements to those 5 ladies, they seemed rather reluctant, Li Longbao remarked, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. Once we delight them, they will naturally be more agreeable. Sun Kuang replied with a lewd smile. Damn it, we hunted for our food, unafraid of danger. We contributed the most to constructing this cabin, and for them to sleep with us is a privilege. How dare they act so unwillingly? They are truly ungrateful, Li Longbao muttered under his breath. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The team's new members, Qian Fu and Zhang Haoan, called out, Boss. The 5 ladies are running that way. De Zhuang and Daniel are chasing them, but haven't caught up yet. Sun Kuang and Li Longbao were instantly enraged. They swiftly leapt out of the bath, donned their underwear, and jumped out of the window, pursuing the 5 beautiful women who were sprinting ahead. De Zhuang and Daniel, who were already chasing, were soon outpaced by Sun Kuang and Li Longbao. Left behind in the dust, as Miao Rong and the others raced toward the cabin, they felt the urgency of Sun Kuang and Li Longbao closing in behind them. Naturally, they were anxious. Just then, they joyfully noticed that the door on the 1st floor of the cabin swung open. Gao De, along with several female team members, emerged brandishing submachine guns. It appeared they had come to their rescue. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Gao De decisively grabbed a submachine gun and led Qi Yingying and others out. Miao Rong and her companions felt a surge of hope and sprinted with all their might towards the approaching Gao De and his team. This is our team's matter. Stay out of it, Sun Kuang and Li Longbao shouted angrily as they saw Gao De, flanked by Su Mei, Qi Yingying, Lu Yijiao, and Lu Qianqian, all armed with submachine guns blocking their path. Since they are running towards us, it indicates their trust in us. Hence it concerns us, Gao De coldly retorted. Damn you. I must take those 5 ladies back today, Sun Kuang yelled fiercely. Try cursing again. Gao De shot back without hesitation. I'll call you a bastard, Sun Kuang continued to provoke, but was abruptly cut off. Bang! Gao De fired a shot, hitting Sun Kuang in the forehead. He collapsed immediately. Li Longbao, reacting swiftly, attempted to seize Qi Yingying's weapon. With a fierce expression, Qi Yingying fired 3 shots. Da-da-da. 2 of the bullets struck Li Longbao in the forehead, and he too fell to the ground. However, after about 5 seconds, the gunshot wounds on Sun Kuang and Li Longbao's foreheads rapidly healed, and they rose with extremely grim expressions, forcefully declaring, Your guns cannot kill us. To us, your firearms are mere decorations. Decorations? Gao De responded with a chilling smile. What if, during the 5 seconds you spent on self-repair, just now, I were to sever your heads with an axe? Should we give it a try? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Sun Kuang and Li Longbao noticeably darkened. The 2 of them, devoid of any retorts, turned on their heels and left, fearful that Gao De might indeed act on his words. Although they had never tested whether they could self-repair after decapitation, it was evident to anyone with a semblance of intelligence that such an endeavor was best left untried. Despite harboring intense animosity towards Gao De, they found themselves utterly powerless in this situation. Thus, they could only suppress their immense frustration and retreat to their wooden cabin. Meanwhile, Gao De watched the 2 adversaries retreat into the distance. Acutely aware that their enmity had deepened significantly, he began to contemplate seizing an opportunity to eliminate them, thereby eradicating any future threats. Chapter 53. The possibility of undercover. Gao De welcomed the initiative of the 5 stunning beauties, Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Baiyu, and Mi Kai, joining his team. With their arrival, the team expanded by 5 new members. Naturally, there was some resistance from the likes of Su Mei and Lu Yijiao, who felt uneasy about sharing their beloved Gao De with more beautiful women. However, since Gao De was the leader, his acceptance of Miao Rong and the others set the tone. Upon interacting with the newcomers, Su Mei and others found a harmonious rapport, developing a fondness for them. Moreover, Howda had a way of ensuring that each member was well satisfied, leaving Su Mei and the others with little reason to oppose the addition of 5 more women to their ranks. Consequently, that afternoon, the activity center on the second floor of the wooden house buzzed with liveliness. With a total of 14 beautiful members, they could easily form groups for mahjong or poker, even allowing for 2 players to engage in a game of chess simultaneously. Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Baiyu, and Mi Kai quickly acclimated to their new surroundings, feeling that their decision to align with Howda was indeed a wise choice. The sole male member, Howda, not only possessed a commendable character but also remarkable abilities, capable of conjuring objects seemingly out of thin air, transforming items 4 times a day. The team's resource reserves were nothing short of astounding. The 5 beauties pondered how to cultivate a closer relationship with Howda to demonstrate their value. That afternoon, while Howda was indulging in a game of mahjong in the entertainment center, he took a break to retreat to his small room for some reading. The slightly ajar door was quietly pushed open, revealing Miao Rong, one of the new members. With her enchanting smile and long, elegant legs, she entered, playfully greeting Howda before softly closing the door behind her. Then, with graceful movements, she nestled into the furry bear skin that Howda had draped over himself. Previously, Miao Rong had resisted the advances of Sun Quan and Li Longbao, choosing to evade their propositions, primarily due to her lack of attraction to them. They were quintessential birdmen, and no woman would genuinely favor such types. Now, however, her willingness to approach Howda indicated her genuine affection for him, as she sought to deepen their connection and showcase the value of her beauty. Howda, comfortably embracing the soft warmth of Miao Rong, took his time engaging in light conversation rather than diving into profound discussions about life's meaning. After a while, Miao Rong playfully prompted him, leading Howda to shift the conversation to more direct matters. As they continued, Howda's gaze wandered thoughtfully across the ceiling, contemplating the plans for constructing a beach villa the following day. He realized that the necessary materials would be considerable, including vast amounts of rebar, cement, and windows. Furthermore, building a villa was far more intricate than constructing the 2-story wooden house. It typically required blueprints, an area where he felt lacking. He wondered if any of the women, perhaps Qi Yingying, had the knowledge to draft the architectural plans for the villa. As she nestled closely against him, Miao Rong appeared to be the epitome of charm and satisfaction, utterly delighted by the unexpected pleasure of being with Howda. In this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of having stumbled upon a great treasure. "My dear husband," she cooed. "What is it?" Howda replied, his gaze fixated on her radiant beauty. "Nothing much. I just wanted to call out to you." Miao Rong laughed playfully. "Your voice is truly melodious." Howda complimented. "Huh." He chuckled with pride. "My dear, do you not suspect that the 5 of us could be undercover agents?" Miao Rong suddenly inquired, catching him off guard. "Surely there aren't that many undercover agents." Howda responded. "That reasoning seems rather insufficient." Miao Rong teased, her tone laced with playful reproach. "My dear, you truly are mischievous. Is that explanation really not enough?" she said, her voice a tantalizing whisper. "The primary reason is that being an undercover agent for those 2 foolish individuals, Sun Quan and Li Longbao, holds no real benefit and carries tremendous risk. Just I alone am quite inscrutable. Aside from myself, no one knows the extent of my unique abilities." Howda asserted confidently. After all, he was now the shared husband of 14 beautiful women, and she could not monopolize him for too long. Once Miao Rong exited the room, Howda lingered for a while, savoring the unique fragrance she left behind. Then, with a contemplative gaze, he allowed his thoughts to wander. He mused that constructing a villa was inherently complex. How convenient it would be if he could simply transform it into a fully furnished beachfront villa ready for immediate occupancy. Of course, such thoughts were somewhat fanciful, yet he resolved to attempt it tomorrow, perhaps experimenting with a simpler method of transformation first. What he remained unaware of was that upon her departure, Miao Rong joined the other beauties in their various amusements, inevitably becoming the subject of playful teasing. "Miao Rong!" they exclaimed, laughter echoing in the air as Qi Yingying reveled in her triumph over her. "Come quickly," suddenly called Su Mei and Che Yan. who were admiring the view by the window. Chapter 54. The delicate laughter of El Hui as Su Mei and Che Yin called out. All the enchanting ladies crowded to the window, peering outside, while Hao Da swiftly joined them, pressing against their backs to catch a glimpse. In the distance, a mirage shimmered upon the ocean's surface. Within that ethereal illusion, the ghostly silhouette of a ship rocked violently, as if beset by dire straits. To Hao Da and the captivating ladies, it was akin to a theatrical performance. After all, the mirage was but a fleeting phantasm, liable to vanish at any moment. However, what transpired next elicited shrill gasps of alarm from the ladies. The ship's phantom abruptly coalesced into reality. Indeed, a vessel was now visibly struggling upon the waves, swaying perilously. In a shocking turn, the ship disintegrated before their eyes, splintering into pieces. Numerous souls were clearly aboard that vessel, and as it fractured and sank, Hao Da and the ladies beheld the unfortunate passengers tumbling into the sea, submerged beneath the unforgiving waters. Possessing boundless strength, Hao Da momentarily set aside his confusion regarding the ship's transformation from illusion to reality. His foremost thought was to rescue those in peril. "Stay inside and do not move. You shall save them," he declared, then leapt through the window, sprinting towards the beleaguered ship. It must be said, with his immense power, his speed was akin to that of a fleeting shadow. While Su Mei and the others watched in awe, concern for their shared beloved crept into their minds. Would his valor cost him dearly? Yet, their worries soon dissipated, for in a heartbeat, Hao Da plunged into the sea, swimming with the swiftness of a racing yacht, his might surpassing all imagination. This solitary swimmer, moving with the velocity and force of a high-speed vessel, soon achieved the extraordinary. In one motion, he gathered approximately 30 drowning souls upon his back, forming a human mound, and with astonishing swiftness he transported them to shore. But this was not the end. After swiftly delivering those 30 individuals to safety, Hao Da, still moving with the speed of a racing yacht, plunged back into the depths, quickly amassing another 30 souls upon him, a veritable mountain of humanity, which he then brought ashore. The ladies at the window of the wooden cabin were left utterly astounded. Hao Da traversed the waters with the agility of a racing yacht, returning 4 times, ultimately rescuing around 100 souls from the ill-fated ship. The reason he managed to save only this number was due to many sinking too swiftly and his attention divided. Thus, achieving the rescue of 100 was already a testament to his limits at that moment. If saving lives is a virtue, then he had amassed considerable merit. For another, rescuing 5 would be an impressive feat. Of course, alongside the 100 he had rescued, approximately 30 individuals either swam ashore on their own or managed to secure lifeboats as the ship sank, rowing to safety. In other words, after the shipwreck, approximately 130 individuals made it ashore. The once desolate beach of this deserted island suddenly became bustling with activity. Moreover, among the nearly 100 individuals brought ashore by Hao Da, several were in a state of unconsciousness. After performing resuscitation and artificial respiration, only one remained unresponsive. Just as Hao Da began to lose hope for the last unresponsive individual, a voice echoed in his mind from the island system, informing him that his boundless power could be transformed into island energy through sheer will. By channeling this island energy, he could swiftly heal ailments, cure injuries, and detoxify individuals. Natürlich, Hao Da was overjoyed. He immediately focused his thoughts to convert his infinite strength into island energy and directed it toward the unconscious person, and in merely 5 seconds, the individual miraculously revived. However, the onlookers were oblivious to the true nature of this event, mistakenly believing that the revived person had merely been fortunate enough to awaken spontaneously. There was no need for Hao Da to explain. His extraordinary abilities were a matter of confidentiality, and he preferred to remain discreet. Seeing that the additional 130 people on the beach were temporarily settled, Hao Da felt a sense of fulfillment and retreated to the wooden cabin he shared with the beautiful women, wishing to leave without seeking recognition or acclaim. After being drenched by the seawater, he took a warm bath in a large wooden tub, then ascended to his small room on the second floor of the cabin. leisurely perusing magazines and novels as a form of relaxation. After a while, the elegant and alluring Liu Hui pushed open the slightly ajar door and entered, flashing him a charming smile before gently closing and securing the door behind her. "Brother Hao, you saved so many people just now. Are you tired?" Liu Hui inquired with concern as she gracefully nestled beside him under the plush bear rug. "Saving around 100 people is no trouble at all," Hao replied nonchalantly, feigning indifference before breaking into a mischievous grin. "I could do it again immediately, you little fairy. You're so naughty. How can you say something so crude?" Liu Hui playfully chided, snuggling closer to him. "Hui, I haven't had my way with you yet." Hao bantered provocatively. "Stop it. I'm here now. Aren't I?" Liu Hui responded bashfully. Seeing her so shy only intensified Hao Da's desire for conquest. After a considerable time had passed, Hao gazed thoughtfully at the air above the room, pondering that with the sudden influx of approximately 130 people, the beach would undoubtedly be livelier. However, he also anticipated that various issues would inevitably arise. After all, the necessities of life for so many individuals would incur significant expenses. Moreover, where there are people, there are conflicts. The greater the number, the more disputes would ensue. Of course, he merely contemplated these thoughts. He had done his utmost to save around 100 people, fulfilling his obligations, and how they would manage to survive on this deserted island was primarily their own concern. Chapter 55. The romantic hero of the deserted island. After a playful exchange of flirtation between Hao Da and the beautiful, pure, and statuesque El Hui, she gracefully exited the room, her long, delicate legs slightly trembling. Shortly thereafter, Hao Da ventured out as well, making his way to the second floor, where the entertainment center for the lovely ladies awaited. At that moment, only one table was engaged in a game of mahjong, while Su Mei and the others gazed out the window at the beach, now teeming with approximately 130 survivors from shipwreck. Hao Da squeezed in front of the window, intrigued by the scene outside. His strikingly handsome and charismatic presence naturally drew enthusiastic attention from the beautiful ladies. The charming and elegant Su Mei and Lu Yijiao were the first to occupy the space before him, comfortably turning their backs to him as they leaned in, allowing him to relish their warmth and softness. To his left and right were the sweet-faced and long-legged Lu Qianxian and Miao Rong, one snugly pressed against his left side and the other comfortably leaning on his right. It must be said that Hao Da's enviable fortune was enough to provoke the jealousy and ire of any man. Of course, Hao Da's popularity among the lovely ladies was contingent upon his ability to provide them with ample affection. "Alda, with so many people suddenly on this deserted island beach, what will they eat?" inquired one of the beauties in his embrace, Su Mei, glancing outside with a playful pout. "They have equipment, such as lifeboats. They can use those to fish with nets in the sea, which is quite feasible," Hao Da replied with a serious expression. "Hao Da, it's my turn now." Su Mei's cheeks flushed with warmth. "You're so lovely and so close to me. It's only natural for me to react this way. There's no need to make a fuss about it," he continued earnestly. "Darling, if they take lifeboats and nets out to fish, it sounds a bit unreliable. What if a big shark appears? The people in a lifeboat would be in grave danger." Lu Yijiao, another beauty in his arms, thoughtfully analyzed. "Indeed, fishing in the sea carries certain risks. If they encounter a shark, it would simply be unfortunate luck. However, if they had a fishing boat, it would certainly be much safer, but the problem is they don't have one," Hao Da remarked, gazing intently at the clusters of people on the beach. "Darling, it's my turn now, but I like it." Liu Yiao responded coyly. "With someone as beautiful as you press so closely, my reaction is entirely normal. You needn't pay too much attention." Hao Da maintained his composure. "Next time, I'll wear a sizzling short skirt, and you can cut straight to the chase," Lu Yijiao said with a seductive flair. "Lu Yijiao, you are quite lewd." Su Mei, Lu Qianxian, and Miao Rong chimed in unison, unable to contain their disapproval. "Humph, Hao Da loves me the most." "You're just envious," Lu Yijiao retorted proudly. "A rat on a scale, boasting about itself." Su Mei countered. "If I am the most beautiful female rat, then Hao Da is the most handsome and manly male rat. We are a match made in heaven." Liu Yiao exclaimed joyfully. "Humph, Your understanding is insufficient to grasp the essence. The fault lies within you. Lu Yijiao retorted with a hint of arrogance. Darling, what do you think we should do if someone approaches us on the beach, asking for food and supplies? Lu Qianqian, comfortably nestled against Hao Da's left side, directed her inquiry to him, ignoring Lu Yijiao's remarks. They have hands and feet. They should feel embarrassed to ask us for anything, Hao Da replied with a smile, offering his analysis. Not necessarily. While most may refrain from asking, a small number might. Lu Qianqian insisted on her perspective. Well, if someone does come to ask, we can politely decline, explaining that our provisions are quite limited. Hao Da quickly concluded after a moment of thought. But what if it's a young and beautiful woman asking? Miao Rong, snugly positioned to Hao Da's right, mischievously posed this challenging question. Is that even a question? If it's a young and beautiful woman, my husband Hao Da will gladly oblige. Qi Yingying, who was engaged in a game of mahjong at the table, chimed in with a laugh. As fate would have it, just as they were discussing this, 2 women and 3 men indeed approached the wooden cabin from the beach. Though the 2 women appeared somewhat disheveled in their wet clothes, their innate beauty and youthful allure were unmistakable. Darling, look, there are indeed young and beautiful women coming towards us, Sumei Lu Yijiao, Lu Qianqian, and Miao Rong said, stifling their laughter as they clung closely to Hao Da. Qi Yingying, wild and flamboyant, momentarily set aside her game to embrace Hao Da from behind, peering out to observe the unfolding drama. Che Yan, El Hui, Jiao Qian, Zhao Man, Ren Xian, Kong Jing, Qin Biyu, Mi Kai, and Yao Yao all crowded by the window, eagerly anticipating how Hao Da would respond. A sense of foreboding washed over Hao Da as he realized the challenge that lay ahead. Before long, the group of 5 arrived directly in front of the 2-story wooden cabin, standing beneath the 2nd-floor window. Hello, they greeted enthusiastically as they waved to Hao Da and the beautiful women above. Hello, Hao Da replied, smiling as he represented the group. The beautiful women remained silent, engrossed in their role as onlookers. Do you have any food? We're quite hungry and can't seem to find anything to eat. One of the beautiful women candidly inquired. Her eyes filled with expectation as she looked up at Hao Da. The others, including Su Mei, were equally curious to see how Hao Da would react. Our food supplies are rather limited, Hao Da stated, gently but firmly declining their request. How disappointing, the 2 beautiful women responded, their expressions turning to disappointment as they turned to leave with the 3 men. Once the 5 had walked away, Qi Yingying teasingly remarked, How heartless of you to refuse 2 women as young and beautiful as me. Our food was already scarce. I must also provide for you 14 lovely ladies. Hao Da retorted with righteous indignation. Darling, your dedication to supporting us 14 has moved me deeply, even if it means turning away other beautiful women. Lu Yijiao playfully added, caring for you all is an obligation I cherish. Hao Da passionately responded. However, the lovely ladies remained oblivious to the fact that, after their departure, the 2 enchanting women had quietly circled to the other side of the wooden cabin. It turned out that although Hao Da had subtly declined their advances in public, he swiftly employed his newly discovered powers from the island to communicate telepathically with them, urging them to discreetly approach the ground floor of the cabin to procure some food, with the stipulation that they should keep this a secret from others. One cannot help but commend Hao Da for his chivalrous spirit, which rightfully earns him the title of the island's romantic hero. Chapter 56. The meaning of life as the 2 enchanting women followed the subtle guidance of Hao Da towards the exterior of the wooden cabin on the 1st floor. The door unexpectedly creaked open. Hao Da, with a warm smile, presented 2 bowls of freshly heated meals along with chopsticks. It was still before dinner time, and it was impractical for him to use the nuclear-powered electromagnetic stove to reheat the leftover lunch. Instead, he employed a unique method he had discovered, harnessing the island's energy to swiftly warm the food. Thank you. The 2 beautiful women expressed their gratitude as they each accepted a bowl of food and a pair of chopsticks. You may eat quietly. Try not to draw attention. If there's any urgent situation, just shout. I will hear you. Hao Da smiled reassuringly. Brother, you are truly kind. What is your name? The 2 women gazed at him with glistening eyes. Alda. And you? He replied with a tender look. I am Jing Yi, said one of the stunning women. Around 23 years old. I am Wang Shan, The other, approximately 21, introduced herself. Well, let us leave it at that for now. We can chat more later. Howda said with a slight smile before gently closing the door and securing it with a heavy tree stump. He was concerned that the approximately 130 people on the beach, if deprived of food, might soon stir unrest and attempt to raid the cabin for sustenance. He needed to prepare for such a possibility. The formidable nuclear-powered freezer was located on the first floor, stocked with several hundred pounds of tiger, wolf, and bear meat. Meanwhile, the substantial sack of rice, potatoes, cabbage, chili peppers, and cucumbers he had conjured earlier was stored securely on the second floor, where it was relatively safer. Peering through the gaps between the logs, Howda observed that Jing, Yi, and Wang Shan had heeded his advice, each carrying a bowl of food into one of the nearby huts. This sight brought him a sense of satisfaction. He then ascended to the second floor, retreating to his small room to peruse novels and magazines, passing the time contentedly. Meanwhile, Su Mei and the other beauties occupied the spacious entertainment area on the second floor, engaging in games of mahjong, poker, and chess, or gazing out the window at the throng of approximately 130 individuals on the beach. With Howda as their formidable support, they leisurely enjoyed their moments of respite. In his cozy room, Howda savored the magazine and novel, reconnecting with a modern world through the written word and imagery, which alleviated some of the disconnection he felt from contemporary society without cell service or internet on this desolate island. Suddenly, the slightly ajar door was gently pushed open, and the alluring and voluptuous Kong Jing entered, her long legs gracefully accentuating her figure. She flashed a flirtatious smile at Howda before playfully closing and securing the door behind her. With a mischievous grin, she climbed into the furry embrace of the bear skin covering Howda brother Hao. Kong Jing began, a demeanor straightforward. You're quite direct. Howda teased with a quirky smile. You haven't been with me yet. Kong Jing provocatively continued. Indeed, it is quite refreshing, replied Howda joyfully. What are we waiting for? Kong Jing gazed at him with a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes. Given her earnestness, it would be quite impolite to decline such an enchanting lady, and Howda, known for his courteous demeanor, promptly steered the conversation with Kong Jing towards the heart of the matter. After a considerable time, Howda lay back, completely at ease, gazing at the air above the room. He embraced the extraordinarily content and alluring Kong Jing, feeling a delightful softness enveloping him, while his thoughts wandered freely. Contemplation brought him clarity. Frequent reflection kept him perpetually alert. At that moment, he pondered the boundless energy he had transformed into island energy, realizing that each conversion added to his reserves of this unique power, which could be utilized directly and would swiftly replenish itself after use. Moreover, his inexhaustible strength could continuously generate more island energy, thus enhancing his internal reservoir. More importantly, he had already discerned several applications for this island energy. It could facilitate rapid healing or detoxification, transmit thoughts audibly, and even heat objects swiftly. He believed that with a little exploration whenever time allowed, he could uncover even more uses for this extraordinary energy. Escaping from that team to seek refuge with you was truly a wise decision. Kong Jing exclaimed, her voice filled with emotion. Darling, I love you so much. Ah Jing, I love you too. Howda gazed adoringly at her radiant beauty. After some time, as dinner approached, Howda exited the room to join the lovely women in preparing a sumptuous feast. Many ponder the meaning of life. For Howda, the essence of existence lies in indulging in food and drink, enjoying entertainment, and engaging in work. As for leisure, the company of his 14 beautiful companions is among his most significant and joyous diversions. Howda and the lovely women divided their tasks efficiently. Some cooked, others washed vegetables, chopped ingredients, and stir-fried dishes, while others kept watch over the surroundings of the wooden cabin. Notably, the aroma of the cooking would undoubtedly waft through the windows and outside. Approximately 130 survivors from shipwrecks on the beach, already feeling famished and lacking sustenance, would inevitably find themselves drawn to the enticing scents emanating from the cabin, creating an unavoidable risk. Chapter 57. Intense yet ambiguous as Mr. Hao and the enchanting ladies busily prepared a sumptuous dinner. Approximately 30 individuals gathered beneath the windows of the two-story wooden cabin. Mr. Howe called several representatives from the group. Mr. Howe paused his tasks, allowing one of the ladies to take over, and approached the window on the second floor to gaze down at the 30 individuals, smiling as he inquired, "What can I do for you?" "We are immensely grateful, Mr. Howe, for rescuing us from the sea today. Once the rescue team arrives and we return, we shall undoubtedly repay your kindness," said a robust, middle-aged man, who appeared to be a leader among them. "It was my duty," Mr. Howe replied modestly. They had previously expressed their gratitude verbally, yet their special visit suggested they had further matters to discuss. As anticipated, the middle-aged man continued as a spokesperson. "Mr. Howe, we are all aware of your benevolence. The scarcity of food on this desolate island is quite challenging. We have all made attempts, and with nightfall approaching, we find ourselves famished. We humbly ask if you might assist us by lending some provisions, just enough to see us through until morning. We will be eternally grateful. Should the rescue team not arrive by dawn, we shall devise our own means to procure food. Your generosity will be rewarded upon our return, and I can personally assure you of at least 1,000,000 as a token of our appreciation." Mr. Howe observed the hopeful expressions of the mixed group of men, women, young and old, and felt a pang of compassion. Torn between the desire not to disappoint them and the reality that he and the ladies consumed a considerable amount of food themselves. Although he had the ability to prepare 4 different dishes each day, he pondered how long this capability would last, fearing he might run out of resources by tomorrow. Additionally, he realized that if he provided food for this group, the other 100 survivors on the beach would likely come seeking assistance as well. Thus, an intense internal conflict raged within Mr. Howe. Meanwhile, the ladies preparing dinner remained silent, understanding the predicament he faced, yet they stood firmly in support of his decision, regardless of whether he chose to assist their fellow compatriots. Turning to glance at Su Mei, Che Yin, and the others, Mr. Howe noted their supportive expressions, which spurred him to make a swift decision. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch some bear meat and firewood for you," he called down. "Thank you so much. You are truly kind, Mr. Howe." The 30 individuals expressed their gratitude in unison. Mr. Howe hurried downstairs, retrieving over 10 pounds of bear meat from the large freezer, alongside some chopped firewood, and he took a burning torch from the corner fire pit on the first floor. Exiting through the door, he circled around the cabin to deliver the bear meat, firewood, and torch to the eagerly awaiting group below. With bear meat, firewood, and a torch in hand, they could kindle a fire to roast the meat, ensuring each person would receive a generous portion. Amidst their renewed expressions of thanks, Mr. Howe smiled at them before returning to the cabin, securing the door, and rejoining the ladies to continue their dinner preparations. As everyone prepared a sumptuous feast, each person served a fragrant bowl of rice, and laughter filled the air. A voice called out from beneath the window, "Mr. Howe." Mr. Howe smiled and gestured for the lovely ladies to begin their meal before stepping to the window to look down. Below, approximately 30 individuals had gathered, one of whom, a burly man with a brutish appearance, addressed Mr. Howe, saying, "Mr. Howe, the aroma of your food is delightful. Could you perhaps spare some for us?" Mr. Howe cautiously replied, "Our food supply is rather limited." The man retorted, "You rescued us from the sea, and now you're disregarding our needs?" The brutish man, sensing a refusal, grew indignant. "You provided ample bear meat to that earlier group, yet now there's nothing for us? Is this discrimination?" Mr. Howe maintained his composure, responding, "Indeed, we currently have little food left." If the representative had approached with civility, Mr. Howe might have considered sharing more bear meat. However, the man's abrasive demeanor warranted no such generosity. "How dare you? Do you think you can get away with this?" The brutish man spat, his companions echoing his vitriol. They seemed to forget that it was Mr. Howe who had rescued them from the ocean. Witnessing their ungratefulness, the lovely ladies were visibly angered. Mr. Howe appeared unfazed. He calmly picked up a submachine gun and addressed the crowd below with a stoic expression. "Anyone who dares to enter and steal, I invite you to try." The moment they saw the weapon, the previously boisterous crowd fell silent, quickly contemplating their retreat. Yet, the brutish man, convinced that Mr. Howe's gun was unloaded, defiantly shouted, "Do you think a toy gun can intimidate me? Im no Kuwait. I run the streets. His bravado abruptly ceased with a bang. Mr. Hao fired a shot at the ground, sending sand flying dramatically. The group scattered in panic, while the brutish man, momentarily stunned, eventually turned away with a venomous glare. Mr. Hao then holstered his weapon and rejoined the lovely ladies at the table, relishing the sumptuous dinner. That shot was quite effective, Louis Jiao remarked approvingly. Ingrates. After we save them, they dare to threaten us. Qi Yingying exclaimed in indignation. We must remain vigilant of our surroundings and not dwell on the darkness of a few individuals, Mr. Hao replied nonchalantly. His calm demeanor allowed the group to continue their meal, sharing laughter and conversation. Once they had satisfied their appetites and tidied the table, they transitioned into the evening's entertainment. Mr. Hao engaged in a game of chess with the lovely ladies, showcasing his remarkable skills as they took turns challenging him. It is worth mentioning that during this chess game, the enchanting Qi Yingying boldly nestled in his embrace, rewarding him with the pleasure of both playing chess and savoring her delicate warmth. Hao was acutely aware that Qi Yingying, while taking advantage of him, also sought to distract him from the game, especially since he had been consistently victorious, much to the discontent of the other beautiful ladies. Nevertheless, with her soft warmth enveloping him, he continued to triumph, one by one, over the lovely opponents. The captivating women attempting to unsettle his focus changed frequently, from the charmingly willful Qi Yingying to the alluringly playful Lu Yijiao, then to the pure and adorable Su Mei, followed by the graceful and sophisticated Che Yin, and finally to the strikingly beautiful Hua Jiaoqian, and so on. As Hao engaged in an intensely spirited yet flirtatious game of chess with the enchanting ladies, a sudden commotion erupted from the nearby shanties. Chapter 58. A comfortable embrace. It turned out that the two beautiful women, Jing Yi and Wang Shan, had been the first to occupy the two makeshift shelters on the right, under the guidance of Hao De. Not long after, other survivors on the beach began to discover these shelters that provided refuge from the elements and protection from venomous snakes and wild beasts. Consequently, the shelter occupied by Jing Yi and Wang Shan soon became crowded with numerous women, until it reached a point where no more could fit inside. Meanwhile, the adjacent shelter saw an influx of men, equally packed to capacity. These survivors were filled with hope as they awaited the arrival of a rescue team. After all, it was inconceivable that a large vessel, with hundreds aboard, could encounter disaster without a substantial mobilization of personnel and helicopters for search and rescue operations. Although the rescue team had yet to make an appearance, the likelihood of their arrival the following day was considerable. As darkness began to fall and the temperature on the beach dropped, ensuring a safe and relatively comfortable night became paramount. Thus, upon discovery, these two shelters became exceedingly sought after. It was only logical that they quickly filled with people. In theory, Hao De and the beautiful women could accommodate more individuals in their two wooden cabins. However, a burly man, known as Zheng Gangpao, along with approximately 30 others, demanded food from Hao De at the cabin's entrance. After a verbal altercation ensued, Hao De brandished a submachine gun and fired a shot into the air to intimidate them, which effectively deterred anyone from approaching him for food or accommodation thereafter. Meanwhile, at the edge of the woods, Sun Quan, Li Longbao, Qian Fu, and Zhang Haohan occupied their own two-story wooden structure. Logically, they too could welcome additional guests. Survivors, approximately 130 in total, began to approach this group, only to discover that the two leaders, Sun Quan and Li Longbao, shamelessly declared they would only accept young and attractive women, rejecting all men outright. Naturally, the men who inquired were enraged and turned away, while the women, frightened, quickly followed suit. As a result, the two shelters became the most favorable lodgings for the approximately 130 survivors that night. Each shelter, however, could accommodate only about 30 individuals, leaving many others to sleep under the open sky on the beach. This was, after all, a reasonable outcome. Those who secured a shelter were fortunate, while those who did not would have to endure the elements. Yet, some individuals were unwilling to accept their fate. Among them was Zheng Gangpao, the same man who had previously clashed with Hao De, along with a few of his newly recruited associates. Zheng Gangpao, claiming to have once dominated a street gang, shamelessly attempted to invade the shelter filled with women occupied by Jing, Yi, and Wang Shan, rather than the one already occupied by men. The 30 women inside were naturally reluctant to relinquish the shelter they had claimed first, leading to a heated dispute with Zheng Gangpao and his cohorts. In the midst of an intense yet ambiguous chess match, Hao De, surrounded by beautiful women, was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a heated quarrel. The sky was not yet completely dark, and upon glancing out the window, Hao De quickly grasped the situation. Zheng Gangpao and his temporary lackeys were struggling to contend with approximately 30 women. Infuriated and humiliated, they were preparing to resort to violence when Hao De, armed with a submachine gun, along with Qi Yingying, who also brandished a firearm, arrived just in time. Hao De leveled his gun at Zheng Gangpao and bluntly exclaimed, "Are you devoid of shame for attempting to seize the women as shelter? Depart immediately." Zheng Gangpao, having suffered humiliation under Hao De's weapon previously, was seething with rage. Seeing Hao De meddling once more, he could not contain himself and retorted, "What the hell? This shelter is mine. I decide who stays here." Hao De coldly replied, "You dare to threaten me? Go ahead, pull the trigger." Zheng Gangpao, in a fit of rage, cursed vehemently, displaying a reckless disregard for his own safety. "If you truly wish to die, I shall oblige." Hao De prepared to fire. Zheng Gangpao, gritting his teeth, shot him a venomous glare before turning to leave, his temporary followers hastily trailing behind. Once Zheng Gangpao and his crew were dispatched, Hao De returned to the wooden cabin with Qi Yingying and Lu Yijiao. The 30 women inside, including Jing Yi and Wang Shan, were filled with gratitude toward Hao De for safeguarding their shelter. After resuming their game of chess on the second floor of the wooden cabin, Hao De sought a moment of leisure in his small room. Illuminated by the flickering light of a torch affixed to the wall, perusing magazines and novels to pass the time. After a while, the slightly ajar door was gently pushed open, and Qin Biu, who had just finished her tasks, entered with a charming smile. She softly closed the door behind her and secured it. With elegant movements, she nestled into the furry bear skin that Hao De had been covering himself with and sweetly asked, "Brother Hao, may I simply hold you and chat tonight?" Hao De, embracing her tender form, responded, "Have you come to engage in something more?" Qin Biu shyly nodded. "Just holding you and chatting is quite delightful." Hao De replied with a smile. "Aside from that, we could do anything else, right?" Qin Biu's voice was sweet and enticing. It was evident that she sincerely wished to cultivate a closer relationship with Hao De. As a person of high character, he felt compelled to fulfill her ardent desire for intimacy. Thus, Hao De comfortably held the beautiful and graceful Qin Biu, and they engaged in light-hearted banter for quite some time. Eventually, Qin Biu, her demeanor radiating joy, exited the room. Although she had not fully engaged with Hao De, she left with a sense of satisfaction akin to having experienced at least half of the desired pleasure. As Qin Biu arrived at the entertainment center on the second floor, she was immediately met with playful teasing. "What were you doing in my deer house room just now?" inquired Qi Yingying, who was taking a brief respite from her card game. "What else could it be?" "Engaging in mischief with my beloved Hao," interjected Lu Yijiao with a laugh. "Oof. I'm merely engaged in a pleasant chat with Brother Hao." Qin Biu could not help but retort. "Huh, who would believe that?" Qi Yingying chuckled in response. Ignoring her, Qin Biu turned to the window, letting the breeze caress her as she gazed at the nightscape outside, illuminated only by the flickering flames of several bonfires. These fires belonged to the survivors who had no shelter for the night, and they serve as a means to stave off the cold. Observing those fires, Qin Biu felt a sense of gratitude. At least she had food, shelter, and a caring husband in Hao. Just moments ago, she had found great comfort in his embrace. Chapter 59. The Dance of Beauties. Unbeknownst to them, the clock struck past 9 in the evening. The enchanting ladies, having engaged in games of mahjong and poker from daylight till dusk, began to feel fatigued. After refreshing themselves, they closed the windows and retired for the night, huddling beneath a grand down comforter shared among 14 of them. Meanwhile, Hao De wrapped himself in a fluffy tiger skin, stationed by the fireplace on the ground floor of the wooden cabin, keeping the night watch. With the boundless power granted by the island system, he required merely an hour of sleep during the day to feel rejuvenated, making his nocturnal vigil a routine affair. His bare skin, resting in his room on the second floor, was replaced by the splendid tiger skin that exuded his commanding presence. As the long night stretched on, the monotony of merely sitting in vigil grew apparent. Thus, Howdah gathered a collection of magazines and novels he had conjured up that day, occasionally glancing through them or allowing his thoughts to drift freely as he pondered various dilemmas. He contemplated what 4 items he might transform tomorrow, and if the rescue team failed to arrive, how he would address the impending survival crisis faced by approximately 130 shipwreck survivors who would soon find themselves with dwindling food supplies. He knew he could not remain indifferent. Thus, he mused on how he might assist those deserving of help without compromising his own interests. While Howdah was deep in thought, he heard the faint sound of footsteps descending from above, prompting a mischievous smile to spread across his face as he playfully speculated who might be seeking him for a clandestine meeting. Moments later, the mystery was unveiled as Micah, one of the 5 beauties who had just joined them, appeared. Micah glided gracefully down with her long, elegant legs and approached Howdah with a charming smile before slipping under the fluffy tiger skin he occupied, pressing herself against him. "Brother Howdah, have you been on night watch every evening?" Micah inquired with genuine concern. "Indeed," Howdah replied with a smile. "That must be quite taxing," she remarked thoughtfully. "Not at all. I possess a unique ability that allows me to remain invigorated with merely an hour of daytime rest," Howdah responded, maintaining an air of calm confidence. "Is that so impressive? No wonder you can conjure so many things." Micah gazed at him with admiration. "Being remarkable is essential," Howdah chuckled lightly. "Brother Howdah, I've been here for 2 days, otherwise I would have," Micah said apologetically. "I understand. The probability of women being on their cycle is 7 out of 30. Among the 14 of you, approximately 3 will be experiencing it simultaneously," Howdah replied, showcasing his knowledge. "How improper of you to calculate such things so accurately." Micah teased. "One must learn to harness the power of science." Howdah laughed. "Would you like to see me dance?" Micah inquired sweetly. "A folk dance?" Howdah recalled a humorous anecdote, unable to suppress a grin. "Yes, the dance from Yunnan," Micah replied with a voice that sent shivers down his spine. "Then I shall relish the opportunity to witness it." Howdah responded, his interest piqued. Indeed, he gazed at her with a lingering admiration, then gracefully emerged from beneath the grand tiger skin. In the flickering light of the fire, she leapt elegantly to perform a Yunnan dance on the first floor of the wooden cabin, her steps light, yet filled with poise. Hal was utterly captivated, his heart exclaiming that witnessing a beautiful woman dance so exquisitely was a supreme delight, akin to savoring the exquisite essence of beauty itself. However, the faint sound of footsteps from the beach outside began to intrude upon his reverie, and it became apparent that more than one person was approaching. Hal quickly realized that someone intended to take advantage of the night to pose a threat to him and the enchanting women around him. Chapter 60 Mutual Affection. The intruder was none other than Zheng Gangpao, who had previously clashed fiercely with Howdah on 2 occasions, accompanied by his temporary minions. Having been shot in the left shoulder by Howdah, he nursed a deep-seated hatred towards him. Under the cover of night, he plotted to stealthily infiltrate the wooden cabin while Howdah was asleep with the beautiful women, seize the firearm, and eliminate Howdah. Following that, the cabin, along with its lovely inhabitants and provisions, would belong to him. It must be noted that among the approximately 100 souls Howdah had rescued from the sea, Zheng Gangpao and his band of temporary followers epitomized the ungrateful and treacherous types. Upon reaching the firmly shut door of the cabin, Zheng Gangpao wasted no time. He and his minions forcefully pushed against the door. With sheer numbers on their side, they managed to open the door, which had been obstructed by a heavy tree stump. Zheng Gangpao inwardly rejoiced, already fantasizing about the torment he would inflict upon Howdah once he secured the firearm. However, as he stepped inside the cabin, a submachine gun was suddenly pressed against his temple from the side. The assailant was none other than Howdah, who had been lying in wait just to the right of the door, with me, Kai, standing behind him. "It seems you truly seek your demise," Howdah said coldly, pressing the weapon against Zheng Gangpao's temple. Had he not been vigilant and instead succumbed to slumber, he might have indeed fallen victim to Zheng Gangpao's treachery. In the flickering light of the fire on the first floor, Zheng Gongpao's temporary minions, witnessing their leader being confronted by Hao Da's firearm, were rendered motionless in fear. Zheng Gangpao himself nearly lost control of his faculties, realizing that the likelihood of being shot dead after repeatedly challenging Hao Da's limits was alarmingly high. Yet, he mustered his courage and shouted, "This is a society governed by law. If you kill me, you won't escape unscathed. What skill is it to threaten me with a gun? Have the guts to face me in a duel? How to found the audacity amusing." This fool dared to provoke him at such a perilous moment, as if he would fall for such a ruse. Yet he did, for he was indeed reluctant to take a life and wished to avoid waking the sleeping beauties upstairs with the sound of gunfire. "Very well," he replied coldly. "I shall grant you this opportunity for a duel." With that, he forced Zheng Gangpao out of the cabin and followed suit, handing the firearm to Mi Kai behind him. She accepted it with some trepidation, puzzled as to why Hao Da, who had a clear advantage, would opt for a bare-handed confrontation. Meanwhile, Zheng Gangpao was elated, convinced of Hao Da's folly. Seizing the moment, he resolved to take advantage of Hao Da's apparent stupidity. Suddenly, with a malicious intent, he launched a swift punch aimed at Hao Da's face. Drawing on his past experiences in the underworld, he thought even a broken nose would be a mild outcome for his opponent. As he anticipated the grim spectacle of Hao Da's nose shattering beneath his fist, a sharp pain struck him instead. Hao Da's palm had already landed squarely on his face. Hao Da possesses boundless strength, and not only is his power immense, but his speed is also remarkable. Therefore, in a one-on-one confrontation, it is not Hao Da who is foolish. Rather, it is Zheng Gangpao who truly displays ignorance. Had he recollected the scene where Hao Da saved approximately 30 individuals from the sea and understood the significance of that act, he would not have been foolish enough to challenge Hao Da. After receiving a resounding slap from Hao Da, Zheng Gangpao found his neck twisted and dislocated, resulting in an authentic crooked neck. This was still a result of Hao Da's restraint. Otherwise, this fool would have been rendered a simpleton at best, or worse. His head might have been separated from his body. "Get lost!" Hao Da bellowed, prompting the crooked-necked Zheng Gangpao and his temporary minions to hastily scurry away in fear. Not far behind Hao Da stood Mi Kai, who finally comprehended why Hao Da had chosen to engage in a duel. It was due to his immense confidence in his own abilities. Although Hao Da could not eliminate Zheng Gangpao, reducing him to a crooked neck was undoubtedly satisfying. After this brief interlude, Hao Da and Mi Kai returned to the wooden cabin, secured the door, and propped it shut with a heavy tree stump. The two then embraced each other beside the crackling fire, wrapped in a plush tiger skin blanket. "How'd it go? Your skills are truly impressive," Mi Kai exclaimed, feeling secure and comfortably nestled against him. "Of course they are," Hao Da replied with a mischievous grin. "Wasn't my dancing just splendid?" Mi Kai asked in a sweet, teasing tone. "It was absolutely enchanting. It made me want to." Hao Da's gaze turned predatory as he looked at her alluring figure. "I too wish to be with you," Mi Kai said, a hint of apology in her voice. "No worries. Simply holding you like this is immensely pleasurable," Hao Da declared, tightening his embrace around her soft form. Mi Kai snuggled against him, her expression one of utter bliss, as if Hao Da were engaging in something far more intimate with her. After a while, Mi Kai felt drowsy. She smiled coyly at Hao Da before emerging from the cozy tiger skin blanket and ascending the stairs to sleep. A short while later, lighter footsteps echoed from above, and it was Yao Yao, the new member who had yet to experience the intimacy that Mi Kai had just enjoyed. Although Mi Kai had found satisfaction in Hao Da's embrace, it was not the same as a genuine encounter. Thus, Yao Yao eagerly joined him under the tiger skin, her long, graceful legs adding to the allure. After some time, Hao Da gazed thoughtfully into the air, cradling the alluring and utterly content Yao Yao in his arms. He reflected that it was already past 1 in the morning, marking the beginning of a new day, the 4th since he had found himself marooned on this desolate island. The rescue team had yet to arrive, and he understood all too well that the longer he waited, the slimmer the chances of their appearance became. Moreover, the likelihood of this place being another realm of existence grew ever stronger. Thus, he resolved to transform 4 specific items that day, with the first being a time-space communication device. Should that prove impossible, he would attempt to conjure a helicopter. If he could not manifest either of those, he would then strive to create a fully furnished 3-story or 2-story villa, ready for immediate occupancy. Clearly, residing in a villa would be far superior to enduring life in this 2-story wooden cabin. Darling, you have made me feel utterly comfortable, Hao Dajing thought dreamily, as the enchanting Yao Yao, nestled in his embrace, suddenly spoke in a soft voice. It is indeed impressive, Hao Da replied with a mischievous grin, reiterating his self-coined phrase. Though it may be somewhat rough, Yao Yao playfully chided, it feels as if you were venting your frustrations on me. The roughness merely attests to your breathtaking beauty and allure. Hao Da complimented her in return. Indeed, my husband says you love me. Yao Yao gazed at him with a glimmer in her eyes. Yao, I adore you. Hao Da beamed at her with delight. And I love you dearly as well. Yao Yao responded with heartfelt emotion. Chapter 61. A delightful flavor. After a while, Yao Yao began to feel somewhat drowsy. She cast a flirtatious smile at Hao Da Jiao and, donning her tiger-striped robe, ascended the stairs to retire for the night. As dawn broke at 6 o'clock the following morning, none of the enchanting beauties had descended to join Hao Da or engage in any other activities. Hao Da pondered, recalling the previous 2 nights when the stunning and alluring Qi Yingying and Lu Yijiao had visited him. However, this night they were conspicuously absent. Qi Yingying was likely preoccupied with her own affairs, having mentioned her imminent arrival during the day, while Lu Yijiao may have needed rest after their exhilarating encounters over the past couple of days, feeling somewhat depleted from their indulgences. With a peculiar smile, Hao Da mused over the 14 beauties currently slumbering beneath the luxurious down comforter on the 2nd floor. Among them, only Qin Biyu, who was presently engaged in her own pursuits, and Mikai had not yet fallen under his enchantment. The remaining 12 had already succumbed to his charms, 1 or more times, effectively becoming his women. After indulging in his pleasurable daydreams for a while, the clock struck 7, and the beauties began to awaken, revitalized and ready to wash up and prepare breakfast. Hao Da joined them in culinary preparations, intending to indulge in breakfast before transforming 4 items that day, after which he planned to catch up on some much-needed rest for about an hour. My dear Hao Da, what 4 items do you plan to transform today? Lu Yijiao inquired with keen interest as they prepared breakfast. What do you think? Hao Da replied with a smile, surveying the 14 beauties. Let us try transforming into a helicopter. Qi Yingying exclaimed exuberantly. Darn it, the rescue team hasn't arrived yet. It's already the 4th day. With a helicopter, we could fly back ourselves. Very well, I shall attempt it at once, Hao Da responded efficiently. However, despite his efforts to activate his deserted island system, he struggled repeatedly to manifest a helicopter. He also endeavored to create a time-travel communication device, but to no avail. After several attempts, he reluctantly admitted, it appears I cannot conjure a helicopter at this moment. The beauties, though somewhat disappointed, understood the complexity of such a creation. What do you wish to transform into now? Hao Da. Su Mei, who was accustomed to sitting close to him, inquired softly. I wish to transform into a fully furnished 3-story or 2-story villa, ready for immediate occupancy. Hao Da replied with a chuckle. Oh, that sounds marvelous. Lu Hui praised with delight. A beach villa. How splendid. Hua Jiao Qian added dreamily. A fully furnished villa sounds rather complex. Lu Qian observed, although she too yearned for a beachside residence. I'll give it a try. After all, if it doesn't work, there is no loss. I can always attempt something else, Hao Da responded with a carefree attitude. Thus, he concentrated on activating his deserted island system once more, this time attempting to materialize a fully furnished 3-story villa in the adjacent open space. To his astonishment, the system notified him a success. I did it, Hao Da exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. Really, the beauties, filled with disbelief, rose to peer through the gaps in the wooden structure of the 1st floor. My heavens, he truly conjured a villa. Qi Yingying laughed uproariously, the first to fling open the door of the 1st floor and dash outside with her submachine gun in hand. Hao Da, armed with a submachine gun, rushed out alongside the other enchanting women. Just 5 meters to the left of the 2-story wooden cabin, there stood a brand-new 3-story villa, resplendent in its pristine condition. The well-finished exterior and glass windows indicated that it was ready for immediate occupancy. Additionally, this villa boasted a surrounding wall that enclosed a quaint little courtyard. A large bunch of brand-new keys hung from the lock of the courtyard gate. Howdah and the beautiful women were naturally filled with delight, while the early morning survivors on the beach gazed in bewilderment at the sudden appearance of this walled three-story villa. Upon entering the courtyard through the gate, Howdah and the lovely ladies stepped into the villa, which indeed had undergone simple renovations, facilitating immediate move-in. "Oh, let's move in right away," Lu Yijiao exclaimed excitedly. "I want to claim a bedroom on the third floor first." Qi Yingying chimed in, quickly seizing one of the third-floor rooms. The other beauties also joyfully rushed to claim their own separate bedrooms, although they had grown accustomed to sharing an oversized duvet at night. Having individual rooms did not hinder their camaraderie. For instance, Yin sometimes relished the solitude of her own room to practice calligraphy with brush and ink. Likewise, Howdah occasionally enjoyed retreating to his room to peruse magazines and novels, allowing his thoughts to wander freely. In no time, Howdah and the lovely women efficiently transferred the contents from the large freezer in the two-story wooden cabin, which included a substantial sack of submachine guns, pistols, machine guns, ammunition, a rocket launcher, a plethora of grenades, as well as a large sack of rice, potatoes, cabbages, chilies, and cucumbers into the three-story villa. As they busied themselves with the move, approximately 130 shipwreck survivors on the beach, many of whom were early risers, stared in disbelief from a distance at the bustling activity, considering that Howdah had fired a shot at Zheng Gangpao the previous night. None of the survivors dared to approach, fearing that Howdah might mistake them for marauders seeking to seize supplies. Once Howdah and the lovely women had completed their move, leaving the two-story wooden cabin nearly empty, a robust man resembling a boss approached Howdah with a smile. He was Lu Fugue, the owner of a moderately sized company in the country. Despite maintaining a certain wariness toward these survivors, Howdah felt a degree of affinity for Lu Fugue, who had consistently displayed politeness and decorum. The two-story wooden cabin is now a gift for you and your companions. Howdah generosely responded. "Thank you very much." Lu Fugue expressed his gratitude, his joy evident in his demeanor. "You're welcome," Howdah replied with a smile. "What plans do you and your companions have before the rescue team arrives?" "There are many venomous snakes in the forest, making food procurement perilous. If only we had a fishing boat, my companions and I could venture out to sea to catch fish and thus alleviate our food concerns." Lu Fugue spoke with sincere expression. Just a moment," Howdah replied. Lu Fugue nodded, patiently awaiting the unfolding events, albeit uncertain of Howdah's intentions. Howdah activated his deserted island system, attempting to conjure a fishing vessel of considerable size in the distant shallow waters. To his delight, he succeeded once more. A relatively large fishing boat materialized out of thin air in the distant shallows. "Look over there. Isklon mid, Alda Sudene." Lu Fugue turned to see the magnificent fishing vessel and couldn't help but exclaim, "How did that ship come to be?" "Of course, I cannot gift you the large fishing boat, but I can offer it for rent. Come, let's take a closer look," Howdah replied with a smile. The two made their way toward the grand fishing boat, while the survivors on the beach, having noticed the sudden appearance of the vessel, curiously followed suit. Observing the scene were Su Mei, Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, LV Hui, Hu Jiaoqian, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Ai, Ren Xian, Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Biu, Mi Kai, and Yao Yao, a total of 14 enchanting beauties. They naturally deduced that the magnificent fishing boat must have been conjured by Howdah witnessing their shared husband has extraordinary abilities. Having magically created a three-story villa and now this grand fishing vessel, they couldn't help but indulge in fanciful daydreams about the exquisite experiences Howdah could offer. Chapter 62. Su Mei knows how to play Howdah, and Lu Fugue approached the large fishing vessel and boarded it. Howdah discovered that the grand fishing boat he had conjured not only boasted a sophisticated power and steering system, but was also equipped with ample fishing nets. Lu Fugue tentatively operated the vessel, quickly finding his rhythm. "Mr. Hao, what are the terms for renting this fishing boat?" Lu Fugue inquired, his excitement barely contained. With this boat, he and the 30 or so individuals he had organized could sustain themselves through the fish they caught before the rescue team arrived. Each time you and your team catch fish, simply give me one for every 10 caught, Howda replied with a smile. Splendid. I look forward to our collaboration. Lu Fuguei beamed as he shook Howda's hand. Retaining 9/10 of the catch for themselves was indeed a lucrative arrangement. Your identity still holds, correct? Howda asked. It does, Lu Fuguei affirmed. I shall need to secure your identity, Howda stated. No problem. Lu Fuguei readily agreed. Howda examined the identification card Lu Fuguei had handed over and continued. If you venture out today and have a satisfactory catch, but do not wish to set sail again while another team is eager to, you may sublet the boat to them. For each 10 logs they harvest, you will take 2, one for yourself and one for me. Ha! What a brilliant idea. Lu Fuguei, a businessman before his arrival on this deserted island, recognized the profitability of this subletting venture. Thus, both parties reached a consensus on how to disembark, happily making his way back to his 3-story villa. As he walked, he noticed approximately 30 women approaching from the shelter to the right of the 2 shanties. Leading the group were Jing Yi and Wang Shan, to whom he had discreetly delivered a bowl of food each the previous day. Howda glanced at them and observed that, among the group, there were several other young and beautiful women. Though he admired their youthful beauty internally, he maintained an air of composure. Brother Hao, did you just rent the fishing boat to Mr. Lu? Jing Yi smiled and asked as they drew near. Indeed, once they return from their outing today, should they choose not to venture out again, you may directly sublet the boat from Mr. Lu. For every 10 fish caught, you will give them 2, Howda replied. Understood, Wang Shan chimed in, her long, delicate legs elegantly displayed. Brother Hao, do you have any logging tools available for rent? Beware of the venomous snakes in those woods. Alda cautioned. We will rent the logging tools and then sublet them to others. For every 10 logs they obtain, we will take 2, one for you and one for ourselves, Jing Yi said, smiling. Howda suppressed a chuckle, nodding in agreement, appreciating the combination of beauty and intelligence in these women. Consequently, he entered his villa, retrieved the chainsaw, secured Jing Yi's identification, and rented the chainsaw to her. After a brief interval, Jing Yi rented the chainsaw to a team of around 30 men residing in a nearby shack. This was a matter pertaining solely to their team. In any case, for every 10 logs felled, she would receive a commission for 1. The arrangement of 30 individuals crammed into a single shack was merely a temporary solution from the previous night. With daylight breaking and the chainsaw now at their disposal, they were fully capable of felling logs in the forest to construct a wooden abode, thereby ensuring a more comfortable living situation. Meanwhile, the 30 men from the shack sought to rent tools from Howda, who handed them axes. Although the chainsaw proved to be far more efficient for tree felling, the axes could serve a dual purpose as hammers when building the wooden house, and could also be used to split logs for firewood. Once he had finished renting out the fishing boat and dealing with the chainsaw and axes, Howda returned to the 3-story villa to delight in a sumptuous breakfast prepared by the lovely women awaiting him, who had postponed their own meal for his company. Howda, my husband, you have become a capitalist. Chi Ying exclaimed with a playful laugh. You earn commissions effortlessly by renting out the fishing boat, chainsaw, and axes, profiting from the fish others catch and the logs they fell. I earn it all for you, Howda replied with a mischievous grin. Indeed, you are the shared husband of our 14 beauties. Louis teased with a coy expression. Howda, my husband, can you truly satisfy all 14 of us? Zhao Yuan provocatively questioned. Absolutely, it is a necessity, Howda responded with swagger. I will drain you dry. Hui Jiao Qian laughed teasingly. I might just faint from it all. Howda chuckled with added mischief. Howda, you truly are a rascal. Lu Qian giggled in jest. After breakfast, I plan to take a nap for about an hour, and then each of you can come to my room for some affection, Howda declared proudly. Scoundrel. Che Ian laughed in mock reprimand. Lech, Sume scolded playfully. Howda, my husband, you are quite the rogue. Miao Rong chimed in with laughter. As he shared flirtatious banter with the lovely women, Howda enjoyed his lavish breakfast in the villa's 3rd-floor dining area before retreating to his private bedroom for a restful slumber. So far, he had transformed 2 of the 4 items he intended to change, the grand villa and the rented fishing boat. The remaining 2 would wait until he had indulged in a comfortable nap. His bedroom was considerably more spacious than the cramped quarters of the previous two wooden cabins, furnished with an upscale bed, a solid wooden table, and a soft armchair. Relaxing on the bed, Howdah drifted into a soothing rest. Meanwhile, the lovely women gathered in a larger room on the third floor, engaging in games of mahjong, cards, and chess, which had become their new entertainment hub. Compared to other survivors, some venturing out to sea in the fishing boat, others braving the snake-infested woods to fell trees, and some chopping logs for warmth, they were undeniably in a far more fortunate situation. Of course, they understood the importance of contentment and joy. After approximately an hour of slumber, Howdah woke feeling revitalized. He washed up and then gazed out the window of his third-floor bedroom at the picturesque scenery beyond. The window faces two nearby huts, allowing a view of Jing Mei and Wang Shan's team of approximately 30 women, busily chopping wood and tending to the fire outside. Beside them, another team of about 30 men diligently transports trees cut down with chainsaws in the woods to this location. Howdah leisurely gazes out the window when suddenly, the slightly ajar door is pushed open, and the stunningly beautiful, slender, and confident Su Mei enters. She gently shuts the door and locks it, then approaches the window, wrapping her arms around Howdah from behind. Instantly, he feels a delightful warmth enveloping him. "Guess who I am?" Su Mei playfully lowers her voice. "Mei," Howdah accurately responds. "Oh, how did you guess, brother Howdah?" Su Mei inquires joyfully. "A feeling," Howdah replies with a subtle smile, exuding an air of profundity. "Huh." Su Mei giggles. "What are you looking at?" She releases him and stands beside him at the window, observing the two teams at work. Howdah answers with a smile. "You aren't looking at other beauties, are you?" Su Mei teases. "How could I? With 14 beauties like you, I can hardly keep up." Howdah feigns innocence, though he had indeed been captivated by the enchanting sight of Jing Mei and Wang Shan at work. "Humph, I don't believe you." Su Mei pots bluffily. "What would it take for you to believe me?" Howdah inquires with interest. "Right here at the window. Me." Su Mei gazes at him with a flirtatious glimmer in her eyes. Mei, you certainly know how to play. I like it. All that grise mischievously. Then come quickly." Su Mei continues to look at him with longing, her voice sweetly enticing. Chapter 63. Each has its own splendor in this process. Howdah discovered that the enchanting Jing Yin and Wang Shan, whom he had been observing from afar, glanced toward the window. It seemed they had surmised what he and Su Mei were engaged in, their delicate faces flushing as they quickly averted their gazes. The fact that they had caught a glimpse of him and Su Mei only heightened Howdah's excitement. After a considerable time, Howdah embraced the vividly alluring and thoroughly satisfied Su Mei, continuing to stand by the window, admiring the scenery while enjoying the refreshing breeze. He relaxed, allowing his thoughts to wander, contemplating what two new things he could transform today. What would be best to change? Now residing in a villa, with ample provisions such as rice, tiger meat, wolf meat, bear meat, potatoes, chili peppers, and cabbage, there were no immediate concerns regarding food and shelter. However, he felt that certain essentials were still lacking. For instance, the beauties only had men's undergarments for changing, but no underwear, socks, or outerwear. Moreover, they were in need of a fully automatic washing machine equipped with a powerful nuclear-powered supply. As Howdah pondered this, Su Mei playfully chided, "Why don't you call me husband anymore?" With a mischievous smile, Howdah replied, "How annoying." Su Mei giggled, "I love you too, Mei." "I'm quite pleased to hear that," Howdah responded joyfully. "It seems two lovely ladies were peeking at us just now," Su Mei remarked, unable to contain herself. "It's nothing. They won't see much," Howdah chuckled. "But they might have guessed something," Su Mei added. "Even if they did, what of it? I am your husband, after all. You are perfectly normal." Howdah reassured her. "You are so naughty, husband." Su Mei laughed. "I am a serious person," Howdah declared with mock seriousness. "How unserious you can be is quite remarkable," Su Mei teased. "Ha!" Howdah laughed with pride. "I think I shall take a nap as well." "You naughty boy. You've left me all week," Su Mei playfully complained. "Shall I carry you there?" Howdah suggested earnestly. "All right." Su Mei pleasantly accepted the offer. Thus, amidst Su Mei's cheerful laughter, Howdah swept her up in his arms and made his way to the door of the room. As Su Mei affectionately wrapped her arms around his neck, Her eyes sparkled with admiration for his striking and distinguished demeanor. However, as they exited the room, they unexpectedly encountered Hua Jiaoqian. Howda smiled and inquired him. Hua Jiaoqian replied. Howda then carried Su Mei in her bedroom on the third floor. Gently placing her on the bed, she playfully pinched him several times before finally releasing him. You rogue. You're off to chase after other beautiful women. Su Mei scolded. I am your shared husband. Howda comforted her, tenderly tucking her in. Only then did Su Mei let him go. After gently closing the door to Su Mei's room, he returned to his own, securely locking it behind him. Upon seeing Hua Jiaoqian, a mischievous grin spread across his face. Approximately 30 minutes later, Howda gazed deeply into the air above the room, comfortably allowing his thoughts to wander. He contemplated that with the deserted island system, he could transform 4 distinct items each day, along with an inexhaustible source of power and the energy derived from this force, blessings that had only come to him after his arrival on the island. Moreover, the duo of Sun Quan and Li Longbao, whose gunshot wounds could heal rapidly and autonomously, possessed the remarkable ability to assist others in healing through mere touch. Clearly, these two had also acquired extraordinary powers. Hao was deep in thought, wondering if Sun Quan and Li Longbao might develop additional unique abilities that could pose a threat to him and the enchanting women around him. Additionally, he pondered whether others, like Zheng Gangpao, whom he had incapacitated, might suddenly gain special powers that could endanger him as well. In summary, one must always be wary of potential threats, Hao believed. Darling, what is it? He looked down at the soft, warm figure pressed against him. I have a question for you, Hua Jiaoqian said. What question? Hao replied with a slight smile. It's all delightful, Hao answered objectively. Yes, I share the same sentiment. Hua Jiaoqian responded. Darling, I have no underwear or socks to change into. Since you can transform 2 items today, why not create a large bag filled with women's underwear, socks, outerwear, long pants, body wash, and laundry detergent? What a splendid idea. Hao praised enthusiastically. Please transform it for me right away. Hua Jiaoqian said affectionately. All right, Hao replied, tenderly pulling her closer and mentally activated the deserted island system, attempting to conjure a large bag filled with women's underwear, socks, outerwear, long pants, body wash, and laundry detergent. These items were considerably simpler to manifest than the entire 3-story villa, and thus they materialized instantly. A bag full of women's underwear and socks appeared beside the bed. Oh, let me pick some first, Hua Jiaoqian exclaimed, excitedly selecting her favorite lingerie, outerwear, and styles of long pants, as if she were shopping in a high-end mall. Hao watched with a mischievous grin, reflecting on the slender and proud figures of the beautiful women, each possessing their own unique allure. Chapter 64. The shark strikes the fishing boat. Hao Da was indulging in his good fortune. While Lu Fugui and his team of approximately 30 individuals had already set sail on their fishing vessel. Fishing at sea is indeed an art. It is not merely a matter of launching a boat and carelessly casting nets, expecting a bountiful catch. If it were that simple, fishermen would have long since amassed their fortunes. In essence, one must select waters abundant with fish to ensure a fruitful haul. The vessel provided by Hao Da, though described as a large fishing boat, was merely a slightly larger version of a small fishing craft, far from the true definition of a large trawler. Its fishing methods were not particularly modern, primarily relying on manual labor, thus necessitating the involvement of all 30 team members. Lu, when shall we cast the nets? The crew inquired after the boat had traveled a considerable distance. Let us steer towards that area where the seagulls are plentiful and cast our nets there to test the waters, Lu Fugui replied, gazing ahead. Like his comrades, he lacked fishing experience, so he could only surmise that where seagulls congregate above, fish might be more plentiful below. Thus, the boat navigated towards the area teeming with seagulls, and Lu Fugui, alongside his teammates, attempted to cast the net. After trailing the net behind the moving vessel for a while, they began to haul it back in. With collective effort, they managed to retrieve approximately 30 fish of moderate size. The yield, while modest, was satisfactory enough for each member to enjoy a meal. If we cast the nets 2 more times like this, our 3 meals for today will be secured, Lu Fugui proclaimed, buoying the spirits of the team. Since we are already out here, why not cast the nets 5 more times to secure tomorrow's meals as well? Suggested one teammate, garnering considerable support from others. Excellent. If we achieve similar results after 5 more casts, we shall return home to conclude our work. Lu Fugui responded with a smile. Consequently, the fishing boat proceeded to another area rich in seagulls, casting the net once more and extracting another 30 fish of similar size. After 6 consecutive operations, Lu Fugui and his team had amassed around 200 fish. After deducting approximately 20 fish for Howda's rental fee, they were left with about 180 fish, barely sufficient for the team's sustenance for 2 days. Let us prepare to return. Lu Fugui declared contentedly. Back to shore. The team cheered in response. Seeing their labor rewarded with 2 days' worth of food filled everyone with a sense of accomplishment. However, just as the fishing boat was about to head back, Lu Fugui suddenly spotted what appeared to be a shark's fin rapidly approaching their vessel. "Oh no, a shark!" one teammate exclaimed, having also noticed the approaching predator. As the rest of the team turned to look, they too saw the shark swiftly closing in. "Increase the speed to the maximum," Lu Fugui shouted, striving to maintain his composure. "We are already at full speed," the helmsman replied loudly. Seeing that even at full speed, the fishing boat could not outpace the shark, most of the teammates displayed expressions of fear. The shark was undeniably large, and one could only dread the consequences should the fishing vessel fail to withstand its formidable impact. "Look over there," one of the crew suddenly exclaimed. Following his gaze, the others beheld a figure soaring through the sky, seemingly approaching them with great speed. It appeared to be Mr. Hao. "He can actually fly," Lu Fugui exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it was Hao who was traversing the air. His timely arrival was due to Su Mei, who possessed prophetic abilities and had foreseen the impending shark attack on Lu Fugui's team. She promptly informed Hao, who, without hesitation, chose to believe in the possibility of such an event and rushed to their aid. As for his newfound ability to fly, it was a power he had recently begun to harness. The boundless energy from the deserted island coursed through him, enabling him to traverse the air with remarkable speed. Bang! Just as Hao was approaching, the shark charged violently into the fishing boat, causing it to sway violently. Fortunately, the vessel withstood the assault, remaining upright and unbroken. Hao managed to reach the boat's vicinity just in time, hovering above it. He did not land, but instead seized an assault rifle from midair and aimed at the shark, which had just collided with the boat and was preparing for a second charge. Rat-a-tat-tat. After several gunshots rang out, blood erupted from multiple wounds on the shark's body. In a mere 5 seconds, it lay lifeless, belly up, floating on the ocean surface. "Quick, let's haul it up with the fishing net." Aldawujid, having successfully shot the creature, he emphasized the urgency, for the blood of the shark could easily attract other predators. Without hesitation, Lu Fugui's team cast the net, swiftly dragging the lifeless shark aboard. Upon inspection, they realized that this shark was indeed substantial, weighing nearly as much as the 200 fish they had previously caught combined. The fishing boat hastily made its way back to the shore. "Mr. Hao, how did you know we were in trouble?" Lu Fugui inquired with curiosity. "One of our team members had a sudden premonition," Hao replied with a smile before shifting the conversation. "Everyone contributed to this catch. Shall we divide it evenly?" "Absolutely," Lu Fugui readily agreed, as this meant a significant increase in their provisions. After a while, the fishing boat reached the shore, and the group unloaded their spoils, approximately 200 fish of various sizes, along with the shark. Around 100 other survivors gathered on the beach to marvel at Lu Fugui's team's impressive haul. Meanwhile, the 2 beautiful women, Jing Yi and Wang Shan, approached Lu Fugui to discuss the rental of the fishing boat. Lu Fugui mentioned a commission of 20%, to which Jing Yi and Wang Shan readily consented, reaching an immediate agreement. Hao harbored some concerns about the prospect of Jing Yi, Wang Shan, and their team of roughly 30 women venturing out to sea, potentially encountering sharks. However, he quickly reassured himself that the likelihood of encountering a shark was a rare event, and if it were to occur again, Su Mei would likely provide advance warning. Thus, he spoke little, and after receiving his share from Lu Fugui's team for this fishing expedition, he returned to the villa with his spoils. The lovely maidens, upon seeing that he had brought back around 20 fish of various sizes along with half a shark, were naturally elated. After all, food is never too abundant. Moreover, with the addition of fish meat, the variety of their meals had increased. The members of Lu Fugue's team, filled with joy, transported their numerous spoils to the two-level wooden structure that Hauda had gifted them. However, their excitement was soon overshadowed by a pressing dilemma: how to store all this fish. Hauda had already contemplated this issue upon returning to the villa. Although he possessed a colossal refrigerator powered by nuclear energy, sufficient for freezing the bear, tiger, wolf, and fish meat he had, it was inadequate for accommodating the vast quantity of fish caught by other teams. Upon considering this, he decided to alter his original plan of transforming into a fully automated washing machine powered by nuclear energy, and instead, he intended to create a larger refrigerator. Yet, Hauda did not hastily transform into a large refrigerator. He activated his deserted island system with his mind and attempted to create 5 refrigerators powered by nuclear energy. The result was unresponsive. He then tried to create 4, still no response. He attempted 3, still nothing. He tried 2, and this time they manifested instantly. Observing that he had produced 1 more than anticipated, Hauda felt a wave of joy and a sense of accomplishment wash over him. At that moment, outside the villa's walls, Lu Fugue shouted, "Mr. Hao." Hauda approached and opened the large iron gate. Lu, eager to inquire about their fish storage predicament, asked if he had any solutions. Hauda smiled and replied, "Indeed." Lu Fugue, impressed by Hauda's intuition, marveled at his foresight. "I have refrigerators with power for rent. Would you like to rent one?" Hauda stated directly. "How is the rent calculated?" Lu Fugue inquired. 1 fish of medium size for a day's rental," Hauda responded. "Agreed." Lu Fugue immediately consented, recognizing the tremendous value of preserving so much fish for the price of just 1. Thus, Lu Fugue summoned a few team members to transport a nuclear-powered refrigerator from Hauda, who, in turn, gained a fish. It must be said that he was increasingly embodying the essence of a capitalist. With 1 refrigerator now vacant, he planned to rent it to Jing Yi and Wang Shan's team, but they were currently out at sea fishing and had yet to return. Consequently, Hauda ascended to the 3rd floor of the villa, where he engaged in a game of mahjong, cards, and chess with the enchanting maidens. Afterward, he returned to his bedroom, leisurely sitting in a rocking chair, engrossed in a novel and magazines. As he read, the slightly ajar door of his bedroom was gently pushed open, and the stunningly graceful Che Yin entered. She softly closed the door and locked it, then elegantly approached Hauda, who was seated in the chair. "Are you reading?" Che Yin inquired in a delicate voice. "Indeed. Would you like to join me?" Hauda replied, admiring her presence. "How do we read together?" Che Yin playfully asked. Hauda sincerely proposed. "You are truly mischievous, my dear." Che Yin playfully pouted, yet deliberately refrained from moving. With a commanding gesture, Hauda effortlessly drew her into his embrace, enveloping himself in her warmth and softness. Subsequently, as they perused magazines together, he engaged in profound discussions about the meaning of life with her in that intimate state. For a moment, Hauda set the magazine aside, holding the fragrant and delicate Che Yin close, while his gaze grew contemplative, allowing his thoughts to wander freely. Chapter 65. The elegance of Che Yin. Hauda contemplated that although Che Yin lacked the flamboyance of Qi Yingying and Lu Yijiao, she possessed a rare blend of beauty and grace, truly befitting someone who had once been a successful young businesswoman at the tender age of 25, just like him. There was a delightful sense of elegance in her presence. After a moment, Che Yin's voice, laced with sweetness, broke the silence. "Call me husband." With a smile, Hauda responded, "You may call me Hauda." Che Yin, displaying her assertive nature, replied, "Very well." Hauda gazed down at her, resembling a stunning female CEO, and felt an overwhelming sense of conquest and accomplishment. I feel so exhilarated." Che Yin lifted her head, her captivating eyes fixed on him. "Indeed, it is imperative," Hauda replied with pride. "It is now the 4th day, and the rescue team has yet to arrive. What are your thoughts?" Che Yin's tone shifted abruptly. "The optimal window for rescue is within 7 days. Let us wait 3 more days and see," Hauda replied with objectivity. "What if After 3 days, the rescue team still does not appear? Che Yin inquired further. Then we shall continue to wait while living our lives as we do. Howda smiled in response. With 14 beautiful companions by your side each day, there truly is no need for haste, Che Yin teased. Indeed, urgency will not resolve our predicament, Howda replied, pulling her closer to him. Howda, do you believe there is a significant possibility that we are in an alternate dimension? Che Yin gazed at him intently. I cannot say for certain. He met her gaze. Yesterday, that mirage of a ship suddenly became tangible, and now we have approximately 130 survivors from shipwrecks here. Could this be a sign? Che Yin's tone took on a somber note. When the ship was a mirage, could it have transitioned from that dimension to this one? Howda echoed her thoughts. That should be the case, Che Yin replied. If we truly inhabit another dimension, the likelihood of our ever returning home is exceedingly slim. Ian, you have overlooked an important detail, Howda reassured her. What detail? Che Yin responded. I possess the ability to transform objects, Howda chuckled. Even if we are in another dimension, perhaps one day I shall create a time-traveling vessel to bring everyone back. Do you truly believe you can? Che Yin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It should not be a significant issue. It is merely a matter of time. Have you not noticed that the complexity of the objects I can create increases day by day? Indeed, like this 3-story villa, you conjured it effortlessly. Che Yin acknowledged. Just 4 days ago, you could only transform simple constructs like fishing nets and axes. Therefore, we must remain hopeful. Howda encouraged. Indeed, husband, you are truly remarkable. Che Yin whispered sweetly, pressing against him. After his comforting words, her earlier sadness had noticeably diminished. Were you just enjoying a fantasy? Howda asked playfully, a mischievous grin on his face. Absolutely not. Che Yin replied with a playful tone. Then why were you so joyously calling out? He inquired, his gaze lingering on her vibrant beauty. I do not know. Che Yin continued with a flirtatious air. Perhaps one day, you will experience an entire day and night of it. Howda remarked with a peculiar smile. Enough. I would never endure such a length of time. Che Yin retorted, laughingly scolding him. The two individuals were entwined in a tender embrace, whispering sweet nothings to each other when, suddenly, a cacophony erupted from a distance. The sound seemed to emanate from the edge of the woods. Howda pondered, what mischief were Sun Quan, Li Longbao, Qian Fu, and Zhang Haoan up to this time? In that moment, the distant clamor was further punctuated by the wild cry of a creature. Howda and Che Yin exchanged a swift glance, their eyes conveying urgency, and then they sprang to their feet, hastening to the window to gaze toward the source of the wild outcry. Chapter 66. The mutated wild man at the edge of the forest. A wild man was emitting strange cries while single-handedly assaulting multiple individuals. Among the assailed were Sun Quan, members of Li Longbao's team, and survivors of a shipwreck who had been sawing trees with a chainsaw. I approached to observe. At the window, Howda embraced the delicate and graceful Che Yin, who expressed her concerns. Be careful, darling. Howda gleefully caressed her and then leaped out of the window, soaring swiftly towards the edge of the forest. Che Yin, captivated by her husband's impressive martial prowess, couldn't help but drift into thoughts, reminiscing about the immense joy he had previously bestowed upon her. In no time, Howda arrived at the forest's edge, landing gracefully. Meanwhile, several survivors lay incapacitated on the ground, having succumbed to the wildman's onslaught. Sun Quan and Li Longbao's team had also lost 2 members to the wildman's relentless attacks. Engaged in fierce combat were Sun Quan and Li Longbao. Despite being struck by bullets from submachine guns, both Sun Quan and Li Longbao exhibited remarkable regenerative abilities. Yet, observing from distance, Howda noted that the wildman's automatic defense seemed even more formidable. The force of Sun Quan and Li Longbao's strikes appeared to have little effect on the wildman, who effortlessly retaliated, sending them staggering backward with each hit. Howda surmised that, without their extraordinary regenerative powers, a single blow from the wildman would likely leave them severely injured and bleeding. Remaining composed, Howda continued to watch the unfolding battle. Soon, the tide of the conflict shifted dramatically as the wildman delivered a powerful slap to Sun Quan's face. Accompanied by the sound of bones cracking, Sun Quan was sent flying several meters. Quickly recovering from the fall, Sun Quan stood up, though his neck appeared slightly askew, and he showed no sign of bleeding. The wild man then unleashed a formidable kick, propelling Li Longbao backward several meters. After regaining his footing, Li Longbao, too, chose to retreat into a wooden cabin, clearly unwilling to continue the fight. Sun Quan followed suit, abandoning their fallen comrades on the ground. The wild man glanced at the cabin, then at the incapacitated individuals below, and with an impassive expression, approached Hao De, seemingly intent on delivering a similar blow to him before wreaking further havoc on the beach. In a sudden move, Hao De drew a handgun from his waist and fired a shot at the wild man. The shot rang out. Recognizing the wild man as a significant threat, Hao De acted without hesitation. However, to his astonishment, the wild man's wound healed at a visible pace. Remarkably, the wild man possessed the same rapid regenerative abilities as Sun Quan and Li Longbao, but his healing process was even swifter. Maintaining his composure, Hao De immediately fired another shot at the wild man's forehead. Yet, unlike Sun Quan and Li Longbao, who had fallen after being struck in the head, the wild man's injury also healed rapidly before Hao De's eyes. The wild man continued to approach Hao De with an expressionless demeanor. Hao De's heart raced with astonishment at the wild man's unsettling nature. Suddenly, the wild man emitted a strange cry and charged at Hao De with alarming speed. Launching an attack, in a swift motion, Hao De leapt into the air, delivering a powerful kick to the wild man's head. However, the wild man seemed entirely unfazed. Instead, Hao De's foot throbbed with pain from the impact. Enraged, the wild man swung his fists at the airborne Hao De, but missed. Hao De deftly landed a few steps away, next to the chainsaw he had rented out. He quickly pressed the power button, and the chainsaw roared to life with a buzzing sound. At that moment, the wild man charged at him once more, howling. Hao De coldly regarded the oncoming figure and suddenly slashed the chainsaw towards the wild man's neck with great force. A chilling thud resonated as the wild man's head rolled to the ground, blood gushing violently from the severed neck. Reacting swiftly, Hao De retreated several meters, avoiding the splatter. The wild man's neck erupted in blood for about 5 seconds before his body collapsed with a resounding thud. Hao De, reflecting on how even a submachine gun could not subdue this wild man, felt a sense of vindication. The chainsaw, reminiscent of the iconic tool from the film The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, had proven its worth. Nearby, in the wooden cabin, Sun Quan and Li Longbao watched in horror as Hao De dispatched the wild man they could not defeat. They felt a chilling shiver run down their spines. Grateful to have escaped death at Hao De's hands, Hao De observed the severed head, noting the absence of any sign of it reattaching itself, solidifying his belief that the wild man was indeed dead and the threat eliminated. He then employed an energy transfer technique to heal several survivors, previously injured by the wild man, and dug a pit in the ground with the chainsaw to bury the wild man. Afterward, he returned the chainsaw to the survivors. Once these tasks were complete, he leisurely made his way back to the 3-story villa. The dramatic scene he had just enacted was witnessed not only by the beautiful Car Yin on the 3rd floor, but also by Su Mei, Qi Yingying, Lu Yijiao, Lu Qianqian, and Miao Rong, who had gathered at the window to observe. Upon his triumphant return to the 3rd floor, he was immediately surrounded by the admiring ladies. Showered with praise, Hao De relaxed into a chair in the entertainment room on the 3rd floor, sipping water with ease. The wild man seems to have mutated. A submachine gun couldn't bring him down, Qi Yingying exclaimed. But he has already been defeated by my husband Hao De, Lu Yijiao replied proudly. Indeed, quite impressive. Hao De smiled subtly, maintaining his composure. Oh, with my husband Hao De around, I feel so secure. Zhao Ai giggled, comfortably sitting on Hao De's lap. Zhao Ai, you are quite shameless, taking advantage of my husband in front of so many people. Qi Yingying couldn't help but tease. Hao De's my husband too. It is only right that I sit on him. Zhao Ai retorted with pride. Zhao Ai is truly bold. Lu Yijiao also chimed in with a playful jab. How? My esteemed husband relishes my allure. Zhao Ai retorted with pride. Soon, within the vibrant entertainment center of these enchanting beauties, some indulged in mahjong, others engaged in poker, while a few played chess, and others perused magazines and novels. In essence, with such a formidable shared husband, Hao De All the beautiful women reveled in their entertainment, feeling both joyous and secure. The stunning and graceful Zhao Ai continued to sit comfortably upon Hao, who, while embracing her soft and fragrant form, observed the other beauties in the room as they played mahjong and poker from a respectful distance. "Darling, it's me." Zhao Ai suddenly leaned in, her alluring lips brushing against his right ear as she whispered temptingly. Chapter 67. A delightful collaboration. "Very well. Let us retreat to my chamber." Howder replied with a mischievous grin, lowering his voice. At that moment, Zhao Ai leaned closer to his right ear, playfully exhaling softly, "Oh, how bold and thrilling." He found it quite enjoyable. After a brief pause, Sume could no longer contain herself and spoke up. "Zhao Ai, please maintain your composure." She responded as calmly as she could. "I hereby declare that Zhao Ai has ascended to the esteemed title of the most lascivious. Teased Qi Yingying, who is engaged in a game of mahjong. As long as my dear Hao Da is pleased, I shall embrace the title of the most lascivious." Zhao Ai replied with a playful giggle. "Nay, it is I who shall claim the title of the most lascivious," exclaimed Lu Yijiao, also engrossed in the mahjong game. "Ha! Lu Yijiao, I may concede to many, but not to you. The competition for the title of the most lascivious is fierce." Ho Jiaoqian laughed, slightly breathless from the amusement. "Very well, if you desire it so. I shall relinquish the title of the most lascivious to you," Zhao Ai responded, her expression one of delightful intoxication. "Huh, my prowess alone allows me to claim the title of the most lascivious. No such concession is needed," Lu Yijiao remarked, glancing toward Zhao Ai, only to suddenly realize something. "My heavens!" she exclaimed. At her outcry, all the beautiful women turned their gaze toward Hao Da and the seated Zhao Ai. "Lu Yijiao, what are you implying?" "Your imagination is truly vivid," Zhao Ai replied with poise. Upon hearing this, the others concurred that Lu Yijiao's imagination was indeed quite extravagant. "Then stand and see for yourself," Lu Yijiao persisted. "If you wish for me to stand, I shall, but how embarrassing that would be for me." Cao Ai promptly refused. "Indeed," Lu Yijiao continued. At that moment, Hao Da leaned in close to Zhao Ai's right ear and murmured, "Standing is of no concern." Zhao Ai hesitated for about a second, then swiftly rose to her feet. Upon observing, the women noted that Hao Da's zipper was indeed fastened, suggesting that Lu Yijiao had perhaps overthought the situation. Realizing her error, Lu Yijiao fell silent. Unbeknownst to her, after a while, Hao Da glanced at Zhao Ai, who sat engrossed in her novel, radiating an alluring satisfaction. With a sly smile, he exited the entertainment area and stepped onto a balcony on the third floor, relishing the gentle breeze while admiring the distant seascape. He spotted a fishing boat appearing on the horizon, one he recognized well. Jing Yi and Wang Shan had returned with approximately 30 women from their fishing expedition. As the boat docked, Jing Yi and Wang Shan, along with their companions, disembarked, carrying their modest haul of around 200 fish, and began walking towards the villa and the adjoining wooden structures. Since they had rented the fishing boat from Lu Fuguwei, they would pay him a commission of 20%, handing over about 20 fish before calling for Hao Da, who would receive around 10 fish in return. Just as Hao Da gathered the fish, Jing Yi and Wang Shan approached him. "What brings you here?" Hao Da inquired with a smile, standing in the small courtyard beneath the villa. "Hao Da Ji, could you fetch us a barrel of water? We would like to take a bath," Jing Yi and Wang Shan said, their cheeks slightly flushed. "And where do you plan to bathe? In the shack?" Hao Da inquired. "Indeed," Jing Yi and Wang Shan replied. "In my possession are women's intimate apparel, long trousers, outerwear, socks, rubber slippers, and bath gel. Would you like any of these?" Hao Da, ever considerate, inquired. "Yes." The two stunning beauties gazed at him with sparkling eyes, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Hao." They had been lamenting the lack of such items. "No need for thanks, it is only right," Hao Da replied with a mischievous grin. "How can we express our gratitude for such generous gifts?" Jing Yi playfully asked. "Perhaps I could fetch a large tub of water to the first floor of the villa for you to enjoy a bath?" Hao Da suggested earnestly. "That sounds delightful, but how can we thank you?" Wang Shan also inquired teasingly. "While you bathe, I could take a tour of the room," Hao Da replied with a smirk. "Ah, Brother Hao, you are quite the rogue, Jing Shan exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. Are you serious, Brother Hao? Wang Shan asked, her face similarly flushed but her gaze unwavering. Just joking, Hao responded with a slight smile. I don't believe you. Brother Hao, you wish to do just that. Jing Shan retorted playfully. Brother Hao, you are utterly improper. Wang Shan teased with a light tone. I shall go fetch the water. Hao laughed, taking a large tub to the well. As he collected the water, he mused that his 3-story villa was merely modestly decorated, lacking even a water heater. Tomorrow, he would need to conjure up a powerful nuclear-powered electric water heater, as well as a water pump, and then drill a well not far from the villa, ensuring that running water would be available for hot showers. The current method of drawing water with a large tub and then heating it was rather antiquated. Once the water was drawn back, he used a large iron pot on the first floor of the villa to heat the water. During this time, he brought over a large sack filled with women's intimate apparel, allowing Jing Yi and Wang Shan choose. In a playful moment, he pulled out a piece of lingerie, declaring, "This one, both in style and color, as well as material, is quite remarkable. Who would like it? I certainly do not. Brother Hao, you haven't washed your hands." Jing Yi exclaimed, her face flushed. "I did wash my hands, using bath gel specifically," Hao replied with an innocent expression. "You are quite the scoundrel, bringing us to choose lingerie." Wang Shan teased. "The lingerie I selected will give you a unique feeling when worn." Hao chuckled. "Go away, you rascal," Jing Yi playfully scolded. After a while, the water in the iron pot reached an ideal temperature for bathing. Hao effortlessly lifted the pot, pouring the water into the large tub. Once he completed these tasks, he prepared to leave. "Brother Hao, aren't you going to watch us bathe?" Jing Yi and Wang Shan chimed in unison, their voices sweet and enticing. "Are you truly inviting me to watch?" Hao turned around, delighting in the sight of their beautiful, slender, and alluring figures. Chapter 68. The temporal realm of the deserted Isle. Jing Yi and Wang Shan, their cheeks flushed with warmth, exchanged knowing glances before slowly beginning to undress. Hao observed with great delight, contemplating that his admiration for their physical beauty was an expression of art, refined rather than crude. Moments later, Jing Yi and Wang Shan gracefully stepped into the large wooden tub filled with warm water. Hao then positioned a stool beside the tub, continuing to relish their artistic allure. "You are truly wicked, Brother Hao," Jing Yi and Wang Shan playfully chided. "I am a respectable person," Hao replied, feigning innocence. "Only permitted to look, not to do anything," Jing Yi teased in a soft voice. "Understood," Hao chuckled, his expression growing more mischievous. He believed that sometimes the anticipation of pleasure that remains just out of reach is more exhilarating than the pleasure already obtained. Thus, he savored the entirety of Jing Yi and Wang Shan's bathing ritual, feeling thoroughly satisfied as he ascended the stairs. While climbing, he mused on the delightful prospect of one day sharing an intimate experience with Jing Yi and Wang Shan, relishing the thought of the joy it might bring. However, there was no need to rush. After all, time was on his side, and he could cultivate a sense of anticipation. Meanwhile, Su Mei and the other lovely maidens were engaged on the 3rd floor, playing mahjong, poker, and chess, while Hao retreated to his bedroom to peruse novels and magazines. Passing the time, just as he became engrossed in his reading, a voice echoed in his mind from the deserted island system. "Random reward. Temporal communication device acquired." No sooner had the words left the voice than an object resembling a mobile phone appeared in his right hand. The temporal communication device. This was something Hao had long wished to obtain, but had never managed to manifest. To his surprise, it had arrived as a random reward. Suppressing his excitement, he attempted to activate the device's screen, revealing a solitary search box. Feeling somewhat perplexed, he typed Earth into the box and hit search, but received no response. After a moment of contemplation, he supplemented his query with June 30th, 2025, and pressed search once more. This time, the screen reacted, displaying a blue planet. Above the planet was another box with a message button to the right, labeled recipient number. Hao entered his mother's mobile number into the box and composed a message, briefly recounting how his plane had fallen from the sky, yet he had survived, living on a deserted island with several beautiful women for 4 days. He inquired why the official rescue team had not yet arrived. After finalizing the message, he clicked the send button and the screen indicated that the message had been successfully dispatched. Within a minute, a reply from his mother arrived. Stunned, Howdah read the message, which expressed her elation upon learning that he was still alive, sharing the joy she and his father felt. She continued, stating that the official rescue team had been searching daily for the downed plane and its occupants, yet they had found nothing. After engaging in a prolonged exchange of information with his mother through the temporal communication device, Howdah began to entertain a growing suspicion that this desolate island might indeed exist in an alternate dimension. Upon examining the sender and recipient details on the device, he was taken aback to discover that the recipient's number had been appended with Earth Dimension, June 30th, 2025, while the sender's number now bore Desolate Island Dimension, June 30th, 2025. The distinction between the Earth Dimension and the Desolate Island Dimension became strikingly evident. This was unmistakably another realm, dubbed the Desolate Island Dimension. The device he held, as previously indicated by his island system, was indeed a temporal communication apparatus. With his earlier conjecture about being in a different dimension now substantiated, Howdah remained composed. Yet he grappled with the weight of the revelation he would have to share with the enchanting women around him, wondering if they could bear the news. As he pondered this serious matter, the partially ajar door to his room was gently pushed open, revealing the pure and graceful Miao Rong, whose long legs seemed to glide effortlessly as she entered. She cast a flirtatious smile at Howdah before softly closing and locking the door behind her, then elegantly approached his bed, playfully pressing herself against him. For the moment, Howdah chose to set aside thoughts of the alternate dimension, focusing intently on Miao Rong. After a considerable time had passed, as he embraced her in a state of sheer satisfaction, he gazed thoughtfully at the air above them. Once again, a wave of profound joy washed over him, prompting a realization that he ought to cherish his circumstances. Despite being in another dimension, he was fortunate to possess the island system and to share his existence with captivating companions. Furthermore, with the temporal communication device, he could still exchange messages with loved ones back in the Earth dimension. The extraordinary capabilities of his island system might one day yield a means to conjure a time-traveling vessel capable of returning to the Earth dimension. He and the other survivors still held a glimmer of hope for return, and even if it took a year or several years, it would be worth the wait. Husband, it feels so good, Miao Rong suddenly exclaimed in a soft voice. Of course, it must be splendid, Howdah replied with a mischievous grin. The moment he reconciled with the notion of being in an alternate dimension, he felt a weight lift from his shoulders, even more so than when he was uncertain about their reality. You're a bit rough, Miao Rong teased playfully. Just letting out some steam on you. He retorted with a smirk. How mean. Using someone for your release. Husband, do you not love me enough? She gazed at him with affectionate eyes. Using you for release only proves my love. Rong, I adore you to the point of madness. Howdah explained. Loving me to madness. I like it, Miao Rong exclaimed joyfully. Perhaps we should try it. For a whole day and night. Howdah replied with playful intent. Ha! No, you'll make me bad. Miao Rong laughed heartily. The two continued their playful banter for some time until Miao Rong, feeling utterly relaxed, began to succumb to sleep. Observing her drift off, Howdah lifted her gently in his arms and carried her to her own room, ensuring she was comfortably settled in her bed for a peaceful slumber. He then walked onto a balcony on the 3rd floor, feeling the breeze while admiring the picturesque beach and the distant sea. Glancing up at the sky, he noticed an abundance of dark clouds and thought it likely that rain was imminent. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a rumble of thunder echoed from above, followed swiftly by large drops of rain cascading down. In the blink of an eye, a torrential downpour ensued. Howdah retreated indoors, arriving at the entertainment center for the lovely ladies on the 3rd floor. Howdah, it's pouring outside, Lu Yijiao exclaimed melodiously upon seeing him enter. Our 3-story villa is unaffected by the heavy rain, Howdah replied with a smile, taking a seat in the same chair he had shared with Zhao Miao. Just as he settled in, Lu Yijiao sauntered over her long, graceful legs leading her to sit atop him. He once again found himself enveloped in her delicate warmth, and noticed that Lu Yijiao was clad in a tantalizingly short skirt. Chapter 69. The alleviation of emotions. Lu Yijiao whispered softly, revealing her lingering doubts regarding the previous incident in which Zhao had sat upon Hao in public. Whether Lu Yijiao believed it or not held little significance for Hao, who remained composed and discreetly communicated with her. After a brief interval, Qi Yingying could no longer contain herself and spoke up. Lu Yijiao responded with a sense of pride. How, go. What shall we do if the rescue team does not arrive? Lu Qianqian lamented, I miss my parents. They must think I am dead. Suddenly, this beautiful sophomore burst into tears. Hao, who was comfortably ensconced in the gentle embrace of Lu Yijiao, felt a pang of sympathy and retrieved the time-space communication device, suggesting, why not send a message to your parents? How good, does your phone have a signal now? Le Qianqian exclaimed. Her sobbing momentarily paused as she approached the device with excitement. The other beauties ceased their activities, glancing at their own phones only to discover the absence of a signal, before swiftly gathering around Lu Qianqian. This ISNT, a regular phone. What is this page? Lu Qianqian queried, her brow furrowing in confusion as she activated the device. Input your message in the box designated for Earth, enter your father or mother's phone number above, and then click the send button on the right. Alda replied nonchalantly. All right, let me give it a try. Lu Qianqian nodded, and the surrounding beauties gazed at her intently, hoping that this device would indeed allow them to send messages, alleviating their worries that their parents might be mourning their presumed deaths. After a short while, Lu Qianqian sent a message to her mother, detailing her current circumstances and inquiring about the delay of the rescue team. Approximately a minute later, she received a response from her mother. Elation washed over her, and the other beauties, equally thrilled, took turns using the device to communicate with their respective parents. Once each of the beauties had experienced the device, Qi Yingying was the first to inquire. How this doesn't resemble a satellite phone. What kind of phone is this? The signal is so strong. This is called a time-space communication device, a creation granted to me by my ability to transform. Oh, the Havialid, a time-space communication device? What does that mean? Ren Xin pondered, sensing a deeper implication. It is a device for cross-temporal communication. How to elaborate it? So, you mean we are truly in another time-space? Sume gasped. Yes, this place is referred to as the Wild Island time-space. If you open the detail page of the device, you will understand how to responded, delivering a shocking revelation. Carrying the time-space communication device, Che Yin quickly accessed the detailed messaging page, and the other beauties observed attentively. They noted that the messages indicated they were in the Wild Island time-space, while incoming messages were marked as originating from Earth time-space. Faced with the realization that they were indeed in another time-space, the group of beauties visibly struggled to comprehend this new reality. Meanwhile, Hao chose to remain silent, allowing everyone the space to process their emotions independently, as this was something they must navigate on their own. After a while, he rose and returned to his bedroom. The rain outside continued to fall, though it had lessened somewhat. He thought to himself, fortunately, the rain had diminished. Otherwise, the makeshift shelter housing around 30 women, including Jing Yi and Wang Shan, would be at risk of flooding. The slightly ajar door of the bedroom was pushed open, and El Hui entered. Once she locked the door securely, she unleashed a torrent of words directed at Hao. Hao had already surmised that the peculiar circumstances of this alternate realm had caused El Hui to become somewhat emotionally unhinged. However, he chose not to say much, engaging fervently with her to alleviate her distress through shared joy. Thankfully, Hao possessed boundless strength. Before long, lunchtime approached, prompting Hao and the lovely women to prepare a sumptuous meal. The rented fishing boat had yielded a considerable catch of various fish, thus enhancing that day's lunch with delectable fish soup and spicy stir-fried fish chunks. Hao, are you truly certain this is another dimension? Qi Yingying couldn't help but inquire as she cooked, washed, and chopped vegetables. The temporal communication device has confirmed this, Hao replied matter-of-factly. This place is referred to as the Desolate Island Dimension. Hao, your ability to transform objects surely will one day allow you to create a time-traveling spaceship to bring everyone back. Correct? Lu Yijiao asked. It should be possible. It's merely a matter of time, Hao responded. If all goes well, it could be a matter of days. If not, it might take a month or even a year. Sume added. It may even take longer than a year, Che Yin supplemented. In any case, there is hope. Howda reassured them. Currently, everyone is using the temporal communication device to send messages to their parents, ensuring they at least know we are all alive. Furthermore, until we return to our Earth dimension, we can continue conversing with our parents through this device. Indeed, this device is marvelous. Thank you, Howda. You are incredible. Rin Xian praised him exuberantly. Incredible, indeed, Howda replied with a smile. Since it has been confirmed that the rescue team cannot come, won't it be rather dull to simply remain in this villa until my husband conjures a time-traveling spaceship? Gong Jing remarked. When the weather permits, we can carry handguns for protection and enjoy ourselves on the beach, Howda replied cheerfully. Ha! Let us set up some sunshades and lounge chairs to bask in the sun on the beach, Sume exclaimed dreamily. However, too much sunbathing can lead to aesthetic fatigue. Much like how we've played so many rounds of mahjong and poker these past few days that we're nearly sick of it. Qi Yingying observed. When I conjure a helicopter, we can all take a helicopter tour of this entire island. Howda laughed. A helicopter tour of the island sounds exhilarating. Qin Biu enthusiastically agreed. It might also be possible for everyone to hike around the island, exploring every nook and cranny. Howda further envisioned. Wow, that sounds even more delightful, Mikai replied, her face alight with wonder. But how can we avoid being bitten by poisonous snakes while hiking around the island? Sume couldn't help but ask. When she first arrived on this desolate island, she and how to traverse the forest in search of wild fruits, and she narrowly escaped a venomous snake bite. Consequently, she has always harbored a lingering fear of the poisonous serpents lurking here. Indeed, this matter is of great significance. Howda, with a profound gaze, responded, contemplating swiftly how to address this issue. Chapter 70, Setting Up the Beauty Suddenly. Howda recalled the energy of his deserted island. With a focused thought, he extended the island energy from within his body to the outside, forming a layer of island energy approximately 2 meters in length and width before him. He then unleashed an immense force, delivering a powerful punch to this layer of island energy. To his astonishment, such a tremendous blow was effortlessly deflected by the island energy layer. Howda, dear, what are you doing? Lu Yijiao inquired curiously, observing Howda's sudden punch into the air, which appeared to be repelled by the atmosphere. Has brother Hao discovered a new ability? Sume speculated with excitement. Correct. Howda chuckled, elated to have uncovered a new application for the island energy. His spirits soared with the joy of discovery. He quickly enveloped the 2-meter island energy layer around his body, creating an automatic defensive barrier of island energy. With a smile, he beckoned the beautiful ladies, come, strike me. Howda, dear, that request is rather peculiar. Kong Jingjiao laughed, envisioning a delightful scene where she and Howda engaged in playful banter while sparring. Meanwhile, Qi Yingying stepped forward, a mischievous grin on her face, and playfully punched his robust right bicep. To her surprise, her punch was instantly repelled by the automatic defense layer surrounding Howda. Having encountered the invisible barrier, Qi Yingying quickly deduced what had transpired, yet she teasingly remarked, "Oh, Howda, your bicep is quite impressive. Not as impressive as yours." Howda replied with a cheeky grin, admiring how Qi Yingying's outfit accentuated her alluring figure. "Where are you looking, you rogue?" Qi Yingying playfully scolded, pinching him lightly. Howda relished the gentle torment of her delicate hand against him. "How curious. Your punch was deflected, yet the pinch managed to breach the defense." Qi Yingying pondered aloud. "That's because it is rather intelligent. It recognizes that your punch was meant to attack me, prompting an automatic defense, whereas your pinch was intended for my pleasure. Hence no defense was activated." Howda explained with pride. "Very impressive." Qi Yingying applauded. "Howda, dear, could you create one of these marvelous barriers for me as well?" "Absolutely." Howda readily agreed, swiftly extending the island energy within him to form an automatic defense layer around Qi Yingying's graceful physique. The other beauties, astute and perceptive, watched with great interest as the scene unfolded. In just about a second, Howda completed the setup. "Oh, Howda, come and strike me," Qi Yingying called out seductively. "How daring, Qi Yingying!" Lu Yijiao couldn't help but exclaim while enjoying the spectacle. Even so, none can rival the audacity of the first and foremost flirt, Lu Yijiao. Qi Yingying retorted, firing back with playful banter. Oomph. No matter how you flirt with my howdah, it pales in comparison to me. Lu Yijiao shot back defiantly. Howdah, dear. I feel absolutely delightful when it's my turn. Qi Yingying countered once more. In the midst of a spirited exchange between two enchanting beauties, Howdah unleashed a fierce punch directed at Qi Yingying's proud figure. Although the blow was deflected by the automatic defensive barrier of island energy surrounding her body, Qi Yingying seized the moment to playfully chide. Howdah, my dear husband, how wicked you are. Hitting me like this is simply delightful. Howdah responded in kind. Such elasticity. You rogue. Qi Yingying laughed heartily. Ah, it's my turn now, Lu Yijiao exclaimed, her voice tinged with playful frustration. Oh, very well, Howdah replied cheerfully, swiftly extending the island energy to form a protective layer around Lu Yijiao's graceful form in mere seconds. His boundless power allowed him to convert this island energy effortlessly, as he had accumulated a significant reserve within his body during his idle moments. Thus, extending this energy to create a protective barrier was a simple task, and any energy expended would swiftly regenerate within him, ensuring a constant abundance of island energy. Alda, Jeeves. I meant to say, hit me, Lu Yijiao provocatively suggested. Consequently, Howdah delivered another forceful blow to her proud figure, testing the resilience of the energy barrier surrounding her. Oh, this energy barrier is impressively robust. It won't hinder you from mischief, will it, my dear Howdah? Lu Yijiao teased with a smile. As long as I don't intend to impose upon you inappropriately, it won't activate automatically, Howdah replied with a professional tone. But what if I desire your advances? Lu Yijiao continued her playful banter. If that is your wish, the barrier will not interfere. However, should I act against your will, it will indeed activate. Howdah patiently explained. Of course, I desire that, dear Howdah. Lu Yijiao's voice dripped with excitement. No public displays of affection. Qi Yingying interjected, unable to contain herself. Jealousy rears its head. Lu Yijiao retorted haughtily. Howdah, it's my turn now, Su Mei declared, gracefully approaching Howdah with her long, elegant legs. I shall set it up for you immediately. Howdah responded with a mischievous grin. Thus, Howdah proceeded to establish a resilient layer of island energy protection for each of the 14 beauties. Qi Yingying, Lu Yijiao, Su Mei, Che Yin, El Hui, Hua, Jiao Qian, Lu Qian, Zhao Ai, Rin Qian, Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Baiyu, Mi Kai, and Yao Yao. Oh, with this barrier, even venomous snakes will be repelled, Su Mei exclaimed joyfully. Now, we can explore this island on foot without concern for safety. Qi Yingying chimed in, her face alight with excitement. However, seeing those vividly colored snakes might still send a shiver down my spine, even if they cannot bite me, Su Mei pondered. Fear not. I shall carry you when the time comes, Howdah chuckled. You are truly incorrigible, Howdah, with a playful smile. Su Mei recalled the delightful experience of her initial days on the deserted island, especially the moment when Howdah carried her through the woods in search of wild fruits. Su Mei's laughter was indeed quite provocative. Qi Yingying couldn't resist teasing her, exclaiming how audacious Su Mei was for allowing her Howdah husband to carry her. Lu Yijiao also chimed in, unable to contain her amusement. Su Mei retorted with a triumphant laugh, inciting a playful urge in Qi Yingying and Lu Yijiao to challenge her. Once the automatic defensive layer of the island was established, Howdah and the enchanting women had prepared a lavish feast, and everyone gathered around the table, filled with laughter and anticipation. However, before they began their meal, the ladies eagerly utilized the time-space communication device to capture photographs of the bountiful spread and the cheerful assembly. It turned out that this device not only allowed them to exchange text messages with their parents on Earth, but also enabled the sharing of photographs. Thus, they all wished to share images depicting their pleasant experiences on the deserted island, despite their inability to return to their original time and space. Yet, Howdah pondered a concern. Upon seeing these pictures, the parents of the beautiful women might deduce that he was the shared husband of 14 lovely ladies. He couldn't help but wonder how they would react to such a revelation. Chapter 71. Waves upon waves in a moment of introspection. Howda pondered the striking reality of his extraordinary charm, captivating presence, and remarkable abilities, which included the power to conjure objects seemingly out of thin air. Currently, he transformed 4 items daily, and he mused that the parents of the enchanting women surrounding him should indeed take pride in having such a charismatic and formidable figure as a shared partner for their beautiful daughters. This thought filled him with a profound sense of self-satisfaction. Outside, the rain had lessened slightly, but continued to fall. Naturally, Howda and the lovely ladies were reminded of the approximately 130 survivors of the shipwreck stranded on the beach. On this rainy day, they could only seek refuge in the makeshift shelters and the 2-story wooden cabins. Sume remarked that while the makeshift shelters could accommodate only a limited number of people, the 2-story cabins could house many more seeking to escape the downpour. Howda concurred. His assumption was accurate. At that moment, the 2-story cabins were filled with all the survivors who could not fit into the makeshift shelters. Although Howda had bestowed the 2-story cabins upon Lu Fuguwei and his team, they did not refuse other survivors seeking shelter from the rain. After all, they were all castaways on this desolate island, and it would be unbecoming to harbor resentment towards one another. However, where there are people, there are conflicts. The greater the number, the more pronounced the disputes. The darker facets of human nature tend to magnify during times of hardship. Thus, within the crowded confines of the cabin's first floor, the survivors initially engaged in aimless chatter to stave off boredom, eventually drifting into a conversation about Howda and the 14 beautiful women residing in the luxurious villa. How infuriating! We are here, huddled in this drafty cabin, while others reside in such splendid villas, exclaimed a gaunt man with a tinge of envy. Not only do they dwell in a magnificent villa, but they also have multiple alluring companions. Another robust man retorted with a lewd grin. Imagine the pleasure of being a man in a villa surrounded by beautiful women. The slender man exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with desire. Even if others enjoy such fortune, it is not for you. The strong man countered, attempting to bring him down. Damn it, the gaunt man cursed, though it remained unclear who he directed his ire towards. It is noteworthy that Zheng Gangpao, with his crooked neck, and his temporary underling were also sheltering from the rain in the cabin. Upon hearing how Da's name mentioned, Zheng's already sullen demeanor grew even darker. Everyone was aware of his notorious reputation, and thus no one dared provoke him. Nor did they entertain any thoughts about encroaching upon Howda and the ladies in the villa, especially considering Zheng Gangpao's imposing presence. Not far away, in a makeshift shelter to the right of the 2 cabins, Jing Yi, Wang Shan, and approximately 30 other women huddled together to escape the rain. Jing Yi and Wang Shan recalled the earlier incident when they had bathed in a large wooden tub, feeling exposed under Hao Da's gaze. This experience had transformed their perceptions. They began to believe that they, too, were among Hao Da's women, albeit not yet fully acknowledged. They pondered the urgency of finding an opportunity to formally align with Hao Da, thus securing their rightful place in the 3-story villa, rather than being cramped in the small shelter. After Hao Da and the lovely ladies enjoyed a delightful and sumptuous lunch filled with laughter and conversation, they each resumed their respective activities with cheerful spirits. Hao Da returned to his bedroom on the 3rd floor, standing before the window to admire the rain-soaked scenery, the sandy beach, and the ocean view. He then reclined comfortably on his bed, engrossed in a novel and magazine to pass the time. After a while, the slightly ajar door of his bedroom was gently pushed open, revealing the alluring Ren Qian with her long, graceful legs. She flashed a charming smile at Hao Da, softly closed the door, and locked it behind her. Hao Da, are you reading? Ren Qian elegantly approached him and settled beside him, inquiring in a sweet voice. Why aren't you reading now that you're here? Hao Da put down the magazine in his hand and embraced Ren Qian, admiring her lovely face. What do you wish to do? Ren Qian replied playfully, her eyes sparkling as they locked onto his. I miss you, Hao Da said candidly. No. Ren Qian laughed teasingly in response. Yet, after a brief moment of modesty, she willingly acquiesced. Approximately 30 minutes later, Hao Da gazed thoughtfully at the air above the room, contemplating the rain outside. Although it had diminished from the previous downpour, it was still substantial. If it continued to fall like this, The two makeshift shelters would likely be flooded and uninhabitable by nightfall. The first floor of the wooden houses would also succumb to the flood, leaving only the second floor to accommodate a few individuals. Similarly, the first floor of his three-story villa would be inundated, with only the second and third floors remaining livable. It appeared that he would need to welcome some survivors to the second floor of his villa tonight, though he preferred to prioritize the women among the survivors, such as Jing Yi and Wang Shan, along with their team of around 30 women. Howda pondered this, recognizing that the risks posed by multiple women were significantly less daunting than those posed by numerous men. Husband, Ren Qian suddenly chimed in sweetly. What is it? Howda looked down at her, clearly delighted, and replied indulgently. You have made me feel utterly blissful. Ren Qian exclaimed, her expression intoxicated with joy. Impressive indeed. Howda boasted with a hint of pride. You're such a rascal. Ren Qian playfully scolded. I must be bad for you to love me. Howda retorted. Rogue. Pervert. Peyton Qian Tsistekin. I am a respectable person. Howda feigned innocence. Get lost. Respectability has nothing to do with you. Ren Qian laughed iniest. Yours is also quite beautiful, Howda remarked with a mischievous grin. Ah, pervert. Ren Qian exclaimed, slightly exasperated. After exchanging playful banter for a while, Ren Qian, feeling weary from the delightful encounter, found herself drowsy. Consequently, Howda lifted her and carried her into her bedroom, allowing her to comfortably nap on her own bed. Remaining energetic, he set aside the magazine and novel, cheerfully making his way to the entertainment center on the third floor, ready to engage in a game of mahjong, poker, or chess. It must be said that his popularity exceeded all expectations. Just as he sat down to play mahjong, Qi Yingying approached him, nestling against him with warmth and softness, eagerly wanting to join the game. After finishing that round, he switched tables to play poker, only to be welcomed again by Lu Yijiao, who similarly sought his embrace, excitedly wishing to play alongside him. After finishing a round of poker, Howda moved to another table to play chess, where Su Mei approached him, nestling comfortably in his embrace, expressing her desire to join him in the game. Thus, the leisurely afternoon unfolded for Howda, amidst waves of indulgence and entertainment. As the clock approached 5, a series of knocks resonated from the grand gate of the villa. Goodness, there are so many women knocking at the door. Howda, my dear, it seems your harem is about to expand. Qi Yingying, who was admiring the rain from the window, exclaimed playfully. Howda approached the window and, with a serious expression, remarked, it has been raining for quite some time. Those two shelters must be flooded. They are likely seeking refuge from the rain. I shall go and open the door. With that, he descended the stairs. Howda truly knows how to put on a show. Among those women, there are several young and beautiful ones. Lu Yijiao, who had also moved to the window, murmured softly while observing the scene outside. Chapter 72. The initiative of Jing Yihouda descended the stairs and opened the large iron gate of the enclosure, where Jing Yi and a team of approximately 30 women, including Wang Shan, stood in the rain. Howda, our shelter has been flooded, Jing Yi and Wang Shan said. Their clothes damp. Come in quickly. I will arrange for you to stay on the second floor of the villa. Howda promptly welcomed them inside, secured the iron gate, and led them to the second floor for accommodation. The layout of the second floor mirrored that of the third, featuring several private bedrooms and a spacious common area, the large living room on the second floor. Howda first settled the rest of the team in the expansive living room before guiding Jing Yi and Wang Shan to separate bedrooms. Given that they had previously invited him to observe them bathing in a large wooden tub, their bond had undeniably deepened, making it entirely logical to grant them individual rooms. However, as he engaged in conversation with Jing Yi in her bedroom, preparing to leave, she suddenly embraced him affectionately, saying, Howda, I want to be with you. Faced with Jing Yi's tender request, accompanied by her enchanting presence, Howda found himself neither able nor willing to refuse. After a considerable time, Howda lay back, gazing deeply into the air of the room, allowing his thoughts to drift freely. He mused that, with Jing Yi now by his side, the number of his women had risen from 14 to 15, and he anticipated that the equally beautiful and innocent Wang Shan in the adjacent room would soon join that number. Moreover, Among the 30 women in Jing, Yi, and Wang Shan's team, there were several young and attractive women who certainly warranted further attention. Darling, being with you is truly delightful. Jing Yi cooed, pressing closely against him, radiating an aura of extreme satisfaction. Indeed, it is essential. Howder replied with a mischievous grin. Darling, I am now truly your woman, Jing Yi said, looking up at him with a flirtatious gaze. Yes, Howder replied, tightening his embrace possessively. The rain continued to pour, leaving them wondering when the rescue team would arrive. When will the rescue team come? Jing Yi asked softly. Howder quickly contemplated for a moment before responding. The rescue team will not be coming. What? The rescue team won't arrive? How do you know this? Jing Yi exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she looked at him. Howder extended his hand and retrieved a time-space communication device from his pants pocket, explaining, this is a time-space communication device that allows communication with individuals from Earth. It indicates that this place is known as the Desolate Island Time. Desolate Island Time? Jing Yi was taken aback, struggling to believe the reality of it. Where did you get this device, darling? I conjured it. I can now manifest 4 items each day, including this villa, which was also created by me. Howder disclosed. The villa had suddenly appeared that very morning, and Jing Yi had been puzzled about its origin. Now, with Hao Da's explanation, her confusion began to dissipate. However, this revelation made her realize that what Howder mentioned about being in another time and space, akin to a deserted island, might indeed be true. She found herself momentarily accepting this notion. She continued to cling closely to Howder, choosing silence for the time being. Darling, since you possess the ability to transform objects, when will you be able to create a time-traveling spaceship to take me back? After a brief pause, she asked sweetly. It's too complex to create right now, but I firmly believe it's merely a matter of time, Howder replied with conviction. Yes, my love, I trust you. Jing Yi nestled even closer to him, causing him to feel slightly breathless. You mentioned that this device can communicate with people in Earth's time and space. She suddenly recalled this and exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, use it to chat with your parents and let them know you're safe. Howder affectionately handed her the device resembling a phone. Jing Yi, filled with anticipation, accepted the device and composed a text message detailing her current situation, attempting to send it to her mother's phone number. About a minute later, she joyfully discovered a reply from her mother. As Jing Yi read her mother's message while overwhelmed with emotion, Howder tenderly embraced her, cherishing her delicate form. Due to the incessant rain outside, the 2 nearby shanties had accumulated considerable water, rendering them uninhabitable for the time being. Jing Yi and Wang Shan, along with around 30 other women, had initially resided in the shanty on the right side, but had now relocated to the 2nd floor of Hao Da's 3-story villa. Meanwhile, approximately 30 men from the left shanty had moved to the 2nd floor of the 2-story wooden house, as the 1st floor had also become waterlogged and unlivable. One can only imagine the extreme population density now crowding the 2nd floor of the wooden house. Lu Fugue, the current owner of the wooden house, bore no grievances about the situation, as he was a person of considerable perspective. However, his lack of complaints did not imply that the others amidst the throng were devoid of resentment. In the largest room on the 2nd floor, previously a center for entertainment frequented by beauties like Su Mei, many were crammed inside. Suddenly, a burly man, irritated by a skinny fellow encroaching upon his space, barked, "Move over, you fool. You are the fool. Are you blind? With so many people, where am I supposed to go?" The lanky man retorted angrily, "You're asking for it. Fool." The robust man instantly erupted, delivering a forceful slap to the slender man's face. "I'll kill you." The slender man, now on the ground, sprang up in a fury and began to pummel the sturdy man. A fierce brawl ensued between the two. Despite the already crowded room, the intensity of their clash prompted others to swiftly sidestep, creating a small space, with no one daring to intervene, given the brutality of the fight. Lu Fugue approached, bewildered by the scene, and bellowed for them to cease, but his words fell on deaf ears. In mere moments, both the slender man and the burly man lay on the ground, bloodied and battered, unconscious. A crowd gathered around, observing the 2 individuals in such a disheveled state. Shaking their heads in disapproval, they pondered the futility of the situation, realizing that on this desolate island, devoid of doctors and medicine. The two men were bleeding from their head wounds, even if they did not succumb to excessive blood loss. The risk of infection would inevitably lead to their demise. There was no hope for them. In such circumstances, who would bother to tear their own garments to staunch the bleeding and bind their wounds? Lu Fuge, gazing at the two sprawled on the ground, also shook his head in resignation. Yet he could not completely turn a blind eye. Quickly, he devised a plan, descending the stairs and braving the rain to reach the outer wall of Howda's three-story villa. He called out toward the villa, "Mr. Hao." At that moment, Howda was comfortably cradling Jing Wei, who was languid and slightly dozing off in his embrace. With his keen hearing, he faintly discerned Lu Fugue's call, prompting him to reluctantly leave the warmth of his cozy refuge, secure the bedroom door, and descend the stairs. Chapter 73. The brawl in the wooden house. Howda stepped out of the villa, braving the rain to open the large iron gate of the surrounding wall. "Mr. Hao, there are two individuals in the wooden house engaged in a fierce brawl, bloodied and unconscious. If we do not intervene, it may lead to a fatality. Do you have any medicine?" Lu Fugue inquired. "We do not have any medicine at hand, but I believe I can heal those two," Howda replied. He promptly secured the iron gate and, accompanied by Lu Fuge, ascended to the second floor of the wooden house. On this level was the crooked-necked Zheng Gangpao. Upon seeing Howda again, wore a notably darker expression. Howda, however, paid Zheng no heed and proceeded directly to the two injured men lying on the floor of the spacious room above. Calmly, he crouched down and gestured with his right hand as if channeling energy from a deserted island. The onlookers were momentarily bewildered, questioning whether Howda fancied himself a charlatan. Yet, the evidence spoke volumes. Within a mere 5 seconds, the lanky man and the robust individual abruptly opened their eyes and sat up. Astonishingly, all their wounds had healed. Should anyone engage in brawling and end up injured again, I may not come to your aid next time, Howda remarked coolly as he stood up and descended the stairs. Although his island energy was remarkably effective in healing and detoxifying, the incessant need for him to intervene due to others' emotional instability would inevitably irk him. Goodness, is Mr. Hao a deity? He merely made a gesture, and in about 5 seconds, he revived two individuals. Murmured a voice among the crowd after Howda had left. Do you not recall how he rescued us from the sea when we fell from the ship? He lifted roughly 30 people at once, moving as swiftly as a yacht. At that moment, I believed he must be divine. Another voice replied softly. It seems that the villa also appeared quite suddenly this morning. A third voice chimed in. Zheng Gangpao's expression darkened further as he overheard the murmurs of admiration for Howda Lu Fugue, who had initially approached Howda with a mindset of uncertainty, now felt a deeper respect for him after witnessing his effortless healing of the brawlers. He was relieved that he had maintained a good rapport with Howda, unlike the foolish Zheng, whose repeated confrontations had left him in a precarious position. Upon returning to the 3-story villa, Howda had just ascended to the second floor when he spotted Wang Shan standing in the corridor. He offered her a subtle smile before continuing to the 3rd floor. Wang Shan, with her long, graceful legs, followed closely behind. Howda discerned her flirtatious intentions and turned back with a mischievous grin before resuming his ascent. Wang Shan elegantly trailed behind him. Howda headed straight for his private bedroom on the 3rd floor, and as he entered, Wang Shan followed suit. He closed the door and locked it, cornering the enchanting Wang Shan against the wall. What do you intend to do, Brother Hao? Wang Shan feigned innocence in a coy tone. Why do you follow me into my bedroom? Ah Shan, what are your intentions? Hao Dashuai inquired with an enigmatic smile adorning his striking face. I wish to be embraced by you, Wang Shan replied, her gaze brimming with allure. What a splendid notion, Howda commended, then proceeded to address her directly. You are quite mischievous, my dear, Wang Shan cooed, wrapping her arms around his neck with a voice that sent shivers down his spine. After a considerable pause, Hao Da's gaze drifted contemplatively towards the corner of the room, allowing his thoughts to wander freely. He mused that although he had recently employed his island energy to revive two brawling men, it merely reaffirmed his belief that saving a life is of paramount importance. However, this did not imply he condoned their violent behavior, which he found quite repugnant. He suspected that the two men were not of noble character, for otherwise they would not resort to such lethal aggression. While saving lives was his guiding principle, he remained wary of individuals like them. Howdah contemplated that if the weather permitted tomorrow or the day after, he would take his lovely companions on a hiking excursion through the woods to this deserted island. Before embarking, he needed to devise a means to prevent anyone from entering the villa or even the outer courtyard. Otherwise, the arsenal of weaponry, including submachine guns and rocket launchers, along with various provisions, might fall prey to theft. An ingenious idea struck him regarding his island energy. He resolved to establish an automatic defensive perimeter of island energy around both the villa and the small courtyard, ensuring that no one could gain access. Without delay, he embraced the languid Wang Shan, who was entirely relaxed against him, as he extended his thoughts and summoned a substantial amount of island energy to quickly erect a protective barrier around the villa and courtyard. Upon completion, he displayed a satisfied expression, confident in the strength of the barrier despite not yet having tested its resilience. I can verify its durability before we set off tomorrow or the day after, he thought. Suddenly, Wang Shan interjected, "Impressive indeed. It is a necessity." Howdah responded with a smile. Wang Shan playfully pouted in response, and Howdah chuckled lightly. "Yes, it is rather unique." Wang Shan murmured with a soft laugh. "But right now my legs feel weak. Carry me to the bed, please." "All right," Howdah replied, tenderly lifting the exquisitely satisfied Wang Shan and cradling her as they continued their leisurely conversation. "My husband," Wang Shan called sweetly. "What is it?" Howdah inquired, gazing down at her enchanting visage. "Oh, nothing. I just want to call you that," she replied playfully. He responded joyfully. "My husband," she called again. "Ah Shan," he returned with indulgence. "I love you dearly," she declared with passion. "Ah Shan, I love you just as much," he replied with delight. "You are incredible." "I feel faint," Wang Shan teased. "That was merely a fraction of my potential," Howdah boasted modestly. "I fear you might not be able to handle it," he stated objectively. "Shall we give it a try?" Wang Shan responded playfully. "Very well." Seeing her genuine sincerity, Howdah decided to grant her this opportunity. The two indulged in playful banter for a while, and the somewhat exhausted Wang Shan, feeling comfortable, soon drifted into a peaceful slumber beside him. Howdah embraced her soft and fragrant form, savoring the moment before reluctantly departing from this tender sanctuary. He settled into a chair by the window, enjoying the gentle breeze while leisurely perusing magazines and novels. After a while, a knock echoed through the room. Despite the presence of a lovely and pure Wang Shan, who was peacefully asleep on the bed, Howdah thought little of it and approached the door to open it. To his surprise, it was Jing Yi, who had previously captured his attention, standing outside. Jing Yi entered the room with a cheerful demeanor, and Howdah gently closed the door, securing it with a lock. Chapter 74. Kong Jing's Infidelity. Jing Yi glanced at the alluring Wang Shan, who lay asleep on the bed, and naturally deduced what had transpired moments before. She playfully chided Howdah. "You are truly mischievous. You've even brought Ah Shan into this. Absolutely remarkable," Howdah replied with a devilish grin. Dinner time approaches. With affectionate intent, Jing Yi pinched him lightly, then shifted the conversation. "Come, I shall introduce you to my other 14 women, and together we shall prepare a sumptuous dinner." Howdah laughed heartily. "Some might feel a tad shy." Jing Yi responded with a playful blush. "Considering you and they are of equal standing, there is nothing to feel shy about." Taking her words to heart, Howdah consoled her, and Jing Yi found herself feeling considerably more self-assured. Thus, Howdah led Jing Yi to the grand room of the entertainment center on the 3rd floor, introducing her to Su Mei and the others. "This is Jing Yi. She shall henceforth be a member of our circle." "Welcome, welcome," Lu Yi exclaimed with a smile. "Howdah, you've taken another concubine." Chi Ying teased. "Indeed," Howdah replied with a cheeky smile. As they prepared the meal together, the enchanting ladies, Su Mei, Lu Yi, and Chi Ying, playfully pinched Howdah several times to express their mock disapproval of his latest acquisition. Howdah, of course, accepted their playful reprimands with delight. Once the feast was laid out upon a grand table, Howdah brought over his newly acquired concubine, Wang Shan, to join the meal. The presence of another new concubine had rendered Su Mei, Lu Yi, and Chi Ying somewhat desensitized, yet they extended a warm welcome to Wang Shan. Mindful of their shared husband, Howda gathered around a large round table. They laughed and conversed while enjoying their meal. Meanwhile, the 30 women temporarily residing on the second floor of the villa had brought along the fish they had caught that day, thus managing their own dinner. Howda, if the rain stops tomorrow, let us explore this deserted island. Chi Ying exclaimed excitedly between bites. Indeed, Howda nodded with a smile. Ha, if the rain ceases, we shall venture out. How delightful, Lu Yi added, her face alight with excitement. With the enchanting ladies, including Jing Yi and Wang Shan, surrounded by the protective energy barrier the Howda had established for each of them, their safety was assured, allowing them to revel in the prospect of adventure without apprehension. Consequently, the conversation flowed with anticipation regarding the various delights they might encounter on their island excursion the following day. Before they knew it, the sumptuous dinner concluded splendidly. After a brief respite, the lovely ladies engaged in games of mahjong, poker, and chess until they decided to retire for the night around 9 o'clock. Notably, that evening, all 16 enchanting ladies shared a single oversized down quilt for slumber, extending an invitation for Howda to join them. With such earnestness from the ladies, Howda could hardly refuse. Lying there, he could vigilantly guard them while letting his thoughts wander. Hao lay amidst the fragrant embrace of a grand down comforter, drifting in serene contemplation. Flanking him on either side were the enchanting Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yi Jiao, Chi Ying, LV Hui, Hua Jiao Qian, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Ai, Ren Qian, Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Baiyu, Mi Kai, Yao Yao, Jing Yi, and Wang Shan, a total of 16 beauties, each possessing their own unique charm, all of whom he adored deeply. After a while, in the dimly lit expanse of the room, it seemed the lovely ladies had succumbed to slumber, leaving only Hao, invigorated and lost in his thoughts. Outside, the rain continued to fall, albeit with diminished intensity. Moments later, he sensed a subtle movement. One of the beauties gently emerged from beneath the covers, illuminating her surroundings with the glow of her phone, revealing herself to be Kong Jing, whom he had yet to engage with that day. Kong Jing flashed him a playful smile. Time passed, and Hao's gaze remained profound as he continued to let his thoughts wander. Eventually, he drifted into a deep slumber until dawn broke. Around 6 in the morning, the ladies, having enjoyed a restful night, began to rise, full of energy to wash up. Hao, having successfully completed his watch, finally allowed himself to sleep. Of course, with his boundless vitality, a mere hour of rest sufficed. Upon awakening and freshening up, he found that the ladies had prepared a sumptuous breakfast, eagerly awaiting his company. Ha! My dear Hao, the rain has stopped. The sun is shining. It's a splendid day for exploring this deserted island. Chi Ying exclaimed joyfully. Yes, after breakfast. Let us make some preparations and then venture out. Hao replied with enthusiasm. Oh, out to play. I can't wait. Su Mei chimed in, her laughter ringing with excitement. We've been cooped up inside for days. It's driving me mad. Hua Jiao Qian added. My dear Hao, what preparations do we need for our outing? Lu Qianqian inquired with keen interest. What do you all think? Hao smiled slightly, tossing the question back to them. Each of us should bring a fully loaded submachine gun or pistol, Che Yin replied with a laugh. Indeed, Hao concurred. Although our personal energy shields on this island provide formidable defense, mere protection is insufficient. Should we encounter any ferocious beasts, we must possess significant offensive capability. Hence, it's essential for everyone to bring a submachine gun or pistol. What else? LV Hui asked playfully. We should also pack some food and beverages, as foraging for sustenance and water along the way could prove troublesome and detract from our enjoyment, Zhao Ai insightfully suggested. Let us bring barbecued meat and cucumbers for food, and cool boiled water for drinks. Each of us can carry our own, Hao added with a smile. What if it rains during our outing? Miao Rong queried. We can seek temporary shelter, Ren Qian answered. Finding shelter might not be guaranteed. Kong Jing chimed in with a smile, recalling the previous night as private moments with Hao, which left her radiant with satisfaction. Thus, it would be wise for each of us to bring an umbrella, Che Yin said cheerfully. This villa lacks umbrellas, my dear Hao. We still have 4 items to transform today, Lu Yijiao joyfully reminded him. As they contemplated what else might be needed, Howda smiled in response. Although the rain had ceased, the previous day's downpour had left noticeable puddles on the beach, and the forest was likely quite muddy. Thus, each of them would need to don a pair of long rubber boots, remarked Qin Biu with a playful laugh. Indeed, long rubber boots are also among the items we must procure. Howda nodded in agreement. We will also require lighters. Should the weather turn cold, we will need to start a fire for warmth. A lighter will eliminate the need for the laborious task of friction firemaking, suggested Yao Yao. Howda mused that while his island's energy could swiftly heat wood to ignite, having lighters was still essential. After all, with lighters, the lovely ladies could easily tend to the fire without relying on his efforts each time. Yes, we shall also procure lighters shortly, Howda replied with a smile. Chapter 75. Activities on the deserted island. It would be splendid if each person had a dagger, useful for slicing roasted meat. Jing Yi softly expressed her thoughts. Indeed, the daggers will soon transform, Howda concurred. It would be even better if everyone had a backpack to store their personal belongings, Wang Shan suggested with a playful smile. Yes, the backpacks will also undergo some changes, Howda replied with a chuckle. If there were snacks and drinks along the way, that would be delightful. Qi Yingying showcased her foodie nature. Ah, the snacks and beverages will also be modified soon, Howda responded affectionately. For the moment, Howda and the beautiful women had conjured these ideas. Next, he activated his deserted island system with a thought, first transforming a large bag filled with long rubber boots, umbrellas, lighters, daggers, and backpacks. Then he created another substantial bag filled with assorted snacks, bottled drinks, and pure water. Subsequently, Howda transformed a powerful water pump with nuclear energy that he had contemplated the day before, along with several electric heaters and some pipes, all powered by the same formidable energy source. With time still on their side, Howda and the beautiful women ventured out of the villa with a water pump and drilling machine. Not far from the villa, they swiftly drilled a well and connected the water pump to it, running pipes from the pump into the villa. Thus, the villa was supplied with fresh well water, and several electric heaters connected to the pipes could now be utilized for heating, allowing for hot showers. The women joyfully took turns enjoying hot baths that morning, emerging refreshed and radiant as water lilies, evoking a fleeting impulse within Howda to seize each of them at once. However, he skillfully restrained this impulse, knowing there would be plenty of time to indulge in the future. After relishing a soothing hot shower himself, Howda donned his attire and found that the beautiful women had efficiently packed their respective food, drink, and necessities in their backpacks, eagerly awaiting his company for their excursion on the deserted island. Having realized that this realm was distinct from Earth's temporal and spatial fabric, and that rescue teams were unlikely to arrive, they decided to eat, drink, and play to their heart's content until Howda could conjure a time-traveling spacecraft. Howda quickly organized his own backpack, and then, clad in long rubber boots, they exited the villa, locking the large iron gate behind them, officially setting off. The approximately 30 women who had stayed overnight on the villa's second floor returned to their shelters early in the morning, as the rain had ceased. "Brother Hao, do you think anyone might break into the villa to steal something?" Sume whispered to Howda inside the villa, besides an abundance of food, clothing, and supplies. There are also numerous machine guns, grenades, and a rocket launcher. Howda replied with a slight smile, delivering a powerful palm strike against the perimeter wall, only to see the force rebound instantly. Understanding dawned upon Su Mei and the other women. Howda had indeed established a robust layer of automatic energy defense around the villa's walls. Consequently, there was no need for concern regarding any intruders attempting to steal from the villa, as entry was simply impossible. Howda, accompanied by the enchanting Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, El Hui, Hu Jiaoqian, Lu Qianxian, Zhao Ai, Ren Xian, Yao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Baiyu Mikai Yao Yao, Jing Yi, and Wang Shan, 16 beauties in total, strolled with great enthusiasm towards the distant edge of the forest, officially commencing their adventure on this desolate island. Meanwhile, the survivors residing in the 2 wooden cabins, who had risen early, observed Howda and the lovely ladies preparing for their outing with a mix of envy and jealousy, while also pondering why Howda and his companions were not awaiting the rescue team. Such a critical moment to venture out for leisure. Were they not concerned about missing the rescuers? Unbeknownst to them, They were trapped in an alternate dimension where rescue was impossible. Only Howdah and the exquisite ladies were privy to this knowledge, and Howdah had no intention of revealing it to avoid inciting unnecessary panic among the other survivors. After all, when days passed without the arrival of the rescue team, the others would inevitably come to realize the grim truth he preferred to withhold. Before long, Howdah and the beauties arrived at the forest's edge, with Howdah leading the way into the woods. As anticipated, remnants of yesterday's rain left puddles and muddy paths in the forest. Fortunately, everyone had come prepared, donning tall rubber boots. Thus, the waterlogged ground posed little inconvenience. However, upon catching sight of vividly colored venomous snakes slithering through the puddles, the ladies instinctively felt a shiver of apprehension. Our natural defenses are quite formidable. Howdah reassured them calmly. His words eased their fears somewhat, though traces of trepidation lingered. Thankfully, the recent fire had significantly reduced the snake population in the area, resulting in a relatively low frequency of sightings as they traversed the woods. After walking for a while, the sound of flowing water reached their ears. At this long-forgotten sound, Howdah and Su Mei exchanged knowing smiles, both reminiscing about the tender moments spent fishing by the stream on their first day on the island. "Oh, the sound of water," Miao Rome exclaimed. "You may not remember, but that is a large stream. When we first washed ashore, I fished there with Brother Hao." Su Mei replied with a sense of pride. Her recounting elicited envious expressions from several other beauties, as they realized their experiences paled in comparison to the bond shared between Su Mei and Howdah. "Once, I went fishing alone at that stream and encountered a black bear," Howdah recounted. "What? Did you have your defenses then, dear husband?" Hua Jiao Qin gasped. "Not at that time. I lay still on the ground, pretending to be dead to escape." Howdah replied with a smile. "How thrilling," Michai remarked, instinctively adjusting her alluring figure, prompting a delightful ripple among the group. As they strolled and engaged in light-hearted conversation, they successfully navigated through the forest and arrived at the grand stream they had heard earlier. The expansive view before them was invigorating, leaving everyone feeling refreshed and uplifted. Having walked for quite some time, it was only fitting to take a moment's respite here. Consequently, the group settled upon the stones or the grassy ground, enjoying the gentle breeze while reveling in the surrounding scenery. Suddenly, Lu Yijiao tugged at Hao Daqiao, leading him toward a larger, elevated rock nearby. "Lu Yijiao is truly audacious," Qi Yingying could not help but exclaim. Naturally, Su Mei and the other beauties surmised Lu Yijiao's intentions for leading Howdah behind that grand stone. Some of the maidens felt their cheeks flush, while others maintained a composed demeanor, reflecting that, given Howdah's shared status as their husband, such matters were of little consequence. Before long, the joyous sounds of Lu Yijiao's laughter could be faintly heard emanating from behind the large rock. Chapter 76 Activities by the Stream. "Behind that relatively high boulder," said Howdah. "How annoying. My dear husband, you're being so intense, and it's all your fault for being so loud." Lu Yijiao pouted playfully in response. "I'm merely striving for efficiency, aiming to complete this within 10 minutes. We cannot keep them waiting too long." Howdah stated with a sense of organization. Lu Yijiao replied. Approximately 9 minutes later, Howdah emerged from behind the boulder, his demeanor calm, alongside Lu Yijiao, who appeared utterly satisfied and radiant. They strolled leisurely back to the grassy bank where Su Mei and the other beauties were resting. "Oomph, a pair of shameless lovers." Qi Yingying was the first to voice her indignation. "Yingying, I'm also your husband. How can you liken me to a dog?" Howdah replied with a broad heart. "I shall pinch you to death." Qi Yingying deliberately approached the spot where Howdah had just seated himself, pinching him fiercely with her delicate hand to vent her frustration. Su Mei also made her way over to sit beside Howdah, similarly pinching him robustly as a means of release. Howdah maintained a pleasant smile, willingly enduring their playful wrath, for he had just moments ago, not far from that boulder. It was only natural for Su Mei and Qi Yingying to feel somewhat displeased with him. "What shall we do next? The scenery here is simply splendid." Howdah decisively shifted the topic with a smile. "How about we go fishing?" Indeed, Su Mei was immediately distracted, responding with a cheerful laugh. "Excellent idea. I just happened to bring the fishing net from my first transformation." Howdah laughed as he retrieved the net from his bag. "Oh, Fishing sounds delightful. Su-mei snatched the net and joyfully dashed towards the stream. Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, and Lu Qianqian followed suit, laughing as they joined Su-mei in the water surrounding the net. The other beauties stood by the stream, watching with keen interest as Su-mei and her companions busied themselves. Only Lu Yijiao was comfortably resting on the grass, having just received delightful nourishment from Hao. Although she had enjoyed a wonderful experience, it had also been somewhat exhausting, necessitating a moment of rest. Hao sat on the grass beside her, leaning against a stone, observing the unique beauty and busyness of each lady, while his gaze deepened, allowing his thoughts to wander. Once Su-mei and the others had arranged the fishing net, they stood excitedly by the stream, waiting. After a while, a fish of moderate size swam downstream and found itself ensnared in the net. "Oh, we caught one!" The beauties erupted in joyous cheers. Qi Yingying, already barefoot and with her trousers rolled up, was the first to leap into the water, retrieving the fish from the net with glee. "Ha! This fish is mine!" Upon hearing her exclamation, the other beauties refrained from contesting her claim, reassured that the net was still set to catch more fish. Qi Yingying took a dagger from her bag and deftly prepared the fish by the water's edge before deliberately sitting next to Hao, igniting a small fire to roast it. "Yingying, this fish smells delicious," Hao remarked as he casually wrapped his arm around her, offering praise. "My dear husband, you say you love me so much. I'll share the roasted fish with you later." Qi Yingying replied playfully. "Oh, Yingying, I adore you." Hao Dazarin contentedly fulfilled her desires, exclaiming, "Darling, I love you so much." Qi Yingying, embraced comfortably by him, replied dreamily while roasting fish. "You two are so mushy." Lu Yijiao, reclining not far away on the grass, couldn't help but interject. "Umph, Lu Yijiao, you're too lazy to move after being with my husband, yet you still talk so much." Qi Yingying retorted, "I'm utterly exhausted from being with husband, hence the need for a break." Lu Yijiao shot back, "Oh, another catch." The joyous shouts of the beauties echoed from downstream. This time, Su-mei was the swiftest, eagerly extracting a fish from the net. The others didn't compete, knowing they would have their chances as well. The true delight lay in the process of waiting for the fish to swim into the net. After skillfully preparing her catch with a dagger from her bag, Su-mei approached Hao, sitting closely beside him and roasting her fish over the fire kindled by Qi Yingying. Hao took the opportunity to embrace the lovely and graceful Su-mei, thus cherishing the warmth of beauty on both sides. Although Su-mei felt comfortable in his embrace, she wasn't as uninhibited as Qi Yingying. Being publicly held by Hao caused her cheeks to flush slightly. After a while, the fishing net downstream continued to yield several more fish, and the beauties, laughing and chatting, prepared their catches by the stream before gathering around the fire where Hao sat, participating in the collective fish roasting activity. Having rested for a while, Lu Yijiao, now revitalized, joyfully joined the group by the fire. As the fish were successively grilled to perfection, Hao and the beauties savored the delightful flavors. Suddenly, Hao sensed something amiss. He abruptly looked up, only to spot a crocodile crawling on the opposite bank of the stream, heading towards them. Noticing Hao's gaze, the beauties instinctively turned to look, and they all gasped upon seeing the crocodile. "My heavens, there's a crocodile in this stream!" Lu Qianqian exclaimed. Hao quickly grasped the handgun at his waist, rising to aim at the crocodile, which was approximately 10 meters away. Qi Yingying and Lu Yijiao swiftly drew their own handguns, aiming at the reptile as well. The other beauties followed suit, all pointing their weapons at the crocodile. Unfazed, the crocodile continued its slow approach, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger. Bang! Hao decisively fired, striking one of the crocodile's eyes. The creature let out a chilling scream and, in a frenzy, accelerated towards them. Bang! 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 The sound of gunfire erupted as the beauties unleashed their shots at the frenzied crocodile. However, the bullets appeared to have little effect against its thick hide. Bang! Hao fired again, this time hitting the crocodile in the other eye. The creature emitted another anguished cry, momentarily halting before collapsing, bleeding from its eyes, convulsing several times before lying still. "Hao, it seems we've managed to kill the crocodile," Qi Yingying remarked. It appears so, Howdah replied with a smile. Is there roasted crocodile meat to enjoy? Lu Yijiao exclaimed with excitement, revealing her true foodie nature. Crocodile meat is indeed a rare delicacy. Hao chuckled lightly and proceeded towards the lifeless crocodile. Be careful, Brother Hao, Sume said with concern, worried that the crocodile might be feigning death. Rest assured, I possess an automatic defense mechanism, Hao replied with a grin. Before long, Hao successfully dragged back the truly deceased crocodile with ease. Observing Hao's formidable strength, the beautiful sophomore, Lu Qianqian, gazed at him intently, contemplating how she could, like Lu Yijiao, seize the opportunity to passionately engage with her husband Hao, and once again relish the profound joy of femininity. Chapter 77. Lu Qianqian in a state of ecstasy at this moment. The beach, though slightly damp from yesterday's rain, was gradually regaining its former state under the radiant sun that had risen early. The crooked-necked Zheng Gangpao, accompanied by a few of his temporary subordinates, stealthily approached the outer wall of the three-story villa where Howdah and the beautiful women resided. This morning, Zheng had witnessed with his own eyes Howdah and the lovely ladies enter the woods, and they had yet to return. Thus, a nefarious scheme began to brew in his mind as he contemplated infiltrating the villa to pilfer some items, food and drink, and perhaps even a submachine gun. With a sinister grin, Zheng thought to himself that if he could steal a submachine gun, it would soon be the end for Howdah. He still bore the mark of a wound on his left shoulder inflicted by Howdah's gun, and his neck had been twisted by him as well. He was perpetually reminded of this crooked neck, constantly seeking an opportunity to exact revenge on Howdah. At this moment, he perceived a splendid opportunity beckoning him to enter the villa and seize both the weapon and provisions. Once Howdah returned, he would shoot him dead. Then, all the beautiful women in the villa would belong to him. Lost in his fantasies, Zheng's smile grew even more malevolent. He swiftly scaled the wall, but just as he was about to leap into the courtyard, he was unexpectedly rebounded by an invisible, resilient barrier, crashing heavily to the ground outside the wall like a dog. His bewildered subordinates stared in astonishment, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Zheng, equally confounded, furiously attempted to scale the wall again, only to be repelled once more, landing heavily on the ground. Undeterred by this strange occurrence, Zheng howled and screeched, making several more attempts, even using a wooden stick to poke at the invisible force, but to no avail. He was rebuffed each time. In that moment, even Zheng, despite his foolishness, comprehended that this formidable invisible barrier had been set by Howdah. He had not entered the villa at all. It was at this juncture that Zheng, who had once believed Howdah was doomed, realized that he was the one who had been outsmarted. Meanwhile, Howdah and the beautiful women swiftly processed the crocodile by the riverbank and gathered around the fire pit, adding roasted crocodile meat to their culinary repertoire alongside grilled fish. Oh, eating grilled fish and crocodile meat while sipping cola is simply delightful. Chi Yingying exclaimed joyfully. Ha! I adore having grilled fish and crocodile meat with grape juice. Sume giggled. The transformation powers of Brother Hao are truly astonishing. So many bottles of drinks appear even on this deserted island. How refreshing. Lu Qianqian laughed. Indeed, it is remarkable. Howdah replied nonchalantly, relishing his grilled fish and crocodile meat while sipping bottled purified water, preferring it over sugary beverages. Having consumed breakfast earlier, and with several hours remaining until lunch, Yao Yao innocently inquired, "What meal are we considering this to be?" "Let's count it as barbecue snacks," Howdah affectionately responded. "Ha! I love snacks." Zhao Ai chimed in with a playful laugh. "With all this eating, won't we gain weight?" Che Yin expressed her concerns, glancing at her slender and alluring figure. "No worries. As soon as I have some free time, I will. And naturally, you will all continue to maintain your enviable figures." Howdah responded with a mischievous smile. "Howdah, you are truly incorrigible, always plotting mischief with us." Hua Jiao Qian retorted playfully. "I am a respectable person," Howdah replied with an innocent expression. "The more respectable, the better." The group of beauties playfully chided. After the delightful barbecue of fish and crocodile meat concluded splendidly, Howdah and the lovely ladies rose, laughing and chatting, ready to continue their escapade on the deserted island. Upon crossing a broad stream, They found themselves at the foot of a mountain, and the group forged a path upward. Having spent the previous days either in the wooden cabin or the villa, the fresh air and the thrill of climbing the mountain invigorated everyone, who were filled with excitement at the sight of the trees, the birds chirping, and a wild rabbit darting by. After a while of climbing, Rin Qian suddenly exclaimed, "Look, there's a cave over there." The group turned to where she pointed and spotted the cave nestled beneath a rocky wall to their right. "Let's go take a look," Howda said with a smile. "Ha! Perhaps there are treasures within that cave," Sume replied, bubbling with excitement. "What treasures could possibly be in there?" Qi Yingying quipped. "Maybe there are fierce beasts," Miao Rong said, scaring herself. "Or snakes as thick as a barrel," Qin Baiyu added, shivering at the thought. "I'll lead the way. Although we all have automatic defense layers, it's wise to be cautious," Howda reassured them calmly. His composure put the ladies at ease. Thus, Howda took the lead toward the cave entrance, with the beauties closely following. Before long, they arrived at the mouth of the cave, where a glimmer of light beckoned from inside. Upon peering in, they discerned it was quite spacious. Howda cautiously stepped inside, revealing a chamber approximately 9 meters long, 5 meters wide, and 3 meters high, with stones scattered across the ground and the walls adorned with irregularly shaped rocks. "It appears to be a natural stone cave," Howda remarked with a smile. "Having climbed for a bit, it's perfect to rest here. The breeze blowing in feels so refreshing." Jing Yi chimed in sweetly. "Then let us take a break here," Howda said, comfortably seating himself on a medium-sized stone. The beauties followed suit, positioning themselves to face the cave entrance, where the wind blew most vigorously. There was a fire pit nearby, suggesting that others had visited this cave before. "It seems someone else has been here," Che Yin noted as she glanced to the right. Curiosity piqued. They wondered who could have made the fire. Survivors? Wild men, with the ever-mighty Howda present, along with their automatic defense layers and handguns. The ladies felt little fear of any sudden appearance of wild men. Suddenly, Lu Qian tugged at Howda, leading him toward a larger stone in the left corner of the cave. How fortuitous that there is such a sizable stone here. When Lu Yijiao observed Lu Qian imitating her, a peculiar smile involuntarily graced her radiant face. Soon, from behind a taller boulder, the faint yet unmistakable sounds of Lu Qian's joyous gasps could be heard, despite her attempts to suppress them. Among the group of enchanting women seated nearby, some visibly flushed with embarrassment, while others maintained a semblance of composure, having grown somewhat accustomed to Howda's unpredictable interactions with various beauties. "No talking, they will overhear," Lu Qian replied, her expression one of deep enchantment. Howda responded with a subtle smile. Chapter 78. Jokes in the Cave. Due to the proximity of Howda to the enchanting Su Mei and others, only separated by a large stone about 3 meters away, he engaged in a swift and intense encounter with Lu Qian. After approximately 9 minutes, he emerged nonchalantly from behind the stone, accompanied by the extremely satisfied Lu Qian, and strolled over to rejoin the other beauties at the entrance of the cave, where they enjoyed the gentle breeze. "Howda, only 9 minutes again," Qi Yingying teased. "Isn't it because I feared you all would grow impatient waiting for me?" Howda replied with a mischievous grin. "As long as it's vigorous enough. 9 minutes is ample," Lu Yijiao added, glancing at Lu Qian, who was resting alluringly on the large stone. "No more of this talk. Let us discuss something else," Su Mei playfully chided, though she felt a tinge of displeasure witnessing Howda's recent dalliance with Lu Qian, despite knowing he was the shared partner of all the beauties. Seeing Su Mei this way, even more flustered than Lu Qian, who has just enjoyed Howda's affection, Lu Yijiao could hardly contain her laughter, prompting Su Mei to contemplate retaliating. "How about we share some jokes to lighten the mood?" Howda suggested with a smile. "Sound good. You go first." "My dear Howda," Liu Hui eagerly chimed in. All the beauties turned their eyes towards Howda, anticipating his humorous tale. There was a cucumber strolling down the road. Suddenly, it remembered it was a cucumber and wondered how it could walk. With a thud, it fell. Howda narrated with a smile. After finishing, he inquired, "Why aren't you laughing?" "How could we? That joke is utterly unamusing," Qi Yingying scoffed. Su Mei chuckled awkwardly. "Not bad. I would rate that Joke 59 out of 100. That's rather low. How to feign innocence. 59 is already generous. I did give 53, Liu Hui quipped. Well, I've shared one. Now it's your turn. How to replied with a laugh. I'll go, Zhao Miao declared with a playful laugh. There was a little girl who was somewhat unattractive and often ridiculed by her classmates. One day, her father came to pick her up on an electric bike, and she tearfully exclaimed, I'm so ugly. Everyone laughs at me. After a moment of silence, her father comforted her, saying, It's all right. Daddy is ugly too. How to burst into uncontrollable laughter at this. Is it really that funny? Zhao Miao asked, surprised. Absolutely. I rate it 91 out of 100. How to praised. I don't think so. I give it at most 75, Qi Yingying countered. Oomph. Qi Yingying, you are simply envious. Zhao Miao retorted. Why don't you share a joke of your own? Oomph. I'll tell one, and it'll surely be funnier than yours. Qi Yingying shot back. Then speak up already. Zhao Miao urged playfully. Just wait a moment. I'm about to. Qi Yingying expressed her displeasure. On a rural night, a shepherd sought refuge at the home of a solitary and charming widow. Captivated by her beauty, he contemplated, while the widow, equally intrigued, sought to take advantage of the situation. Thus she proposed. The shepherd thought to himself, wow, this is quite expensive. Yet, he could not resist the temptation, and, suddenly, he became motionless, prompting the widow to coo, but he replied, having given away all of his sheep. The widow reassured, no matter. However, he disagreed. Eventually, the widow conceded, and in this manner he retrieved all the sheep he had sent out. Upon concluding her tale, Howda erupted into laughter. Howda, you seem rather joyous. Do you think my joke was delivered splendidly? Qi Yingying beamed at him. Indeed, it deserved a score of 95. Howda replied with a chuckle. Oh, a score higher than yours. Qi Yingying provocatively glanced at Zhao Manhoof. Your joke lacks wholesome content, Zhao Man retorted. Yet you listened with rapt attention just moments ago. Qi Yingying scoffed at her. I was not enthralled. That was merely your delusion. Zhao Man continued her counterattack. Who shall share the next joke? Howda interjected decisively to prevent Qi Yingying and Zhao Man from clashing. Allow me. Miao Rong chimed in with a giggle. Once, an adult elephant casually relieved itself on the road, the larger variety, and simply walked away. Shortly thereafter, an ant passed by, obstructed by the elephant's excrement. It looked up at the towering mass and, feeling inspired, began to sing. Yalajuo, this is the Qinghai Tibet Plateau. Howda could not contain his laughter once more. Alda, how many points do you think my joke deserves? Miao Rong's eyes sparkled as she gazed at him. 95 points, he replied objectively. Oh, I am truly remarkable. Miao Rong laughed heartily. Only 95 points, barely reaching my standard, Qi Yingying quipped. You barely reach my standard. Miao Rong shot back. You are not taller than I am. Qi Yingying retorted. I stand at 7 meters and weigh 45 kilograms. I too am 7 meters tall. Miao Rong responded defiantly, weighing 9 kilograms, slimmer than you. How is it that I feel you are shorter when standing next to me? Qi Yingying countered. That's because your heels are higher than mine. Miao Rong shot back. Who shall tell the next joke? Howda interjected once again to stave off a potential quarrel between Qi Yingying and Miao Rong. I have one. Qi Yin chimed in sweetly. A man was walking down the street when he suddenly screamed. Someone nearby informed him that it was Water Splashing Festival, and the water was a blessing upon him, to which he furiously shouted, Who the hell splashed boiling water on me? Not only did Howda laugh heartily, but Su Mei and the other beauties could not help but join in the mirth. What score do you think my joke deserves? Qi Yin asked, her eyes fixed on Howda 99 points. He responded with a grin. Oh, I am truly impressive, Qi Yin replied, her face beaming with joy. Oomph. My jokes are undoubtedly superior to yours, Qi Yingying asserted defiantly. That is merely your inflated self-perception. Qi Yan retorted. They are indeed excellent, declared Howda Leagong. I too deserve a score of 99. As she spoke, Qi Yingying playfully pinched him with her delicate hand. I grant you a perfect score of 100. Howda Leagong replied with mock irritation. Now, that is more like it, Qi Yingying exclaimed, her face radiating pride. Oh, I have achieved the highest score. The other beauties exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Thus, The delightful gathering of sharing jokes while basking in the breeze came to a successful conclusion. Howdah and the lovely ladies arose from the cave and continued their adventurous exploration of the deserted island. Chapter 79. Su Mei's delight. Howdah and the enchanting ladies ascended the mountain with ease, for its height was modest, and soon they reached the summit. Upon arrival, their vistas expanded dramatically. Before them stood another mountain, slightly taller, obscuring the view beyond. The breeze atop this peak is simply invigorating, Ying exclaimed, her expression one of sheer ecstasy, reminiscent of how Da's own delight. If we could conjure a villa with surrounding walls here, residing in such a place would be an exquisite experience, Ren Qian mused thoughtfully. Indeed, that is a splendid idea, if we do not return to the beach before nightfall. And with the potential for transformation tomorrow, we could manifest a villa on this relatively flat and treeless summit as our additional abode on this uncharted island. Howdah replied with a smile. Living here sounds like a grand adventure. We could even see the beach we visited before. Su Mei exclaimed with enthusiasm. Look, there's an orange tree. Kong Jing pointed delicately in one direction. The group turned their gaze to discover a solitary orange tree, bearing just 2 green oranges. Its branches somewhat sparse. Let us go take a closer look, Howdah suggested, a flicker of insight crossing his mind as he led the way towards the tree, with the lovely ladies following suit. Upon reaching the orange tree, Howdah gazed intently at the 2 solitary green oranges, as though pondering some profound thought. These oranges must be rather tart, Yin speculated. Nothing beats a refreshing drink. Qin Bu chimed in, savoring a bottle of cola she had brought along. Seeing her revel in her beverage, the other ladies eagerly retrieved their own drinks. Some chose orange juice, others milk, purified water, and even nutritional drinks. Howdah, however, refrained from indulging just yet. Suddenly, he extended his right hand, striking a rather dashing pose, and swiftly attempted to channel the island's energy into the 2 green oranges. To his astonishment, as the energy flowed, the oranges began to swell visibly before their eyes, growing larger and larger. Within a mere 9 seconds, they transformed into oranges the size of ripe pomelos, their hue shifting from green to a vibrant orange. At this juncture, further energy transmission yielded no response. The ladies watched in awe, their breaths shallow, as if Howdah were performing a mesmerizing act before them. My heavens! Howdah, darling, that was incredibly impressive, Ying exclaimed in excitement. Let us sample the taste, Howdah replied with a smile, plucking one of the pomelo-sized oranges, deftly peeling it, and tasting a segment. Delicious, he proclaimed, relishing each bite. Upon hearing his praise, the ladies eagerly clamored to taste the oranges, their faces lighting up with expressions of bliss, as if collectively reveling in the moment. Before long, the 2 enormous oranges were devoured, leaving nothing but satisfaction in their wake. How delightful! It's a pity there were only 2, not enough to share. Su Mei pouted playfully. Howdah, my dear, you surely have more tricks up your sleeve? Himikai teased with a laugh. One must try to truly understand. Hao chuckled in response, then extended his right hand, striking a rather dashing pose. This time, he swiftly channeled the energy of the deserted island towards the orange tree. As a result, the previously modest tree grew rapidly, branching out and blossoming, bearing fruit in merely a minute. Before them stood a tree reaching approximately 3 meters in height, adorned with clusters of vibrant, grapefruit-sized oranges. The beautiful onlookers gasped in delight, as if Hao's actions were even more exhilarating for them. Oh, now we can indulge without worry, Lu Yijiao exclaimed excitedly. It's just that the tree is a bit too tall to reach the fruit, Yao Yao remarked with a smile. Let me give it a try, Hao replied, attempting to extend the island energy into an invisible hand. With a firm gesture, a gigantic orange flew from the lofty branches into his grasp. Hao, my husband, you are truly remarkable. You seem capable of anything. Huo Jiaoqian was instantly captivated by his ability to summon the fruit from afar. Indeed, it is only natural, Hao replied with a mischievous grin. He swiftly retrieved 17 enormous oranges, one for each of the lovely ladies, and they stood atop the mountain, enjoying the refreshing breeze while savoring the delightful taste of the giant oranges. After indulging in the fruit, Su Mei suddenly blushed, and took Hao's hand, leading him towards a larger boulder at the summit. How fortuitous that there is another stone of such stature here. Sumei remarked. Oh, Sumei, you seem quite spirited today, Qi Yingying teased. Oomph, Sumei retorted without turning back. Qi Yingying thought to herself that had it not been for Su Mei's boldness, she would have been the first to seize Hao's attention each day. With a playful grin, Hao held Su Mei's delicate hand, and they leisurely made their way behind the large stone. There, they faced each other, comfortably engaging in a profound discussion about the meaning of life. Ami, you are rather daring today, Hao said softly, his eyes twinkling mischievously as he admired Su Mei's pure and alluring figure. You are quite naughty, my husband, taking advantage and then pretending to be innocent. Su Mei responded, her voice tinged with sweetness. Approximately 9 minutes later, the swift and decisive Hao emerged from behind the boulder with the utterly satisfied Su Mei, both of them laughing and chatting as they returned to the group. Su Mei is so scandalous, Qi Yingying quipped. Indeed, quite scandalous, Su Mei replied with a sense of pride. She chose to ignore Qi Yingying's jibe. How, my husband? What shall we do next? Jing Yi asked sweetly. Let's descend this way and see what lies at the foot of the mountain, Hao replied with a smile. Ha! How fun! Qi Yingying exclaimed enthusiastically. Thus, Hao led the lovely ladies down the mountain in a grand procession. Before long, they reached the base, where they encountered a river approximately 5 meters wide, its murky waters concealing unknown depths. I wonder if there are crocodiles in this river? Che Yin speculated. It's a possibility, Hao replied, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the water. Just as the words left his lips, a crocodile suddenly leaped from the river, lunging towards Hao, who stood 2 meters from the shore. The beautiful women gasped, about to scream, when Hao, with a pistol already gripped in his right hand, swiftly raised it and fired. Bang! The crocodile, mere meters away from Hao, was struck in its right eye. With a pained roar, the creature crashed to the ground. Bang! Hao decisively fired again, hitting the crocodile in its left eye. Thus, the crocodile, which had aimed to take Hao's life, was sent on its final journey by his 2 precise shots, although he was surrounded by an automatic energy defense layer from the wilderness, which would have repelled the crocodile's attack even if he stood still and did nothing. He chose to retaliate, for such a response was far more exhilarating. The beautiful women, witnessing Hao's ruthless dispatch of the crocodile, could not help but indulge in fantasies of the exquisite thrill of being with someone so wildly fierce. Chapter 80. The village in the valley. After Hao decisively dispatched the crocodile with 2 shots, he was confronted with a dilemma: how to dispose of the creature. Leaving it here would be an utter waste, as it weighed several hundred pounds and its meat was valuable. Additionally, the crocodile's skin could be fashioned into luxurious items such as shoes. However, transporting it away would impede Hao and the beauties from enjoying their subsequent adventures. After a brief contemplation of about 5 seconds, an idea began to take shape in Hao's mind. He extended his island energy into the air before him, creating a transparent cube measuring 5 meters in each dimension. Subsequently, he conjured an invisible hand using another wave of his island energy, which grasped the crocodile from the ground and hurled it into the transparent cube he had just formed. Remarkably, the crocodile did not fall, but remained suspended within the confines of the cube. The 16 beauties, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, LV Hui, Hua, Jiao Qian, Lu Qian, Zhao Ai, Ren Qian, Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Bai Yu Mikai Yao Yao Jing, and Wang Shan, were utterly captivated by Hao's display of power, their hearts secretly exclaiming, "My husband is incredible." Feeling a sense of accomplishment for having discovered this new function of his island energy, Hao attempted to walk around. He found that the transparent cube moved along with him, and he felt no weight. Undoubtedly, this was a remarkable ability, though the visibility of the contents within the cube made the situation feel somewhat peculiar. Thus, Hao focused his thoughts on granting the cube an invisibility function. Upon doing so, the beauties collectively gasped in surprise. Oh, the crocodile has vanished. In truth, it remained there, but only Hao could perceive it. With a smug reply, he declared, "I don't believe it." Qi Yingying retorted playfully. With a flick of his mind, the transparent cube and the crocodile reappeared. Make it invisible again, Lu Yijiao urged excitedly. Once more, Howda concentrated, and again, only he could see the cube and the crocodile within it, eliciting laughter from Su Mei, who found the situation delightful. After playing with this newfound storage space several times, Howda began to grasp its capabilities. My husband, what shall we do next? Lu Qianqian inquired with curiosity. We'll head to the other side of the river and then climb the mountain over there, Howda replied with a smile. But how do we cross the river? It's so wide, and there are crocodiles in it. LV protested playfully. I can fly across, Howda chuckled. And what about us? Zhao Ai asked in a sweet tone. I know, Miao Rong interjected with a smile. Do tell, Howda said, admiring the enchanting beauties before him. My husband, take us on a thrilling adventure, Miao Rong said perceptively. You guessed correctly, Howda replied with a smile, but we must first try it out. It's uncertain whether it will succeed. What if we fail and fall into the river? Wang Shan exclaimed. First, let us experiment here on the bank. Secondly, we all possess an automatic defense layer, so even if we fall into the river, it should provide waterproofing and protection against crocodiles, replied Howda. Well then, let's give it a try. Qi Yingying exclaimed eagerly. All right, everyone stay where you are, Howda said with a slight smile, swiftly extending the island's energy to envelop himself and the enchanting ladies, forming a large, complete energy sphere. He then ascended into the air, walking upon the void, while the beauties within the energy sphere were lifted along with him in an impressive display. Oh, my husband is so remarkable, Qi Yingying exclaimed, filled with excitement as she was effortlessly carried into the air by Howda. This is so much fun, Hua Jiao Qian chimed in with delight. We're starting to cross the river, Howda declared enthusiastically, then proceeded to step forward into the air towards the river. Before long, he had transported the beautiful ladies across the rather broad river, where several crocodiles could be seen peeking above the water surface. The group landed safely on the opposite bank, and the beauties collectively cheered in joy. They then resumed their climb up the mountain, filled with laughter and conversation. After a while, during a short break, Lu Hui leaned close to Howda and whispered, Darling, there's a rather tall and large rock over there. Let's go to it. Howda, with a mischievous smile, glanced in the direction of the large stone, then took Lu Hui's soft, delicate hand, and together they walked toward it. The other beauties understood what Howda and Lu Hui intended to do. As long as Howda could handle it, they had no objections, for each of them would have their chance with him eventually. A short while later, soft moans could be heard emanating from behind the large rock. Oh, behind the big stone, Lu Hui playfully chided in a whisper. Some may ponder the meaning of life. This is one of its meanings, Howda said with a deep gaze. Ha, you are so philosophical, my dear. Lu Hui giggled softly, breathless with delight. Approximately 9 minutes later, Howda emerged from behind the large rock, exuding calmness, alongside Lu Hui, who appeared utterly satisfied. Qi Yingying mischievously asked Howda a probing question. He responded with a peculiar grin. I really want to hit you, Qi Yingying exclaimed, playfully pinching him several times in frustration. I am a serious person, Howda replied with an innocent expression. Get lost, Qi Yingying said, slightly exasperated. After a brief rest to regain their strength, the group continued their ascent. As they climbed further, they discovered a sizable valley. Upon gazing down into the valley, Qi Yingying was the first to shout, wow, there's actually a village down there. And it's quite large. Many people are moving about in the village. Hua Jiao Qian added excitedly. Their clothing appears to be reminiscent of ancient attire. Chaoyan observed keenly. Since we have established that this is another space-time continuum, they're either the indigenous people of this place, or like us, have suddenly arrived here from Earth, albeit their ancestors must have settled here long ago and multiplied over generations, Howda analyzed thoughtfully. Look over there, Su Mei suddenly exclaimed. As the crowd followed her, they beheld a group of wild men, adorned with branches and leaves, stealthily approaching the village below, armed with spears and bows. It appeared that a fierce battle was imminent, as Howda surmised. Indeed, as he anticipated, the wild men soon launched a surprise attack on the village, which swiftly dispatched an armed contingent equipped with spears and bows to confront them, resulting in a brutal clash. Should we intervene? Rin Qian inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Intervene. We must confront those invaders. Howda declared decisively, drawing his pistol and opening fire on the marauding wild men. The rationale behind targeting these assailants was straightforward. They harbored intentions of invading the village below, marking them as aggressors. Additionally, Howda had noticed a stunning young woman clad in traditional attire within the village, evoking a wave of chivalrous affection within him, akin to an unending river. Chapter 81. An unexpected thrill upon witnessing Howda fire upon the savage inhabitants of the valley below, articulating his reasoning with conviction. The group of enchanting women promptly drew their weapons and joined him in the barrage against the wildlings. Howda and the lovely ladies frequently practiced their marksmanship during their leisure, resulting in their remarkable shooting skills. Each shot hit its mark with precision. It was evident that under such formidable firepower, the marauding savages intent on invading the village below were swiftly decimated, with many falling to the ground, while the remaining few fled in a frenzy into the dense woods of the valley, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, the armed villagers glanced up towards the valley's summit where Howda and his companion stood, expressing their gratitude with clasped fists. Among them, a young man stepped forward and called out, "Thank you for your assistance. Would you care to join us for a visit?" Upon hearing his accent, Howda and the ladies immediately dismissed the notion that he was a native, for the indigenous people would not possess the ability to articulate in a manner comprehensible to all. Curiosity about the origins of these villagers sparked within the group, and sensing their hospitality, Howda and the enchanting women reciprocated the gesture with clasped fists, proceeding down the valley with an air of calm grace. As they descended, the villagers gathered around them, clearly intrigued by the newcomers, due to the stunning beauty and graceful stature of Su Mei and her companions. The villagers may have initially thought that celestial beings had graced their presence. "Greetings, I am Zhu Wuxing, the armed bandits leader," the young man who had spoken earlier said with a warm smile. "I am Hao," replied Howda, returning the smile. "Mr. Hao, please. Everyone, please," Zhu Wuxing warmly urged. The village consisted of wooden houses, some 2 stories high, others single-story, and a few reaching 3 stories. Zhu Wuxing led Howda and the ladies into a rather grand 3-story wooden house, where 2 young women, beaming with delight, presented an assortment of fruits and pastries. Coincidentally, one of these young women was the strikingly beautiful figure in ancient attire whom Howda had previously observed from above. Her name was Zhu Jiuzhen, the youngest sister of Zhu Wuxing, age 19. After a short while, a dignified elder, exuding warmth, entered the room. He was Zhu Dingtian, the village chief. Howda engaged in light-hearted conversation with Zhu Dingtian and Zhu Wuxing, learning about their lineage. As he had surmised, their ancestors were sailors from a maritime fleet during the Ming Dynasty. One fateful day, as they sailed the seas, multiple vessels were suddenly engulfed by an unknown air vortex. When they emerged from the vortex, they found themselves on this island. Their forebears attempted to navigate back home, but despite their efforts, they could not return, endlessly circling in the waters surrounding the island. Ultimately, they had no choice but to settle temporarily on this land. Over time, their ancestors continued to strive for a return journey, yet the island's waters kept them ensnared. After repeated failures, they ultimately relinquished their struggle and chose to establish a village in this valley, where several hundred individuals flourished, giving rise to a community now numbering in the thousands. Your ancestors must have traversed time and space due to that enigmatic air vortex. This place belongs to another realm of existence. Howda thoughtfully analyzed. "Mr. Hao, how do you know this? Could it be that you are also?" Zhu Dingtian and Zhu Wohang stared in astonishment at Howda. "Indeed, we have also traversed from a different time and space for certain reasons," Howda responded. "When you arrived, was it still the era of the Zhu family?" Zhu Dingtian inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice. "There hasn't been a period exceeding 300 years prior to the Ming Dynasty, which could not break this pattern either. From your ancestors until now, over 500 years have elapsed. Following the Ming Dynasty came the Qing Dynasty, which was established after the Ming was overthrown by the Manchus. The last emperor of the Ming was named Chongzhen. After the Qing came the Republic of China. and subsequently the People's Republic of China, known as New China, which was founded in 1949. We have now entered a highly advanced modern society, Hao De expounded, producing his phone to display images of contemporary life. Zhu Dingtian and Zhu Woheng, somewhat bewildered by both the information and the visuals, exchanged glances. Hao De and the other beauties naturally deduced that the two were descendants of the royal lineage of the Ming dynasty. After all, while the Ming dynasty was renowned for its maritime prowess, such technology was reserved for the royal family, and their ancestors must have had royal members commanding their ships. After a brief conversation, Zhu Dingtian and Zhu Woheng excused themselves to prepare a lavish lunch for their guests. Given their warm hospitality, Hao De and the other beauties felt compelled to accept their kindness, intrigued by the unique experience of encountering descendants from the Ming era on this island. As Hao De contemplated how to cultivate friendly relations with the thousands of villagers, Che Yin suddenly leaned closer and whispered, "Darling, there's a room inside." Hao De grinned mischievously at her beauty and grace, then took her soft hand, leading her into a room on the first floor, gently closing the door behind them. The other beauties, aware of their intentions, thought to themselves how audacious they were to indulge so freely on unfamiliar territory. Moments later, within the room, Hao De spoke softly. Che Yin replied in a hushed tone. Impressive as expected, Hao De chuckled with a wicked grin. "Darling, I adore you." Che Yan's enchanting face radiated delight. "I adore you too." Hao De gazed at her with immense satisfaction, reveling in the moment. Approximately 9 minutes later, Hao De emerged with a nonchalant demeanor alongside the utterly content Che Yin, returning to the grand hall on the first floor. Su Mei and the other beauties stifled their laughter as they observed the pair rejoining the group. Zhu Woheng's sister, Zhu Jiuzhen, was also present, engaged in lively conversation with Su Mei and the others. Zhu Jiuzhen cast a glance at Hao De, suddenly huffing in a proud manner, clearly having caught wind of the previous exchange between Hao De and Che Yin in the room. She now regarded Hao De as a lecherous villain. Above the valley, the striking beauty of Zhu Jiuzhen's presence captivated all. Noticing her in attendance, Zhu Jiuzhen let out a soft hum, yet he remained composed and unruffled. Instead of initiating conversation, he chose to relax in his seat, delighting in the enchanting dialogue shared among Zhu Jiuzhen, Su Mei, and other lovely ladies. Though he had recently experienced the profound joys of manhood with Che Yin, his mind could not help but wander, contemplating the exhilarating thrill that might arise from engaging with the stunning Zhu Jiuzhen, who remained untouched by the affections of others. Chapter 82. An unusual stimulus after a while. Zhu Wuxing and his two married sisters successively brought over dish after dish. Fish soup, poached fish, pan-fried fish, and sauteed wild vegetables, with the staple being steam buns, of which there was only one for each person. Additionally, several plates of oranges were presented as fruit. Our village has limited resources, so we can only offer this. Please do not take offense, Zhu Wuxing said politely. This is already quite sumptuous. You are too gracious. Hao De replied courteously. He naturally surmised that the villagers primarily relied on fishing for their livelihood. The several boats left by their ancestors should still be in existence. Hence the meal was predominantly fish. As for vegetables, it was likely that they relied on foraging and cultivating wild greens. The staple food consisted of some wheat to produce flour, although the yield of wheat was presumably not high. Living this way, with thousands of people in the village, was evidently no easy feat. The atmosphere was amicable as everyone took their seats. On Hao Da's side, there was naturally Hao De himself, along with Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, Hu Jiaoqian, Lu Qianqian, Zhao, and Ren Xian, Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Bai Yumi Kai Yao Yao, Jing Yi, and Wang Shan. On Zhu Wuxing's side, aside from himself, was his father, Zhu Dingtian, the village chief, and his youngest unmarried sister, Zhu Jiuzhen, who was only 19. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group began to eat and drink in a relatively harmonious atmosphere. Hao De first picked up a piece of pan-fried fish to taste, and immediately noticed that the saltiness was somewhat lacking. It seemed that the village's salt production techniques were quite limited. Upon tasting the dishes, Su Mei and the other beauties also quickly realized the saltiness was rather faint. Yet they remained polite and said nothing, as the hosts were already doing their utmost to entertain. The flavors may seem a bit bland to you. The recent batch of salt from the village has not yet been produced, so salt is somewhat scarce, Zhu Wuxing said apologetically. Light flavors are healthier. Howda smiled in response, then shifted the conversation by asking, do those wild men often come to harass this place? They come around every so often, Zhu Wuxing replied. Mr. Zhu, the weapon you refer to as a fire gun, correct? Our ancestors also left behind some fire guns, but we have run out of ammunition over the years, Zhu Dingtian remarked. What we have here is called a handgun. Allow me to gift you one, along with 100 rounds of ammunition, Howda generously offered, then stood up to retrieve a spare handgun and a package containing 100 rounds of ammunition, handing them to Zhu Dingtian. Oh my, such a precious gift. I cannot accept. Zhu Dingtian quickly declined. Not all. I have several handguns, and the ammunition is more than sufficient. This handgun and 100 rounds are a gift for you, making it much easier for you to deal with the wild men in the future. Howda boldly press the handgun and bullets into Zhu Dingtian's hands. Then I shall accept it. Zhu Dingtian, seeing Howda's sincerity, recognized that having experienced the power of the handgun and such ample ammunition would indeed be of great assistance to the village in their resistance against the invading wild men. Thus expressed his gratitude. Rest assured and accept it. Howda chuckled and resumed his seat. He noticed that after gifting the handgun and ammunition to village chief Zhu Dingtian, the youngest daughter, Zhu Jiuzhen, looked at him with noticeably changed eyes. Previously, she felt a tinge of discomfort in his presence, especially after hearing the ecstatic sounds emanating from the inner room. However, following his generous gift of a handgun and ammunition to her father, her gaze towards him shifted, infused with newfound affection. The others continued to savor the relatively sumptuous lunch, engaging in light-hearted conversation, primarily revolving around the village's fishing and agricultural endeavors, as well as the lives of Howda and the lovely maidens on the nearby beach. Unbeknownst to them, this delightful luncheon came to a fulfilling conclusion. Zhu Wuxing sought Howda's guidance on the use of the handgun, while Zhu Jiuzhen watched with keen interest. Howda provided a brief instruction, then directed Zhu Wuxing and Zhu Jiuzhen to practice firing at a tree in a spacious area of the valley. They soon grasped the basics of handling the firearm. As for mastering marksmanship, practice is undoubtedly essential. Yet both Zhu Wuxing and Zhu Jiuzhen were reluctant to expend their limited ammunition, prompting Howda to refrain from further commentary. Once this activity concluded, Zhu Wuxing warmly invited Howda and the maidens to rest in the 3-story wooden cabin. Howda agreed, relishing the opportunity to unwind after a satisfying meal before continuing their exploration of the remote island. He returned to the cabin, where he and the maidens ascended to a large room on the 2nd floor to rest. The enchanting and alluring Zhao Yan leaned close to his ear, sweetly whispering, "Darling, I wish to be with you." Faced with Zhao Yan's earnest request, Howda felt compelled to acquiesce, and with a mischievous smile, he embraced the soft and fragrant Zhao Yan, leading her to a private room on the 2nd floor. The other maidens, aware of Howda and Zhao Yan's intentions, exhibited a mix of flushed cheeks and composed expressions. In that secluded room, Zhao Yan playfully teased, "You naughty boy, I'll get you for this." As she relished the moment, she playfully pinched him several times. Given the midday lull and ample time at their disposal, it was approximately 30 minutes later when Howda lay back, relaxed, and allowing his thoughts to wander. Zhao Yan appeared utterly satisfied, her demeanor radiating delight. Howda gazed introspectively at the energy storage space above him on the island, which measured roughly 5 meters in all dimensions. Within this space lay a crocodile he had dispatched earlier, remaining in its initial state for several hours, showcasing the impressive preservation capabilities of this energy storage. He pondered the possibility of remote storage or retrieval functions, which would be even more advantageous. Determined to experiment, he quickly extended some of the island's energy to the 3-story villa on the beach, accomplishing the task in an instant, akin to the speed of light. He seized the large barrel of salt he had previously conjured and tossed it into the energy storage space, where it promptly materialized within the transparent cubic area above him. The successful execution of this remote storage operation filled Hao De with immense joy. "Darling," Zhao Yan, nestled comfortably against him, suddenly murmured softly. "What is it?" Hao De inquired, casting a fond gaze at the alluring Zhao Yan. "You are so wicked," she playfully chided. "What have I done that is so wicked?" Hao De humbly questioned. The individual felt utterly languid, devoid of any desire to move, yet it was not unpleasant. Zhao Ai responded with a flirtatious tone, suggesting a moment of rest would suffice. Hao De wore a peculiar smile. Indeed, Zhao Ai, lost in her own rapture, leaned in closer to him, causing her to feel slightly breathless. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. "Hao De, are you in there?" came the melodious voice of Zhu Jiozhen from outside. Hao De, while embracing the warm and delicate Zhao Ai, felt an unexpected thrill upon realizing that the one knocking was the equally enchanting and alluring Zhu Jiozhen, whose figure was both graceful and striking. Chapter 83. Yao Yao radiated joy as Hao De, wearing a mischievous grin, hastily donned his clothing. He gently covered the still languid Zhao and with a blanket before proceeding to open the door. Standing before him was the stunningly pure and graceful Zhu Jiozhen. With a smile, he inquired, "What brings you here? Have I interrupted something delightful?" Peering through the slightly ajar door, Zhu Jiozhen caught a glimpse of Zhao Yan's flushed visage, evidently refreshed. She replied, her cheeks warming, "I just finished. It's not an interruption." Hao De's grin widened at her response. Inwardly cursing him as a lecher, Zhu Jiozhen suppressed her rising heat and continued. "I heard from Su Mei that you have a large barrel of salt. Could you lend some to our village? Our current supply is dwindling, and it will be some time before our next batch is ready. We face serious problems if we go without salt." "No, I won't lend it," Hao De replied playfully. "Humph, if you won't lend it, then forget it," Zhu Jiozhen exclaimed in frustration, turning to leave. "What I meant was to simply give you some salt. No strings attached," Hao De chuckled, stifling his laughter. You are teasing me." Zhu Jiozhen spun around, glaring at him with her captivating eyes. "Indeed, I am teasing you. Don't you find it entertaining?" Hao De laughed. "Not at all." Zhu Jiozhen shot him another glare and asked, "How much salt will you give us?" With a swift extension of his energy, Hao De summoned a large barrel of salt from his storage space, which materialized beside him and Zhu Jiozhen in an instant. Witnessing this display of power, admiration sparkled in Zhu Jiozhen's eyes as she exclaimed, "Oh, so much salt. Bring something to carry it in. Take as much as you need," Hao De replied generously. "All right, I'll be right back," Zhu Jiozhen declared, rushing off for a container. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a small wooden barrel, accompanied by Zhu Ding Tian and Zhu Wuxing excitedly. Zhu Jiozhen began pouring the salt into her container. "Mr. Hao, it's truly remarkable. Just moments after receiving your pistol and bullets, you gift us with this abundant salt," Zhu Ding Tian remarked, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. "I have an abundance of pistols, bullets, and salt. Bestowing them upon you brings me joy as well," Hao De responded with a smile. "How, brother? Should you ever require our assistance, do not hesitate to ask," Zhu Wuxing said, visibly excited. "Certainly," Hao De replied with a grin. After Zhu Jiozhen filled her wooden barrel with salt, Hao De and the lovely ladies prepared to depart the valley. Zhu Ding Tian, Zhu Wuxing, and Zhu Jiozhen enthusiastically offered to escort them out of the village, and together they strode along the main path. As they neared the village exit, Hao De suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on a row of orange trees to his right, their branches adorned with unripe oranges. "Brother Hao, do you wish to eat some oranges? I'll fetch some right away," Zhu Wuxing declared gallantly. "Not quite," Hao De replied with a subtle smile. He extended his right hand, striking a dashing pose as he channeled his energy. In a flash, the orange trees grew taller and sturdier. Soon, the oranges on the trees multiplied and swelled in size. Before long, a row of orange trees had grown to over 2 meters tall, each adorned with approximately 100 ripe, orange-hued fruits. Zhu Dingtian, Zhu Wuxing, Zhu Jiozhen, and other nearby villagers were utterly astonished, hardly able to believe their eyes. In contrast, Su Mei and the other beauties maintained a composed demeanor, accustomed as they were to Hao De's extraordinary abilities. With a mere extension of his energy, Howda plucked a colossal orange from the tree and handed it to Zhu Wuxing with a smile, encouraging him to taste it. Delighted, Zhu Wuxing quickly peeled the giant orange and sampled a segment. "It's exquisite," he exclaimed. Zhu Dingtian, Zhu Jiuzhen, and several villagers who had gathered also savored the fruit, each displaying unmistakable pleasure. After showcasing such a remarkable feat, Howda clasped his fists in respect to Zhu Dingtian, Zhu Wuxing, Zhu Jiuzhen, and the villagers, signaling his intention to depart the valley. "Do come by when you have the chance." Zhu Wuxing and the others warmly invited. "Certainly," Howda replied with a hearty laugh. Zhu Jiuzhen exchanged a few words with her father and brother before hastening to catch up with Howda and the other beauties. "How'd it go? May I join you on your excursion?" she inquired eagerly, drawing alongside him. "Have your father and brother given their consent?" Howda replied with a smile. "Yes." Zhu Jiuzhen nodded adorably. "You are most welcome," Howda declared. "Thank you," she responded joyfully, moving to stand beside Su Mei and the other beauties, clearly having grown familiar with them. Howda chuckled to himself, contemplating how delightful it would be to also have the charming and graceful Zhu Jiuzhen as part of his entourage. The group ascended the mountain, chatting and laughing, and soon emerged from the valley. It was just past 1 in the afternoon, leaving ample time for continued exploration. As they trekked further, they began to hear the sound of cascading water. That's a small waterfall with a crystal-clear pool beneath, perfect for swimming, Zhu Jiuzhen cheerfully described, being quite familiar with the area. "Oh, let's go swimming there," Su Mei exclaimed excitedly. "It's the perfect way to cool off after our climb." Xie Yin chimed in with enthusiasm. "Ha! I love swimming." Qi Yinging piped up joyfully. "I enjoy games too. I'll join you all in the water shortly," Howda said with a teasing grin. "We certainly have no objections, but remember, a Zhen is not yet your woman," Lu Yijiao teased lightly. Zhu Jiuzhen blushed at Howda's presence, clearly still grappling with the idea of swimming alongside him. Meanwhile, the lively and graceful Yao Yao leaned close to Howda and whispered, "Darling, while they swim, you and I." Howda nodded with a mischievous smile before addressing the beauties. "You all swim first. I have other matters to attend to." Alda, you're up to no good again," Qi Yinging playfully chided. "Howda, you truly are remarkable. You've kept us entertained all this time," Lu Yijiao teased with a laugh. "Rest assured, everyone has their opportunity." Howda, with a composed demeanor, indulged in a moment of self-satisfaction. "Howda, you are quite mischievous," Su Mei exclaimed in a teasing tone. "I am a person of integrity," Howda replied, feigning innocence. "Get lost," the group of beauties collectively chided. Thus, they proceeded towards the sound of a small waterfall, turning a corner after a while, and were greeted by a refreshing breeze. A petite waterfall and a crystal-clear pool appeared not far off. The group of beauties joyfully approached the water's edge, and upon noticing the absence of others, they giggled and began to disrobe in preparation for swimming. Meanwhile, Howda and Yao Yao retreated behind a sturdy tree not far from the pool, coordinating seamlessly as they observed. Zhu Jiuzhen, feeling a mix of shyness and anticipation, couldn't help but glance back towards Howda. Chapter 84. The scene in the water behind the relatively thick tree, Yao Yao whispered playfully, "Shall we go for a swim later?" Alda joyfully suggested, "Absolutely. It's just the right time to refresh ourselves in the water." "Dearest, it feels simply divine," Yao Yao expressed, her face radiating ecstasy. "Indeed, it is a must." Howda chuckled, his pride swelling. "Darling, you are quite something," Yao Yao remarked with a mischievous smile. "As your name suggests," Howda replied nonchalantly, putting on an air of composure. Approximately 9 minutes later, the decisive Howda emerged leisurely from behind the thick tree with the immensely satisfied Yao Yao. Striding towards the small waterfall's pool, Su Mei, Qian, Liu Yizhao, Qi Yinging, El Livui, Wu Zhaoqian, Li Qianqian, Caoan, Ring Qian, Miaorong, Kong Jing, Qin Baiyu, Mi Kai, Jing Yi, Wang Shan, and Zhu Jiuzhen were all frolicking in the pool, approximately 6 feet deep, their laughter echoing merrily. Although the water reached a depth of about 6 feet, its clarity allowed Howda to gaze upon the enchanting figures within, including Zhu Jiuzhen, who was not yet his. "Don't look this way," Zhu Jiuzhen suddenly exclaimed playfully from the water. "Understood," Alda schukled. deliberately casting a few more glances in her direction. You rogue! Zhu Jiuzhen exclaimed in mock outrage, feeling flustered as he openly acknowledged her while his eyes lingered on her. Internally, she berated him as a lecherous scoundrel. The situation escalated further when Yao Yao entered the water, prompting Hao to swiftly strip down and join her. Zhu Jiuzhen hurriedly took refuge among the other ladies, nearly positioning herself directly beneath the waterfall. "Oh, the naughty one is coming," Qi Ying exclaimed, teasingly as Hao plunged into the water. Ying, with such audacity. "Let me show you how to behave." Hao replied with a grin, swimming towards her. "Please, I've been enduring for 2 days." Qi Ying giggled in playful surrender. "Fear not, I shall merely embrace you," he reassured her affectionately. "Darling, I want a hug too." Lu Yijiao pouted from the water. "All right, 1 minute with Ying, then a minute with you," Hao planned meticulously. "Me too, dear." Eshu Mai tiamed in playfully. "Okay, you're third in line," Hao declared with satisfaction. Zhu Jiuzhen watched in bemusement, realizing not only was Hao a notorious rogue, but the newfound friends Su Mei and others were equally audacious. She felt as though she had boarded a pirate ship. While Hao and the lovely ladies reveled in the refreshing pool, several deer approached, observing the merriment before drinking from a nearby spot. "Look, dear, there are deer!" Su Mei exclaimed excitedly as it was her turn to be embraced by Hao. "Let them be," he replied with a smile. However, shortly after the deer departed, a pack of wolves appeared to drink, instantly heightening the vigilance of Hao and the beautiful women around him. Indeed, after quenching their thirst, the wolves did not depart, but instead approached the edge of the water pool, their eyes gleaming with a menacing green light as they fixated on the individuals within the water. Had everyone not been submerged, it was likely they would have lunged at once. "Get lost! Do you hear me?" Hao coldly commanded the wolves. In the water, Zhu Jiuzhen could only respond with a low growl. The wolves, seemingly incensed by Hao Da's words, erupted into a collective howl of protest. Suddenly, Hao found himself wielding a submachine gun, aimed directly at the wolves gathered by the water's edge. However, the wolves appeared oblivious to the weapon's significance. One wolf leapt forward, aiming to pounce on the group in the water. Amidst the instinctive screams of the beautiful women, Hao initially intended to shoot the wolf, but then he conceived an alternative strategy and swiftly executed it. To his astonishment, the leaping wolf vanished into thin air. The other wolves that followed suit also disappeared in the blink of an eye. What on earth is happening? The women, though accustomed to Hao Da's remarkable abilities, were nonetheless intrigued by this turn of events. Can you guess? Hao smiled enigmatically. At that moment, the submachine gun in his hands also vanished. "Oh, I understand now. It's the space where you concealed the crocodile?" Qi Ying was the quickest to respond. Upon realizing her deduction, Hao willed the 5-meter cubic energy storage space to materialize above them. Indeed, the previously aggressive wolves were now contained within, alongside the earlier crocodile, a barrel of salt, and an array of weaponry, including submachine guns, hand grenades, and more. "Brother Hao, did you remotely bring over so many weapons from the villa?" Lu Qianqian inquired, her intelligence shining through. "Indeed, Alda Shuklet. Remote storage, one impressive function. Qian prized. Absolutely remarkable." Hao beamed with pride. Zhu Jiuzhen gazed at the translucent cube floating above, somewhat bewildered by the sight of the wolves inside. Hao, with a mere thought, made the energy storage space invisible once more, visible only to him, seeing how to effortlessly resolve the threat posed by the wolves. The beautiful women felt a renewed sense of safety and joy as they splashed about in the water. They enthusiastically took turns being embraced by their shared husband, Hao, as they frolicked in the pool. However, when it was Jing Yi's turn to sit upon Hao, a minute had passed, and she remained atop him, her expression one of utter bliss. "My heavens, what a pair of scandalous lovers!" Qi Ying exclaimed, glancing into the water, clearly aware of what Hao and Jing Yi were engaged in. "Ying, I am also your husband. How can you liken me to a dog?" Hao replied, perched on a large stone in the pool, while the stunningly graceful Jing Yi smiled mischievously at Qi Ying. "Oomph, I just want to hit you." Qi Ying retorted playfully, making a small splash towards Jing Yi. Yet, Given Hao Da's stature, her efforts to unsettle Jing Yi were in vain. Ying, what are you doing? She's quite comfortable. Jing Yi couldn't help but interject. Jing Yi, you are quite the flirt. Ying shot back. How? My dear husband simply adores my allure. Jing Yi replied with a satisfied smile. On the far left, Zhu Jiuzhen appeared somewhat desensitized to the scene. Approximately 9 minutes later, Hao remained comfortably seated on the large stone in the tranquil pool, his gaze profound as he allowed his thoughts to wander. Jing Yi, radiating charm and utter contentment, continued to revel in the sensation of Hao beneath her in the water. Chapter 85. Another valley. Is it over yet? Lu Yijiao swam over to Hao Da and Jing Yi, playfully inquiring. Let Jia answer that, Hao Da suggested, leaning closer to Jing Yi. I'm quite satisfied. Jing Yi replied with a charming smile. What a pair of lovebirds. Lu Yijiao teased, playfully pinching Hao Da to vent her frustration. Oh, although swimming in this heat is delightful, after such a prolonged duration, I'm starting to feel a bit dazed. Hao Da, what shall we do next? Lu Qianqian swam over to Hao Da and spoke sweetly. What lies behind that little waterfall? Hao Da turned his gaze to the small waterfall on the left side of the pool and replied with a smile. Behind the little waterfall is a river that connects to this pool. Zhu Jiuzhen, who was just beneath the waterfall, informed them. Then let us swim behind the little waterfall and see where it leads us, Hao Da joyfully proposed. That's a splendid idea, Ying exclaimed with enthusiasm. Ha, how fun. What about our clothes? Yin glanced back at the shore. That is easily resolved, Hao Da replied with a smile. And with a mere thought, all the clothes of the beautiful women on the shore instantly vanished into his energy storage space. Thus, Hao Da led the way into the river behind the little waterfall, with the beautiful women following him, chatting and laughing, clearly intrigued by the adventure ahead. Surely, there aren't any crocodiles in this water? Zhao Ai couldn't help but voice her concern after swimming for a while. The light in this river has dimmed considerably. I can no longer see what lies beneath, she added. Upon hearing this, the other beautiful women instinctively felt a chill run down their spines. After all, no one wished to be suddenly devoured by a lurking crocodile. Fear not, we all possess an automatic defensive layer. If anyone is frightened, they can simply poke themselves to find out. How to reassure them. Upon receiving this comfort, the beautiful women each playfully poked themselves several times, only to be bounced back, as the automatic defensive layer enveloped their graceful bodies, providing them with a sense of security. It is worth mentioning that although the lovely and pure Zhu Jiuzhen had yet to officially become Hao Da's woman, she was, at the very least, a member of this team. Thus, when she first joined, Hao Da had already established the automatic defensive layer around her. Despite this invisible protection making Zhu Jiuzhen feel that Hao Da was quite formidable, she still regarded him as a great lecher. After all, just today, she had inadvertently or intentionally caught glimpses of him with Zhao Ai, Yao Yao, and Jing Yi. The group of beautiful women eagerly followed Hao Da as they swam further ahead, when suddenly they encountered an invisible and immense resistance. However, the river continued to flow. What is going on? Ying exclaimed. It seems we cannot pass, Yin analyzed. Shall we turn back? Given such significant resistance, it seems the other side of the river must hold great amusement. I remarked. How what are your thoughts? Yao Yao inquired sweetly. Previously, she had been behind a rather stout tree, where Hao Da experienced both exquisite pleasure and complete relaxation. However, she has since recovered significantly. An idea struck me, and I must attempt it to ascertain its viability, Hao Da remarked with a deep gaze. Darling, feel free to experiment with me. Lu Yijiao replied with a playful laugh. Lu Yijiao is getting frisky again. Ying could not help but exclaim. No one is as provocative as you. Lu Yijiao retorted decisively. You are not only flirtatious, but also lewd. Ying countered. With a mere thought, Hao Da transported himself and the beautiful women to the energy storage space on the deserted island, where only he could move freely while the others remained frozen in place. Another thought from Hao Da, and they vanished from the storage space, reappearing on the other side of the immense, unseen resistance in the water. Oh, it seems we have arrived. What just happened? As they emerged from the storage space into the water, the women regained their awareness. with Lu Yijiao being the first to exclaim with a charming voice. I utilized a method to bring everyone to the previously observed storage space, but you were all immobilized inside. Then, I transported everyone to this side of the unseen resistance. How to explain with a smile. Alda, your storage space has such diverse functions. Sume praised him with a playful laugh. It's just average, ranking third in the galaxy. Howda humbly responded. Testing the waters behind him, he discovered that a significant unseen resistance also existed in that direction. Fortunately, he had the energy storage space to ensure their return. Otherwise, they would be in dire straits. Let us continue swimming forward. Howda declared passionately, leading the way. Huh, how exhilarating. Ren Xian responded with delight. It seems that about 50 meters ahead is the river's exit. Miao Rong exclaimed excitedly. Thus, Howda and the beautiful women swam eagerly towards the exit. Given the short distance, they arrived in no time. As they emerged from the exit, the scenery opened up magnificently. They found themselves in a valley filled with melodious birdsong and fragrant blossoms, surrounded by trees, yet no other people were in sight. The river appeared to traverse the entire valley. Howda stood up, completely unclothed, surveying his surroundings while deliberately turning to glance at the towering stone walls along the river. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Jiuzhen felt her cheeks flush and frowned. This was the second time she had observed him living up to his name. Her imagination wandered, contemplating what it would be like to be with him. She imagined herself succumbing to the same fate as Zhao and Yao Yao and Jing Yi, but quickly forced herself to halt those thoughts, internally scolding herself for not wanting to be ensnared by the lecherous Howda. What was she thinking? Alda, parading around without any clothes is quite improper. Qi Yingying teased with a playful laugh. Consider yourselves fortunate to feast your eyes. Howda replied with a mischievous grin. Feast my eyes, my foot. It's utterly grotesque. Che Yin retorted with laughter. Yin, back when you were utterly captivated by me. Howda chuckled wickedly. No more of that. You rascal. The beautiful and charming Che Yin found herself in a state of mild exasperation. Howda, brimming with pride, laughed heartily as he stepped onto the shore. You scoundrel, quickly return our clothes. The lovely ladies still in the water exclaimed with indignation. You could easily climb out like this. Howda observed them in the river with keen interest. Hurry up, or I shall flatten you. Qi Yingying retorted in a vexed tone. Oh, I'm so frightened of being flattened. Howda laughed, even more triumphantly. I really want to hit him. Zhu Jiuzhen couldn't contain her feelings. Come and strike me then, Howda teased, becoming even more exhilarated. Lu Yijiao, unable to endure any longer, dashed onto the shore, her hands vigorously pinching Howda. Following her lead, the spirited Qi Yingying, Zhao An, and Ren Xian also charged onto the shore, fiercely pinching Howda in unison. After this lively outburst from the four beauties, they finally wore satisfied expressions. Suddenly, faint footsteps echoed from a distance. Chapter 86. Wang Shan's invitation quickly. Give us your clothes. Qi Yingying, Lu Yijiao, Zhao, and Ren Xian exclaimed in a flurry of urgency, pressing against him and playfully pinching him. How Dazarin, wishing to avoid being seen by others, summoned from the energy storage space on the deserted island the clothing he had previously stowed away. As he hastily donned his attire, he pondered the identity of the approaching footsteps in the distance. Once Howda and the beautiful women had swiftly dressed, the footsteps grew ever closer, revealing two wild men wielding wooden spears emerging from around the bend. The sight of so many exquisite, alluring women behind had to cause the wild men's eyes to gleam with intensity as they strode forward with purpose. Sensing their unfriendly demeanor, Howda summoned a submachine gun from the energy storage space, gripping it firmly as he aimed at the advancing wild men. To his astonishment, the wild men ignored the weapon entirely, continuing to approach while chattering in a provocative manner in their native tongue. Realizing their reckless disregard, Howda hesitated no longer and fired a shot from the submachine gun, striking one wild man in the left shoulder and the other in the right. Yet, much like the wild man he had encountered on the beach, their wounds healed almost instantaneously. The beautiful women behind Howda gasped in shock at the sight of the seemingly unharmed wild men. Undeterred, Howda aimed again, this time targeting the heads of the wild men, now merely 3 meters away. Even after sustaining multiple shots to the head, their injuries mended swiftly, their expressions shifting to one of disdain and mockery, as if silently conveying, "You're still too inexperienced." Suddenly, the submachine gun vanished, replaced by a rocket launcher. With a resounding boom, the rocket was launched, striking the wild men who were now just over 2 meters away, obliterating them instantly. Satisfied with his swift resolution, Howdah returned the rocket launcher to the energy storage space. Witnessing the demise of the wild men, the beautiful women regained their spirits, resuming their leisurely exploration of the picturesque valley filled with trees, rivers, birdsong, and floral fragrances. After a short while, they stumbled upon a small cave, approximately 1 meter high, over a meter long and wide. The enchanting Ren Qian leaned close to Howdah and whispered playfully, "Darling, in that little cave." With a mischievous grin, Howdah and Ren Qian made their way toward the cave, while the other women, well aware of their intentions, settled down to rest and wait. Meanwhile, Zhu Jiuzhen felt her cheeks flush as she scolded Howdah internally for his lecherous ways. Inside the cave, facing the alluring and slender Ren Qian, Howdah feigned innocence and asked in a soft voice, "Is it tiring to stand like this?" Ren Qian replied coyly, her voice a gentle melody. The others listened intently as Howdah chuckled mischievously. "Well, let them listen." Ren Qian laughed in response. Approximately 9 minutes later, Howdah and Ren Qian emerged from the small cave, making their way to the gathering of beautiful women, where they took a moment to rest. This location was a grassy expanse, not far from the river they had encountered earlier. "Howdah, dear husband, today you must indulge each of us," Lu Yijiao teased playfully. "Of course, it is essential," Howdah replied with a calm demeanor. "Umph, you lecherous scoundrel." Zhu Jiuzhen could not help but exclaim. "I am a respectable person," Howdah replied innocently. "Begone," Zhu Jiuzhen retorted, her pride evident. "Ajun, your voice is truly delightful," Howdah remarked with a mischievous grin. Zhu Jiuzhen turned away, choosing to ignore him. "Howdah, dear husband, do bring out some snacks for us. After swimming and walking, I am quite famished," Su Meijiao said playfully, sitting closely beside him. "No problem," Howdah responded with a smile. With a mere thought, he summoned a large bag of spicy dried tofu, spicy fish, broad beans, and various snacks and beverages from the 3-story villa on the beach into his energy storage space on the deserted island. He then produced an array of snacks and drinks, which appeared before them on the grassy ground. The beautiful women giggled as they eagerly grabbed the snacks and drinks, indulging themselves in a joyous feast. Even Zhu Jiuzhen did not hold back. Howdah also took a bag of spicy dried tofu and a bottle of purified water, leisurely enjoying his meal in the grass. "How about we share some jokes while we eat?" Lu Yijiao suggested cheerfully. "Sounds good. Who goes first?" Howdah replied with a smile. "I will," Lu Yijiao declared with a giggle. However, after several seconds of silence, she had yet to tell a joke. "Lu Yijiao, where is your joke?" Qi Yingying, munching on broad beans and sipping cola, could not resist asking. "My joke is that silence speaks volumes," Lu Yijiao declared proudly. "What if I want to hit you?" Qi Yingying retorted. "Howdah, Qi Yingying want to hit me." Lu Yijiao immediately sought assistance from Howdah. "It's fine. Who knows which of you would prevail?" Howdah laughed in response. Just as he finished speaking, he was simultaneously pinched fiercely by both Qi Yingying and Lu Yijiao, who were seated beside him. "Let me tell a joke." Qi Yingying, having vented her frustration, said with satisfaction, "There's a fish in the river. It is enormous." And then, "Elle vit incroyable modestie." "The joke is finished," Qi Yingying replied. "Where's the punchline?" LV Hui pressed further. "You must comprehend it yourselves," Qi Yingying answered. "Then I will share one as well," LV Hui said. "Go ahead," Qi Yingying encouraged. "There is a bird in the tree. It is quite flamboyant," LV Hui announced. "Is that all?" Hu Jiaoqian asked. "Indeed," LV Hui replied with a serious expression. "The punchline is for you to interpret?" Miao Rong asked. "Exactly," LV Hui responded with an expression that conveyed intelligence. "These jokes are quite amusing," Kong Jing praised. "Indeed, they're so good that they evoke no laughter at all," Howdah commented, just after his assessment. He was once again pinched vigorously by Qi Yingying and LV Hui. The group sat upon the verdant grass, indulging in sustenance and exchanging jovial tales. After a brief respite, they rose to continue their journey, traversing the expansive valley that lay before them. Approximately 30 minutes later, they rounded a bend, and in the distance, a courtyard enclosed by a wall came into view, featuring several quaint, low-rise, ancient-style buildings. Is it possible for such structures to exist in this place? Qi Yingying exclaimed in astonishment. Let's venture inside. It should be quite delightful. Su Mei replied with a playful laugh. The houses within that wall appear well-maintained. Surely, someone resides there. Who might they be? Che Yin mused, her gaze deep and contemplative as she looked toward the distant structures. Let us go and see. Howda responded with a smile. Thus, Howda and the group of enchanting maidens made their way toward the walled courtyard. As they walked, the charming and pure Wang Shan leaned close to Howda's ear and, with a voice that sent shivers down his spine, whispered, "Darling, later in that courtyard's house." Faced with Wang Shan's earnest request, Howda felt compelled to oblige her. Chapter 87. The Splendor of the Courtyard after approximately 9 minutes. Howda and the enchanting ladies arrived at the grand iron gate of the walled courtyard. The surroundings were enveloped in tranquility, imbuing everyone with a peculiar sensation, as if they had traversed back to ancient times. Yet, the sky remained a brilliant blue, and the trees and weeds underfoot were as they had always been. Howda approached the imposing gate with composure, gently rapping on it. After a brief interval, the gate creaked open slightly, revealing a man resembling a servant, who gazed at Howda with a hint of confusion. As we traverse this area and witness the exquisite scenery of your esteemed courtyard, we wish to inquire if we might enter for a visit, Howda articulated, attempting a refined tone. Please hold on. I must seek my master's consent, the servant replied, delicately closing the door. It appeared he was off to consult his superior. Moments later, the gate swung open once more, this time revealing not only the servant, but also a jovial-looking man, resembling a local magnate. I am Shangwan Shenkai. May I ask your esteemed surname? The man inquired, glancing between Howda and the lovely ladies behind him. My surname is Hao, and these ladies are my wives and concubines, Howda responded with a smile. While the other beauties had no objections to his claim, Zhu Jiuzhen appeared somewhat perturbed, silently questioning when she had become one of Howda's wives or concubines. This scoundrel is jesting with words, she thought. Mr. Hao, you are indeed a person of great wealth and prestige. Shangwan Shenkai exclaimed with a grin. Your presence graces my humble abode. Please do come in. Thus, Howda and the captivating ladies entered the walled courtyard, where Shangwan Shenkai guided them in appreciating the verdant trees, blossoming flowers, tranquil ponds, and charming bridges. Subsequently, he led them into a grand hall where a servant poured fragrant tea for each guest. After a leisurely tea session, Shangwan Shenkai remarked, I have 5 young daughters, all unmarried, but their ages are akin to those of Mr. Hao's wives and concubines. Perhaps I could summon them to join you. The proximity in age may spark engaging conversations. That sounds delightful, Howda replied with a smile, secretly hoping that Shangwan Shenkai's daughters were exceptionally beautiful. Seated beside him, Su Mei and Qi Yingying seemed to sense his mischievous thoughts. As soon as Shangwan Shenkai stepped out, they immediately pinched him playfully with their delicate hands. Meanwhile, Wang Shan, who had previously invited Howda to the courtyard, noticed that she had yet to have an opportunity to engage with him. Thus, she cast him a fleeting glance, seeking temporary solace. Just as everyone pondered the appearances of Shangwan Shenkai's 5 daughters, 5 remarkably beautiful and elegantly poised young women entered the hall, smiling gently at the assembly before gracefully taking their seats at the large table where everyone was gathered. Greetings, I am Shangwan Yutu. One of the lovely women introduced herself with a radiant smile. Hello, I am Shangwan Yuhua. The second enchanting lady chimed in with a flirtatious grin. Greetings, I am Shangwan Yulu. The third beauty giggled as she introduced herself. Hello, I am Shangwan Yuqian. The fourth young woman said with a soft smile. Greetings, I am Shangwan Yujiao. The fifth enchanting young woman introduced herself with a charming smile. Hello, I am Hao. They're all my wives and concubines. Hao Dali remarked with a slight smile. Upon hearing Hao Dali's teasing words, Zhu Jiozhen felt a sudden urge to retaliate. In truth, Hao Dali did not intend to flirt. He simply sought a more concise introduction. To mention that all the other beauties were his wives and concubines would only serve to highlight her disconnection. Mr. Hao, you are indeed fortunate to have so many beautiful wives and concubines. Shangguan Yutu exclaimed with a playful laugh. You flatter me. Hao Dali replied, beaming with pride. Mr. Hao, with such a multitude of lovely wives and concubines, can you manage? Shangguan Yuhua asked, her tone unmistakably flirtatious. Of course, Hao Dali responded seriously, despite sensing her playful nature. Meanwhile, Su Mei and the other beauties had begun to regard these 5 charming young women with a certain wariness, as they radiated vitality. Indeed, Hao Dali replied, maintaining his composure. Allow me to play a tune to elevate the spirits, Shangguan Yuqian suggested with a lovely smile. We shall dance to entertain, Shangguan Yutu, Shangguan Yuhua. Shangguan Yulu and Shangguan Yujiao chimed in unison. Splendid, Hao Dali exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. This drew the attention of Su Mei and Shi Yingying, who discreetly toyed with him nearby. Thus, Shangguan Yuqian began to play the pipa, while Shangguan Yutu, Shangguan Yuhua, Shangguan Yulu, and Shangguan Yujiao gracefully danced in harmony. However, both Hao Dali and the beauties quickly discerned the lascivious undertones in the pipa melody and the suggestive nature of the dance, yet chose to remain silent about their insights. Upon the completion of the performance, the 5 enchanting young women suggested that the rooms in the hall were available for resting, and with alluring smiles, they departed. Once they left, Wang Shan, who had previously arranged to meet with Hao Dali, entered with a flushed face, eagerly pulling him into one of the rooms. The earlier pipa performance and dance had ignited her desire to be intimately close with him. Meanwhile, Su Mei and the other beauties did not remain idle in the hall. As they retreated to other rooms to rest, Hao Dali and Wang Shan entered a room adorned with antique charm. He gently closed and locked the door behind them. Observing the room, he noted the vintage bed, the antiquated bedding, the wooden table, and several chairs, all exuding an old-world elegance. The wooden window, securely closed, also contributed to the room's antique allure, leaving him with an extraordinary sensation of having traversed back in time. Seeing Wang Shan's eager anticipation, Hao Dali naturally acquiesced to her wishes. However, an unexpected situation arose. Hao Dali found himself momentarily bewildered, yet he maintained his composure. Young Master Hao, you are indeed formidable, Shangguan Yutu remarked. Have you had your way with her? Hao Dali replied, does that matter? A smile graced Shangguan Yutu's lips. Suddenly, Hao Dali discovered. While still feeling a bit dazed, he retained an air of nonchalance. Young Master Hao, with such prowess, might one become one of your beautiful wives or concubines? Shangguan Yuhua inquired. Are you human or something else? Hao inquired with great necessity. Does it truly matter? Shangguan Yuhu replied with a playful laugh. After a while, as time passed, eventually, after a considerable duration, Hao embraced the utterly satisfied Wang Shan, observing her transformation back into her charming and youthful self. He found himself questioning the events that had just transpired. Chapter 88. A dramatic change on the beach, my dear husband. Being with you is truly delightful. Wang Shan exclaimed, her voice tinged with sweetness. Indeed, it is essential, Hao replied with a mischievous grin. However, he sensed something peculiar earlier. A hint of confusion flickered across Wang Shan's radiant face. What was strange? Hao inquired, wrapping his arms around her soft form. It felt as though I was oscillating between consciousness and unconsciousness during our intimate moments. Continuously alternating between awareness and oblivion, Wang Shan attempted to articulate her experience. It may be that my touches were simply too pleasurable for you, Hao conjectured. Although he was aware that her fluctuating state of awareness was likely due to the influence of Shangguan Yutu, Shangguan Yuhua, Shangguan Yulu, Shangguan Yuqian, and Shangguan Yujiao, who might have invaded her consciousness in turns, it was evident that Wang Shan remained blissfully unaware of this. Perhaps, she conceded, feeling reassured by Hao Da's analysis, and she nestled closer to him with a sense of contentment. Suddenly, Qi Yingying's voice rang out from outside the door. Bad husband, is it not over yet? What does Yingying want? Hao responded calmly, still holding the enchanting Wang Shan close. We wish to play poker, mahjong, or chess in the courtyard? Came the melodious voice of Su Mei from outside. Understood, Hao Da replied with a smile. With a mere thought, he summoned the poker, mahjong, and chess sets from the three-story villa on the beach into his energy storage space on the deserted island, neatly packaged in 3 bags. Another mental command sent these bags, containing mahjong, poker, and chess, into the hands of Qi Yingying and Su Mei outside the door. Oh, we have mahjong, poker, and chess to play. Qi Yingying and Su Mei chimed joyfully before heading into the courtyard to engage in their entertainment. Husband, you are so impressive. You retrieved those items remotely again. Did you not? Wang Shan praised him with a soft voice. Merely a basic operation, Hao Da replied nonchalantly, trying to maintain an air of modesty. You're a rascal. I feel so relaxed that I wish to continue lying here in your embrace. Wang Shan playfully chided. Very well, let's remain this way. As time is ours to arrange freely, Hao Da replied affectionately. Will this be inappropriate? After all, we are guests in someone else's home. Wang Shan expressed a hint of concern. Not all. Listen closely. The host's 5 daughters are also outside in the courtyard, enjoying mahjong, poker, and chess with Su Mei. Hao Da reassured her. Upon hearing his words, Wang Shan felt an overwhelming sense of joy and relaxed even further against him. Meanwhile, Hao Da and the beautiful women were enjoying their time in the courtyard of the house nestled in the valley, while other survivors on the beach were living their own lives. As Hao Da had yet to inform them that this deserted island belonged to an alternate time-space relative to Earth, they continued to await the arrival of rescue teams. However, from the break of dawn until now, past 3 in the afternoon, no rescue team had appeared. Naturally, these survivors could not afford to simply wait. They all needed food, water, and shelter. Lu Fuguwei and his team of approximately 30 ventured out to sea in the morning, using their fishing nets to catch some fish. Upon their return, the 30 women, despite the absence of 2 pivotal members, Jing Yi and Wang Shan, persevered in their daily lives. They once again rented the fishing boat from Lu Fuguwei's team and ventured out to sea, casting their nets to catch some fish. Following their return, other teams also opted to lease the same boat, successfully bringing back additional fish. For these survivors, the daily catch served as their primary sustenance, directly influencing their chances of survival. Thus, setting sail on the fishing boat was of utmost importance. It must be acknowledged that Hao Da's ability to conjure the fishing boat and lease it to these survivors was indeed a commendable act. Naturally, as a person of high moral standing, engaging in good deeds was a fundamental aspect of his character. Although some individuals, such as Zheng Gangpao, Qian Fu, and Zhang Haoan, were inclined to repay kindness with malice, Hao Da endeavored to remain unaffected by such malevolence. The inherent wickedness of those with malicious intentions often surfaced at the slightest provocation. For instance, that afternoon, Zheng Gangpao, accompanied by a group of temporary followers, stood with nefarious intent before the newly constructed 2-story wooden platform of the 30 women, their eyes glimmering as they gazed at the women engaged in chores outside the wooden house. Despite the absence of Jing, Yi, and Wang Shan, who had become Hao Da's companions, several young and beautiful women remained in the group, including Shui Meijiao, who was washing clothes with a wooden tub in front of the house. Zheng Gangpao, having taken note of the exquisite and elegant Shui Meijiao, felt emboldened by Hao Da's absence, who had departed early that morning with the lovely women to explore the deserted island. He stood before the wooden house, admiring Shui Meijiao's graceful movements as she washed her clothes, and then, with a lewd grin, he called out to her, "Hey, beautiful, you look absolutely stunning." Shui Meijiao, lifting her head to glance at Zheng Gangpao, felt a flicker of fear but maintained her composure, choosing to ignore him as she continued with her task. She thought to herself that with so many people from her team present, alongside others from a different group, and even more from Lu Fuguwei's team behind them, Zheng Gangpao would surely refrain from any inappropriate behavior in broad daylight. However, she underestimated his shamelessness and audacity. Infuriated by her apparent disdain, Zheng Gangpao strode over and kicked the wooden tub she was using, sending it tumbling over. "Curse it, you shameless hussy. What are you pretending for? I compliment you. And you ignore me? You're asking for it." Zheng Gangpao spat venomously. Enraged, Shui Meijiao stood up, glaring at him, nearly fainting from anger. At that moment, several other women from her team, who were also busy near the wooden house, unitedly shouted at Zheng Gangpao, "Do not push your luck. And what if I do? Come at me." Zheng Gangpao retorted dismissively, casting a scornful glance at the women, while his temporary followers displayed mocking expressions. Shui Meijiao suddenly seized the axe from the hands of a female teammate beside her, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Zheng Gangpao, who stood approximately 2 meters away. "Get lost, or do not blame me for being impolite," she commanded. "Oof. You think brandishing an axe makes you invincible? Come on, come and chop me," Zheng Gangpao retorted defiantly. Witnessing such audacity from him, Shui Meijiao felt a fierce urge to cleave him in two with the axe. However, she restrained herself, aware that her aim might falter, and should she miss, the axe could fall into his hands, leading to dire consequences. Thus, she maintained a defensive stance, gripping the axe tightly. At that moment, a young man named Mahi, who had been constructing a 2-story wooden cabin with his team, approached with a chainsaw in hand and shouted at Zheng Gangpao, "Get lost. Did you hear me?" He was one of Shui Meijiao's secret admirers, and upon witnessing her being harassed, his blood surged with indignation, prompting him to brandish the rented chainsaw in defiance. "What of it if you have a chainsaw? If you have the guts, come and saw me," Zheng Gangpao retorted sharply at Mahi. Chapter 89. The Demands of the Jade Rabbit Mock. Witnessing the audacity of Zheng Gangpao felt a surge of determination, especially with his secret admiration, Shui Meijiao, watching intently. He promptly switched on the buzzing chainsaw, gripping it tightly with both hands, his expression steely as he approached Zheng Gangpao, hoping to intimidate this insufferable man. However, Zheng Gangpao appeared utterly oblivious to the concept of fear, continuing to taunt Mock. "You fool. Come and saw me." Unable to restrain himself any longer, Mock quickened his pace, charging at Zheng Gangpao with a roaring chainsaw in hand. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. After all, a chainsaw is no trifling matter. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Zheng Gangpao swiftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful kick that sent Mock sprawling to the ground, the chainsaw clattering beside him. Without hesitation, Zheng Gangpao planted a foot on Mock's face, grinding his shoe against it while vociferously berating him. "Dare to use a chainsaw against me? You're still too green. When I was single-handedly taking on a whole street, you were probably still in your diaper. How dare you challenge me? You imbecile. You fool." Mock writhed helplessly on the ground, his face pressed down by Zheng Gangpao's foot, while several of Zheng's lackeys pinned him down, rendering him completely immobile. "Let him go," Shui Meijiao shouted angrily. Although she was unaware of Mock's feelings for her, she recognized that he had stood up for her, and she could not remain a bystander. "Let him go." Zheng Gangpao smirked at Shui Meijiao, his expression lewd. "First, let us see your sincerity. Strip for me. Show me your body." Shui Meijiao felt a wave of indignation wash over her. "You refuse to strip? Huh?" Zheng Gangpao's face hardened as he gestured to one of his lackeys, pointing at the still buzzing chainsaw. The lackey immediately picked it up and handed it to him. Zheng Gangpao took the chainsaw, deliberately bringing it closer to Mock's neck. Not intending to kill him, he knew that if he did, Hao Dei would surely retaliate. Instead, he sought merely to terrify Mock and the gathered crowd. Mock struggled violently on the ground, yet remained utterly powerless. "No!" Shui Meijiao cried out in desperation. The thought of Mock dying because of her filled her with dread and guilt. Then quickly strip. Zheng Gangpao paused the chainsaw's movement, leering at Shui Meijiao. Gritting her teeth, she swiftly removed her outer garment. "Keep going." Zheng Gangpao laughed heartily, egged on by the crude remarks of his lackeys. Shui Meijiao was torn. If she removed any more clothing, she would be fully exposed. Yet if she refrained, this lunatic might truly resort to using the chainsaw on Mock's neck. "Quickly strip." 3. Zheng Gangpao barked, beginning to count down, inching the chainsaw closer to Mock's neck. Just as Shui Meijiao prepared to endure the humiliation of shedding her garment, Lu Fu Gue strode forward, addressing Zheng Gangpao. "Do me a favor. Let him go." In recent days, Zheng Gangpao has successively subleased the fishing boat rented by Lu Fugue from Houda for fishing excursions, thus granting Lu Fugue a semblance of prestige. However, Caught up in the thrill of the moment, Zheng Gangpao, lacking any sense of decency, brazenly retorted, "Old Lu, I advise you not to meddle. Considering you rented my fishing boat, I shall overlook this." He then disregarded Lu Fugue entirely and loudly commanded Shui Meijiao, "Hurry up and strip." As he spoke, the buzzing chainsaw inched inexorably closer to Ma Hie's neck. Seeing that his influence bore no fruit, Lu Fugue found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, the other onlookers, imbued with a sense of justice, felt equally powerless. Notably, Sun Quan, Li Longbao, Qian Fu, and Zhang Haoan had also gathered to witness the spectacle, eagerly anticipating the sight of the alluring and statuesque Shui Meijiao disrobing publicly. With no alternative left, Shui Meijiao gritted her teeth and began to remove her remaining undergarments to save Ma He. Suddenly, an unexpected figure materialized before her. It was none other than Hao De, the very individual who had previously delivered a blow to Zheng Gangpao's neck. Hao Da's timely arrival was facilitated by the foresight of Su Mei, who had a premonition of the unfolding scene and promptly related to him. Additionally, Hao Da had hastily entered the energy storage space of the deserted island and attempted to teleport from there to the beach, a feat he accomplished successfully. With Hao Da's arrival, both Lu Fugue and Shui Meijiao, along with several admirers present, felt a wave of relief wash over them. After all, he had virtually become synonymous with omnipotence. Conversely, Zheng Gangpao, startled by Hao Da's sudden appearance, nearly lost control of his bowels. He forced a laugh, saying, "Just a joke." Yet, this time, Hao Da had no intention of sparing him. With a gun suddenly in hand, Hao Da fired without hesitation. Bang! The bullet struck Zheng Gangpao squarely in the forehead. Unlike Sun Quan and Li Longbao, who possessed rapid healing abilities, Zheng Gangpao fell lifeless to the ground. Witnessing the demise of the previously malevolent Zheng Gangpao at the hands of the mysteriously appearing Hao Da, Shui Meijiao, Lu Fugue, Ma He, and many others present experienced a profound sense of vindication. Without uttering a word, Hao Da approached, retrieved the buzzing chainsaw from the ground, and carved a sizable hole into which he unceremoniously disposed of Zheng Gangpao's corpse, covering it with earth. Having repeatedly tested Hao Da's limits, it was imperative for him to eliminate this menace. Otherwise, who could predict what chaos might ensue next? After all, they were in an alternate reality, free from the constraints of earthly law. Once this task was complete, Hao Da returned the chainsaw to Ma He and cheerfully instructed everyone to resume their activities. With that, he utilized the capabilities of the energy storage space once more, vanishing from sight only to reappear moments later in the courtyard of the valley, where he resumed his enjoyment of watching the lovely ladies play mahjong, cards, and chess. "Is everything settled?" Su Mei inquired sweetly upon his arrival. Hao Da nodded, offering no further elaboration. Although the one who was slain was a villain, the act of taking a life inevitably leaves an indelible mark on the soul. Hao Da sat in contemplation for a moment before rising and making his way to the hall. There, on the bed of Wang Shan's room, he found himself lost in thought. Despite Wang Shan's previous state of utter exhaustion, she had since recovered and was now joyfully engaged in a game of cards with Qi Yingying and other lovely companions in the courtyard. Thus, the room was momentarily devoid of company, save for Hao Da. However, solitude was soon to be a thing of the past. The slightly ajar door was pushed open, and the enchanting and alluring Shangguan Yutu, with her long, graceful legs and a face radiating youthful allure, stepped inside, gently closing and securing the door behind her. With an air of elegance, she settled beside the reclining Hao Da, leaning in enticingly and murmuring in a sultry voice, "Young Master Hao." Chapter 90. Qi Yingying sees through. Although Hao Da had previously entertained the five sisters, including Shangguan Yutu, his suspicions regarding their backgrounds had started to take root. However, confronted with the stunning beauty of Shangguan Yutu and her earnest request, Hao Da found it difficult to decline. Thus, he and Shangguan Yutu engaged in an intense exchange. As they conversed, Hao Da cautiously inquired, "Yutu, do you feel any differences compared to before?" The before he referenced was, of course, when Shangguan Yutu had been with Wang Shan. "Wicked man, you feign ignorance," Shangguan Yutu replied breathlessly. Are you a person or something else? Howda mischievously asked amidst their playful banter. My dear, aren't you currently with me? Do you still not realize that I am a beautiful and youthful woman? Shangguan Yutu retorted with a playful pout. After a while, Howda lay back comfortably, gazing at the air above, his thoughts adrift in profound contemplation. Shangguan Yutu appeared utterly satisfied, radiating charm and allure. Howda mused that, before he knew it, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. They had been exploring this deserted island for nearly a day, and it was time to return. My love, are you all planning to head back soon? Shangguan Yutu suddenly inquired, nestled close to him. When did I become your husband? Howda responded with a mischievous grin. Yes, we shall be leaving shortly. Humph. You naughty boy. You've already taken advantage of me. How can I not be your wife? Shangguan Yutu playfully admonished. You must take responsibility. And how would you like me to fulfill this responsibility? Howda asked, admiring her exquisite beauty. I wish to accompany you, to be with you every day, Shangguan Yutu said, pressing even closer, making him feel slightly breathless. Such a wish is more than welcome. Howda replied, delighting in her affection. Ha! My love, I adore you. Shangguan Yutu exclaimed joyfully. I adore you as well, Yutu. Howda replied indulgently. By the way, should we inform your father? That's all that's needed, Shangguan Yutu said. Is there no need for a betrothal gift? Howda inquired further. No need, Shangguan Yutu assured him. Howda felt a twinge of unease at the thought of taking away such a beautiful daughter from Shangguan's family. Nevertheless, since Shangguan Yutu had expressed her stance so clearly, he saw no reason to complicate matters. The two of them embraced and chatted leisurely for a while before exiting the room to join the others in the courtyard, where beautiful women were engaged in games of mahjong, poker, and chess. Upon seeing Howda and Shangguan Yutu emerge together, Qi Ying noted the unmistakable joy radiating from Shangguan Yutu, leading her to suspect that Howda had indeed with her. Humph, you lecherous rogue, Qi Ying thought indignantly. She mused that even with the company of 16 beautiful women, Howda had audaciously claimed one of the courtyard owner's 5 lovely daughters. If he lingered any longer, it was likely that the remaining 4 daughters would fall prey to him as well. As Qi Ying pondered this, she felt a peculiar change in her vision. Suddenly, she realized, seated closely beside Howda, Shangguan Yutu observed the enchanting Su Mei and other beauties engaged in a game of poker, surprisingly sporting a rabbit's head atop her neck. Qi Ying gasped, nearly letting out a scream. She quickly glanced around and soon spotted another individual across from Lu Yijiao, who possessed a fox's head while playing mahjong. She recalled that the previous occupant of that seat had been Shangguan Yuhua. Next, she noticed Shangguan Yulu, adorned with a deer's head, as well as Shangguan Yuqian, who bore a rabbit's head, and Shangguan Yujiao, who also sported a fox's head. Qi Ying fought to suppress her urge to scream. She surveyed Howda and the other beauties, relieved to find them all appearing quite normal. The sound of sweeping reached her ears from the courtyard, prompting her to look in that direction, where she was astonished to see a servant with a goat's head. Qi Ying speculated that she had suddenly acquired a unique ability to perceive what others could not, enabling her to see through appearances to the essence beneath. After a rapid contemplation of about 5 seconds, she rose and approached Howda, saying, Howda, my dear husband, I wish to return. While speaking, she playfully winked at him. The astute Howda, noticing her wink, inferred that she had something to whisper, and thus took her delicate hand, leading her to a secluded corner of the courtyard. Howda, we must leave swiftly, Qi Ying urged in a hushed tone upon reaching the corner. What is it? Howda inquired softly, wrapping his arms around her. I have suddenly acquired a special ability to see what others cannot. Qi Ying whispered back. What have you seen, Ying? Howda asked, striving to maintain his composure. Shangguan Yutu is a rabbit. Shangguan Yuhua is a fox. Shangguan Yulu is a deer. Shangguan Yuqian is also a rabbit. Shangguan Yujiao is likewise a fox. Qi Ying whispered breathlessly. Shangguan Yutu is a rabbit. Howda was momentarily taken aback. After all, he had just engaged intimately with Shangguan Yutu. Qi Ying was effectively revealing to him that he had just enjoyed a delightful encounter with a rabbit. We should leave quickly, Qi Ying reiterated. All right, Howda nodded, naturally believing she would not jest about such matters. Thus, they returned to the group, pretending that nothing unusual had transpired, and informed the beauties that it was time to head home, bidding farewell to Shangguan Shengkai. At that moment, Qi Yingying observed that Shangguan Shengkai, like the servant, also sported a goat's head. With a smile, the goat-headed Shangguan Shengkai clasped his fists in greeting to Hao De and the beauties, inviting them to visit often. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Hao De and the beauties exited the courtyard, intending to return to the beach. Unlike before, Shangguan Yutu did not follow them. It seemed she had sensed that Qi Yingying had perceived something unusual. Since Shangguan Yutu did not accompany them, Hao De felt it improper to say more. Alda, weren't you able to return to the beach in an instant using that special method? Su Mei inquired sweetly as they strolled through the valley. Indeed, Hao De replied with a smile. Then why not use that method to take us back? This way, we need not walk any further. We have been walking all day. Su Mei plafelichaidiv. Upon hearing her words, the other beauties gazed at Hao De with eager anticipation. Let me give a try, Hao De remarked with a smile. With a mere thought, he and the enchanting women were instantly transported to the energy storage space of the deserted island above. Another flicker of his mind, and they found themselves in the 3-story villa by the beach in the blink of an eye. Oh, we're home. The feeling of returning home is truly delightful. The moment they arrived at the villa, the beauties erupted in excited exclamations. Meanwhile, Zhu Jiuzhen, who had also accompanied them, curiously surveyed the modern villa. Hao De, captivated by Zhu Jiuzhen's adorable demeanor, couldn't help but indulge in fanciful thoughts, envisioning her in a blissful scene that was both enchanting and irresistible. Chapter 91. The arrival of the jade fox. Zhu Jiuzhen noticed how Dajing gazing at her with a peculiar grin, causing her cheeks to flush as she approached him, playfully admonishing, "You lecherous rogue, I haven't even flirted with you yet." Hao De, with a mischievous smile, retorted softly, "Away with you." "Ah, Jiuzhen, after our day out, you must have worked up quite a sweat, haven't you?" Hao De inquired with a serious expression. "Is there a place to bathe here?" Zhu Jiuzhen responded, her curiosity piqued. "Of course, and bathing is quite convenient. Follow me." Hao De replied with a smile, swiftly leading her to a shower room on the 3rd floor. Earlier that morning, he had conjured several powerful electric water heaters powered by nuclear energy, along with a water pump. He had also drilled a well nearby, connecting it to the villa with pipes, thus providing running water, while the heaters were connected to this newly sourced water. As Hao De activated the electric water heater in the shower room, the water heated rapidly. Zhu Jiuzhen, experiencing a modern electric water heater for the first time, was both curious and thrilled. "Do you need a change of clothes?" Hao De asked thoughtfully. "Yes," Zhu Jiuzhen admitted, her cheeks warming once more. With a mere thought, Hao De summoned a set of women's lingerie and outerwear from a large sack into his energy storage space on his deserted island. Another thought, and the attire appeared in his hands. "Here you are, the set is quite lovely, especially this lingerie. You will look stunning in it," he teased. "Pervert," Zhu Jiuzhen exclaimed, snatching the garments from his hands and shooing him out of the shower room, firmly closing the door behind her. Hao De stood at the door for a moment, savoring the sounds of Zhu Jiuzhen bathing, before he retreated to another shower room for a quick wash himself. Afterward, he returned to his bedroom on the 3rd floor, relaxing by the window, occasionally perusing magazines or novels, and enjoying the picturesque beach view outside. After Zheng Gangpao was shot down, the remaining survivors on the beach seemed to be getting along much better, which was precisely what Hao De had hoped for. At that moment, Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, El Hui, Hu Jiaoqian, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Man, Ren Xian, Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Biu, and Mi Kai, along with Yao Yao, Jing Ai, and Wang Shan, were joyfully bathing in various shower rooms. As Hao De sat by the window, he suddenly sensed the presence of another person behind him. He turned abruptly to find Shangguan Yuhua standing by the door. She flashed a charming smile at Hao De, gently closing the slightly ajar door and locking it, then gracefully approached him. Seductively, she perched herself upon him, whispering softly in his ear, "Young Master Hao, I wish to." Despite Qi Yingying having revealed to Hao De that Shangguan Yuhua possessed a fox's head on her neck, suggesting she might be a fox spirit, in that moment, He found it difficult to refuse the alluring presence of Shangguan Yuhua, who undeniably appeared as a stunning woman before him. Thus, Hao sat in the armchair, engaged in a fervent exchange with the alluring and long-legged Shangguan Yuhua. Yuhua, how did you arrive here? He inquired softly, in a manner quite similar to how I came with my husband. Shangguan Yuhua replied, her voice laced with a delightful sweetness. Are you a celestial being? How to tease further. Indeed, my dear, I am utterly enraptured. Shangguan Yuhua responded with a look of profound intoxication. Approximately 30 minutes later, Hao remained by the window, his gaze deeply immersed in the view of the beach. Shangguan Yuhua, languidly draped against him, appeared the very embodiment of exquisite satisfaction. Hao pondered. Regardless of whether Shangguan Yuhua was a fox spirit or something else entirely, he cared not. He simply reveled in the overwhelming pleasure she had bestowed upon him as a man. As for Qi Yingying's remark about her possessing a fox's head, Hao shrugged it off, for he saw only a beautiful visage that delighted his senses. My love, Shangguan Yuhua purred after a moment. What is it? Hao asked, gazing at the enchanting figure nestled in his arms. Oh, nothing. I simply wish to address you in such a manner, she giggled softly. You truly are beautiful, Yuhua. All da compliment. Naturally, it makes our moments together all the more exhilarating, she replied with a seductive smile. By the way, Sister Yuta knows I am here and sends her regards. Why doesn't she come herself? Hao inquired with concern. You can ask her when she arrives tomorrow. Shangguan Yuhua playfully suggested. You are quite mischievous. Just a moment ago you were. Hao boasted with a hint of pride. Darling, hold me a little longer. I must return soon, Shangguan Yuhua whispered, pressing against him comfortably. What shall I gift you? He asked, embracing her warm form. Your wives and concubines have such beautiful garments, she exclaimed enviously. Then I shall gift each of you 5 sets of outer and inner garments, Hao replied cheerfully. With a mere thought, 5 complete modern ensembles materialized in his hands. Oh, I adore these, Shangguan Yuhua exclaimed, eagerly snatching the outfits and expressing her excitement. You will all look splendid in these garments, Hao remarked, deliberately highlighting their charm. Ha! You are quite naughty, my dear. Shangguan Yuhua laughed joyfully. The two indulged in playful banter for a while longer until Shangguan Yuhua, with her 5 sets of attire, vanished from his embrace as if conjured into thin air. Were it not for the lingering scent of Shangguan Yuhua and the euphoric afterglow still resonating within him, Hao might have doubted the reality of their encounter. His gaze drifted once more to the window, and suddenly he spotted Shui Meijiao, whom he had assisted earlier, standing at a window on the 2nd floor of a newly constructed wooden house, seemingly gazing directly at him. Upon noticing her, Hao waved back amiably at Shui Meijiao, who greeted him with a friendly gesture. Subsequently, Shui Meijiao descended the stairs and approached the outer wall of Hao Da's villa, waving once more at him through the window. Hao surmised that she must have something to convey, so he soared out of the window, gliding effortlessly to the grand iron gate of the wall, where he opened it for her. What brings you here? He inquired with a smile as he welcomed Shui Meijiao inside. Aldajie, I am immensely grateful for your assistance this afternoon. Shui Meijiao expressed her appreciation. Had it not been for Hao Da's timely intervention, eliminating the nefarious Zheng Gangpao with a single shot, she would have been compelled to expose herself before the public. It was but a trivial act, Hao humbly replied. Trivial for you perhaps, but for me, it preserved the dignity of a woman, Shui Meijiao said, her enchanting eyes glistening with emotion. Hao, captivated by her beauty and the tenderness he felt for her, was suddenly reminded of Ma He, who had also risked his life earlier and narrowly escaped being sawed to death by Zheng Gangpao. Ma He was now standing at a distance, observing the interaction between Hao Da and Shui Meijiao. Chapter 92. Another upgrade requirement. Mox stared intently at the scene before him. Hao Da, inatizingman, remarked. It seems he has a crush on you. Shui Meijiao glanced back and replied. He is not my type. What is your type? Hao inquired with keen interest. Someone like you. Brother Hao, Shui Meijiao said, her eyes sparkling with flirtation. Upon realizing that Shui Meijiao was essentially confessing her feelings, Hao, intrigued by her beauty, contemplated whether he should seize the moment. Suddenly, The voice of his deserted island system echoed in his mind. A total of 23 beautiful women must each kiss him for the system to upgrade. He can transform 5 things each day. Brother Hao, Shui Meijiao noted that Hao seemed to be staring blankly at her after her bold confession, prompting her to blush and speak softly again. Meijiao, come. Let us go inside and talk. Hao swiftly returned to reality, reacting promptly. The condition for the system upgrade required a total of 23 beautiful women to kiss him. Currently, there were 16 women in the villa waiting for him. Su Mei, Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, El Hui, Hu Jiaoqian, Lu Qianqian Zhao Ai, Rin Xian, Miao Rong Kong Jing, Qin Biu, Mikai, Yao Yao Jingyi, and Wang Shan. Each of them could easily fulfill this requirement. However, he still needed 7 more lovely women. This led Hao to think of Zhu Jiuzhen, who was also in the villa and not yet his, as well as Shui Meijiao, who had just confessed her feelings but was still not his woman. Thus, he invited Shui Meijiao inside to have a chat, aiming to challenge himself to have her kiss him, marking the first step towards fulfilling the system's requirement. Sure, Shui Meijiao felt elated at Hao's invitation, believing her confession had made an impact. With that, Hao secured the large iron gate and led Shui Meijiao into a room on the first floor of the 3-story villa. As for Ma, who harbored feelings for Shui Meijiao, that was his concern. Shui Meijiao had clearly stated her disinterest in him, favoring Hao instead, so he seized the opportunity. For such matters are inherently selfish. Once inside the room, they sat on the bed, which was adorned with a warm tiger skin blanket. Brother Hao, Shui Meijiao blushed again, uncertain of his intentions. If he meant to do something inappropriate, should she maintain her composure or feign modesty while willingly participating? Meijiao, could you kiss me? Hao asked directly, captivated by her alluring presence. His bold nature surged, especially with the prospect of upgrading his system. Isn't our progress a bit too swift? Shui Meijiao replied with a hint of shyness. Not all, come on. Hao encouraged, emboldened by his words. Shui Meijiao leaned in, gently kissing his handsome face. Initially, Hao sought merely to satisfy the first of the 23 kisses required for the system upgrade. But faced with Shui Meijiao's tenderness, he felt inspired to take things further, planning to embrace the enchanting beauty before him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Shui Meijiao surrendered to the moment, her expression one of deep enchantment as she willingly engaged. Approximately 30 minutes later, Hao gazed contemplatively at the air above the room, pondering that the system upgrade had now reached 1/23 completion. He was preparing to visit the courtyard in the valley, where he intended to receive affectionate kisses from Shangguan Yutu, Shangguan Yuhua, Shangguan Yulu, Shangguan Yuqian, and Shangguan Yujiao. Hao Ge, you are truly mischievous, Water Meijiao suddenly exclaimed with a playful pout. Why do you say that? Hao inquired, looking down at Water Meijiao, who appeared utterly charming and satisfied. You lured me in for a chat, only to demand a kiss. And after kissing you did that to me? How can that not be considered bad? You naughty rascal, she scolded softly. Rest assured, my dear, I will take responsibility for you. Hao assured her with a sense of duty. That is more like it, Water Meijiao replied, radiating happiness as she nestled closer to him. Before long, feeling somewhat fatigued, she fell asleep against Hao. He savored the moment for a while, then gently extracted himself from her embrace, covering her with a tiger-patterned quilt. Given their earlier vigorous activity, he estimated she would need at least an hour of rest. He ascended to the upper floor to inform Su Mei and the other beauties that he would be stepping out for approximately an hour. The ladies, well aware of his exceptional skills and myriad abilities, expressed no concern and refrained from inquiring about his destination. Thus, Hao utilized his power of spatial storage from the deserted island, vanishing from his spot and reappearing in the courtyard of the valley. Shangguan Yutu and Shangguan Yuhua were seated on rocking chairs, enjoying the breeze. Upon seeing him, they giggled in unison. Did you miss us, darling? Indeed, Hao replied with a mischievous grin. Then come inside, Shangguan Yutu teased. Ha! Shangguan Yuhua laughed joyfully. Each of you, give me a kiss, he said, leaning closer to them. You certainly know how to have fun. Shangguan Yutu teased back, obediently planting a kiss on him. Shangguan Yuhua followed suit, also bestowing a kiss. With the system upgrade now reaching 2/23, Howda was undeniably elated. You two, Yuhua, I adore you both, he declared with a smile. We love you dearly too, they replied, beaming with delight. Feel free to visit me anytime, he said earnestly. We must come and play. They giggled in response. What about Yulu, Yuqian, and Yujiao? Howda inquired with a smile. Are you hoping to with them as well? Shangguan Yuhua replied with a playful grin. I merely wish to have a chat with them, Howda replied with a serious demeanor. They are currently in the hall playing cards. Using the 2 decks gifted by your wives and concubines, Shangguan Yutu said with a laugh. Very well, I shall go and see, Howda replied with a smile as he stood up. He walked into the inner room of the hall, where Shangguan Yulu, Shangguan Yuqian, and Shangguan Yujiao were playing landlord barefoot on the bed. Upon noticing his arrival, Shangguan Yujiao was the first to smile and say, How Gongzi? Did you miss us so soon? Indeed, he affirmed. Howda smiled faintly and approached, taking a seat on the bed. Young Master Hao, have you come to spend time with us? Shangguan Yuqian asked playfully. Not quite, Howda replied with composure. Then what brings you here? Shangguan Yulu inquired sweetly. I would like each of you to kiss me, Howda stated earnestly. Young Master Hao, how mischievous you are. I have never even had a boyfriend, and you asked for a kiss. Shangguan Yu retorted with a playful pout. Just a small favor, please. Howda continued, maintaining his sincerity. What benefit do we gain from this? Shangguan Yulu asked with keen interest. What do you desire? Howda countered. After kissing you, I would like to. Shangguan Yuqian said, her gaze lingering on him. That request seems reasonable. What about you two? Howda then addressed Shangguan Yujiao and Shangguan Yulu. I shall visit you tomorrow. Shangguan Yujiao responded. I will come to see you as well, Shangguan Yulu added. Very well, Howda agreed readily. Thus, Shangguan Yuqian, Shangguan Yujiao, and Shangguan Yulu each bestowed a kiss upon Howda, completing 3 out of 23 points for his system upgrade. He then honorably accompanied Shangguan Yuqian to the adjacent room, where the two engaged in a passionate encounter. Chapter 93. The proud Zhu Jiuzhen, after a considerable amount of time, Hao embraced the exquisitely radiant and utterly satisfied Shangguan Yuqian, allowing his thoughts to wander freely. He mused that with the enchanting Shui Meijiao and the alluring Shangguan Yutu, Shangguan Yuhua, Shangguan Yuqian, Shangguan Yulu, and Shangguan Yujiao, each having bestowed a kiss upon him, he had already fulfilled 6 out of the 23 conditions required for his island system upgrade. Upon returning, if his beloved women, Su Meijiao, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, LV Hui, Hua Jiaoqian, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Ai, Ren Xian, Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qinbiyu Mikai, Yao Yao, Jing Yi, and Wang Shan each kissed him once, he would then have completed 22 out of the 23 conditions. Following that, if Zhu Jiuzhen, who was also present in the villa, kissed him, the conditions would be fully met. My love, I adore you so much. Shangguan Yuqian cooed, nestling close to Hao. I cherish you deeply as well, he replied, holding her tenderly. Darling, if you were to discover my true identity, would you still love me? Shangguan Yuqian inquired, testing the waters. Regardless of your identity, my love for you remains unwavering. Hao responded with resolute conviction before asking, but what is your true identity? I am a celestial being descended to earth. Shangguan Yuqian laughed playfully. Being with a celestial, how thrilling. Hao responded with a peculiar grin. You're so charming. You naughty man. Shangguan Yuqian playfully retorted. Their atmosphere was filled with warmth and camaraderie as they continued their conversation, but soon Shangguan Yuqian grew drowsy and fell asleep. Hao savored the moment for a while longer. Then, with determination, he left the embrace of this tender paradise and, utilizing the powers of his island's energy storage, found himself back in a room on the first floor of the 3-story villa where he had been with Shui Meijiao. Upon his sudden appearance, Shui Meijiao, who was awake but still in bed, gazed at him with surprise. My love, where have you been? She asked, feigning irritation. I was busy for a while, he replied, taking a seat on the bed and admiring her radiant beauty. I thought once you had someone, you wouldn't cherish her anymore. Shui Meijiao teased. How could I ever take you for granted? You are stunning, and your figure is simply exquisite. Hao continued to gaze at her with admiration. Indeed, Shui Meijiao nestled closer, basking in happiness. Come, let's go meet the others, Hao said with a smile. I'm a bit frightened. Shui Meijiao replied coyly. You have so many wives and concubines. Your status is equal to theirs. Hao encouraged her. That is true. With his words, Shui Meijiao gained newfound confidence. Thus, hand in hand, Hao and the gently radiant Shui Meijiao ascended to the third floor of the villa. As dinner time approached, Su Meijiao and the other beauties were busy preparing the meal, washing, chopping, and cooking. Upon seeing Hao arrive with another stunning beauty, Shui Meijiao, Qi Yingying playfully remarked, Hao, my husband, have you taken another concubine? Indeed, Hao replied with a smile, this is Shui Meijiao. Let us all become acquainted, for we shall be good sisters from now on. Hao, my husband, so you were off wooing another beauty while you were busy? Lu Yijiao teased. Indeed, Hao chuckled lightly. Sume approached him directly, her delicate hand pinching him several times with vigor. Meanwhile, Zhu Jiuzhen, noticing the addition of another beautiful woman, could not help but internally exclaim, Scoundrel! Scoundrel! I have splendid news to share. My ability to transform is set to advance once more. How to swiftly steer the conversation to the main topic. What are the conditions for this upgrade? LV Hui inquired with a playful laugh. You merely need to each give me a kiss. How to replied with a mischievous grin. My husband is up to no good again. Le Qian teased. Come on now. Al Daoujid Shir Fuli. Naturally, the beautiful women, eager for his transformative powers to evolve and yield even more wondrous treasures, complied in an orderly manner, each bestowing a kiss upon him. Qi Ying, deliberately the last, lingered for a full 5 minutes, only releasing him when she felt utterly satisfied. Qi Ying, you are quite daring, kissing my husband for so long. Louis Jiao could not help but remark. My husband how enjoys my tongue, you know. Qi Ying retorted proudly. Observing Hao Da's entranced demeanor, it was evident that Qi Ying's kiss had thoroughly pleased him, prompting Lu Yijiao and Sume to pinch him once more with their delicate hands. Hao Da, has the upgrade been completed? The beautiful and flirtatious Zhao inquired. I still need one more, Hao Da replied, glancing at Zhu Jiuzhen. What are you staring at me for? I'm merely a guest here, after all, and not your woman. Zhu Jiuzhen responded with a hint of pride. Just give me a kiss. It's harmless. Hao Da encouraged. Get lost. Zhu Jiuzhen playfully retorted. Seeing her apparent reluctance, the other beauties remained silent. Noticing her obstinacy, Hao Da quickly pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, Jiuzhen, do you recall the handgun I gifted you? It's quite exhilarating for fending off invading savages. ISNT it? Though you gifted us the handgun and salt, I still cannot kiss you. You are not my husband. Zhu Jiuzhen continued her proud stance. Then let my husband Hao Da be your husband too. Lu Yijiao replied with a laugh. I refuse. He has too many wives and concubines. How could he manage? Zhu Jiuzhen declined once more. Of course, he can manage. He is immensely capable, possessing boundless strength. Hao Da declared with confidence. Puffed. Boastful. I do not believe you. Zhu Jiuzhen scoffed. Jiuzhen, why not give a try with me, and you will see. Hao Da said earnestly. Get lost. I have no intention of trying anything with you. Zhu Jiuzhen continued to refuse. The other beauties exchanged glances, bemused, pondering why this upgrade was proving so difficult. How about this? You kiss me, and I will gift you a submachine gun, one that could fire 2 rounds per second. Hao Da proposed with a shift in strategy. How many bullets does it hold? Zhu Jiuzhen finally wavered. It can hold 100 rounds at a time. Observing her hesitation, Hao Da restrained his excitement. First give me the gun and bullets. Zhu Jiuzhen continued to waver. With a thought, Hao Da summoned a submachine gun, fully loaded with 100 bullets, from his energy storage space on the deserted island into his right hand. He then graciously handed the weapon to Zhu Jiuzhen. Zhu Jiuzhen took the gun and said, I would like to try it first. No problem. Hao Dazern agreed. Consequently, Hao Da and Zhu Jiuzhen approached the window of the room. Zhu Jiuzhen aimed the submachine gun at the deserted beach below and fired a shot, revealing a satisfied expression on her face. She turned her flushed cheek toward Hao Da and slowly leaned in, intending to give him a quick kiss. However, she did not anticipate that as she leaned in, Hao Da seized the moment decisively, holding her head firmly, far more passionately than when Qi Ying had kissed him earlier. He kissed Zhu Jiuzhen for a full 9 minutes before finally releasing her. You scoundrel! Zhu Jiuzhen exclaimed in mock anger after how to let her go. Having gifted such a precious submachine gun, one must at least recoup the investment, Howdah replied with a mischievous grin. Chapter 94. Wild Revelry on the Yachthumph. You lecherous rogue! Zhu Jiuzhen exclaimed with a playful pout. I am a respectable person. Howdah feigned innocence in response. Get lost! Zhu Jiuzhen continued to scold. Though it was evident that after being kissed for nearly 9 minutes, she was thoroughly enjoying herself, even while pretending to maintain her composure. Howdah wore a mischievous smile, knowing the truth but choosing to remain silent. He had already savored the moment. Regardless of her attempts at modesty, she would inevitably become his woman, whether tonight or by dawn. Has my dear husband successfully leveled up? Qi Yingying inquired excitedly. Indeed, this is a result of our collective efforts. Howdah responded, beaming with delight. Today we can transform 5 different things. How exhilarating! Lu Yijiao giggled. What 5 things are we transforming? Sumei chimed in cheerfully. Let us start by preparing the meal. We can discuss what to transform while enjoying dinner, Howdah replied with a smile. The beautiful women eagerly collaborated to prepare a sumptuous feast, thrilled by the prospect. The newly arrived Zhu Jiuzhen and Shui Meijiao were amazed at the abundant variety of ingredients available. Tiger meat, wolf meat, bear meat, fish, as well as chili peppers, potatoes, garlic, ginger, cabbage, cucumbers, and more. The rich array of ingredients inspired their appetites, making them yearn for the delectable dishes to come. Shui Meijiao, with her elegant and slender legs, thought to herself, although Howdah had numerous stunning wives and concubines, as one of his beautiful partners, being with him was utterly delightful. He truly possessed boundless strength. As long as he could satisfy each of his lovely wives, including her, what did it matter how many he had? Having many companions made it all the more lively. Conversely, the proud and charming Zhu Jiuzhen mused, although Howdah had kissed her for an extended period. Bringing her immense pleasure, it was clear that he had crossed a line, even though he had not fully taken her yet. It was not much different from having done so. He must take responsibility for her, despite his multitude of beautiful partners. She decided that as long as he could provide her with the exquisite joy of being a woman, she would grant him the opportunity to have her as his own. After a while, a large bowl after another of fragrant, steaming dishes filled a grand round table. Aoda, Along Witsumei, Keyan, Liu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, et lui, Yuo Jiao Qian, le Qian Qian, Jiao et Ren Qian, Miao Rong, Kongjing, King Biyu, Mike, Yao Yao, Jingyi, Wang Shan, Shui Meijiao, and Zhu Jiuzhen sat together, laughing and chatting as they formally commenced this lavish dinner. It was only a little past 5 in the afternoon, and the vibrant sunset cast its golden glow upon the sandy beach, filtering through the windows of the spacious villa. The entire scene radiated an indescribable beauty. Although Howdah and the lovely women found themselves stranded on this deserted island, their ability to enjoy such a luxurious dinner in a splendid villa was undoubtedly tied to Howdah's remarkable prowess and fortune. Cheers! Before the meal officially began, Howdah and the beautiful women raised their drinks, smiling as they toasted together. Zhu Jiuzhen raised her glass and savored the delightful beverage, pondering its exquisite taste and wondering about its name. She resolved to inquire about it from Howdah after their forthcoming encounter. Having spent her life in the valley and its vicinity, she was blissfully unaware that this drink was known as Nutritional Express. Once the evening unfolded and she shared an intimate moment with Howdah, she would discover that the delightful elements within her own being bore a remarkable similarity to this beverage. Of course, being merely 19 and untouched, and lacking a formal education in modern biology, she remained oblivious to this connection, awaiting Howdah's guidance through their shared experiences to enlighten her. Howdah, naturally, was more than willing to impart crucial knowledge, broadening her perspectives, imagination, and understanding. Dear Howdah, after your upgrade today, what 5 things can you transform into? Qi Yingying inquired sweetly, taking a moment to enjoy a piece of spicy fried fish. What do you wish to transform? Howdah glanced at the beautiful women surrounding him, intrigued by their responses. First, I would attempt to create a spacecraft capable of traversing time and space to bring everyone back to Earth. Che Yin proposed with a smile. Indeed, Alda concurred. This is a fundamental transformation to initiate. We must cultivate this admirable habit. The other lovely ladies readily agreed with Che Yan's suggestion. Newcomers Shui Meijiao and Zhu Jiuzhen were now aware that they resided in a distinct temporal realm, separate from Earth. Shui Meijiao had already communicated with her parents in the earthly realm, assuring them of her safety. How to concentrated his thoughts to activate the island system, attempting to conjure a vessel capable of time travel, but to no avail. After several fruitless attempts, he shared the outcome with the group, who remained undeterred, mentally prepared for the possibility of waiting several months or even a year. Let us try transforming into a helicopter. That way, we could explore this island from the air. Qi Yingying, who possessed a helicopter pilot's license, exclaimed excitedly. Hada laughed and made several more attempts, but the helicopter eluded transformation as well. The ladies were not disheartened. Recognizing the complexity of such a feat, Hada mused that earlier that day, he had adeptly guided the ladies across a wide river inhabited by crocodiles using energy spheres, effectively simulating the function of a helicopter, albeit without the exhilarating sensation of flying in one. How about trying to transform into a ship? Miao Rong suggested cheerfully. Hada made another attempt, but the ship remained beyond his reach. Why not a yacht? We could venture out to sea aboard a yacht. Seeing that several complex items had yet to materialize, Hada decisively suggested a relatively simpler yacht. Splendid idea. The charming Zhao and echoed in support. Hada focused his thoughts once more to activate the island system, attempting to conjure 5 yachts, yet there was no response. He then tried for 3 yachts. Still no reaction. Next, he attempted 2 yachts, and again, no result. Finally, he endeavored to manifest a single yacht, and succeeded. Gazing out from the window of this room, one can behold the serene, shallow waters near the beach. Aside from the fishing boat that is currently anchored there, a rather large yacht has mysteriously appeared. Noticing this, Hada turned his head toward the sea, prompting the beautiful ladies to follow suit, and they all caught sight of the yacht. Oh, my dear husband is truly remarkable. The yacht has really materialized, Sume exclaimed with excitement. Huh, how about after we finish our meal, we embark on the yacht for a delightful outing at sea? Qi Yingying suggested with a playful smile. I've never had the pleasure of sailing on a yacht before, Hua Jiaoqian said, her face brimming with yearning. Alda, with a peculiar smile, contemplated the thrill of racing across the waves on the yacht alongside these enchanting ladies. The joyous laughter of the beauties, combined with the breathtaking views of the surrounding sea, would surely evoke a profound sense of serenity and elation. Chapter 95. The beauty's laughter upon her first encounter with Hao Da's astonishing ability to conjure objects from thin air. Zhu Jiuzhen was utterly captivated, especially as the yacht he produced was far more splendid than the ancestral sailing vessel her village possessed. Her admiration for the notorious libertine, Hao Da, grew immensely, kindling her anticipation for a fervent encounter with him later that evening or the following day. Meanwhile, the other beauties gazed out at the magnificent new yacht, engaging in playful banter about the joys of embarking on a sea adventure. Hada, the yacht has materialized. What else will you conjure today? Miao Rong exclaimed with excitement. What else would you like to see transformed? Hada replied, relishing the moment. Why not produce a variety of vegetables? Suggested the enchanting college student, Lu Qianqian, cheerfully. We currently have only a large sack of chili peppers, potatoes, Chinese cabbage, cucumbers, and the like, which could certainly be augmented in both quantity and variety. Indeed, Hada nodded with a smile. A large sack of assorted vegetables may appear plentiful, yet it is hardly sufficient considering our numbers. Since you possess the ability to enhance plant growth rapidly, why not create a large sack of vegetable seeds and establish a garden nearby? You could expedite their growth in the garden. Kong Jing astutely proposed. Excellent idea, Hada praised with a hearty laugh. Everyone, think of all the vegetables you can, and I shall transform them into a large sack of seeds. Oh, let me begin. We have chili peppers, potatoes, Chinese cabbage, bok choy, cucumbers, white radishes, and carrots. Sume chimed in joyfully. Don't forget eggplants, pumpkins, winter melons, and long beans. Rin Xian added with a smile. Also, shiitake mushrooms, common mushrooms, enoki mushrooms, ferns, and strom mushrooms. Qin Biu cheerfully contributed. And onions. Jingyi giggled as she supplemented the list. Howda diligently took notes on paper, preparing to conjure all the vegetable seeds in one go. Let us add rapeseed, Wang Shan suggested, recalling another option. Don't overlook pickled vegetables, Che Yin remarked with a smile. Broccoli is another, Qi Yingying joyfully added. Cabbage, Shui Mei chimed in with a laugh. Also there's pak choy, Sumei exclaimed, her enthusiasm infectious. Celery, Lu Yi echoed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Cilantro, it adds a delightful flavor to hot pot. LV Hui joyfully contributed. Spinach, it grants strength like Popeye, Hui Jiaoqian remarked with a smile. Lettuce, Zhaoan added contentedly. Winter bamboo shoots, Sumei giggled again. Bamboo shoots, Lu Yi cheerfully echoed. Water spinach, Che Yin added with a grin. Don't forget scallions, ginger, and garlic. Lu Qianqian laughed. Lufa, Miao Rong joyfully suggested. Bitter melon, Zhaoan giggled. Vegetable gourd, Ren Qian chimed in. Zucchini, Kong Jing added contentedly. Vietnamese squash, Jing exclaimed with glee. Tomatoes, Sumei called out again. Sweet potatoes, Qi Yingying laughed. Yam, Wang Shan joyfully contributed. Taro, Che Yin chimed in. Lotus root, LV Hui added with a smile. Red beans, Le Qianqian giggled. Peas, Rin Qian laughed. Blade beans, Zhao Yin cheerfully suggested. String beans, Miao Rong laughed. Also lentils, Qin Biu added with a charming smile. Edamame, Himi Kai concluded with a smile. What a plethora of vegetables! As Howda swiftly recorded with pen and paper, he cheerfully replied, with such a plethora of vegetables, we shall enjoy delightful dishes every day. I relish the thought of having delicious meals daily. Qi Yingying exclaimed, her face alight with anticipation as she savored a piece of stir-fried potato. Qi Yingying was indeed a foodie. Lu Yijiao teased her with a laugh. Rolling. Lu Yijiao, you've devoured 2 bowls of rice, while I've only had 1. You are the true foodie. Qi Yingying decisively countered. I belong to the category of those who can eat voraciously without gaining weight. I envy you. Lu Yijiao retorted with a hint of pride. In truth, you've noticeably gained weight these past few days. You're just deceiving yourself. Qi Yingying playfully threatened. I have not gained weight. My figure is splendid, slim, and alluring. I can attest to that. Lu Yijiao replied, a touch of urgency in her voice. To declare that a stunning beauty has gained weight is undeniably impactful. Indeed, Yijiao's figure is quite remarkable. Howda affirmed. Oh, since Howda has said as much. Qi Yingying, your verbal attacks cannot penetrate my defenses. Lu Yijiao joyfully declared. I never claimed you had gained several pounds, but a pound or 2 is certainly plausible. Qi Yingying playfully provoked once more. I have not gained even a single pound, not even a gram. Lu Yijiao retorted indignantly. Not even a gram? Without a scale here. How would you know? Qi Yingying continued her playful banter. Why not produce a height and weight measuring device? Che Yin suddenly suggested. Indeed, that's a splendid idea. Howda nodded with grace. Upon hearing this, the beautiful ladies became quite excited. Even Lu Yijiao and Qi Yingying, who had nearly clashed moments ago, found their attention diverted. Howda then activated his island system, conjuring a large sack filled with an abundance of vegetable seeds based on his earlier notes. Witnessing Hoes extraordinary abilities, Zhu Jiuzhen, who was accustomed to foraging for wild vegetables, was filled with eagerness towards the many vegetables she had just heard mentioned for the first time. Naturally, she relished the stir-fried potatoes and cucumbers already on the table, exhilarated by the prospect of following Howda's lead. What would he conjure next? There were still 3 opportunities remaining for the day. Naturally, the height and weight measuring device would be created, but it would be more advantageous to combine various items in one transformation, such as the large sack of vegetable seeds just produced. Let us also conjure an assortment of fruit seeds. Qi Yingying exclaimed with delight, revealing her dual identity as both a beautiful woman and a foodie. I adore all kinds of fruit. I'll start. Bananas, grapes, watermelons, cantaloupes, lychees. Sumei added with a laugh. And apples. Lu Yijiao joyfully contributed. And jujubes. Qianzmaid. And pears. Hua Jiaoqi added with a charming smile. And cantaloupes. Elle lui contentait de l'Ichimedine. And peaches. Le Qianqian looked. And cherries. Zhaoman giggled. And mangoes. Rin Qian joyfully contributed. And plums, Miao Rong smiled. And bayberries, Kong Jing cheerfully added. And apricots, Qin Bu laughed. And strawberries, Himi Kai smiled. Listening to the enchanting voices of the beautiful women, Hao Da swiftly jotted down the names of these fruits with pen and paper, unable to suppress his imagination. Envisioning the exquisite pleasure of indulging with each of these charming ladies one by one. Chapter 96. Joy aboard the yacht after swiftly jotting down the plethora of fruits suggested by the enchanting ladies. Hao Da summoned his island system to conjure a large sack filled with an abundance of fruit seeds. He intended to utilize his island energy to accelerate the growth of these seeds, confident that in the future, indulging in various fruits would no longer pose a challenge. With 2 transformations remaining for the day, Hao Da planned to execute another one later, as there was still ample time to contemplate. After a while, Hao Da and the lovely ladies enjoyed a delightful and harmonious dinner. Following a brief respite, they exited the villa, engaging in cheerful banter as they made their way towards the yacht anchored in the shallows near the coast, eager to embark on a leisurely excursion. It was only a little past 6 in the evening, and the sky remained relatively bright. Even when darkness descended, the yacht was equipped with lights, allowing for continued enjoyment. Upon boarding the yacht with Su Mei, Che Yin, Lu Yijiao, Qi Yingying, Lu Hui, Hu Jiaoqian, Lu Qianqian, Zhao Ai, Rin Qian Miao Rong, Kong Jing, Qin Baiyu Mikai, Yao Yao, Jing Yi Wangshan, Shui Mei Jiao, and Zhu Jiu Zhen, how to set the vessel in motion, navigating the waters at a leisurely pace. He activated the autopilot feature and joined the ladies on the deck, where they leaned against the railing, relishing the breeze and engaging in delightful conversation while appreciating the picturesque seascape illuminated by the setting sun. Suddenly, the alluring and elegantly long-legged Kong Jing leaned closer and whispered playfully into Hao Da's ear, "Darling, let us go inside the yacht," given Kong Jing's enticing request. Especially since they had yet to be intimate that day, Hao Da was more than willing to oblige. The two entered a room within the yacht. How scandalous! Zhu Jiuzhen thought to herself, instantly discerning their intentions. Unable to restrain herself, she playfully scolded Hao Da in her mind. Meanwhile, Su Mei and the other beauties, accustomed to Hao Da's frequent escapades with various companions, continued to chat and enjoy the refreshing breeze, appreciating the ever-changing marine panorama. Zhu Jiuzhen, who was particularly invested in Hao Da, soon overheard the sounds emanating from the room. Inside, Hao Da wore a mischievous grin as he inquired, "Ah Jing, what are you?" Kong Jing responded softly, her voice filled with allure. "And what else?" Hao Da pressed on with a playful smile. The sensation at sea feels somewhat unsteady compared to land. Kong Jing offered an objective assessment. Thus, life necessitates diverse experiences. Only through them can one truly comprehend their essence, Hao Da remarked, his gaze imbued with a philosophical depth. Approximately 30 minutes later, Hao Da reclined comfortably, gazing at the air above the small room, allowing his thoughts to drift serenely. Kong Jing appeared utterly radiant and profoundly satisfied by his side. Hao Da pondered the nature of life's pleasures. What truly constitutes the joy of existence? He found himself ensnared in contemplation. Is it the material gratification that wealth affords? Yet in contemporary society, money seldom yields genuine contentment and happiness. While it may facilitate the acquisition of luxurious items and a high-quality lifestyle, such satisfaction is often fleeting, and as desires perpetually expand, the pursuit of wealth becomes an insatiable endeavor. On this desolate island, wealth is not measured by money, but rather by the sustenance and various resources available for consumption. Hao Da pondered whether the pleasures of life stem from the sense of accomplishment brought about by power and status. Indeed, power and status can instill a feeling of significance and influence, yet they are invariably accompanied by immense responsibility and pressure. Moreover, power and status are often precarious. Once lost, one may find themselves engulfed in profound despondency and anguish. So where, then, does the true joy of life reside? Suddenly, Hao Da realized that perhaps genuine pleasure lies in inner peace and contentment. When one can truly understand and accept their imperfections, and learn to cherish the small beauties in life, they can truly experience inner tranquility and fulfillment. This serenity and satisfaction do not arise from external material possessions or status, but rather from inner growth and self-awareness. When one is able to approach life's fluctuations with equanimity, unaffected by external distractions and temptations, they can truly savor the joys of existence. "Husband, what are you thinking about?" Kong Jing suddenly asked with a playful tone. "I was just thinking, how delightful." Howder replied with a mischievous grin. On such a profound topic as the pleasures of life, he was reluctant to engage Kong Jing in conversation just yet. "How annoying. No more talking about it after this." Kong Jing teased playfully. "Shall we explore the topic further?" Howder continued to grin. "No." Kong Jing laughed in response. "I'm going to deck for some fresh air. I would like to lie down a bit longer," Howder said with a smile. "Husband, you've been quite busy today. With so many beautiful wives and concubines, you must take a break," Kong Jing quipped. "I, your husband, am so vigorous that I am hardly fatigued. I merely wish to relax a little longer," Howder asserted. "Oomph. There is no need to put on a brave face. Engaging with more than a dozen beautiful wives and concubines in one day is impressive enough. It's perfectly all right to admit you're a bit tired." Kong Jing continued to tease. "I truly am not tired," Howder replied, somewhat exasperated, wondering why his honesty was not believed. "Haha, I'm off to the deck for some fresh air. You relax." Kong Jing laughed, evidently still skeptical of Howda's claims of not being tired. She gracefully exited the room, her long, delicate legs carrying her outside to enjoy the breeze. As Howda lay there, watching Kong Jing's exquisite legs depart, he couldn't help but smile wickedly, reminiscing about the previous passionate encounter they had shared. After a moment of indulgent relaxation, he was suddenly alerted by the sounds of numerous beautiful voices calling for him from the deck. Howda quickly sprang from the room and made his way outside. Upon his arrival, he swiftly grasped the situation. In the distance, a school of sharks was rapidly approaching the yacht. In Howda's understanding, sharks typically prefer solitude, so witnessing them in a group was rather unusual. "Husband, what should we do? It seems those sharks are heading straight for our yacht." Chi Yingying asked with a worried tone. "Not to worry. They won't collide with our yacht," Howder replied with a subtle smile, exuding an air of confidence. "Set an energy automatic defense layer for this yacht, just like the protective layer we have." Sume responded swiftly with a charming laugh. Upon her remark, the other beauties quickly realized, and an increased sense of security enveloped them. However, despite this newfound assurance, as they beheld the menacing approach of the encroaching shark swarm, anxiety crept in, and they instinctively clenched their fists. Bang! 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 The sound of muffled thuds echoed as the sharks, on the verge of colliding with the yacht, were abruptly repelled several meters away by the invisible energy defense layer surrounding the vessel. Ha ha ha! As the yacht remained unscathed and the sharks were ejected with such spectacle, the beauties erupted in delightful laughter. Nevertheless, the repelled sharks, akin to relentless assailants, soon charged back towards the yacht. They were repelled again, only to rush back once more. "How? These pesky sharks seem relentless," Lu Qianqian remarked with mild irritation. It felt akin to facing a group of incessantly provoking ruffians. In light of this, it seemed necessary to show them a bit of color. With a mere thought, Hao conjured an assault rifle, which instantaneously materialized in his hands from the energy storage space. "Hao, let us teach them a lesson." Upon seeing the rifle in his grasp, Chi Yingying exclaimed with excitement. Some of the other beauties appeared thrilled, while others were less fond of the violence, despite the targets being sharks. Bang! Hao casually fired a shot, striking a shark that had been repelled multiple times, yet still lunged at the yacht. The shark emitted a heart-wrenching scream, gushing blood. Not only did it become subdued, but there were also signs that other sharks were circling in for a share. Hao, with resolute intent, drew the bloodied shark into his energy storage space. He certainly did not want to waste several hundred pounds of shark meat. However, his storage space was filling up with various items, and its dimensions of 5 meters in length, width, and height appeared somewhat insufficient, particularly in length and width. Consequently, Hao swiftly extended a vast amount of energy from within, enlarging the storage space above to a length and width of 100 meters and a height of 25 meters. Now, the capacity of this space was ample. "How? Can I try the gun?" Chi Yingying, seeing Hao pause after firing, eagerly reached for the assault rifle in his hands. Hao, with indulgence, relinquished his grip, allowing her to take hold of the weapon. Bang! The moment Chi Yingying grasped the rifle, she excitedly aimed at another shark that was still charging towards the yacht and fired, hitting her mark. The shark let out another wretched scream, blood spewing forth. Hao, acting swiftly, drew this shark into the energy storage space before it could be devoured by others. Oh, another several hundred pounds of shark meat added. The storage space possessed remarkable preservation capabilities, ensuring that any food items, once stored, would remain unspoiled without concern. After the shark was shot and vanished, the other sharks, not entirely foolish, quickly turned and fled. Following this brief episode of provocation, the beautiful women resumed their leisurely state on the deck, enjoying the gentle sea breeze and the ocean view. The graceful and charming Hua Jiaoqian leaned close to Hao Da's ear and whispered sweetly, enticingly. Hao Da, deliberately teasing, replied softly. Are you going or not? Hua Jiaoqian playfully pinched him with her delicate hand and whispered. Hao Da continued to feign restraint, responding quietly. Hua Jiaoqian, with a feigned pout, whispered again. Of course, seeing that he had teased her enough. Alda Havialid, Amicia Vozes Mayo. Now, that is more like it. Hua Jiaoqian finally broke into a radiant smile. Thus, Hao Da and Hua Jiaoqian entered a room within the yacht. The lecherous rogue, not long after, Kong Jing, unable to contain herself, inwardly exclaimed as she saw Hao Da. Once again, she and Hua Jiaoqian slipped away into the yacht to indulge in mischief. Zhu Jiuzhen, feeling a mixture of jealousy and playfulness, thought to herself that Hao Da had kissed her for a full 9 minutes previously. While she had enjoyed it immensely, there was no denying that Hao Da had taken advantage of her, and he must be responsible for her. Why should she hold back? With that thought, the beautiful Zhu Jiuzhen, with her long and proud legs, resolved to seize the moment. In the room on the yacht, Hao Da, with a serious expression, asked Jiaoqian, what do you believe is the meaning of life? You're so naughty, asking such profound questions at this moment. Hua Jiaoqian playfully replied. Care to share? Hao Da continued earnestly. For me, one of the meanings of life is to be with you. Hua Jiaoqian gazed at him with sparkling eyes. And Hao Da, eager to learn, inquired further. And to eat when it's time to eat, drink when it's time to drink, work when it's time to work, and enjoy when it's time to enjoy, my dear. I'm nearly swooning. Hua Jiaoqian responded joyfully. After a while, Hao Da, with deep contemplation, lay back and gazed at the air above in the room, holding the soft and utterly satisfied Hua Jiaoqian in his arms, leisurely allowing his thoughts to drift. He pondered, what indeed is the meaning of life? Embracing the enchanting beauty beside him, he glanced out the small window at the churning sea, reflecting on the essence of existence. This question lingered like a riddle in his mind, leaving him perplexed and adrift. He recalled his past, the dreams and aspirations he once held. Were they merely fleeting memories, dissipating with the passage of time? He reflected on his life before being stranded on this deserted island, where he had been consumed by work and mundane concerns, seemingly lacking the time to contemplate such fundamental questions. Yet, when the night was quiet, this query trailed him relentlessly, robbing him of sleep. He thought of those around him, each with their own lifestyles and ambitions. Some pursued wealth and status, others prioritized family and kinship, while some immersed themselves in art and culture. Were these varied pursuits the very essence of life's meaning? He shook his head, feeling that none of these could fully encapsulate the significance of existence. Wealth and status may offer fleeting satisfaction, yet they cannot fill the void within one's soul. Family and affection, though significant, represent merely a fraction of life's tapestry. Art and culture, while capable of providing spiritual delight, do not encompass the entirety of existence. So, where truly lies the essence of life? How to ponder deeply, yet he could not unearth a definitive answer. Perhaps, the meaning of life is not a static notion, but rather a fluid concept, varying from person to person and from moment to moment. Each individual treads a unique path, perpetually exploring and discovering their own significance. He resolved to cease his fixation on this question and instead embrace each moment of life with heartfelt appreciation, cherishing the people and experiences around him. Perhaps, through this journey, he would gradually comprehend the profound truths of existence and uncover his own life's meaning. Suddenly, in close proximity, Huo Jiaoqian exclaimed with a playful tone, "You are truly impressive." Howda quickly snapped back to reality, donning a quirky smile in response. "You are amazing, dear." Huo Jiaoqian praised him, her gaze unwavering and enchanting. I think about you every day." "Understood." Howda replied with a mischievous grin, feeling a sense of conquest. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Outside, the melodious voice of Zhu Jiuzhen resonated. Chapter 97. The conquest of beauty. Zhu Jiuzhen also yearned for your affection. "Oh," Huo Jiaoqian teased with a wicked smile. "Darling, can you handle it?" "Absolutely. I'll reply you confidently." "Well, I'll take my leave now. You two enjoy yourselves." Huo Jiaoqian rose with an even naughtier grin. "Staying here is fine too. I could be an audience member," Howda suggested earnestly. "Get out of here. I refuse to be a third wheel." Huo Jiaoqian playfully scolded as she quickly dressed. She opened the door, casting a mischievous glance at Zhu Jiuzhen outside before stepping out. Zhu Jiuzhen, her cheeks flushed, entered, secured the door, and locked it. Approaching the bedside, she glared at Howda, who was grinning at her, and exclaimed, "You lecher. I'm the lecher, yet you dare to visit my room?" Howda laughed in response. "Oomph. After kissing me for so long, do you not bear any responsibility?" Zhu Jiuzhen retorted with pride. "Of course I do," Howda replied earnestly, pulling her into his embrace with a firm tug. You scoundrel," Zhu Jiuzhen protested coyly. Without further ado, Howda led her straight into the moment. After a brief hesitation, Zhu Jiuzhen began to willingly engage. As the intensity of their connection grew, Howda provocatively remarked, "Zhu Jiuzhen, how does this show my responsibility toward you? You naughty boy. So rough." Zhu Jiuzhen playfully chided. "Zhu Jiuzhen, why not stay the night?" Howda said with affectionate indulgence. "You rogue. After all you've done, I'm completely enervated. I can hardly move." Zhu Jiuzhen replied with a teasing pout. After some time, Howda lay back comfortably, gazing thoughtfully at the ceiling, his eyes deep in contemplation. Zhu Jiuzhen appeared utterly satisfied, radiant in her bliss. Howda pondered the joy of being a man akin to royalty on this deserted island, surrounded by more than a dozen beautiful wives and concubines. Such a life, for the average person, would be a paradise beyond compare. Yet he could not help but question whether this seemingly blissful existence truly brought